Chi-Hong, today is the last deadline. If you can't become a Beast Master today, you won't be able to go with me to apply for Yanjing Beast Master University. What should I do? How about a forced contract? But if it's a forced contract, the chances of being backlashed by the beast pet will increase greatly. The girl's anxious voice echoed in Chi-Hong's ears, and Chi-Hong felt his head spinning. Chi-Hong, say something. If it's really not possible, I'll ask my father to help you with connections. But if I do that, your impression in his eyes will be worse. Chi-Hong? Me? No, my name is Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong's vision slowly cleared, and what came into his sight was a girl with an anxious face and tears at the corners of her eyes. She looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a denim jacket and denim shorts, walking back and forth in front of Chi-Hong, constantly mumbling, looking very anxious. Chi-Hong raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, saying, "It's so dizzying." He felt a headache, as a large amount of memories flooded into his mind. This is a world of beast masters. Similar to the worldview of Pokémon, humans capture beast pets, use them for battles, and for life. The entire world structure consists only of beast pets and humans. The reason why great nations are great is not only because they have abundant resources, but mainly because they have rich beast pet resources. The larger the land, the more beast pets there are, and with this huge base, powerful beast pets are often most numerous in great nations. What? Have you thought of a way? You must capture a sea-level beast pet to succeed. The girl, seeing Chi-Hong finally speak after remaining silent, immediately grabbed his hands and asked, though she hadn't heard him clearly. I said, the long legs, they're so white and shiny, it hurts my eyes. Chi-Hong smiled and said. According to the memory, the girl in front of him was called Chao Xia, his childhood friend. Her family had considerable power in this Jiang province. His family was also a large family. He grew up with Chao Xia, but his grandfather entered the restricted area to capture a powerful beast pet and never returned. His parents went into the restricted area to search for him, and they had been gone for 10 years. In these 10 years, Chi-Hong's family went from prosperity to decline. By today, Chi-Hong's entire wealth was only the 200 yuan in his pocket, which was given by Chao Xia. Chao Xia's family had strict rules, and she only received 2,000 yuan of pocket money each month, but she always gave half of it to Chi-Hong. You still have time to joke with me. Do you know that if you don't become a beast master, we will completely become people from two different worlds? You can only do the most basic jobs, and we will never have any connection again. Can you be a bit more ambitious, Chi-Hong? Do it for me, okay? Chao Xia's eyes were red, and her face showed a look of frustration. In her emotional outburst, a blue light shot from her arms. A red-haired wolf appeared in front of Chi-Hong. The moment Chi-Hong saw the red-haired wolf, a panel appeared in his mind. Firewolf, sea-level beast pet. Below it were the various stats of the firewolf, and Chi-Hong was stunned. These stats were so familiar to him. Health, attack, defense, special defense, speed. These were definitely individual stats. This was practically a Pokémon DEX. Did the game I played come with me? Chi-Hong stood there dumbfounded, looking at his companion Pokémon. That's right, the 6th level 100 Pokémon he had brought with him when he logged out of the game. They were Garchomp, Metagross, Tyranitar, Charizard, Lucario, and Meowth from Team Rocket. Yes, because of the game update, having a talking Meowth from Team Rocket wasn't that strange. Meowth's ability pickup allowed it to randomly pick up all sorts of items. This was also the main force of Chi-Hong's scavenger team. Even when catching legendary beasts, he always brought this little Meow with him. Due to sentimental reasons, this little Meow was already level 100, but Chi-Hong never let it evolve. Of course, if it evolved into Meow Boss, its ability to pick up items would disappear. After all, it was a special Meow, a talking Team Rocket Meow. Who let you out? Are you trying to annoy me too? Chao Xia grabbed the firewolf by its neck and scolded it. The firewolf ignored Chao Xia, instead baring its teeth and taking a step forward, glaring fiercely at Chi-Hong. That's right, it sensed that the man in front of it had caused its owner to experience intense emotional turmoil, and with its intelligence, it could only think of attacking the man to protect its owner, the only solution it could come up with. This is a pet beast. Chi-Hong first ignored the threat of the large dog in front of him. If the Pokémon had really been brought over, this big dog would just be a prairie wolf dog at best. At most, it would be a house guard dog. Click. Just as the thought of a prairie wolf dog crossed his mind, a red and white ball mysteriously appeared in his hand. The ball opened, and a large wolf dog appeared in front of Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong could immediately tell that this was the big wolf dog he had in his box, the evolved form of the prairie wolf dog. The large wolf dog stood there, its size significantly bigger than Chao Xia's firewolf. Its gaze was fierce as it glared at the firewolf. The firewolf immediately took a step back, though its mouth still showed its teeth, letting out low growls. The large wolf dog, with its intimidate ability, reduced the opponent's attack by 1 level upon entering the field. Is this your pet beast? It looks like it's definitely at the top of sea level. Xiaoxia stared at the large wolf dog in shock. No wonder Qi Hong seemed so indifferent, he had already tamed a pet beast. But this big dog, in her understanding, seemed unfamiliar. It didn't look like the kind of pet beast found in Jiang province. What the heck? Qi Hong yelled, looking even more shocked than Xiaoxia. He reached out and tremblingly touched the large wolf dog's head. The large wolf dog turned its head and affectionately rubbed its head against Qi Hong's hand. Its soft yet sturdy fur, strong paws, and the thick, fluffy tail raised high. Large wolf dog, male, level 36. Type, evil. Ability, intimidate. Nature, stubborn. Moves, crunch, thunder fong, ice fong, fire fong. So, what about the other Pokemon? You should know, I have over 1,000 Pokemon in my box. Qi Hong excitedly looked at the panel in his mind, only to realize that all of his Pokemon were black in color, and unlike the large wolf dog, they couldn't be released so vividly. Wrong method? Or is there some kind of restriction? While scratching the large wolf dog's head, Qi Hong fell into deep thought. Qi Hong. Are you even listening to me? Xiaoxia waved her hand in front of Qi Hong, furrowing her brows and raising her voice. Ha? Oh. Qi Hong nodded, still scratching the dog's head, and answered, this is indeed my pet. I mean, my pet beast. What do you think? It's bigger than your dog, right? Qi Hong, you jerk. Why didn't you say so earlier? You've kept me up for days. Come on. Let's have a pet beast duel. After all, I've been with the Firewolf for 2.5 years, it's just right for me to teach you a lesson so you don't mess up in the upcoming tests. Xiaoxia crossed her arms, her face full of youthful energy. Qi Hong was stunned for a moment, then an inexplicable confidence spread across his face. Alright. The loser has to give up $200. The loser pays, that's the rule. Chapter 2, The Battle. They were in Yinjing City, where everywhere you looked there were pet beast battle facilities. People walked down the streets with their pet beasts, and just like in the Pokémon world, pet beasts had fully integrated into human daily life. Qi Hong, you haven't fought in a pet battle yet, right? First of all. On the road, Zhao Xiao was preparing to explain some related knowledge to Qi Hong, because Qi Hong had never systematically studied it before, and in regular schools, it was only briefly mentioned. After all, Qi Hong had attended a regular high school, and no one thought he could become a beast master. Stop, just prepare 200 yuan, no need to say anything else. Zhao Xia, let me tell you, here. Qi Hong pointed to his head and said, I have already had a breakthrough, and I just realized, I am a pet genius trainer. That's the best. If that's the case, then we can finally be together. Zhao Xia grabbed Qi Hong's hand, her face full of smiles. In her memory, this girl had been extremely kind to him, even though he was just a poor guy now. Could this be what they call a love-struck brain? Did I become the white moonlight in the love-struck brain story? Soon, the two arrived at a pet battle training hall, where pets could receive healing, breeding, training, and battling. Of course, Qi Hong remembered that this training hall used to be his family's property, but now, it belonged to someone else. He didn't feel anything about it. Oh? Isn't this young Master Qi? What, here to practice pet battles? Oh. I forgot, young Master Qi doesn't have any pets. Ha ha ha. As soon as they reached the entrance, a young man, about the same age as Qi Hong, laughed loudly and walked towards him, followed by a group of underlings who also laughed along when they saw their leader laughing. In fact, they didn't even know what was so funny. Lin Shou. You are too much. Zhao Xia's face darkened, standing in front of Qi Hong. Then, she turned around, full of apology, and said to Qi Hong, let's go to another place. Sorry, I didn't know this guy would be here. It's fine. I don't care. Before Zhao Xia could finish her words, Qi Hong interrupted her. He stepped around Zhao Xia, looked at Lin Zhou who was still laughing, and calmly crossed his arms, staring at him. Lin Zhou and his group laughed for a long time, eventually stopping. They didn't know what to say since this kid wasn't speaking. Laughing continuously like that also got tiring. What? Xia, you didn't know? This training hall used to be young Master Qi's family business. Back then, his uncle didn't go to the restricted zone to save someone and instead sold off the family property. You brought him here? Isn't that just inviting him to embarrass himself? Lin Zhou glanced at Qi Hong, then showed a playful expression at Zhao Xia. You bastard. Zhao Xia glared fiercely at Lin Zhou, then immediately grabbed Qi Hong's arm and said, Qi Hong, I'm sorry, I really didn't know. Alright, I already said it, I don't care. Qi Hong raised his hand and gently patted Zhao Xia's head. It couldn't be helped, before crossing over and even now, his real age was over 40, so he had no interest in such childish bickering. Zhao Xia was stunned for a moment. This was the third time today Qi Hong interrupted her. He had never done that before. The old Chi-Hong was insecure, timid, and would always hide behind her when something happened. But today, he seemed like a different person. Could it really be because of the breakthrough? Let's go for a battle. Remember, if you lose, you owe me 200 yuan. Chi-Hong smiled and said, completely ignoring Lin Zhou. 200 yuan? You're kidding. It looks like you've got yourself a pet. What? Living off a woman? How about this, fight me. If you win, I'll give you 2,000 yuan. Lin Zhou's face immediately darkened. This trash actually ignored me? Just as Chi-Hong was about to step inside, he stopped in his tracks, turned around, and seriously confirmed, are you serious? Of course. You think I'm like you? Are you just a poor fool hiding behind women? But if you lose, you'll leave Jinling City and stay away from Xia, far away from her. Lin Zhou's tone still held that mocking tone. Chao Xia's face grew darker, and she was about to step forward to argue, but Chi-Hong stopped her with a hand. How boring, another stupid bet. Let's not even talk about whether I'll lose or not. Even if I do, I won't fulfill this ridiculous bet. What are you going to do about it? Chi-Hong asked with a smile. Poof. If you don't fulfill it, I'll send people to help you fulfill it. The Lin family and the Chao family are about to marry. My older brother is going to marry Chao Xiao's sister, and then Chao Xiao will be my sister. You trash, stay away from my sister. Otherwise, I'll destroy you. Lin Zhou's face twisted with a threatening grimace. Let's go, and I'll make sure you remember this, Chi-Hong said, and directly walked toward the battlefield. Chao Xiao looked at his face and only felt an intense confidence that made her throw all her words of persuasion aside. Champions from various regions, protectors of cities, natural enemies of evil organizations, conquerors of oceans, lands, skies, and the universe, of time and space, of past and future, of darkness and light, of life and destruction, the strongest trainers of legendary Pokémon, that is, Pokémon game players like himself, and all other Pokémon game players. At this moment, Lin Zhou in his eyes was no different from a ridiculous bug-catching boy. Just right, he wanted to see how much power his real-world Pokémon and his extreme trainer skills could exert in this world. Poof. I'll show you the difference between people. Lin Zhou sneered, then entered the battle hall. It was a field about the size of a basketball court, though there were larger places. But for beast tamers like them, they didn't need such a big space since low-level pets didn't cause much destruction. Chi-Hong, good luck. Chao Xia stood to the side, waving her hand to cheer for Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong calmly nodded at her, then looked at Lin Zhou, who was standing opposite him. Lin Zhou raised his hand, and a blue light shot out. After landing on the ground, a pitch-black leopard appeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Zhou's shadow leopard is strong even among sea-level beasts, and his family is rich, so the breeding is good. This shadow leopard. Chao Xia squinted her eyes slightly, focusing on the shadow leopard. This was a skill all beast tamers learn to sense a pet's power level. In Chao Xia's eyes, the shadow leopard emitted a faint black light all over its body. That's right, it's a dark-type pet. Judging by the aura, Lin Zhou's breeding is quite good. It's already one of the stronger pets among the sea levels. By observing the pet's aura, one could judge its strength. This was a common method for beast tamers. Chi-Hong was more direct. He could directly see the level of the shadow leopard. It was only level 19, while his big wolfhound was a full 17 levels higher. According to his understanding, if the species' base stats were not too different, a 10-level difference could usually be overcome with type advantages and battle strategies, potentially ending the fight in one turn. If the level difference was over 10, even with type advantages, it wouldn't necessarily end the battle in one turn. Chapter 3, B-Level Pet, Rock Spine Lizard. The Big Wolfhound was a single-type, dark attribute Pokémon. Among dark-type Pokémon, the Big Wolfhound was considered one of the weakest, but it couldn't be helped, its base stats were just too low. It was just slightly stronger than that big rat Rattata. Chi-Hong, I see you released your pet using a storage device. This pet didn't come out of a pet space. Where did it come from? Did you steal it? You'd better go report yourself. Otherwise, a stolen pet, if the beast tamer's level is insufficient, could end up attacking its own tamer. Lin Zhou still looked down on Chi-Hong, and his words were full of insults and belittling. Chi-Hong, however, didn't care. All he needed to do was play the silent, stoic strongest, with the dialogue box only displaying. It's Lin Zhou, and, forget it, I don't know him. At that moment, a long-haired woman in a clubhouse uniform walked over, speaking as if she didn't know Chi-Hong, but Chi-Hong recognized her. This woman was Zhang Li, who had worked here before, to be exact, before the Qi family's downfall. For her to say she didn't know Chi-Hong was unbelievable. When Chi-Hong was young, she had been around him constantly. Miss Zhang, I trouble you to act as a judge. If some people try to avoid responsibility later, you can make a ruling. Lin Zhou glanced at Zhang Li's exposed legs under her cheapo and said. Of course, no problem, then. The duel begins. Victory is decided when one's pet beast is knocked out or voluntarily surrenders. Pet beast duel. Begin. Zhangli raised her hand and declared the start of the match. She didn't even turn on the scoreboard or start recording. To her, Chi Hong, a fallen family member who showed no ambition, was lucky enough to even have a pet beast. What right did he have to compete with someone like Lin Zhou, a rich second generation? Shadow Leopard. Tear it apart. Lin Zhou threw his hand forward sharply, a mysterious smile on his face, as if victory was already assured. The Shadow Leopard roared and charged toward the large wolfhound. The large wolfhound stood still, waiting for its trainer, Chi Hong's command. At this moment, Chi Hong was extremely excited. He had always played games and watched anime, but this real-life battle felt like something straight out of a dream. Just as the Shadow Leopard's claws were about to reach the large wolfhound, Chi Hong gave a Pokémon battle level command. He spoke, "Dodge." The moment the command appeared, the large wolfhound moved gracefully, instantly shifting to the side of the Shadow Leopard. Flame Fong. Chi Hong raised his hand and gave the second command smoothly. The large wolfhound opened its mouth wide, and in front of its jaws, a set of fangs made entirely of fire bit down fiercely on the Shadow Leopard's side. Boom! Flames erupted, and the Shadow Leopard rolled and crashed to the ground far away. There were several scorched bite marks on its body, still smoking. Silence. The onlookers were all stunned. From the start of the duel to the Shadow Leopard's defeat, it had taken no more than 10 seconds. Fire. Fire-type skill? When Chi Hong came here, he told me this pet beast was a large wolfhound. A large wolfhound, it's actually a fire-type pet beast? It was impossible to say how shocked Zhang Xia was. Most trainee-level beastmasters start with C-grade pet beasts, and these basic pet beasts, unless they are exceptionally gifted and already have a specific attribute, can only fight using claws and teeth, which are their physical weapons. After all, most people, even if by chance they captured a C-grade pet beast with an attribute, would choose to sell it at a high price. After all, cultivating and healing such a pet is a huge expense. At this moment, Zhang Li was also dumbfounded. As an experienced clubhouse judge, she knew very well about pet beast duels. The pet beast from earlier had shown no movement when it was about to be attacked. However, as soon as Chi Hong spoke, the large wolfhound instantly reacted. It's almost like muscle memory. No. This is faster than muscle memory. The level of coordination is like synchronization, at least an A-grade beastmaster should be able to achieve this. But that's not right, this large wolfhound is carried in a storage device, it's so obedient, the only possibility is that this large wolfhound has been passed down in the family. With that thought, Zhang Li's gaze began to grow strange. She had come up with a very reliable guess. How could this happen? On the other side, the owner of the Shadow Leopard, Lin Zhou, was stunned. Not to mention being instantly killed, he hadn't even thought that he would lose. 2,000 yuan, transfer or cash? Chi Hong calmly petted the big wolf dog's head. It was just a bug-catching boy, one skill would take care of it, nothing unusual. Don't get cocky. I haven't lost yet. You only won by sheer luck, but I still have a pet beast. Let's see how you beat me. Lin Zhou was clearly becoming hysterical. His expression twisted as he could not accept losing to someone like Chi Hong, a down-and-out person. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a diamond-shaped device from his pocket. Chi Hong took a glance and immediately understood that it was the pet beast storage device Lin Zhou had mentioned earlier. This device was used to store pet beasts that were not tamed by the user and could not be stored in their own pet beast space. Speaking of pet beast space, Chi Hong suddenly remembered that he didn't have one either. However, he had over 1,000 Pokémon in his Pokémon box, so he didn't care about these so-called pet beasts that needed to have their bond and strength trained from scratch. He couldn't be bothered. Chi Hong. You've already lost. Lin Zhou gritted his teeth and threw out the storage device. It landed and exploded with a flash of light, revealing a giant lizard with a protruding back and a brown body. Rock Ridge Lizard, level 38. Attributes, rock, ground. Wow. A level 38, impressive. Chi Hong's eyes lit up. If he killed it instantly, it would seem too boring. A level 38 pet beast, even higher than his big wolf dog by 2 levels, this would make Chi Hong feel a little more motivated. Lin Zhou. You can't control this Rock Ridge Lizard. Isn't this your brother's pet beast? Zhao Xia immediately noticed something was wrong. This was Lin Zhou's older brother, Lin Man's pet beast. Stop talking nonsense. How could I not control it? Who do you think you're looking down on? Lin Zhou pointed at Zhao Xia, his face full of anger. Chi Hong, admit defeat. This is a violation. It's not his pet beast, it's a B-rank pet beast. Your big wolf dog is no match. Be careful not to get hurt, a pet beast above the tamer's level might attack the tamer. Zhao Xia immediately warned. It was just a simple battle, and she didn't want Chi Hong to get hurt. This can't be considered a violation, after all, this contestant's big wolf dog also came from a pet beast storage device, didn't it? Zhongli smiled and said. She wasn't concerned whether the rock ridge lizard would harm anyone, only that Lin Zhou hadn't violated the rules. Roar! The rock ridge lizard shook its body and let out a roar. Its spine on its back looked like stone upon closer inspection, which was the origin of its name. Shi Hong gave Zhao Xia a thumbs up, then tightened his coat, raised his hand, and pointed at the rock ridge lizard, shouting loudly. It's provoking us. Use Frozen Fong. Ground attributes were doubly weak to ice attributes. There was only a 2-level difference. If this hit, it would definitely hurt the big lizard. Chapter 4, Boundary Lifted. Oh whoa! The big wolf dog howled and rushed forward, using a fire-type skill similar to Flame Fong, only with different attributes. The 2-level difference didn't matter at all for Pokémon. Not to mention only a mere 2-level difference, even if the opponent were Arceus, if the trainer ordered it to attack, it wouldn't hesitate. Showing fangs to a god was just basic training for high-level trainers. Kill that damn dog! Lin Zhou shouted the command. Such a pathetic command coming from him, a low-level beast tamer, was simply ridiculous. How to kill it? With what skill? How should the pet beast act? If it was all left to the pet beast, then why even have a beast tamer? The rock ridge lizard, upon facing the attack, surprisingly didn't choose to act. Instead, it turned its head and gave Lin Zhou a fierce look. This is different from the world of Pokémon, this is a real world. If humans are attacked by pet beasts, they may get injured, severely wounded, and many have even been killed by them. It is clear that this rock spine lizard has already shown signs of attacking Lin Zhou. The frozen bite, emitting a freezing aura, aimed at the rock spine lizard's head and bit down. The rock spine lizard turned its head, raised it high, and its head immediately petrified, enduring the bite. To its surprise, when the bite landed, the rock spine lizard felt dizzy, its whole body stood up, and it began to roar toward the sky. It was like a cat in a panic. Big wolf dog. Jump up. Bite through. But this had nothing to do with Shi Hong. As a battle fanatic, he would never let any chance for attack slip away. The big wolf dog exerted power in all 4 limbs, leapt into the air, opened its big mouth, and bit again at the rock spine lizard's head. The rock spine lizard shook its head violently, sending a large amount of rubble flying, but these rocks were random and couldn't hit the big wolf dog attacking from above. This bite landed fiercely on the rock spine lizard's head, and the sharp teeth pierced deeply into its flesh. If the rock spine lizard weren't so much bigger than the big wolf dog, Shi Hong wouldn't have doubted that this strike could have directly killed the rock spine lizard. Where did Shi Hong get this pet beast from? It's fine that it can use fire-type skills, but it can even use ice-type skills? Even that bite through seems to be a skill. No attribute? Or maybe. Zhao Xia, who was watching the battle, was stunned, as it was unheard of for a C-rank pet beast to use skills of more than one attribute. This guy, Zhangli, was also very surprised. She stared hard at the big wolf dog, her eyes filled with strong possessiveness. Since C-rank pet beasts usually only have one attribute, during a battle, if they face a pet beast that counters them, it's almost like losing the match. But this big wolf dog has more possibilities, it actually has skills of 3 attributes. She was sure that Bite Through was a dark attribute skill. In fact, she had already observed it earlier, and the aura emitted by the big wolf dog almost matched the strength of the rock spine lizard's aura. You have to know that the rock spine lizard is a B rank, meaning this big wolf dog has already reached the peak of C rank. It's hard to transfer a pet beast that you caught yourself, but one in a storage device. That's almost like merchandise. Zhangli narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the big wolf dog. At this moment, the big wolf dog tightly bit onto the rock spine lizard's head, not letting go even as the rock spine lizard wildly shook its head. Roar! The rock spine lizard's short front limbs couldn't reach its head and it was just scratching at the air. In fact, this situation could be solved easily by the Beast Master giving a command, using a certain skill, or simply smashing its head to the ground. But Lin Zhou could only shout, "What are you doing? Shake it off!" These useless words. Not only was he not helping the rock spine lizard, but he was also making the already rebellious rock spine lizard even more furious. The angrier it got, the dumber its battle intelligence became. Big wolf dog, release. Fall back. Shi Hong saw that continuing to bite wasn't going to work. It was already clear that relying on this alone to win was very difficult. As long as the rock spine lizard reacted, this move would be useless. As soon as Shi Hong gave the command, the big wolf dog immediately released its bite, leaping in a few agile movements to land in front of Shi Hong. Its dog face was serious, and other than using up some stamina, it was unscathed. On the other hand, the rock spine lizard had entered a state of rage. It was spinning in place, cracking the ground, with stone spikes emerging. Though they hadn't reached the onlookers or the 2 fighters yet, they were enough to make anyone nervous. Yes. There's also the spike skill. quickly used the spike skill to take down that dog. Lin Zhou didn't speak, but once he did, the already chaotic mind of the Rockridge lizard turned back and struck him with a spike. The tremor in the ground made Lin Zhou panic. He quickly ran to one side, and sure enough, at his previous position, a sharp stone spike pierced through the floor and stood there. If he hadn't dodged, he would have died. Lin Zhou was drenched in cold sweat, already beginning to regret it. At this point, we can already conclude that he lost, right? The pet beast is completely out of control. If something happens, you'll bear a huge responsibility. Shi Hong glanced at the madly rampaging Rockridge lizard, then shouted at Zhongli. The Rockridge lizard didn't attack the big wolf dog, but instead moved toward Lin Zhou's position with a fierce look on its face. Its movement wasn't very fast, seeming to be hesitating about something, but what puzzled Shi Hong was that the spike attack just now was clearly released decisively, so why was it so hesitant now? Zhongli didn't respond to him. Instead, she pressed a button, and soon, the alarm sounded. Idiot! Shi Hong was stunned for a moment. How could Zhongli, who had been a referee for so long, not even know the basic common sense? When the out-of-control pet beast is still within a controllable range, the alarm, which makes the pet beast nervous, shouldn't have been activated. Shi Hong, let's go. The Rockridge lizard has completely gone mad. Xiao Xia ran over, with the fire wolf following her. She released the fire wolf to protect herself from being affected. But the alarm kept ringing, and the red lights on the ceiling were flashing frequently. The firewolf seemed to be getting agitated too, so Xiao Xia kept stroking the firewolf's head, trying to calm it down. However, Shi Hong's big wolf dog simply turned its head and gave Shi Hong a calm glance. Seeing that Shi Hong had no reaction, it just stood there, coolly, with its big dog head raised, staring at the increasingly frantic Rockridge lizard. The Rockridge lizard was attacking the spot where the red light was coming from. At its current speed, in less than 3 minutes, this place, including the roof, would be torn apart by it. Shi Hong? Xiao Xia saw that Shi Hong had no intention of leaving and was still staring at the Rockridge lizard. She immediately grabbed his arm. Shi Hong was still frozen, because the trainer panel appeared on his Pokémon game interface. There was an additional skill called Limit Break. Limit Break links the trainer's mind with the Pokémon, allowing them to use all the skills that the corresponding Pokémon can learn, no longer limited by the 4-skill restriction. Ha ha ha. To be honest, this kind of scene has appeared in my dreams countless times. How could I miss it? Shi Hong grinned at Xiao Xia, then raised his hand and decisively gave the command. Limit Break. Big Wolf Dog. Use Long Howl. In an instant, a golden light connected Shi Hong to the big wolf dog, then disappeared. The big wolf dog's eyes lit up, and it opened its mouth, letting out a loud, clear howl. Awooh! The loud howl echoed throughout the hall. Big wolf dog. Run. Aim for the head. Use Dark Pulse. With Shi Hong's command, the big wolf dog began running, while dark energy gathered in its mouth. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a jet black beam shot out, directly hitting the Rockridge lizard's head. This struck the massive body of the Rockridge lizard, causing it to fall to the ground, letting out an angry roar. Hold it! Shi Hong gave another command. The big wolf dog stopped where it stood, and a radiant light enveloped it. A spike shot up from the ground but did no harm to the big wolf dog. Now! Sacrifice charge. Awooh! The big wolf dog started charging madly, and in front of everyone's shocked gaze, it slammed into the massive body of the Rockridge lizard, sending it flying several meters, until it crashed into the wall and finally stopped. Shi Hong felt a bit hyped. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command, the final strike. Destruction Ray. The big wolf dog's eyes turned red, seemingly excited beyond control, and a terrifying energy began to gather in its mouth. Catch up. Come back. At the moment the destruction ray was fired, an anxious voice sounded, and then the Rockridge lizard, accompanied by a flash of light, disappeared from the wolf dog's attack range. Boom! The intense energy blasted a large hole in the walls of the hall, and a long mark appeared on the ground, emitting a faint smoke. Everyone froze. Chapter 5, Buying the Big Wolf Dog? The big wolf dog panted heavily, its steps becoming unsteady. Clearly, after the boundary was lifted, seamlessly connecting these skills was a bit too much for it at level 36. But the effect was explosive. This explosive attack could not be withstood by anyone at the same level of Beastmasters. Good job. Shi Hong also felt a slight dizziness in his head, as if both his physical and mental energy had been drained. He took out a red and white ball, recalled the big wolf dog, and then looked at Zhongli, his gaze sharp. Zhongli felt uneasy under Shi Hong's stare, as if she finally realized something and loudly said, "The winner has been decided, the winner is Shi Hong." "Heh? So you still remember my name is Shi Hong?" Shi Hong sneered, then zipped up his jacket and walked toward Lin Zhou's position, his hands in his pockets. Zhongli forced a stiff smile and didn't say anything. Lin Zhou was already stunned, sitting on the floor in the corner, his face full of fear. There wasn't a trace of the Beastmaster's demeanor on him at all. You can crush my brother like this. For a student-level Beastmaster, you really are strong. How about it? Have you considered accepting our Lin Group's sponsorship? Of course, if you accept, you will have to join our Lin Group in the future. A man, around 25 years old, walked over. His eyes and eyebrows resembled Lin Zhou's by about 70 or 80%. Clearly, this was Lin Zhou's older brother, Lin Xia. Stop laughing, go aside. Chao Xia quickly blocked in front of Qi Hong, speaking with displeasure. If anyone's going to sponsor, it should be our Chaoyang group, not Lin Xiao. You should care more about your brother. Lin Xia glanced at Lin Zhou, who was still in a daze, a flash of anger in his eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Take this useless guy and send him home." Two men in suits immediately grabbed Lin Zhou and started leaving. He lost. We agreed beforehand that the loser would leave 2,000 yuan. He's scared stiff now. You're his older brother, so you pay. Qi Hong remained indifferent, extending a hand toward Lin Xia, directly signaling pay up. Interesting. This little money doesn't matter to me. I'll have my assistant transfer you 200,000. The extra money, I wonder if your pet beast, the one you just used, would be willing to part with it? If you agree, I'll immediately have my assistant transfer the money to you. This is 200,000, I don't think the famous Qi Xiao has seen so much money before? Lin Xia spoke gently, but his words gave no face to Qi Hong at all. Qi Hong didn't mind, but Chao Xia was outraged. 200,000? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? A normal sea-level low-tier beast would sell for 500,000, and you want to buy Qi Hong's big wolf dog for 200,000? Dream on. Chao Xia looked at Lin Xia with clear disdain, and her tone was completely without courtesy. Exactly, Lin Xiao is so stingy. A voice full of urgency came from behind. Everyone turned toward the voice and saw a chubby middle-aged man running over, out of breath, with sweat pouring down his face. He clearly didn't exercise much. Qi Hong, this is the owner of the club, Zhang Quan. This club has several branches in Jinling and is considered one of the more powerful figures in Jinling City. Chao Xia leaned close to Qi Hong. In a low voice, he whispered information to him. Young man, I am Zhang Quan, I know about your pet beast. I'm offering a price. 2 million. You might as well sell it directly to me. Young Master Lin offered 200,000, but honestly, he. Zhang Quan wiped his face with a handkerchief, his expression showing he was confident in taking down the big wolf dog. A pet beast of this level, as long as it's handed over to a high-level beast master, could even develop A-level strength. Clearly, both Lin Xia and Zhang Quan believed that the victory was due to the big wolf dog's strength, and had little to do with Qi Hong. Such an exceptional pet beast, in Qi Hong's hands, was really a waste. Boring. Remember to have Lin Zhou send me the 2,000 later. Chao Xia, let's go. Qi Hong completely ignored the two people, they were just rich, weren't they the same as him before? Zhang Li looked at Qi Hong's back, her expression changing between dark and light. After the two left, Lin Xia calmly glanced at Zhang Quan and turned to leave as well. He had to go to the pet beast hospital. The rock spine lizard was badly injured, it would be a waste if it died like this. I'll deal with you when I get home, daring to secretly take my pet beast, useless trash. In the car, Lin Xia spoke in a dark tone, then took out a cigar, lit it, took a puff, and ordered the driver in front, tonight, send someone to kill the Qi Hong, bring back the storage device with the big wolf dog. Remember, make sure it's clean. Understood, young Master Lin. I'll handle it personally. The driver nodded and started the car. Lin Xia slightly closed his eyes. In fact, he didn't think much of the big wolf dog. The key was the skill called Destructive Light. If this pet beast skill could be transferred to his ace pet beast, the Golden City Championship at the end of the year, the first place is definitely mine. Lin Xia's face darkened as he crushed the lit cigar deeply. At Qi Hong's home, or rather, what could be called his home, it was actually the last remaining property of the Qi family, a small, worn-out warehouse. This was where Qi Hong lived. Qi Hong, where did that powerful big wolf dog come from? It's so strong, and its synchronization rate with you is terrifyingly high. With this pet beast, getting into Golden City Beastmaster University is guaranteed. After all, the main thing to get into a university is the synchronization rate with your pet beast. Whether it was captured by you, whether you have developed your own pet space, that doesn't matter. Chao Xia chattered non-stop along the way, clearly shaken by the big wolf dog. So, where do you think it came from? Qi Hong asked with a smile. A strange smile appeared on Chao Xia's face as she spoke. I can guess, it's from the storage device. And it's so well coordinated with you, completely following your commands. There's only one possibility. That big wolf dog was left for you by Uncle Qi or Grandpa Qi, right? If someone spends a long time with an elder's pet beast, the elder's pet would treat them as a junior. Even if the Beastmaster's level isn't high, as long as the original owner's instructions are there, the pet would cooperate with the Beastmaster in battle. In this situation, it's almost impossible for the pet beast to turn on its Beastmaster. This was the only answer Xiaoxia could think of. Unfortunately, you're wrong. The big wolf dog was something I encountered in the Fengyuan region. When I first met it, it was just a wild dog. Shi Hong said with a nostalgic look on his face. He didn't mention that this was just a family dog. It evolved into a big wolf dog to complete the pet encyclopedia, then was kept in the storage device, gathering dust and never having the chance to make an appearance. In the anime, the setting for trainers is that the Pokemon they raise personally grow stronger, without any restrictions from base stats. The Pokemon can even defeat those with opposite attributes, and on the road, a random wild creature can battle evenly with a near god level Pokemon. But in the game, if the real self were placed in the anime world, it would be absolutely not a good person. In order to complete the Pokédex, the Pokemon caught were simply put in boxes to gather dust. For the sake of better individual values, Pokemon were forced to breed with Ditto and then they crazily hatched eggs. Gamers not only want good individual values, but they also want shinies. To get a shiny Pokemon, one can manually refresh the map hundreds or even thousands of times. If this setting were in an anime world, this person would be the ultimate villain. But fortunately, it seems that Shi Hong now possesses a combination of both the game and anime cheat. Hoenn region? Never heard of it. Are you fooling me? Xiaoxia showed a puzzled expression. She had indeed never heard of the place called Hoenn. Chapter 6, The Talking Meowth. After Xiaoxia left, Shi Hong began to study his Pokemon game system. It was exactly the same as in the game, with Pokeballs, items, and berries all fully available. However, except for the big wolf dog, none of them were usable, all were gray. Big wolf dog. Come out and eat. Shi Hong took out a red and white ball and released the big wolf dog. This is not the game world, Pokemon indeed need food and rest. After the big wolf dog appeared, it barked at Shi Hong and then leisurely pushed the door open with its front paws and walked outside the warehouse. Shi Hong followed out. The big wolf dog looked around and then found a big tree. It lifted its back leg and started to pee. Of course, Pokemon are living creatures, they also need to relieve themselves. But ghost-type Pokemon and Arceus, the creator god, shouldn't need to, right? Thinking of this, Shi Hong couldn't help but picture Arceus lifting its back leg to pee. He shivered, glanced at his box, where Arceus was quietly staying in the Pokemon box. Not only does he have a complete Pokédex, but he also has every single Pokemon. Of course, he could complete the Pokédex so quickly, some mysterious power was essential. For example, 9999 Master Balls, 9999 Experience Candies. Countless. Whoa. The big wolf dog howled softly at Shi Hong, then walked up to him and affectionately rubbed its big head against him. Let's go, eat. As long as I have food, you have food. Shi Hong rubbed the dog's head and led the big wolf dog back into the warehouse. He immediately cooked a large pot of instant noodles. Man and dog ate with great relish. Of course, the big wolf dog's appetite was much bigger than Shi Hong's. How is it? Man and dog finished off several packs of noodles. Shi Hong folded his arms and looked at the big wolf dog, asking, "Woof. Woof woof woof." The big wolf dog wagged its tail furiously and kept circling around Shi Hong. Pokemon are like this, if the trainer treats them well, they'll be excited even if they're eating instant noodles. Then, Shi Hong gave the big wolf dog a good petting and playfully stroked it. He then took the dog for a walk around the area. Since it was an abandoned warehouse, it was somewhat remote, and one could see wild Pokemon moving about along the roadside. Of course, these were just stray-level Pokemon, not much different from the stray dogs and cats in the previous world. These types of Pokemon couldn't be used for battles since they couldn't learn moves. But this wasn't a problem for Shi Hong. He could simply take out a move tutor and teach them moves. The only problem was that he couldn't take it out now. Besides, he didn't have the money or the energy to train a stray Pokemon. After all, he had over 1,000 Pokemon waiting for his attention. Pokemon would never betray him, and he fully understood the characteristics and battle methods of each one. There was no need to bother with training a stray. Alright, it's getting late, let's head back and rest. By the way, let's sleep together tonight. It's getting a bit cold, I want you to warm my bed. Shi Hong smiled while pinching the big wolf dog's face. The dog stuck its tongue out, and its tail was wagging so hard it looked like it might break. The setting is like this, Pokemon can understand what their trainers say, and the trainers can understand what their long-trained Pokemon mean. Back at the warehouse, there was an old wooden bed. Shi Hong leaned against the big wolfhound and quickly fell asleep. He felt his future was full of bright possibilities. Time passed quietly, and soon it was the middle of the night. Near the old warehouse where Chi Hong was, a man appeared, wearing a mask and a baseball cap. He glanced around at the surroundings before reaching his hand to the ground. A blue light appeared, and along with the light, a Pokémon more than a meter tall was released from its Pokémon space. This Pokémon had a humanoid appearance, even wearing pants. Its upper body was covered in black fur, but its head was a cat's head. B-class Pokémon, humanoid cat. It wasn't good at direct attacks but was skilled at ambushes and intelligence gathering. The man pointed to a window of the old warehouse. The humanoid cat instantly moved there without making a sound. It extended its cat-like hand, and sharp claws popped out, cutting the window's latch as easily as slicing tofu. Inside the warehouse, the big wolfhound suddenly lifted its head. It sniffed the air, then casually licked Chi Hong's face. Chi Hong immediately opened his eyes and locked gazes with the big wolfhound. Everything was understood without a word. The window was open. Although the sound was nearly imperceptible, Chi Hong still noticed, especially with the big wolfhound's warning. He was really helpless. This was definitely caused by the intense shock the big wolfhound had caused during the day at the clubhouse. I'm really speechless. Don't they know I have a big dog? Don't these people have common sense? The most sensitive part of a dog is its nose. Isn't that common sense? Chi Hong silently complained in his heart, but on the surface, he didn't make a sound. The man entered the room and pulled out a gun from his chest. Behind him, the humanoid cat followed, creeping quietly to the bedside. He had originally planned to shoot directly, but upon entering, he realized that the Pokémon had been released to sleep together, so he quickly changed his tactic. If the first shot didn't kill instantly, the big wolfhound would definitely wake up, which would lead to a troublesome situation. Kid, rest easy. This Pokémon will be kept safe by young Master Lin. The man slowly approached with the gun. But when he saw Chi Hong's face, he was shocked to find that Chi Hong's eyes were wide open. This kid wasn't asleep at all. He instinctively raised his gun, but before he could react, a shadow flashed by. The big wolfhound bit off his right arm along with the gun. This wasn't the world of Pokémon anime, where humans could survive being attacked by Pokémon. Like the super newbies who can take tens of thousands of volts and flamethrowers, that is simply impossible. Ah! A blood-curdling scream echoed, and the man quickly retreated. At the same time, he waved his hand, and the humanoid cat's sharp claws shot toward Chi Hong's neck. Chi Hong felt the hairs on his whole body stand up. He could die. A Pokémon could kill an ordinary person in an instant. The big wolfhound headbutted Chi Hong, sending him flying. The humanoid cat's claws struck the big wolfhound's body. Several deep, gruesome scratches appeared on the wolfhound's body, its flesh tearing open and blood spilling out. The big wolfhound didn't make a sound, but leapt in front of Chi Hong, turned its head, and revealed its sharp fangs. Bang! A sound echoed. Chi Hong was surprised to raise his hand, and to his surprise, it was a red and white ball. He seemed to have realized something, glancing at the clock on the wall. It was already past 1 a.m. One a day? Chi Hong threw the red and white ball into the air, and a familiar figure appeared in his sight. It's so late, but... Can't you let the cat sleep anymore? Ha! What's going on now? A humanoid cat, only about 50 centimeters tall, with pale white fur, stood there, rubbing its eyes with one paw. Another one? Wrong information? Not far away, a man clutching his severed arm looked very ugly, and his face changed before he turned and ran. What a joke! 2. He had lost an arm. If he didn't run, he was definitely going to die, no doubt about it. The humanoid cat paused for a moment, then also ran out. Meow meow. Malicious pursuit. This Meow Meow had always been in the team with Chi Hong, and of course, he knew what skills he had assigned it. Immediately, he gave the command. But he was surprised to find that this Meow Meow was only level 40, when it should have been at level 100. Though the Meow Meow didn't understand what had happened yet, as soon as Chi Hong gave the command, trusting and understanding the trainer, it immediately unleashed its skill. Its form shot out like a ghost, and then a scream was heard, not a human voice, but more like a meow. What the heck, meow? It looks so ugly up close, meow. At the same time, the Meow Meow's complaints were heard. Chase it, kill him. Chi Hong stood up with a dark face, patted the big wolf dog's head, and coldly said. The big wolf dog's eyes flashed with fierce light, and it dashed out, moving at lightning speed. Chapter 7, Enemy's Pet? Direct Capture. Only level 20? What exactly defines B-class or C-class? And, we can't stay here anymore. Chi Hong looked at the humanoid cat, who had been knocked down by the Meow Meow strike and was struggling on the ground. His gaze grew colder. Over there, the big wolf dog had tracked the man into a distant abandoned factory, but didn't chase him immediately. A big, wounded, enraged wolf dog chasing a one-armed ordinary person, what the outcome would be was obvious. So weak, meow. meow meow, am not really good at fighting, meow. Little Chi, what should we do now, meow? The meow meow scratched its head and looked at Chi Hong. Seeing the familiar, extremely familiar rocket team meow meow, Chi Hong finally showed a smile. Luckily it didn't call him little brat. Too bad there's no Pokeball. It could have been sold for a good price. Chi Hong shook his head helplessly. Question mark. I have one. I picked it up during a previous battle, meow. The meow meow pulled out a red and white ball from nowhere, which Chi Hong couldn't figure out where it came from. Oh. Nice job. As expected, when I have you with me, good things happen, meow. After all, you're the lucky meow. Chi Hong's eyes lit up, squatted down, and patted the meow meow's head. But, meow, feels so good, meow. The meow meow squinted its eyes and asked, but didn't we just capture the unusual Yveltal, meow? That really took a lot of effort, meow. Garchomp and the others are all exhausted. How did we suddenly end up here, meow? And, although I'm not as good at fighting as Garchomp or Metagross, I still feel like I've gotten weaker, meow. The meow meow's words left Chi Hong stunned. I'll tell you later, meow. Now give it another hit to knock it out completely. Chi Hong stood up, looked at the humanoid cat struggling on the ground, trying to escape, and said. Then I'll use just a tap skill, meow. The meow meow immediately chose and released a skill according to Chi Hong's instructions. Just a tap was a move in the game that didn't knock out the Pokemon. Even if the enemy's health is low, this hit will still force them to leave 1 HP. Keek keek keek. Meow meow popped out its claws, and with a sinister grin on its cat face, it quickly struck, making the humanoid cat's eyes roll back and faint. Where did you learn that laugh? Why does it look like something you've seen in a novel? Chi Hong threw out the red and white ball, and without any surprise, the humanoid cat was captured. Meow? Meow meow pointed at Chi Hong and said, wasn't that the laugh you always made during your journey? Chi Hong was stunned and immediately remembered his game character. Indeed, the author had a quirk. Whenever a battle was won, the character's dialogue box would show the words keek keek. It turns out it was the villain laugh he learned from himself. But speaking of which, meow, if you had just let the big wolf dog take him out, wouldn't we have no way of knowing who the mastermind was? Meow meow crossed its arms, one paw thoughtfully stroking its round chin, looking like a detective. It doesn't matter. I know in my heart. I'll meet them tomorrow. Let's go, let's take a look. Chi Hong put his hands in his pockets and walked toward the abandoned construction site, with Meow Meow following closely, curiously glancing around. This doesn't feel right, meow. Isn't this meow? Meow Meow voiced its doubt. This Meow Meow was very clever. Though it occasionally made mistakes, it was ultimately a smart Meow Meow. No, you can think of it as another world. There are many creatures here that are similar to Pokémon. I brought you Pokémon here for some unknown reason. Chi Hong briefly explained, and Meow Meow nodded, not too surprised. Of course, even a Pokémon that controls time and space wasn't captured by Little Chi after being beaten up by Garchomp and others, right? Traveling to another world was no big deal for Meow Meow. Before they reached their destination, they heard the low growl of the big wolf dog. From the sound, it seemed to be tearing something apart. As they got closer, the strong smell of blood hit them. Chi Hong stopped, though he was mentally prepared. He figured it was better not to see anything too disgusting if he could avoid it. Big wolf dog. Come back. Chi Hong called out, and immediately got a response. Whoa. The big wolf dog made a slight sound, followed by the rustling sound of dragging something. Big wolf dog dragged the person over, meow. Meow Meow jumped onto Chi Hong's shoulder and said. Chi Hong was speechless. After a while, the big wolf dog appeared in Chi Hong's sight, dragging a corpse that was mangled beyond recognition. The man's eyes were wide open, his face still holding a look of terror. His neck was almost snapped, the result of a bite from the big wolf dog. It was burnt black and smelled burnt. The big wolf dog had also used fire fang. The big wolf dog was incredibly vicious towards those who tried to assassinate Chi Hong. Good job. Chi Hong glanced at the paw marks on the big wolf dog's body, still bleeding. After recalling the big wolf dog into its Pokeball, he spoke to the ball, I have to take you to the Pokemon hospital. It's really troublesome without a Pokemon Center. Forget about that for now, meow. Why has my strength decreased so much, meow? According to your human terms, my level has decreased, meow. Meow Meow hugged Chi Hong's head from behind, looking unhappy. I'm not really sure about that either. Let's go to the hospital first. The big wolf dog is still bleeding. We need to take a taxi. Of course, with my funds, I can't even afford to treat the big wolf dog, so now I need to borrow money. Chi Hong took out his cracked, old rice phone, dialed Xiao Xiao's number. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. Half awake, Xiao Xia immediately snapped to attention upon hearing that Qi Hong needed treatment for the big wolf dog and didn't have the money. Let's go, we're heading to the hospital. Qi Hong waved his hand and said. Meow Meow licked his own paw and said, Xiao Qi, put me in the pokeball, I still want to sleep. So about half an hour later, in the pet hospital, Xiao Xia gently stroked the big wolf dog's head, signaling him not to worry. The big wolf dog was still wagging his tail, looking obedient, making it hard to imagine he had been fierce just a while ago. Click. The pokeball opened automatically, and Meow Meow came out on his own from the pokeball received by Qi Hong. In fact, Meow Meow, just like Pikachu from Xiaoji, didn't like entering the pokeball. This doesn't show in the game, but now in the real world, Team Rocket's Meow Meow naturally kept the dislike for entering the pokeball setting. Now he was clearly awake and jumped out immediately. Meow. Meow Meow stretched out vigorously. Unlike other Meow Meows, he stretched both front paws up like a person. After all, he was a walking Meow Meow on 2 legs. Ah. So cute. When did you get such a cute pet? Zhao Xia's eyes lit up, and she immediately reached out to touch Meow Meow's head. Pa. Meow Meow ruthlessly swatted Zhao Xia's hand away and said in a low voice, little girl, don't just put your hands on me, meow. Eh? Zhao Xia held her hand out, stunned in place. Chapter 8. When did I say I was selling a big wolf dog? Can talk. Qi Hong, you should let this kid talk less. Talking pets are very rare, bringing him out like this can easily attract the attention of ill-intentioned people. Zhao Xia lowered her voice and also made a quieting gesture to Meow Meow. Am I rare too? Meow Meow jumped onto Qi Hong's back, climbing on his shoulder, and whispered, am I very valuable, meow? Right now, it seems quite valuable, but that has nothing to do with us because you are priceless to me. Qi Hong said this without any hesitation. Meow. Meow Meow rubbed against Qi Hong, Meow Meow's affection level plus 10,086. Xiao Qi, don't worry about running out of money, meow. I still have a gold coin here, meow. Meow Meow pointed at the gold coin on his forehead. As a Pokemon, he wouldn't care whether Qi Hong was a wealthy person or not. Meow Meow, especially Team Rocket's Meow Meow, was definitely a good brother who shares blessings and difficulties, eating together at the table. A Pokemon like Team Rocket's Meow Meow is hard to find another one in the entire Pokemon world. Great. The big wolf dog isn't a big deal. We'll just wait for the treatment to finish. But your big wolf dog really listens. With just one word from you, he obediently went to get treated. You should know that generally, such C-grade pets are hard to let doctors approach if the owner isn't around, and there have been many cases of doctors getting seriously injured from being attacked by injured pets. Zhao Xia looked at Meow Meow and said. In her heart, she didn't understand how Qi Hong managed to build such a good relationship with these 2 pets, establishing complete trust. Want to learn? Qi Hong immediately saw what was on Zhao Xia's mind. Her thoughts were particularly easy to guess for him. Why? Is there a trick? On the surface, Zhao Xia pretended not to care, but deep down she was a bit anxious. It's not really teaching, but in a few days, I'll give you a Pokemon, pet. You remember to nurture it well. Even though you are a pure novice, I think you are a trainer worthy of trust, and I believe in that. Qi Hong touched his nose, and his words made Zhao Xia's eyes shine with little stars. She instinctively thought it was Meow Meow or the big wolf dog and didn't think of anything else. As for what Pokemon she could get, that would depend on which one Qi Hong would unlock in the next couple of days. Of course, if it was a member of her main team that he unlocked, then I'm sorry. Women can only affect my speed in becoming a Pokemon champion. Your Pokemon is fine now. Be sure to rest on your way back, and it's best not to engage in battles for a while. The 2 chatted for a moment, and then the doctor came out holding the large dog Pokemon. It couldn't be helped, it was the hospital's rule that such large Pokemon must be restrained in public areas. Thank you, doctor. The medical fees will be settled by this beautiful young lady, Qi Hong said, pointing at Zhao Xia, then glanced at the large dog wrapped in bandages. The large dog was also confused. It was its first time being bandaged. It remembered that even if it got hurt badly, once it entered the Pokemon Center, it would recover in 3 seconds. Why was it now wrapped in white cloth? Qi Hong untied the rope around its neck and took out the Pokeball to recall the large dog inside. Meow Meow remained on Qi Hong's back the entire time, saying not a single word, not even a meow. Okay, I'll settle it. I'll take care of it. Zhao Xia nodded. The 2 went downstairs to pay the medical fees, then stood by the roadside to chat for a bit before saying goodbye. Zhao Xia needed to go back to catch up on sleep. Little Qi, what should we do next, meow? That place is no longer safe, we need to find a new place to stay, meow. I've lived under a bridge before, meow. And, meow. Little Qi, you can't be too sad about that girl, meow. Once you like a female being, it will only lead to heartbreak, meow. Meow Meow seemed to remember something, shaking its round head, with a cat-like expression on its face. Ha 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 ha. Chi Hong certainly knew what he was talking about. His skill of mimicking how people walk and talk was developed just to please a certain female meow meow. Let's go to the Lin group. That bipedal cat should fetch a good price. Are you sleepy? Chi Hong asked. Not sleepy anymore, meow. Good, then let's go. It's still early, let's have breakfast first. Okay, meow. A person and a cat started walking through the streets of Jinling City, chatting from time to time. The presence of Meow Meow gave Chi Hong a sense of satisfaction, feeling I am not alone, especially since it could speak. Early in the morning, after finishing breakfast, Chi Hong and Meow Meow arrived at the building of the Lin group. So tall, meow. Meow Meow lifted its head and gazed up at the towering building, marveling at its height. Not taller than the Mirai Tower, right? Chi Hong picked up Meow Meow and walked into the building. Of course, without an appointment, one couldn't meet the current president of the Lin group, Lin Xia. I'm here to sell a Pokémon that President Lin has been wanting. As long as you mention it, he will know. Without chatting too much with the receptionist, Chi Hong directly stated his purpose. Alright, please wait. The receptionist didn't ask many questions and immediately called the president's assistant. Chi Hong didn't wait long, the receptionist led him into the elevator, which went straight to the 26th floor. After arriving at an office door, the receptionist left. At the office entrance stood a woman in a professional outfit. It must be said that she was very beautiful, tall, and with exquisite features. Clearly, this was Lin Xia's assistant. As Chi Hong entered the office, he immediately locked eyes with Lin Zhou, who was sitting on the sofa. Why are you? How are you still alive? Lin Zhou exclaimed in shock, standing straight up. Lin Zhou. Another dissatisfied reprimanding voice came, and Lin Zhou, looking upset, returned to his seat. Meow. Meow Meow's nose twitched, and its expression grew cold, letting out a meow towards Lin Zhou. Lin Zhou immediately shivered, as if remembering something scary. He now had a mental block regarding the Pokémon staring at him. Despite Chi Hong holding a seemingly harmless Pokémon, the truth of Pokémon is, who can say for sure? It could just be a vicious beast that can spew out some destructive light. You are the same age as Lin Zhou, so I'll be a bit bold and call you Xiao Qi, is that okay? Xiao Qi? Lin Xiao wore a smile, showing no signs of anything unusual, as if he had never sent someone to assassinate Chi Hong at all. But when he entered, Lin Zhou's reaction had already stamped out the assassination matter. It was indeed his doing. Whatever, I have a pet beast I want to sell to President Lin. I wonder if President Lin is interested. Chi Hong pulled out a red and white ball, weighed it in his hand, and asked. Lin Xia immediately sat up straight. He had seen that thing the other day. It was indeed the storage device for the pet called the Big Wolf Dog. Although his driver had gone to assassinate Chi Hong the night before and hadn't returned, nor answered his calls, if Chi Hong was willing to change his mind and sell him the Big Wolf Dog, that would be a much better outcome. Solving problems with money is always much simpler than assassination. As for his dispatched man getting killed by Chi Hong, that thought didn't even cross his mind. He simply believed his driver had encountered something else. Ha ha. Since Xiao Qi has changed his mind, I won't take advantage of you. That guy Zhang Quan offered 2 million that day, I'll add another million. You give me the Big Wolf Dog, and I'll arrange the transfer immediately. Lin Xia said with a smile, looking in a very good mood. Big Wolf Dog? When did I say I was selling the Big Wolf Dog? Chi Hong narrowed his eyes and said softly, then threw the red and white ball. With a click, a humanoid cat, covered in wounds and barely alive, appeared. If not for the slight movement of its abdomen, it looked just like it was dead. What? Isn't this old Li's humanoid cat? Lin Zhou was taken aback, jumping to his feet and pointing at the humanoid cat in shock. Sit down. What nonsense are you talking? Lin Xia's face darkened, he slapped the desk hard and glared fiercely at his brother. If he didn't look so much like him, Lin Xia truly couldn't believe such a foolish person could be his brother. Chapter 9, a job where danger and profit coexist. Lin Zhou's actions were practically saying that it was their Lin family group that sent someone to mess with him. Although the Lin family group was powerful in Jinling, compared to the country's violent enforcement agencies, they were just a tiny bug. If Chi Hong chose to report, it would bring great trouble to Lin Xia. Lin Xia had many enemies outside. If the Beast Control Enforcement Organization set their sights on him, it wouldn't be something easily resolved. There are many people outside waiting for him to fall. Oh? President Lin said Lin Zhou is talking nonsense? Isn't this old Li's pet? Chi Hong looked directly at Lin Xia and took a few steps forward. He. Lin Xia smiled darkly and said, the kid was scared silly, his mind isn't clear yet. Name a price. Chi Hong grinned and answered without hesitation, just as you mentioned before, sell it to you, I'll act like nothing happened. Are you crazy? Do you really dare to ask for 3 million? Lin Zhou objected fiercely, standing up again with an angry expression. I told you to shut up. If you had half of Chi Hong's brain, you wouldn't still be a useless waste today. Lin Xia was furious, stood up, picked up the ashtray from the table, and threw it. The ashtray landed right by Lin Zhou's feet, leaving him stunned in place. Who? Lin Xia sighed heavily and said to the secretary standing at the door, "Take him to get 4 million. Hope this price will satisfy you." "I am very satisfied." Chi Hong nodded and left the office. Soon after Chi Hong left, Lin Xia slammed his fist on the table. With a dark face he said, "Old Li has fallen, this kid is suspicious. Stay away from him for the next few days. Don't get me into trouble. In a few days, I'll find a professional and finish him off." "Brother, why don't you do it yourself?" Lin Zhou asked immediately upon opening his mouth. "That's why I asked you to think more." Lin Xia scolded again, "There are so many people watching me outside, do I really have to do this little thing myself? Even if I do it perfectly, there will still be traces left behind. What if I get targeted? Am I going to gamble the Lin group over a child's temper? It's all that old Li's fault for being useless. He can't even handle this little thing and made me lose face in front of a child." Lin Zhou sat down awkwardly, not daring to speak up. Lin Xia calmed his emotions and dialed a phone number. "Old Li is in trouble, go handle his body properly, and don't leave any obvious traces behind." "Where? Can't you check it yourself? You ask me everything, just pay me." Lin Xia cursed loudly, then smashed his phone to pieces. His temper seemed very bad, especially in front of outsiders, and Lin Xia showed no signs of hiding it. 4 million, meow. From conquering the world, no, that's not right. From becoming rich, no, that's not right either, meow. I've already considered myself rich. So, should we go travel, meow? Challenge gyms or capture powerful pets? Meow Meow asked, actually a Pokémon with its own opinions, able to provide suggestions and analyze its partner's advice. "It's not time yet, I still need to go to school." "You don't really think a child can travel and become the best in the world, do you?" Chi Hong laughed, as the worldview had shifted. Taking a cat and a dog to travel poses too much risk. His grandfather and parents in his memories were all above S-tier super beast masters. Yet, after entering a forbidden zone, there was no news at all. At the very least, I need to unlock one of my regular traveling companions before I can confidently check what's happening in that forbidden zone. Thinking of this, he glanced at Meow Meow walking beside him and smiled slightly. He meant his regular traveling companions, which of course did not include Meow Meow, as Meow Meow only had 290 stats in the game, just a street-side pet. "Meow Meow, should we stay in a hotel or rent a house?" Chi Hong asked. "Do we even need to think, meow?" Meow Meow jumped in front of Chi Hong, waving its paws and said, "Of course it's a hotel, meow. No need to clean, no need to cook, basically no chores at all, meow." "You're right. Plus, in a hotel, the security measures are better, there are cameras everywhere." "Alright. Let's stay at a chain hotel under Chaoyang Group." Chi Hong nodded, decisively signaling for a taxi. In the taxi, there were advertisements for pet battle events offering prizes for winning. This type of event is held in almost every city, and bigger companies will fund such activities for publicity. But the money earned from this isn't much, the real profits come from. Chi Hong's eyes narrowed slightly, thinking of a way to quickly enhance his strength while earning money fast. Of course, it was also very dangerous. If I can't decide for now, then let's not make any decisions. I'll leave the decision to which pet I unlock tomorrow. Chi Hong had 4 million. If he just wanted to live like a common person, he could already live comfortably. But compared to the past wealth of the Chi family, this 4 million was nothing. If he wanted to become stronger and discover the truth of the Forbidden Land, he indeed needed money and power at this stage. He couldn't really let his Pokémon eat instant noodles every meal, could he? This world had many precious fruits that could further enhance a Pokémon's potential. He had no reason to miss out on these enhancing resources. First, he casually bought a few new clothes. After finding a hotel, Chi Hong promptly paid a month's rent in full, then took Meow Meow and the big dog for a hearty meal. The cat's belly became as round as its head before it stopped eating. So full, meow. Meow's happy life is about to begin, meow. The cat patted its belly, leaning against the big wolf dog, with a face full of contentment. The big wolf dog also lay down with a satisfied dog face, quickly drifting off to sleep. In the deep night, both the cat and the big wolf dog were sleeping soundly, while Chi Hong got up and walked to the bedside. His movements were very light, and the sleeping big wolf dog didn't smell anything else, so it didn't wake up. Based on the only 2 unlocks, one was the Morning Glow Firewolf matched with my big wolf dog. The second was that humanoid cat unlocking the meow. What is shown so far is that it unlocked Pokémon with corresponding biological forms. Canine and feline animals. So, to do that dangerous job, the attributes of evil, superpower, and ghost are quite suitable. I have 4 million, I can hire a quite formidable assassin for 2 million. It doesn't matter, let's go take a look. Shi Hong put on a black hoodie, wearing a hat and a mask, and left the hotel after putting the big wolf dog into a pokeball. As for the carefree cat, it was still sound asleep. Shi Hong didn't plan to wake it up, letting it rest well. Chapter 10: The Shadow Ruler. Zoroark. The Underground Evil Forces, Assassin Organization. It's easy to do part-time work for them, but to join, you must complete at least 5 A-level assassination tasks. A-level means the target to be assassinated also has A-level strength. I don't know where the assassin organization in Jinling City is, but I can find their people. Shi Hong took out a phone, the one belonging to that guy named Oldly, who had come to assassinate him that day. It seemed that he wanted to contact someone just before he died. The phone was still unlocked, and Shi Hong discovered something. Oldly himself was also doing part-time work as an assassin, and there were contact details for relevant personnel in the phone. So, he contacted this informant. In a dark park, a woman with bright red hair was sitting on a bench with her legs crossed. She wore fishnet stockings and long boots, using the streetlight next to the bench to read a book. As Shi Hong got closer, he noticed that the cover of the book said Postpartum Care for Pets. The woman looked up, her big eyes glancing at Shi Hong, and said, "Although you are well covered, I can still tell you are too young. Are you an adult? I'm not interested in boys like you." Shi Hong's face darkened. This woman thought he came to flirt, but she indeed had that kind of charm. He took out his phone and held it out to the woman. "Thanks, but no. Where is Mr. Lee?" The woman glanced at the phone and immediately asked. It is common for part-timers to have others connect for them, but this Mr. Lee seemed not to have done that. "He's dead." Shi Hong put the phone away, looking calm. "That's a pity. Although he was average in strength, he indeed completed quite a few C-level tasks, and was someone I could rely on for a small commission, plus he had never failed. But I don't remember him taking on the task to assassinate you." The woman closed her book, looking at Shi Hong with a bright smile, exuding a mature charm. However, Shi Hong felt nothing. Shyness was a feeling only pure and innocent boys would have. He, Shi Hong, was not one of them. "I'll be straightforward. I need to find a killer, and you should be able to help me arrange that, right?" Shi Hong said, with his hands in his pockets, leaning against the lamppost. "Of course I can, but how much will you pay? Who do you want to kill?" "I'll give a 2 million deposit for finding me an A-level assassin, but I want to meet the assassin first to confirm their strength before I pay the deposit." "Little brother, you are too naive. With a 2 million deposit, I can only find you a B-level assassin. An A-level deposit must be at least 8 million. The woman said with a smile, not asking Shi Hong if he really had that much. Daring to mess with the assassination organization, he would soon regret it. "I thought it would cost several hundred million." Shi Hong was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it to be so cheap. Was the assassination organization that poor? He began to doubt whether the A-class assassins were really as powerful as he imagined. "Ha, you are really interesting. However, my recent performance has not been good. If you are willing to pay a deposit of 4 million first, I will introduce my friend to do this task for you." The woman covered her mouth and smiled. Both she and her friend indeed had poor performance recently. 3.5 million. "If that's possible, I'll pay immediately after meeting your friend." Shi Hong said without hesitation. Whether or not to meet the friend was not important. He wanted to see an A-class pet beast. The reason he chose to come out in the early morning was that he was worried he would see a pet beast on the roadside the next day when he stepped out of the door. At that time, it would be amusing to unlock a green caterpillar for himself. "I'll contact him, but first, let's agree that the final payment is 6.5 million. The woman took out her phone and reminded Shi Hong. "No problem." Shi Hong nodded, already feeling that the price the woman offered was a huge discount. After the woman made the phone call, she stated that they would wait half an hour and reported her name, number 73. She was the number 73 Assassination Organization's connector and emphasized that number 73 was just a code name, unrelated to her performance ranking in the organization. "Okay, I didn't ask." Shi Hong responded, already concluding that this number 73 was likely at the bottom of the assassination organization. Half an hour passed quickly, and a young man with a gloomy face walked over, shrinking his neck. He looked very cautious, glancing around from time to time. After he reached number 73, he nodded at her. It seemed that everything was communicated over the phone. The gloomy-faced man raised his hand, summoning his pet beast. A pet beast, a person high, emerged from the ground, and it had an expression even darker than its owner. It had no fur, wrinkled skin, and 2 sharp fangs exposed, looking one word, ugly. A pure dark attribute A-class pet beast, a sadistic beast. I believe you should know that sadistic beasts are extremely hard to tame among A-class pet beasts. So? How about it? Little boss, are you satisfied? Number 73 said with a smile. Hurry up and get the money, stop talking so much nonsense, my family is waiting for rice to be cooked. The gloomy-faced man urged, and his restless glancing around did not stop. Shi Hong glanced at the sadistic beast, level 68, with an evil attribute. The species value was quite good, significantly higher than his large wolf dog. The only problem was it was just too ugly. In this world, the dark attribute corresponded to the evil attribute in the worldview of Pokémon, and Shi Hong had come to this conclusion. Soon, his Pokémon unlocked one, and a pitch-black Pokeball instantly appeared, ready to be released. Shi Hong pressed the Pokeball, preventing this Pokémon from being released. He took a look and immediately smiled. Zoroark, level 50. Ability, Illusion. Item, Wise Glasses. Moves, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Flamethrower, Psychic. A purely offensive Pokémon, with an item that could increase the special attack power of the holder. He remembered that all the Pokémon he had with items had full individual values, and the corresponding core effort values were also full. So this Zoroark, wait, it's actually level 50? Shi Hong was taken aback. His Meowth was only level 40, so he couldn't understand how the level of unlocked Pokémon was determined. Alright, give us the deposit, and then tell me the target you want to eliminate. You'll get the result in 3 days. The gloomy man urged, then raised his hand to recall his pet beast. I'm going to eliminate the president of Lin Group, Lin Xia. Shi Hong glanced at him, and the name made the man's face instantly turn ugly. This bastard is playing us. He took a step forward, looking at the red-haired woman and said in a low voice, how can you trust a child like this? Little brother, are you joking? In Linxia, there are no less than 10 assassins at the headquarters, each one costing no less than 10 billion. You want us to kill him for 1 million? The red-haired woman's expression darkened, feeling like she had been made a fool. So there's nothing to discuss? Sorry, I thought it wouldn't be that expensive. Shi Hong shrugged, looking quite apologetic. If I don't teach you a lesson. The man's face immediately darkened. I'll give you 1 million as an apology. The man, with a sinister look, was about to speak again when his expression suddenly changed. Oh, how embarrassing. He rubbed his hands, looking very awkward as he spoke. Chapter 11, Codename, Crimson Red. Of course, I'll transfer the money right now. By the way, your organization doesn't collect money to a personal account, does it? Shi Hong asked, as there are law enforcers in this world, and money for hired killings cannot travel through normal channels. Of course not, I'll swipe. The red-haired woman took out something like a POS device, but smaller. Shi Hong took out his card and paid swiftly. Number 73 immediately smiled, as this was extra income, or a tip, which she could apply for in her personal account. Now I have one more request. Shi Hong seized the moment and raised a finger. You seem quite reasonable, I won't take this money for nothing. Is there anything I can help with? But first, let's be clear, if it's an assassination, we must separate personal ties from work. The sinister man rambled on, all nonsense, but his price was indeed very low. Shi Hong shook his head and adjusted his hat, saying, I want to join the assassin organization. Ha ha, you crack me up, little brother. Joining the assassin organization and wanting to share assassin intelligence requires an entrance fee of 1 million. You? Number 73 was halfway through her words when she froze. You can't be serious about this 1 million as an entrance fee, can you? The smile on number 73's face had vanished. The rules of the assassin organization must be followed. Tips are tips, and public funds are public funds, no one dares to overstep. He. Shi Hong chuckled, the sinister man's forehead bulging with veins, ready to make a move. Han Wu, wait. Number 73 blocked the sinister man, looking at Shi Hong and stating, alright, you're a bit mischievous, but I don't mind. As long as I act as your contact, I'll still get my commission. You better complete your part-time tasks. If you take too long to start, the organization will come looking for you. Are you sure you want to do this? Of course, let's start with an A-level 1 to practice. Shi Hong's tone was completely unserious, even a bit condescending. This was intentional. He wanted to leave the two assassins with an impression of arrogance and ignorance. Hoof. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. The sinister man named Han Wu snorted coldly and turned to leave, seeming to have a peculiar relationship with number 73. Tell me your name. Of course, this is just a code name. I want to use this code name in my part-time assassin quest. Number 73 sat back down on the bench, speaking casually, while her long legs crossed over each other again. Shi Hong didn't think and immediately blurted, Crimson. Crimson? Yes, Crimson. Alright, Mr. Lee's phone, you can use it. That's a special phone for assassins, just change the ID to yours. Number 73 waved her hand at Shi Hong, who understood immediately and handed over old Lee's phone. After tinkering with the phone for a while, number 73 returned it to him. All part-time tasks are here, you can accept them directly on it, but for the money, you have to contact me because the part-time income will be sent to me. I will take a little of your commission. Number 73 pointed a small distance with two fingers painted in black nail polish to explain. Can't we just transfer the money directly? Why do we have to meet? Chi Hong asked with confusion. The assassin organization cannot conduct normal transactions, both people must be within 5 meters of each other, though I don't know why. I don't know who set this rule, but anyway, if it's more than 5 meters, there's no way to transfer. Alright, I'll be waiting to take your commission one day. Number 73 winked at Chi Hong, then turned and left. Fool, what if I know there's a million entry fee? As long as it's under my account, half of that million belongs to me, Lu Yao. La 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 la. Lu Yao hummed a little tune, bouncing along, the sound of her high-heeled boots echoed crisply in the quiet night. In one direction, Chi Hong calmly watched her, then lowered his head and left. As he moved, a pair of eyes filled with a feeling of deceit glanced at Lu Yao before following Chi Hong's steps. As Chi Hong walked, he refreshed his tasks. His interface was full of sea-level tasks, which were the lowest level. Most task rewards ranged from 1 to 2 million. So, the 1 million entry fee really isn't expensive. As long as I complete a few random ones, I'll earn it back. But this? Chi Hong couldn't judge the good or bad of these people on the assassination list. After all, there were only a dozen, and there were even old men among them. Is Jinling City that chaotic? Chi Hong couldn't help but sigh. He had encountered the dark side of this world. Beside him, Zoroark also stared at the screen, seeming to know what Chi Hong was going to do. Woo! Zoroark let out a soft sound, then pointed its red claw at Chi Hong's phone. Chi Hong opened it and took a glance. Boss Kai offers usury loans, trap loans, and forces women into selling themselves to pay off debts. Incredible, and 3 women were driven to suicide, and the reward is only 400,000? The client can't be viewed, client privacy is well protected. Logically, such a large organization has been entrenched in this world for so long, so intelligence shouldn't be a problem. Chi Hong directly sent a message to number 73, forwarding this commission. In a certain community, Lu Yao had just returned home. She kicked off her long boots and took off her red wig, making her look surprisingly pure. Oh? So eager? You're picking up a task already? Lu Yao quickly pulled up the target's information and sent it to Chi Hong. Crimson, the target's information accuracy is 87%, he's currently at the Qingshi nightclub. Should we act tonight? She edited a message and sent it to Chi Hong. Chi Hong glanced at Zoroark, who raised its head with a sly smile curling at the corners of its mouth. After all, it's a deceit Pokémon, and its trait of deceit appears even stronger. Chi Hong smiled, reached out to pat Zoroark's head, and then replied to the message. Crimson, he won't survive until 3 a.m. 73, good. At home, Lu Yao had just opened a can of cola and took a screenshot of this interface, then sent it to a girl. Inside the Qingshi nightclub, a girl, who had just finished with a client, lay on the bed with a face of despair. Her phone flashed, like a puppet. She picked up her phone to take a glance, and a glimmer of light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Chapter 12, Attack the Vital Spot. Zoroark, one-hit kill, regardless of what kind of Pokémon it releases. We only care about the person, nothing else. Not far from the Qingshi nightclub, Chi Hong looked at the entrance filled with luxury cars and said in a low voice. He was actually a little nervous. He had never done this kind of work before, let alone thought about it. He. Zoroark covered its mouth with a claw and chuckled. Its gray body and red mane stretched down to its tail. The bright red claws, this is a fox-like Pokémon. Only by getting close can one truly feel the presence of this Zoroark. After all, it is the deception Pokémon. From the moment Chi Hong released it, it was either quietly lurking around or covering its mouth while emitting sinister laughs. Perhaps my Pokémon's personality is a bit more extreme. After all, it is a pure evil attribute fox-like Pokémon. Chi Hong reached out to touch Zoroark's fiery red mane, just about to give a command, when suddenly something came to mind. I remember, in the setting, Zoroark can transform into any creature it sees, right? As soon as Chi Hong finished speaking, Zoroark took a step back, its body twisted oddly, and then another Chi Hong appeared in front of him. From height to figure, and even clothing, everything was identical. Only that pair of eyes still sparkled with cunning light. Very good. The corners of Chi Hong's mouth curled up under his mask. He understood how absurd it is for a Pokémon to perfectly inherit anime in game settings. For example, Zoroark, according to the setting, can easily create illusions for hundreds of people. When dealing with ordinary people, it is definitely more than enough. In the game, it can only turn into Pokémon, but in the anime, it can turn into anyone it wants, Suicune, Entei, Raikou, as long as it has seen them. It could even transform into Ash. Zoroark can even do things that allow it to turn into humans while retaining its original form. Zoroark, it's time to test our tacit understanding. Chi Hong's eyes sparkled as he gave a thumbs up to Zoroark. Hiss. Zoroark nodded and swaggered toward the entrance of the Tianshi nightclub. Ha! Chi Hong was momentarily stunned, but out of trust in his Pokémon, he followed behind. As for the surveillance inside the club, who cares? He was bundled up tightly, mask and hat all complete, even wearing gloves. Zoroark was even less concerned. A crimson assassin with such a wild pet fits perfectly with his character. What does it have to do with Chi-Hong, who was walking around with a big wolf dog and a Meowth? Playing on homophones would never lead to suspecting his head. The security personnel at the entrance approached from a distance, nodding and bowing in welcome. While greeting Chi-Hong, they referred to him as Manager Zhang. "You're really amazing, Zoroark," Chi-Hong said with a smile, now completely at ease. This sentence, however, did not reach the ears of the security staff. They only saw Manager Zhang calmly nodding at them. He hallucinated, subconsciously believing that the old patron of the club, Manager Zhang, had arrived. He also brought the pet that Manager Zhang liked the most, the Ripsaw fox. Thus, a person and a fox strode into the Tianshi Club, where the lavishness was something Chi-Hong had never seen in his past life. Sensuous ladies could be seen walking around everywhere. And everyone looked different in his eyes, they were all familiar faces. After exchanging greetings with a few people, Chi-Hong immediately felt something was off, there was a flaw. As long as 2 or 3 people compared notes, they would instantly discover something was wrong. This gap was huge, but for now, it did not affect his actions. Indeed, Pokémon can only unleash their full power when with strong trainers. Chi-Hong had this realization: if he were the one giving commands, such blunders would absolutely not occur. He casually asked 2 waiters and quickly pinpointed Boss Kai's location. With his hands in his pockets, he calmly headed toward Boss Kai's private room. From a distance, Chi-Hong felt something was off. At the end of the corridor stood a beast master. He was playing rock paper scissors with a puppet that was as tall as a person. Eerie puppet, level 46. Attribute, ghost. Other information was unimportant to Chi-Hong. This thing was of the ghost type. Evil attribute skills can cause double damage. His level is not even as high as Zoroark's, and if he strikes first with all his might, the battle can be ended in an instant. Moreover, he has a ghost-type pet. It's hard to say how effective Zoroark's illusions will be against him. Chi-Hong didn't want to test it out. Get ready to attack directly. Chi-Hong narrowed his eyes, not even realizing that he and Zoroark were unleashing killing intent. Just to be safe. Let's take them all down in one go. Boundary lifted. Chi-Hong raised his head and decisively activated his skill. Zoroark's eyes shone with light as it looked at Chi-Hong in surprise. He could feel that a certain restriction on himself had vanished. One must say, Zoroark's mind is sharper than that of a big wolf dog. The straightforward big wolf dog doesn't care about these sensations, it just does whatever Chi-Hong tells it to do. Zoroark, just in case, stack now. Use trick. Zoroark accepted the command and immediately cast a skill, putting a special attack boost buff on itself. When it thought the next command would be to attack, Chi-Hong spoke again in succession. Then use Nail Claw, Meditate, and then a Blade Dance. Zoroark quickly got busy, using 4 skills in a row. Passers-by nearby couldn't see what was happening, only feeling that something was suddenly off. There was a strange feeling in the air. Very good. Then use all 4 skills again. Chi-Hong said to Zoroark. Zoroark didn't hesitate and closed its eyes to prepare for Meditate once more. A few seconds later, it shook its head at Chi-Hong. Can't do it? Wha? I see, the effect of using it again in a short time is poor. Hoo. Zoroark slightly nodded its head. Chi-Hong nodded, it was so miraculous. Although he didn't understand what Zoroark was saying, he could comprehend what it wanted to express. Chi-Hong didn't think much of it, being able to stack 4 skills once was enough, so the skill restriction must have been assimilated by this world. Without overthinking, he pointed at the distant puppet and said, "Darkly strike the vital parts. End it in an instant." Zoroark launched itself into action, darting rapidly towards the eerie puppet. The man in the distance froze for a moment, suddenly realizing what was happening. Someone's ambushing. As soon as he shouted this, the eerie puppet was sliced through by a red light, its body cleanly divided in 2. Chapter 13 A-Class Beast Master. Bang! Zoroark clawed the man's head and slammed it hard against the wall. The man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Instantly resolved. The eerie puppet, split into 2 by Zoroark's dark attack, caused light to appear where it stood, and the eerie puppet vanished amidst that light. Ah! A shriek rang out. Chi-Hong looked back to see a waitress covering her mouth, turning, and running away. He didn't chase after her, just like he didn't care whether the man who had fallen to the ground was dead or alive. Chi-Hong paid no mind. Since Zoroark chose to attack, maintaining the illusion for the surrounding ordinary people became even less significant. Clearly, the soundproofing of the room was excellent, as there was absolutely no noise entering from the outside. Chi-Hong did not hear anything happening inside the room either. Shadow Claw. Once he took action, there was absolutely no reason to stop. Chi-Hong stepped back, allowing Zoroark to violently break down the door. In reality, the door would open easily with a push, but barging in wouldn't cause panic. He didn't know how many people were inside. Anyway, Shi Hong's target was only Boss Kai. After all, doing more work wouldn't mean anyone would pay extra. Boom! The door, along with the frame, was sent flying by Zoroark's paw. The force of this blow was unimaginable if it hit a person. That's absolutely a deadlock. The moment the door was smashed open, a deafening sound from the speakers filled the room, and in disarray, before this group of people could react, Shi Hong waved his hand and said, "Knock them all out." Chop! Sylveon exerted its mental force on everyone, moving swiftly and effectively. Even if some suspected they were beast tamers, they simply didn't have the time to summon their pets. Looking at the crowd in the room, Shi Hong felt a bit awkward. He took out his phone, opened up the assassination file, and flipped through to find Boss Kai's photo, scanning the surroundings. Not here? Shi Hong frowned. The accuracy of the intel was supposed to be high? It was supposed to be 87%? Not professional at all. Shi Hong yelled in anger, then prepared to make a run for it, but Sylveon grabbed the corner of his shirt and pointed at the door panel beside them. Lift it. Shi Hong immediately understood and opened his phone to take a picture. He. Sylveon lifted the door panel with its right paw, revealing a middle-aged man wearing women's lingerie underneath, his back of the head smashed in, dead beyond recovery. Oh. You can still laugh at this? I admire you. Shi Hong felt a chill down his spine as he snapped a photo of the bloodied Boss Kai and sent it to number 73. At this moment, at Lu Yao's home, Lu Yao received the latest message from the intel personnel. The difficulty of assassinating Boss Kai has increased. He funded the rescue of a person's daughter. This person is suspected to be an A-level Beast Tamer. Normally, when he goes out, this Beast Tamer rests in the lounge. Considering 400,000, almost no one will take this job. It is advised to cancel this task or have the employer increase the reward. Lu Yao craned his neck towards the phone. What kind of joke is this? A-level? Damn it, why did the intel come so late? The new guy must have arrived by now, right? Such bad luck. A principled middleman like me doesn't fit this line of work. The staff I barely recruited might kick the bucket today, and before dying, they might resent me for tricking them. Lu Yao bitterly complained in his heart and directly dialed Shi Hong's number. The call was quickly answered, and a calm hello came from the other end. Shi Hong, have you arrived? Don't act for now, the intel has been updated. Hearing the anxious tone on the phone, Shi Hong turned around and saw a middle-aged man with a grim face, and behind him floated a ghostly, strange pet. Dreadshade, level 72. Attributes, Ghost, Evil. Abilities, Spirit, pure non-attribute skills are ineffective against it. TSK. If the intel is wrong, just admit it, it's late for new intel. Can you be a bit more professional? Shi Hong said helplessly and then hung up the phone. Kill him. The middle-aged man said coldly. Dreadshade floated to the front. It looked entirely like a human-shaped shadow, its features completely indistinguishable. Wah-ah-ah. A chilling, strange sound echoed, giving goosebumps all over. Hold the line. Shi Hong commanded. Sylveon decisively positioned itself in front of Shi Hong, casting a transparent protective shield that shielded them both. Following that, without any hesitation, Shi Hong turned and smashed through the window, jumping down. This was the third floor. An ordinary person might die from such a fall. But Shi Hong felt no worry at all, because even before he hit the ground, Sylveon caught him, landing steadily on the ground. A characteristic has appeared. This is the first time I've seen this, really something. The key is the level is too high. Sylveon, this is going to be a tough battle. Shi Hong had no intention of fleeing for the moment. He decided to try it out, and once he sensed he was losing the battle, he would escape. Trainers in Pokémon who don't experience fierce battles grow little. An illusion formed before Shi Hong's eyes, creating the bodies of the middle-aged man and Dreadshade. A skill similar to teleportation? Interesting. Shi Hong unzipped his coat, fully focused. You blocked the Death Spirit Shadow skill, huh? But can you block it a second time? Death Spirit Shadow. Zoroark. Spray fire. Take out that babbling beast master. Shi Hong waved his hand. He wouldn't wait for the enemy to finish speaking before making his move. Zoroark opened its mouth and sprayed flames, the blazing fire rushing towards the middle-aged man. The fire lit up the surroundings, and Shi Hong suddenly heard the sound of police sirens. I now understand the deterrent power of police sirens. I'm starting to feel nervous. Zoroark, retreat. Shi Hong turned and ran, without any hesitation. After the fierce flames, the middle-aged man stood in place, his face dark. A white aura surrounded him, blocking the damage from the sprayed flames. Catch him. We must take down this guy. Who is this guy, an assassin? The middle-aged man looked calmly at the Death Spirit Shadow, which turned into a puff of white smoke and vanished with him. Screech. On the road, Zoroark growled at Shi Hong, who immediately understood that guy was chasing him, and his speed was fast. Head to an uninhabited area, take him out. Chi Hong's gaze became fierce, showing no signs of fear. His Zoroark was only level 22, not high enough in level, techniques would have to make up for it. At this moment, Liu Yao just saw the message Chi Hong sent him. The photo showed a few big red claws, along with what was clearly the photographer's hand making a peace sign in front of the camera. In the middle of the photo was Boss Kai, covered in blood. Did you take him out? My gosh, how long has it been? I've finally made my debut. No, that A-grade Beast Master has probably already targeted him. I need to quickly call Han Wu to send support. Such decisive action, definitely a skilled hand, my performance relies on him. Liu Yao hurriedly opened his contacts and called Han Wu. Chapter 14, Dark Explosion. In an empty park, a couple was whispering sweet nothings on a bench, lost in the moment. But a sudden sound of footsteps startled them. Damn, is someone really night running at this hour? The man jumped in shock, he had been enjoying his outdoor adventure, with his pants half off. Hearing running footsteps truly scared the daylights out of him. Windgu, let's get out of here. The girl grabbed the man's shirt, her face full of anxiety, as the footsteps grew louder. Though they hadn't done anything particularly wrong, the very nature of their activity made them feel guilty. What are you scared of? I'm a top student from Beijing Beast Tamer University. Who dares to mess with me? And what should you call me? The man grabbed the girl's chin, asking. Oh, stop it. Dad, oh, I can't say it. At that moment, the footsteps grew clearer, and the man hesitated slightly, pulling the girl into the bushes behind the bench. Chi Hong and Zoroark ran into the park, completely focused on the back and unaware of the two people in the bushes nearby. Zoroark, however, sensed something was off, it sniffed the air, looking curiously towards a patch of grass. Damn, they're right here. Zoroark, let's wait for him here. Chi Hong sat down on the bench, interrupting Zoroark's thoughts. After it let out a low roar, it stood next to Chi Hong, cautiously looking towards the path they came from. Here they come. Chi Hong's eyes lit up, immediately activating the boundary break again. Zoroark. Spray fire. Burn down that entire path. Chi Hong remained seated, raising his hand to issue the command. Zoroark leaped high and sprayed fierce flames. The fire destroyed the park facilities on both sides of the path, causing tremendous destruction. He must act quickly and decisively. In Jiling City, he was sure that the enforcers would arrive soon. A black ray shot out from the flames, moving incredibly fast, grazing Zoroark's face as it passed by. The man appeared with a ghostly presence, his clothes scorched by flames, and his face growing increasingly grim. You little brat, almost got the better of me. Kill him. The man's vicious gaze fixed on Chi Hong, as he commanded his beast to attack, while his other hand pressed against his forehead. He was summoning a second beast. A beast master could only control one beast in battle at a time, but once they reached a level, they could command two at once. Of course, using mental power to synchronize two beasts in combat was a hallmark of A-level beast masters. The ghostly figure shot a flurry of black arrows from its face. Chi Hong stood still while Zoroark used Shadow Claw, protecting Chi Hong by blocking all the attacks. Zoroark looked extremely serious. After all, the opponent was over 20 levels higher, and Zoroark was already feeling the pressure. But as long as the trainer did not admit defeat, the corresponding Pokémon would never flee. Unlike regular Pokémon battles, in Beast Master battles, if an opportunity arose, they would directly attack the Beast Master themselves. However, such opportunities were generally hard to come by. Moreover, the common Beast Masters strongly condemned this behavior, considering it utterly vile. With no heart for beasts, killing the Beast Master could lead to unexpected consequences. If you were wary of the opponent's beast and took the shortcut to eliminate the Beast Master, then all his beasts would go berserk, hunting down that person without rest until death. The organization most fond of this was the Assassins. Many assassins died because they were hunted down by rampaging beasts. Zoroark, don't worry about me, dig a hole. After Chi Hong said this, he turned and ran. Zoroark immediately extended its claw and dug into the ground, moving at lightning speed, creating a cave in the blink of an eye, after which Zoroark fell silent. For Chi Hong to evade the ghostly figure's attack was extremely difficult. Escaping from this thing without relying on Zoroark was even more impossible. The ghostly figure floated in the air, looking at Chi Hong with a blurred face, then raised a hand aimed at him. Just as it was about to unleash a skill, the ground beneath it exploded, and Zoroark jumped out, bursting with energy. Dark Pulse. Chi Hong clawed at the air toward the ghostly figure, glancing at the man, who seemed to have summoned another beast. This move was very special. According to the settings, only Zoroark and the moon goddess Lunala could learn this move. The dark aura struck the ghostly figure's head at close range, delivered by the soaring Zoroark. This was a dark-type move, exceptionally effective against ghost types. Boom! The purple, dark energy slammed the ghostly figure straight into the ground, unleashing a violent wave of energy around. Ah! From the grass, a woman's scream echoed, then it abruptly stopped as if her mouth had been covered. Dark Pulse. Shi-Hong issued another command. Zoroark extended a claw, aiming it where the ghostly figure would land, ready to unleash Dark Pulse. But a figure suddenly appeared, opening its arms and taking the hit. As the dust settled, a hunched beast covered in scales blocked the attack. Ironclad Wolf, level 73. Ability, Born Ironclad, has strong defense against physical attacks. Type, Dark, Warrior. Another one over 70 levels. What is this warrior? From what we know, Dark corresponds to evil, Ghost corresponds to spirit, but what is this warrior? Shi-Hong's gaze was cautious, not taking any hasty action. So far, his head felt fine, without any sense of mental fatigue. Zoroark was also well, showing no signs of significant physical exhaustion. You've got something, you managed to take down my undead shadow so quickly. You should know that ghostly pets are hard to heal, and they can only recover themselves over a long time. The man stood beside the undead shadow, raising his hand to withdraw it into the pet space. The undead shadow's condition was poor, starting to become transparent. Iron-armored werewolf, go! As soon as the man's voice fell, the iron-armored werewolf stretched out its claws and let out a howl to the sky, its sharp claws shimmering like iron armor under the moonlight. Is that all you're good at? Zoroark, roar loudly. Shi-Hong grinned. For now, it was still one-on-one, and he felt confident. Zoroark howled, not losing any momentum, even lowering the iron-armored werewolf's special attack slightly. The iron-armored werewolf bent down, kicked off the ground fiercely, and shot forward towards Zoroark like a dark shadow. Become just like it. Shi-Hong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Zoroark's form began to change, and in the blink of an eye, it looked exactly like the iron-armored werewolf. Then the two collided, claws wildly swiping at each other. It's troublesome, but you killed my benefactor, and that's also my cash cow. I have no reason to let you go. The man's face darkened, and he raised both hands. A burst of light appeared again, and he summoned other pets. Chapter 15, Keystone, Respond to My Heart. Zoroark. Air Slash. Shi-Hong couldn't find an equivalent attribute for Warrior 4 now, so he had to consider it as a fighting type temporarily. Air Slash is a flying type move. If it works well, it means his deduction is correct. At this moment, another pet had already been summoned. Shi-Hong was a bit puzzled, as this guy summoned pets too slowly, taking more than 10 seconds in total. In a real battle for life and death, those 10 seconds could be fatal. Zoroark jumped high, returning to its true form, its claws bursting with light as it unleashed an air slash. The iron-armored werewolf crossed its arms in front, and the air slash hit its armored arms, creating a shower of sparks. No standout effect, which means fighting is fighting, warrior is warrior. Is there no corresponding attribute in this Pokémon world? So, this means it's a new attribute for me. Shi-Hong focused intensely. It was clear this would be a tough battle. Anthro-Cat, Dark Ambush. The man's shout spread out, and Shi-Hong immediately instructed Zoroark to use Protect. His third pet was familiar to Shi-Hong, as it was the Anthro-Cat released by Oldley when trying to assassinate him. But this Anthro-Cat was at level 71. The Dark Ambush was blocked by Zoroark's Protect, but in the next moment, the iron-armored werewolf landed a heavy punch on Zoroark's head, sending it flying into a streetlight. The streetlight was broken in half, and Zoroark stood up, shaking its head. It started to show its teeth, its face becoming fierce and menacing. Can you still fight? Shi-Hong ran over to Zoroark, asking in a low voice. Zoroark took a few steps forward, the first 2 steps shaky, feeling a slight dizziness from the attack to its head. Oh whoa! Zoroark shook its head, signaling that it was fine and could continue fighting. I still have a big dog, but it's at too low a level. Releasing it now would be pure giving away. Challenging a higher level isn't supposed to be like this, especially when there are 2 on the other side. As a time traveler, Shi-Hong had a lively mind. Charging directly at a strong enemy or sensing something wrong and retreating were both basic maneuvers. Zoroark. Let's go. Click. Just as Shi-Hong was about to slip away, a crisp sound rang in his ears. In his hand appeared a high-level ball, and it was already opened. A blue light shot out, and Shi-Hong's eyes widened in shock, then he brushed his clothes slightly. Ha! A second one? This guy is also A-level? Let's test it out. If there's no absolute advantage, then it's a no-go. The man sank into thought for a moment, then narrowed his eyes at the newly appeared pet. Zoroark, return. Shi-Hong recalled Zoroark, preparing to try his new old partner. He took off his coat, and on his wrist appeared a bracelet, featuring a very peculiar stone that had just appeared. Roar! A roar echoed throughout the park. Leader, Lucario, level 65. Nature, Stubborn. Ability, Justified. Moves, Swords Dance, Bullet Punch, Close Combat, Extreme Speed. Held item, Lucario Megastone. Although I still don't understand the unlocking conditions for Pokémon, I won. Shi Hong bore a smile, and beside him was a Lucario that was a head taller than him. Yes, this Lucario was the leader. Not only the leader, but the unlocked level was also 65, and indeed this was the one Shi Hong often switched to use, because it held a Mega Evolution Stone, the Mega Keystone. Shi Hong mimicked Lucario's pose, arms crossed, standing next to this Lucario, feeling confident in his victory. You recalled one? What does that mean? The man activated the basic skill of a Beast Master, Sense, which could explore the aura emitted by opposing pets. The stronger the aura, the stronger the power. Lucario seemed to sense something, its aura spreading throughout its body, blocking the opponent's probing. This was something only a very small number of pets could achieve, or a skill that A-level Beast Masters could comprehend and execute. Indeed, it's A-level. So bold, to let one out like this. Does he look down on me? Of course, the man believed that the inability to sense the pet's aura was Shi Hong's doing. He was already certain that Shi Hong was an A-level Beast Master. At that moment, Shi Hong smiled lightly. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of what he was about to do next. Hey! He slowly raised his hand with the Mega Bracelet and spoke those words. Keystone, respond to my heart. Lucario, Mega Evolve. With Shi Hong's shout, 4 golden beams emerged from the Mega Bracelet on his wrist, the light radiating to illuminate both him and Lucario. These 4 golden lights linked with the 4 lights extending from within Lucario, ultimately wrapping Lucario in a strong energy. Then, in the shocked gaze of the man and the teenage couple in the bushes, the form completed its transformation. Its size became slightly larger, and its appearance became even more imposing. What on earth is that? How did you do it? How is it possible to evolve? Why can your pet evolve? Why is that? After the shock, the man suddenly became hysterical, his expression twisted, raising his hand to issue the command to kill him. The Lucario and the Iron Wolf charged out from either side, seemingly influenced by their master's emotions, becoming even more ferocious. Lucario, extreme speed. Shi Hong calmly spoke. After Mega Evolving, the leader Pokémon facing ordinary pets of similar level would encounter no surprises. The setting for extreme speed guaranteed the first attack. Here, it manifested as speed too fast for the naked eye to catch. Bang! Lucario almost instantly appeared before the Iron Wolf, which still bore a fierce expression, and Lucario struck a heavy punch against its chest. The sound of crack echoed as the Iron Wolf's chest armor shattered with a single punch. Bullet Fist. Shi Hong immediately issued the command. Lucario launched a flurry of punches, the sounds of shattered armor echoing continuously, and finally kicked the iron-armored werewolf in the head, sending it flying away. On the other side, the humanoid cat's claws were closing in on Shi Hong, who stood still, showing no intention of dodging. The claws were just a few centimeters away from Shi Hong's face but could not advance any further, as Lucario swiftly returned and grabbed its tail. Finish it, Shi Hong calmly said. Lucario suddenly threw the humanoid cat into the air, its head facing downward, and just as it was about to crash to the ground, Lucario kicked its head fiercely. The sound of skulls shattering filled the air, and the humanoid cat fell like a piece of rag, soaring far away. The battle was resolved in an instant. There was not a shred of mercy. Faced with this terrifying scene, the man immediately changed his expression, feeling his brain overwhelmed by fear. He glanced forward, and there was the terrifying pet beast, arms crossed, with a pair of red glowing eyes, looking at him with contempt. Chapter 16, The Assassin in Crimson. Lucario glanced at Shi Hong, seemingly confirming the next order, whether to take down that human. As a leader Pokémon, chasing down humans and beating them up was a common occurrence before being caught. If it weren't for Shi Hong defeating it in the game and capturing it to join his team, according to its leader Pokémon nature, that man would have been doomed this morning. Well, now that things have come to this, I have been thoroughly defeated. I'll leave the matter with that Kai person alone. Shall we call it a day? The man was now very scared, forcing a tight smile on his face. He didn't even dare to return his pet to the beast space. Shi Hong did not respond. Instead, he looked at the nearby grass, bent down, and picked up the coat on the ground, while in the distance, sirens could be heard. Shi Hong calmly put on the coat. He wanted to see what level of pets the law enforcers had, while also letting his crimson reputation grow a bit more. At this moment, the couple hiding behind the grass was almost wetting themselves. An A-class Beast Tamer's battle was too perilous, and as a newcomer barely considered C-class, just hiding by the side had already made them tense all over. Shi Hong did not make a move, and the man dared not act either. He was terrified. There are levels even among A-class, and the top A-class can easily wipe out ordinary A-class like him. It was too simple. In fact, those who reached A-class knew well that only upon entering A-class, they truly stepped into the circle of Beast Tamers. After a little while, as 2 law enforcement vehicles arrived, the man finally breathed a sigh of relief. The enforcers had come, he was safe now. Going inside was far better than being taken down. Even as an assassin, they typically do not dare to act directly in front of law enforcers. It would be like challenging the authority of the law. They would definitely be treated with special attention. Meng Yi was not in a good mood today, but due to his identity and sense of responsibility as the captain of the jingling law enforcement team, he still personally led the team after receiving the report. The first scene was chaotic, with casualties already occurring. However, the dead were not good people, they were scum through and through, and when he saw the body, he almost blurted out, "Good riddance." Being killed meant his connections, lawyers, and those who aided him in covering up would be utterly useless. Death is death. But as a law enforcer, he could not say that, or it might become something others use against him someday. There were no signs of the killer at the scene, but traces left by the killer were present. According to eyewitness accounts, Kai Bao Kai's top bodyguard, that A-class Beast Tamer, had chased after him. Meng Yi glanced at the few law enforcers beside him and sighed. He had brought all newcomers this time and originally thought it was not a big deal, but all these newcomers only had B-level strength. Rushing ahead like this, if a battle broke out, he would be completely unable to take care of them. So he requested support and called over the leaders of the 3rd and 4th squads. In a squad like his, only the squad leader possessed A-level strength. Although the law enforcers acted quickly, calling for help at the last minute wasted precious time. Thus, he wandered nearby, not daring to approach the park where Chi Hong was fighting, which was also the reason Chi Hong had heard the sirens long ago but had yet to see the law enforcers. A path in the park was completely destroyed, and the park was full of holes and pits. The Beastmaster's battle was only about winning. The more damage caused to the surroundings did not mean they were more powerful. One could not judge the fighting strength of a target solely based on environmental destruction. This was Meng Yi's experience. "Hey, Meng, it looks like the outcome is clear. That Sai Baotsai's bodyguard has lost. If we were any later, he might be dead by now. He has a daughter, right? The intel says that Sai Baotsai paid to save his daughter, so he chose to beat Sai Baotsai's bodyguard." A tall woman with short hair pushed open the car door and stepped out. She looked spirited and her uniform perfectly highlighted her good figure. Meng Yi nodded, then frowned as he looked to the other side. Chi Hong, bundled up tightly, and a beast he had never seen before, its eyes glowing red. This beast looked very dangerous and seemed not to have exited battle mode, meaning it could erupt and harm someone at any moment. "Please come with us for an investigation. Remember, do not make any sudden moves." Another younger law enforcer raised his hand and summoned his beast. It was an imposing lion, wearing a police uniform and having wings, with a sharp horn on its forehead. This was the symbol of law enforcers, a limited beast for leaders of law enforcement organizations. The Judgment Horned Lion. In terms of qualifications, the Judgment Horned Lion only needed normal growth to reach A-level strength. However, due to the systematic training of the law enforcement organization, the Judgment Horned Lion's strength was significantly stronger than ordinary A-level beasts. "Take me away quickly. That person is a killer. He is with an assassin organization." The man, who had been desperate, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope on his face. Even though he had done many terrible things following Sai Baotsai over the years, he had money. Even if he were eventually sentenced to over a decade, it would be better than dying right now. Assassin organization? The young law enforcer's eyes instantly became serious. Nearby, Meng Yi and the female law enforcer also summoned their beasts. 3 Judgment Horned Lions roared forward. According to the rules of the law enforcers, detaining assassins took priority over any other case before any major casualties occurred. "You come over first. After we subdue that suspected assassin Beastmaster, you will both undergo an investigation," Meng Yi said in a deep voice. At this moment, a young couple hiding in the bushes dared not breathe, even though the law enforcers were not far away. That guy could possibly be an assassin. This was too scary. "What's going on? How did Chi Hong end up in the hands of the law enforcers? I can't help here, I need to go back to take care of the kids." A deep voice came from behind the young couple, scaring them into screaming and fleeing from the bushes. "Damn!" Han Wu cursed, put on his mask, and jumped out of the bushes shouting, "Chi Hong! Hurry and run! Chi Hong? Capture those 2. Meng Yi waved his hand, and the 3 Judgment Horned Lions moved out together. "Rocario, solve him, then take me away. Boundaries released, use the waves of evil." Chi Hong slightly squinted his eyes and spoke. The man was getting closer to Meng Yi and the others, and a look of joy appeared on his face. "You survived." The moment this thought appeared, a pitch-black ray pierced through his chest. By the time he felt the pain, the ray had already vanished. He didn't even feel pain because his internal organs had been instantly destroyed by that violent black energy. So fast. Definitely an assassin. "We can't let him escape," Meng Yi shouted, stunned. Mental strong thought. Chi Hong looked at the 3 pursuing Angle Lions nearby and spoke softly. Rocario's eyes flashed red, and the 3 Angle Lions seemed to lose control of their bodies and crashed together. Of course, this was just a surprise attack and didn't cause significant damage. Then Rocario picked up Chi Hong and jumped high, quickly disappearing from the shocked eyes of the 3 enforcers. "Call the team back, seal off this area. Hurry! I'm going to chase that crimson." Meng Yi yelled, then jumped onto his Angle Lion's back, beginning the pursuit of Crimson. Chapter 17, Morning Mist. After chasing for half an hour, Mangi completely lost sight of Chi Hong. Damn it! Mangi slammed his fist into the air, his face filled with anger. He knew that as long as he couldn't catch up, it would be very difficult to apprehend that assassin called Crimson again. Although there were many cameras in the city, finding a Beast Master was still quite challenging. Beast Masters had numerous ways to avoid surveillance, and it was almost a joke to completely record the actions of an A-level Beast Master. 3 captains were dispatched, and in this operation, apart from a body, he gained nothing. Assassin Crimson. Mangi softly muttered the name Crimson, deciding to go back and spend some effort investigating this assassin. From what he knew, there were at most a dozen A-level assassins in Jinling City. After all, the profession of an assassin is not common, and those who can make a living from it are not good people. At this moment, Chi Hong had returned to the hotel, having changed back into his clothes. In his hand was a red and white ball that appeared during his escape. It was a level 1 beach ball sea lion, but he didn't remember having a level 1 beach ball sea lion in his box, which made him even more confused about the conditions for unlocking Pokémon. Moreover, the initial guess that unlocking corresponding Pokémon was based on the forms of other pets was also overturned. In front of him was an Angle lion, a lion with wings and sharp horns. But this beach ball sea lion only matched with the character lion, while the rest had nothing to do with it. If raised well, the ultimate form, West Lion Sea Lion, would also be very powerful. But this beach ball sea lion had very average individual values and needed to be trained for corresponding effort values again. It doesn't matter. Chi Hong released the beach ball sea lion, and a little blue sea lion let out a crisp cry. She opened her big eyes, curiously looking at Chi Hong. That's right, level 1, never fought, saw Chi Hong for the first time. This was something Chi Hong could instantly determine. There was no bond between him and this little guy, which made him feel a little bright was that this little guy's ability was Moist Voice. It was a hidden ability, also known as the Dream ability among Pokémon players. This ability would make all Soundwave skills of the beach ball sea lion turn into water type. A gift for the morning mist? Tomorrow we'll see if there's any fate. Chi Hong recalled the beach ball sea lion into the Pokeball and opened the hotel room door. Glancing at the time, it was 3 a.m., and Meow Meow was still fast asleep. Chi Hong smiled slightly and quietly lay down on the bed. Soon, he fell into deep sleep. He was just an ordinary 18-year-old with great modeling skills, and now he was very sleepy. Chi Hong slept soundly until noon the next day. When he woke up, Chi Hong felt dizzy in his head. He slapped his face and found Meow Meow was watching TV. In his hand, there was a bowl of instant noodles, and at that moment, the cat was seriously staring at the news on the screen. Little Chi, is that you, Meow? Though the picture is blurry, that looks just like Little Chi and Super Lucario, Meow? Meow Meow poked the chopsticks into the bowl of noodles and scratched his chin, asking. Detective Meow Meow was always clever. This had nothing to do with knowing Chi Hong and Lucario. This was the intuition of a detective. Meow Meow thought to himself and quietly said, I really do have a terrifying intuition, Meow. Where did you get the instant noodles? Chi Hong ignored him and asked about the noodles instead. I ordered it using the phone in the room, Meow, pretending to be you, Meow. This. Assassin Crimson. Crimson. Sounds familiar, is it the name you used before, let me think, in the Kanto region, Meow? As Meow Meow spoke, he slurped a big bite of noodles. Chi Hong stretched lazily and helplessly said, yes, that's me, by the way, can you still eat? I want to go to the hotel restaurant for a feast. Saying this, Chi Hong took out his phone to check. Wow, 73 had 18 missed calls, but not a single message. It was clear that she was anxious, but not too urgent since she hadn't sent him any messages. Meow? Then why am I still eating this instant noodle, Meow? Let's go now, Meow. Don't worry, I'll be a good Meow Meow who only eats and doesn't speak, Meow. Meow Meow rudely tossed the bowl of noodles into the trash can. This was a typical Meow Meow behavior, wasteful and not good. I'll shower first. Chi Hong yawned broadly, rubbed his eyes, and got out of bed. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and then called 73. Crimson? Yes, it's me. You made quite a commotion. It's been so long since you answered the phone, I thought you had already fallen. On the other end of the phone, Lu Yao breathed a sigh of relief. This Crimson's strength exceeded her expectations. According to Han Wu's description, he single-handedly took down that A-rank Beast Master unscathed, which meant Han Wu could not be a match for Crimson. What's that noise on your end? Lu Yao frowned slightly. Water sounds were coming from Chi Hong's side. I'm taking a shower, big sister. You don't take a shower without water, do you? Alright, I'm fine, the reward will be with you for now, and I'll contact you when I have time. I'm hanging up first. After Chi Hong hung up the phone, he realized that he really had no real connection with this middleman, 73, and didn't need to say much to her. After having a meal with Meow Meow, Shi Hong glanced at the date. There were only 3 days left until the deadline for enrollment at Yanjing Beastmaster University. He had to hurry up. Just a few steps later, his phone rang again. Shi Hong took it out to check, and it was Zhao Xiang. As soon as he connected the call, it was indeed to remind him about the enrollment deadline. Upon learning that Shi Hong was about to go, Zhao Xiang told him to wait for her. She would come and drive him. "You're done. Little Chi. Don't tell me you've fallen in love, Meow." Meow Meow looked at the smile appearing on Shi Hong's face and immediately spoke seriously. In his eyes, women could only slow down Shi Hong's egg-hatching speed. Little did he know that Meow Meow himself was the biggest love-struck fool. About half an hour later, a shiny red cool car stopped in Shi Hong's view. The window rolled down, and Shi Hong was immediately stunned. In the driver's seat was a short-haired woman, very familiar. It was the woman from the law enforcement trio who came to catch him in the early morning. Wait a minute. Looking at it this way, the eyes and brows really are quite similar to the morning glow, could it be? Shi Hong was stunned. Zhao Wu was also stunned. This person looked like Shi Hong? Out of the sensitive intuition of an enforcer, Zhao Wu instinctively blurted out these 2 words. Chapter 18, Master and Servant? Partners? Impossible, it must just be the body shape that is too similar. Although the pronunciation is quite similar, this is Chi Hong, the Chi Hong who hasn't even opened the pet space. Zhao Wu withdrew her gaze. She knew Chi Hong. Back when the Chi family hadn't fallen, Chi Hong was still a little kid. Maybe she had been too tired recently, and that mysterious assassin, Chi Hong, made her a bit mentally sensitive. Get in the car, Chi Hong. We'll take you to report. I haven't reported yet either. Zhao Xia stretched out her hand from the car window, waving and calling to Chi Hong. Chi Hong responded and opened the back door to get into the car. This is my sister, Zhao Wu. You've seen her when we were kids, do you remember? Zhao Xia stretched out both hands toward Zhao Wu, shaking them nonstop in an attempt to create a bingling hand effect. Seeing Chi Hong looking like he was reminiscing, Zhao Wu said in a light tone, I even held you when you were a kid. Don't you remember? Saying this, she extended her hand, pretending to pinch something, then slowly pulled back. Chi Hong's face instantly darkened. He remembered it all. All of it. Zhao Wu was naughtier when she was younger. Back then, the 2 families had a good relationship and often visited each other. Whenever Zhao Wu hugged little Chi Hong, she would pull little Chi Hong's second brother until he cried. Sister Zhao Wu. Chi Hong squeezed out an awkward smile from his face and called out. Good boy. Zhao Wu nodded, calmly uttering a word, as if praising a small child. Chi Hong's face grew even darker. Wait, did you guys just exchange some secret code? Zhao Xia was confused. She didn't see anything. No. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered. Chi Hong leaned against the seat, turning to look out the car window, vowing to take revenge on his second brother someday. Completely different styles, the body shapes are similar, but the eyes weren't clear. It shouldn't be Chi Hong. Next time Chi Hong appears, I need to get closer to see. If I can't see the eyes, I won't be able to distinguish. There are really too many people with similar body shapes. As an enforcer, maintaining a suspicious attitude toward things is basic practice, and Zhao Wu is the most suspicious one among the suspicious enforcers. The car sped along the elevated road, and Chi Hong asked, We aren't really driving there, are we? From Jinling to Yanjing, it's over 1,000 kilometers. If they drove, it would be very slow and tiring. Yanjing? The registration place is in Jinling. We'll arrive in about 20 minutes. You're going to register, not to school? Zhao Xia asked with a face full of doubt. What have you been doing lately? You haven't even kept track of the registration date and process, have you? I've been training my big dog recently. I want us to be stronger. Besides, wasn't I supposed to give you a pet? Chi Hong said as he took out a red and white ball, shook it a couple of times, and said, I already got it. Wow. Really? Sister, please pull over on the side of the road. Zhao Xia immediately said excitedly. If she could obtain a pet, the difficulty was actually quite high. Humans and pets are different species, and establishing trust between them is extremely difficult. Therefore, most people will prepare a young pet for their younger generation at home to grow up together, thus making the chances of betrayal nearly non-existent. Zhao Wu glanced at Chi Hong through the rearview mirror. Her expression showed no discomfort. Then she pulled the car over to the side of the road. Chi Hong, that is a pet storage device, right? Where did you get the pet from? Zhao Wu asked. This matter doesn't really hold up under scrutiny, as Chi Hong's current conditions are evident. If it were something he captured himself, it would be fine, but this is clearly not something he captured by himself. After all, he used a pet storage device. The Beast storage device is very expensive, and on the market, it has already skyrocketed to over $1 million each. My grandfather left me many, Chi Hong said calmly. But you just said you got it. Yes, that's what my grandfather left me, the secret realm. Chao Wu fell silent. The secret realm is completely the opposite of a forbidden place. A forbidden place is filled with dangers and violent beasts, and one can die inside without notice. The top beast masters may not have violent beasts, but those who possess violent beasts are definitely top tier. The secret realm, however, is a realm where beast masters with levels surpassing A rank, suspected of reaching S rank, can artificially carve out part of their beast space to place beasts in, either for trials or for inheritance. What Shi Hong said is entirely possible. The beasts in the storage device can also be placed into the beast space, just that it may be more difficult, because beasts in the storage device show they were not tamed by one's own strength. Don't talk about this outside, or it will bring you trouble, even disaster. Chao Wu no longer questioned, but leaned against the car, took out a pack of women's cigarettes from her pocket, lifted one foot back to rest on the car tire, and took a step forward with the other leg, then began to smoke, seemingly uninterested in Shi Hong's beast. Thank you, Sister Chao Wu, I understand. Then, Xiaoxia, I have to say this first. Shi Hong's expression instantly became serious, making the originally joyful Xiaoxia unconsciously straighten her small face. Beasts are also lives on this planet. Forcing a beast to serve oneself is something I look down upon. Respect the beast, build bonds, give each other courage and will, only then can both sides become stronger. On this basis, juvenile beasts will choose their own partners. Remember, that does not mean master. If this relationship is not clear, the master-servant relationship will never match up against a partner that has a strong bond. Just so, I am quite sensitive to this. If this little one does not choose you, even if it is you, Xiaoxia, I absolutely will not entrust this child to you. Shi Hong spoke with righteousness, his tone gentle yet serious, and the theory he expressed left Xiaoxia stunned on the spot, while Chao Wu looked at him in astonishment. Could Shi Hong really say such things? Could it be that this kid Shi Hong is actually a genius? A thought arose within Chao Wu. In her view, the now serious Shi Hong seemed to overlap again with the masked assassin's figure, and she subconsciously glanced at Shi Hong's standing posture, her pupils shrinking in an instant. His stance was exactly the same as that of the assassin's bright red one back then. Although two people having a similar stance isn't strange, maintaining suspicion is never wrong. Even if the surface seems unrelated, before the truth emerges, no one can say for sure. Reasoning itself lies within a chain of suspicion. Chao Wu discarded the cigarette but in her hand, feeling expectations for what kind of beast Shi Hong could give to her younger sister. This child is called Xiaoqiu the seal, and she is a girl. Shi Hong raised his hand and tossed out a red-white ball, and after a flash of blue light, a cute little blue seal appeared in the sight of the three. Aya? Xiaoqiu the seal turned to look at Shi Hong, her character gentle, and her big eyes filled with confusion. At this moment, starry eyes had already appeared in Xiaoxia's gaze. Chapter 19, Assassin Crimson Red goes online. Seeing Shi Hong not speaking, Xiaoqiu the seal turned back, only to see Xiaoxia squatting in front of her, staring straight at her with wide eyes. Aya! Xiaoqiu the seal was startled and quickly jumped to hide behind Shi Hong. She supported her body with her tail and cautiously looked toward Xiaoxia while holding onto Shi Hong's leg. Reveal your true feelings and see if you can gain this child's trust. Beast masters choose their pets, and pets choose their masters. Shi Hong spoke seriously, not mentioning at all the part about directly defeating a Pokémon to capture it with a ball by force. However, most wild Pokémon are like this. As long as you can beat them, they will obey. There are also cases where some Pokémon, even if you beat them half to death, still won't submit. Lululululululululululu. A playful ringtone sounded from Shi Hong's pocket, and he took out his phone to see it was number 73. Shi Hong had already decisively thrown away his old phone. He inserted his SIM card into the assassin organization's phone and directly used this phone as his own. After all, number 73 had already erased Lao Li's data, and now this phone was logged in with his own ID. Two phones were too troublesome. Shi Hong didn't like it. Xiaoxia, see if you have a connection with this child. 5 minutes is enough. I'll go there to take a call. Shi Hong bent down to lift up the beach ball sea lion and placed it in front of Xiaoxia, then turned and walked to the side. Chao Wu's eyes were fixed on Shi Hong. She didn't know why, but she really wanted to hear who was calling Shi Hong and what he would say. So she took a few steps toward Shi Hong's position, not too close, but definitely able to hear him speak. Shi Hong, are you free tonight? What's up? I mean, let's meet up. I'll give you the payment. I tend to spend extravagantly, and I'm afraid I won't be able to account for the money I gave you. Location. Shi Hong glanced at Chao Wu beside him, with no change in his expression. How about the old place? Sure, bring more beer. After saying this, Shi Hong hung up the phone directly. Chao Wu didn't doubt him, this should just be a simple friend gathering. For some reason, whenever Chao Wu saw Shi Hong, she often found herself comparing him to Shi Hong. At this moment, Lu Yao was frowning with her phone in hand, muttering to herself, bring more beer? What for? Does he want to drink with me? Well, after all, I, this powerful woman, have a huge impact on this younger brother. Drinking is fine, it's just right to see what he looks like. Lu Yao nodded and directly got up to buy beer. When Chi Hong finished his call and turned around, he found that Chao Xia had summoned a firewolf, which was now crouched on the ground quietly talking to the beach ball sea lion, finally reaching out slowly to pet its head. The beach ball sea lion moved its head slightly, and a few seconds later, Chao Xia also touched it. Chi Hong knew she had succeeded. In fact, throughout history, as long as it was given by others, the starter Pokémon could almost always be taken away. After all, it is just a level 1 little baby who has not seen much of the world. Chi Hong walked over and without saying a word, threw a red and white ball to Chao Xia, telling her this is the capture device for this Pokémon. This child is still very young, take good care of her. If you're diligent enough, I believe it won't take long for her to evolve. Chi Hong said calmly. Evolve? The beach ball sea lion can also evolve? Chao Xia, picking up the beach ball sea lion, playfully poked its nose, asked in surprise. Chao Wu also frowned. Didn't they say the pets wouldn't evolve? Just that the Pokémon that could evolve were very precious. Even their Chao family, which could be considered a giant family in Jinling City, only had one Pokémon that could evolve. That is the current family head, Chao Wen's fire mane monkey, which is said to be close to evolving recently, and for this reason, Chao Wen has been frantically buying various fruits. Kada. Hasn't Chao Chi taken too long this time? It's so boring in here, meow. The sound of the Pokeball opening appeared, Meowth ran out by itself, as it really disliked being inside the ball, so it came out on its own. Did it speak? Chao Wu's eyes widened. A talking pet was indeed one of the rarest treasures. Hey! It's you, little girl. Hello, meow. Meowth waved its paw at Chao Wu, then jumped onto Chi Hong's back, hugging Chi Hong's head. Hello? Eek. Chao Xia and Xiao Qiu the sea lion also greeted Meowth. Oh? It's Qiu Qiu the sea lion, meow. Where are we going now, Chi? Meowth asked. To the admissions office of Yanjing University located in Jinling City, we can set off now. Chi Hong, let this cat sit in the passenger seat, I want to chat with it. Chao Wu's face showed excitement as she pointed at Meowth. Then, Chao Xia hugged Xiu Qiu the sea lion, and sat in the back seat with Chi Hong, while Meowth sat in the passenger seat, buckled in, and chatted with Chao Wu all the way. Of course, they talked about silly things like, do you eat cat food? Why can you talk? Are you strong? Have you considered joining the Enforcer organization, and so on? When they arrived, they found a long line at the admissions office, so the three decided to come back early tomorrow morning. Following the big sister out, Chi Hong and Chao Xia didn't need to pay. Dinner at the hotel was all arranged by Chao Wu. After dinner, when returning to the hotel to rest, Chao Wu was still chatting with Meowth. Clearly, she was very interested in a talking pet. One person and one cat even talked about the matter of Chi Hong. Chao Wu even asked a cat for its opinion. Chi Hong was afraid to let them continue talking because Meowth had drunk some alcohol and was already tipsy. He was really scared it would accidentally spill something. After each returning to the hotel, Chi Hong looked at Meowth lying on the bed, snoring loudly, and released Lucario and Zoroark. Lucario, with the ability justified, seemed to have a strong sensitivity to bad people. He took out his phone, swiped the screen, and looked at the assassination list with Lucario. There were still not many tasks, except for in B level, the rest were all C level. To Chi Hong's surprise, Lucario coldly nodded at every photo. Yes, with its justified instinct, it sensed that all these were bad people. Is it really this outrageous? The assassination organization is actually an alternative to city guardians? To prevent the world from being destroyed, to protect world peace, to carry out love and real evil? Zoroark, Lucario, are we the assassination squad wandering in Jinling City? Chi Hong felt a chill, thinking this matter couldn't be that simple. He put on a baseball cap, Zoroark waved its paw at his face, and the face under the cap immediately became blurry. As they left, Zoroark created an illusion on the hotel bed that made it look like Chi Hong was sleeping, but it was actually just a pillow. Then, three figures quietly vanished into the night. Beastmaster Chi Hong logged off, and Assassin Chi Hong logged on. Chapter 20, Redline. Chi Hong now felt very uncomfortable, as he was being pulled by Lucario, moving swiftly through the city. Lucario and Zoroark did not know the move teleport or fly, though it was embarrassing. Being pulled by Lucario was indeed the fastest way to move. For this dominant Lucario, Chi Hong's small body hardly counted as a burden. Initially, in the park where they met number 73, Lu Yao was standing on a box of beer, holding a lollipop in her mouth, waiting with boredom. She even brought some snacks. In fact, Chi Hong's last sentence was just a cover, he hadn't yet revealed the time and place. After all, Chao Wu was an enforcer, and Chi Hong didn't want to have too much interaction with her. The grudge against the second brother can only be discussed later. In the park, there weren't many people in the late night. This park was not the same place where Chi Hong fought before. Here, Chi Hong was very familiar, as he often came here to run in his memories. And also, Chi Hong frowned. He couldn't quite remember clearly. It was like a person he couldn't recall, only to remember upon seeing them, like the morning mist. Here. Chi Hong. Lu Yao stood up and waved at the three figures in the distance. Although this was only their second meeting, Lu Yao was deeply impressed by him. Shut up. Chi Hong quickly ran to Lu Yao and whispered, "You're so loud here, do you want to ruin my career at the starting line?" "It's okay, I got your back. I believe these two are the ones who fought against A-class Beast Masters, defeated them, and then played with the law enforcers before leaving, right?" Lu Yao looked at Suoloyek and Luca Leo, his face full of excitement. The two humanoid figures seemed to possess remarkable intelligence. With their shapes, they could definitely do things just like humans, and using chopsticks to eat wouldn't be difficult. Hee. Suoloyek covered its mouth with its paw and chuckled softly. "Oh whoa." Luca Leo let out a soft cry as a greeting. "By the way, you just let them out and strutted over here? I think the one who doesn't pay attention to privacy should be you, right? Chi Hong?" Lu Yao flipped his red wig and gently pointed towards Chi Hong with the lollipop in his hand. Chi Hong was not wearing a mask today, but his face was still unclear. Suoloyek was a master of illusions, and Chi Hong did not believe anyone could see through his true face. "It shouldn't be too serious, I'm just a newbie. Is it really necessary to take care of me this much? There should be a lot more assassins with greater harm than me, and the assassination target you gave me. They are all bad people, right? I'm quite curious about this." Chi Hong sat on the bench, Luca Leo stood at his side with his arms crossed, and Suoloyek sat on the ground, looking at a direction with suspicion on its face. "Then how is it not serious?" Lu Yao took out 2 cans of beer, handed one to Chi Hong, and after opening the tab said, "You provoked the law enforcement team. When has there been an assassin who kills in front of the law enforcement? Isn't that too disrespectful? You might not know, you're quite popular in the assassin organization right now." "Popular? Isn't that bad? This is the effect I want." Chi Hong took a sip of beer and calmly said, "It's just a little mess. When can my red name become famous?" "Of course it's good. It's just that the method is wrong. Chi Hong, you need to know that the assassin organization is a huge force. Although it sounds dark, it's something the world tolerates. Everyone knows about the existence of the assassin organization, but there hasn't been a united effort to take it down. Do you know why?" After saying that, Lu Yao downed an entire can of beer in one go. "You don't need to explain, I roughly understand. It's purely for balance. Even if the assassin organization is taken down now, other assassin groups and killer organizations will still emerge. Maybe the assassin organization is still relatively good at following the game rules." Chi Hong provided a cliché answer. Evidently, there was nothing wrong with that answer. Lu Yao shook the beer can in his hand and said, "So, killing in front of the law enforcers is a purely provocative behavior. Everyone wants face. You assassins are like rats in the shadows, as long as you don't get caught doing things privately. In fact, being watched isn't too bad. If it's about law, we have a very amazing legal team to protect you. But you can't get caught red-handed. According to the unwritten rules of the assassin organization, when encountering law enforcers, the mission is temporarily cancelled. We'll talk about it later." Lu Yao said these words, and Chi Hong just smiled, not sharing his own thoughts. "So, recently, because of you, the assassin organization in Jinling City has been closely watched by the enforcers. There are many people in the organization who have big opinions about the newcomers, Chi Hong." The words that Lu Yao continued to say made Chi Hong curl his lips. He was already an assassin, so why should he care about this and that? "Also, how do you know that the targets I gave you are all bad people? You investigated? So fast? Don't worry about that for now, you've crossed the enforcer's bottom line, so?" Lu Yao tilted his head and asked. "Then don't worry about it. It's still early, just past 10 o'clock. The targets you gave me are quite strange. They're all around this area. I suspect your authority isn't very big. But I'm not interested in that. The night is long, and I can't sleep. I'll help you clear out all these small fries tonight. That being said, this area should be rid of the damned bad guys soon, right?" Chi Hong said as he pressed down the brim of his hat, then casually tossed the beer can in his hand toward the nearby trash can. The can didn't go in but hit the edge and bounced up. Lucario kicked a small stone, which shot out and hit the beer can perfectly, making it fall straight into the trash can. "Zoroark, Lucario, let's go." Chi Hong stood up, hands in his pockets, and just a few steps later, he was pulled by Lucario, who jumped up with him. Zoroark glanced into the distance and then looked at Lu Yao. Then dark light appeared under his feet, and his body disappeared into it, always watching Lu Yao with a sly smile before leaving, making Lu Yao feel uneasy all over. About 500 meters away, in an upstairs room, an enforcer made a phone call. "Captain, I can confirm it's the assassin Chi Hong. He has started moving southwest from Clear Sky Park. I will lose sight of him soon." "Okay, follow him closely and keep an eye on him. I will act on my end immediately. As for that middleman, don't worry about her." On the other end of the phone, Meng Yi's expression was serious. After hanging up, he broke the pencil in his hand. I didn't expect to meet you so soon again. This time, I must seize the opportunity. I will personally lock you up and let you face the consequences. Meng Yi had not been happy recently. Multiple pieces of evidence suggested that Chi-Hong seemed to possess the ability to create illusions, which was very troublesome. He had even reached a level where surveillance couldn't capture his movements. Was it an illusion, or could he really turn into someone else? He didn't know. If it was the latter, that would be terrifying. Chapter 21, Chi-Hong in Action. What? Chi-Hong has appeared? At the same moment, the sleepy Zhao Wu suddenly sat up in bed. I understand, I will go meet him. Share the location with me. Zhao Wu quickly put on her clothes and was about to leave the hotel. Just as she stepped out of her room, she furrowed her brows. Zhao Wu raised one hand, and a small creature with transparent wings, resembling a butterfly, appeared. She signaled this little beast not to make a sound and then went to the door of Chi-Hong's room, waving her hand. The small fairy-like beast waved its little paws, and the wall in front suddenly became transparent. Meow Meow was sleeping soundly, and Chi-Hong was also asleep, while a big wolf dog lay at the foot of the bed, with no issues at all. Butterfly Spirit, use the Eye of Truth. Zhao Wu still felt uneasy. If this Chi-Hong really was Chi-Hong, then her younger sister. She was very worried. The Butterfly Spirit, hearing this, had its compound eyes flash white light, staring intently at Chi-Hong. So, is it really him? Zhao Wu asked. The Butterfly Spirit nodded its small head. It didn't see anything unusual. He was truly there. It was just a pillow, the pillow was a real pillow. This point can be confirmed. This Butterfly Spirit completely failed to understand where the core of Chao Wu's problem lay. And it didn't elaborate further on the fact that it saw a pillow at all. Both sides can be said to have absolutely no tacit understanding. I overthought it. But daring to kill in front of the enforcers, this crimson really is enough to give one a headache. Chao Wu shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and quickly left the hotel. In Jinling City, Dada District, in a certain primary school teacher's dormitory building. A middle-aged uncle with a balding head had his neck twisted and broken. Strangely enough, the first scene was discovered by the enforcers. Meng Yi looked at the body before him, his face turning ashen. They had lost the trail again, and by the time they realized something was wrong, this teacher had already fallen victim to a cruel hand. Chase. He hasn't gone far. Meng Yi gritted his teeth and said. At this moment, not far from the school, Chi-Hong looked at his phone and said, threatening elementary school students? Then who the hell should die if not you? Lucario, it really is like this, right? Beside him, Lucario remained silent, only coolly nodding his head. This heart of justice is simply an unbeatable skill in judging whether someone is evil or not. Any dirt and decay cannot escape Lucario's heart of justice. This has become a bug skill, no longer bound by taking dark attribute damage, self-attributes have been enhanced. That's too one-sided, there aren't many representations of the heart of justice in anime. Chi-Hong only remembers Wind Speed Dog demonstrating it once. Hiss. Zoroark poked Chi-Hong and looked in one direction. Oh? Still chasing me? I can't let you get away. Zoroark. Chi-Hong looked at Zoroark, who smirked insidiously, then extended a claw, turning Chi-Hong into a middle-aged uncle. Chi-Hong swaggered towards the direction of the enforcers' team. Meanwhile, Zoroark and Lucario were recalled. Soon, he bumped into Meng Yi and the others, and the two sides were about to pass by each other. Stop. Meng Yi suddenly frowned and turned his face towards the uncle who looked like he had just gotten off work. What's wrong? The uncle turned around with a bewildered expression. It's nothing. Meng Yi shook his head, no longer paying attention to him and walking forward. But after taking a few steps, he felt something was off, that uncle. His expression was too calm. His group was wearing enforcer uniforms. Being stopped by a team of enforcers at night and still leaving with a calm face, without even a change of expression? Shouldn't he at least ask what was going on? By the time he reacted, Chi-Hong had already vanished. This is bad, his pet definitely has a skill similar to disguise. Back. Go after him. Meng Yi shouted through clenched teeth. The chase continued, and about an hour and a half later, in a certain residential building, a man with a full face of flesh and reeking of alcohol died on his bed. There were also two dazed female college students in the room, with all sorts of messy equipment and an unknown white powder scattered about. Take those two girls to the rehab center. Meng Yi's face grew darker and darker. Crimson's actions seemed to be smacking him in the face. Meng, this guy is a drug addict, the stuff in this room is enough for him to enjoy 10 doses of purple eggs. Is this Crimson a vigilante? Or does he feel disappointed in us enforcers for not doing our job properly? Behind Meng Yi, a girl wearing glasses touched her chin and speculated. She had just recently joined the enforcer department and was a complete rookie. Talk less, do more. Later, when I catch Crimson, you can personally ask him what he really thinks. Meng Yi turned around and glared at the girl, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and left while smoking. At this moment, on the rooftop of a certain residential building in this community, Shi Hong flipped through his phone, realizing he had spoken too soon. Though they were all in the same district, this district was quite large. With his own time, he couldn't possibly handle everything. So far, he had managed only 2 tasks, which took him about 4 hours. Leave it for now? There's no choice, working on side jobs can't interfere with my studies. On the way back, let's get this sorted out. This one seems interesting. Shi Hong's gaze fixed on a document. Wang Dong, an enforcer, a member of the 4th team led by Chao Wu, used his position to do favors for big shots. According to information provided by the assassin organization's intermediary number 73, Wang Dong directly or indirectly caused the deaths of dozens of ordinary citizens. Since they were all just regular people and not beast tamers, the cases were ultimately buried. The big shot was hardly affected at all. No one would investigate an enforcer for the sake of a few ordinary lives, let alone a law enforcement officer. In fact, no one doubted him at all. This assassin organization is truly impressive, their intelligence is so detailed. But the clearer it gets, the more suspicious it is. This is a dark organization, and their information should be as simple as possible, just needs an address, a photo, and whether they have the power of a beast tamer. Perhaps this information hasn't been scrutinized. Whatever the employer says, they just write it down. But luckily, I have Lucario. Shi Hong glanced at Lucario, who nodded back at him. Now, let's start locating Chao Wu. After all, the assassin Red has appeared, and as a law enforcer captain who has had contact with Red, she should definitely be on a mission. Let's move to the hotel where I'm staying. I hope we can run into something along the way. Shi Hong made up his mind and jumped directly from the rooftop, with Lucario following closely behind, grabbing hold of Shi Hong in midair. Chapter 22, now you're trapped with nowhere to escape. Hurry up, your gathering and preparation time has been a bit too long this time. Only Wang Dong arrived quickly, I hope everyone can learn from him. On the side of the busy street, Chao Wu, dressed in sportswear, scanned the 3 enforcers in front of her with a serious look. There were 2 men and 1 woman in front of her. Because Chao Wu was difficult to handle, her small team only had 3 members, which was considered the smallest among all enforcer teams. For example, Meng Yi had a total of 8 people under him, and in Jinling City, there were 12 such small teams like Chao Wu's, capable of quick cooperation and support. Captain, that's too harsh. Xiaoli and the others are preparing to go back to their hometown today and have already submitted their leave of absence report. Wang Dong explained with a smile, while the other man and woman looked at him with grateful expressions. Brother Wang is really nice, not only is he down to earth, but he also knows how to support his teammates. Unlike Chao Wu, who has such a cold demeanor, if it weren't for assignments, who would want to follow her around? It's a pity that Brother Wang isn't an A-tier beast tamer, otherwise, he could replace her. A woman with such a bad temper should hurry to find a husband instead of causing trouble for newcomers. The mission ranks above personal matters, I shouldn't need to say more about this, right? Wang Dong, please don't explain for them. I remember their hometown visit is starting tomorrow, the leave report states the same starting time, tomorrow at 8 a.m. This means they still have to be on standby before 8 a.m. tomorrow. Chao Wu's tone remained cold, as Xiaoli secretly complained. The salary of enforcers is relatively high compared to other professions, so if he wrote today afternoon, he might end up getting less pay at the end of the month. After all, enforcers, strictly speaking, really don't have any rest time. Everything is about the mission. Let's cut to the chase. The target this time is the assassin known as Red. He has appeared again, and I have sent you the suspected locations. Red is extremely dangerous, so we absolutely cannot act alone. We are in charge of the Dakihu night market. Let's head out now. After saying this, Chao Wu opened the car door and sped away with 3 team members. As for why he would appear at the Dakihu night market, it was deduced from scattered surveillance footage and human inference. Of course, this was just a guess because Meng Yi already knew that Red likely possessed the ability to disguise himself as others, making any surveillance footage unreliable. Extremely dangerous. It is essential to detain him as soon as possible. In an off-road vehicle, Meng Yi sat in the passenger seat and tapped the window softly, speaking in a low voice. But speaking of which, Captain, this Red has only killed those who deserved it, individuals not yet punished by law through some means. Should we let him join the law enforcement team? In the back seat, a girl with glasses pushed up her frames. She had been reviewing the information on the assassin Red and came to a conclusion that maybe he was a good person. Xiao Yang, you are wrong. He has already crossed the red line. He completely disregards our law enforcement agency and still wants to join us? Meng Yi suppressed his rage and reprimanded her in a low voice. Xiao Yang mumbled, but clearly if we don't take him down, those people might survive another day, and maybe another innocent will get hurt. Xiao Yang, stop talking. We are on a mission to arrest. Don't defend an assassin, you need to understand the sequence of events. Another older woman beside her nudged her, signaling her to stop speaking nonsense. On the other side, Chi Hong received intelligence from Lu Yao. Wang Dong was following A-class Beast Master Chao Wu, heading to the Dakihu night market to pursue the assassin Red. Chasing me? Going to the night market? How in the world was the intel about going to the night market deduced? This is absurd. Chi Hong looked in a direction. He was quite familiar with the Dakihu night market, at least 20 kilometers away from here. Damn it, this is really ridiculous. Chi Hong cursed under his breath and started moving towards the Dakihu night market. He moved in a straight line, completely ignoring the traffic lights, mostly hopping across rooftops. So his speed was actually faster than driving a car. I hope I arrive first, and if Xiao Wu doesn't see me, wouldn't that be sad? Lucario, can you break through your limits and figure out instant teleportation? Chi Hong glanced at Lucario, who always wore a cool expression, and asked. Wow. Lucario shook his head. Chi Hong originally intended to head to the city library, but the third group of law enforcers came up empty. Meng Yi immediately adjusted the pursuit plan, leaving only one law enforcer at the bookstore while the rest were dispatched to other locations. While moving quickly, Zoroark occasionally altered their appearance randomly, causing it to be very difficult for the surveillance to capture their movement trajectory. And due to the excessive speed, the transfer of intel couldn't keep up with Lucario's velocity. Inside the Dakihu night market, Chi Hong was holding a skewer of grilled meat, leaning against a railing, while Lucario and Zoroark were also enjoying skewers. Damn, I'm exhausted. Chi Hong murmured. Oh whoa. Lucario made a sound, seemingly pointing out that Chi Hong hadn't run that much himself. He had now stopped and was eating a late-night snack in the bustling night market, which wasn't unusual at all while hanging out with two Pokémon. Moreover, the reports about the assassin Red showed scenes of. The image of Lucario is also very blurry, so straightforwardly no one recognized him. So, are there traitors in the law enforcement team, providing information to the assassin's organization? Chi Hong sent a message to Lu Yao, and soon, Lu Yao's response arrived. It's normal for there to be law enforcement members in the assassin's organization, so it's also normal for there to be assassins among the law enforcers, right? Not everyone can resist the temptation of money. That's true. Chi Hong turned off his phone and took a bite of the skewer. When he raised his head, he found that all the people near the barbecue stand had disappeared, along with the stand itself. The crowd in the distance was also being persuaded to leave by certain people. Now you have nowhere to escape. Assassins, Crimson. Wang Dong took a step forward, and the four punitive horn lions beside him let out low growls at Chi Hong. Behind him, Zhao Wu looked coldly at Chi Hong. He. But Chi Hong pulled out his phone, looked at the photo, then at Wang Dong, and laughed. Chapter 23, the target is actually the law enforcement. Can't see the face? Butterfly spirit. Zhao Wu called softly, and the eyes of the butterfly spirit floating beside her shoulder immediately sparkled. Without Chi Hong's command, Zoroark immediately grinned wickedly, and his eyes began to shine. The butterfly spirit immediately clutched its little head in pain, fluttered its wings a few times, and then fell to the ground. Zhao Wu raised her hand and recalled it back into the beast space, while a red and white ball appeared in Chi Hong's hand. Kecleon, level 12. Ability, Psychic Power. Move, Teleport. What I want comes true. Chi Hong pressed down on the Pokeball, preventing this weak little guy from coming out. It's useless. Your butterfly spirit's psychic power is far too inferior compared to my Zoroark. Chi Hong lowered his hat's brim, his voice sounding a bit hoarse, which he intentionally did to prevent Zhao Wu from hearing anything. He had seen that butterfly spirit, only level 39 after all, and it seemed to be a support-type beast. Zhao Wu hadn't really trained it. A level 39 beast's psychic power could never be as strong as Zoroark's level 50, that was obviously impossible. Noted, it's called Zoroark, and it has never appeared in the law enforcer's beast database. It could be a product of the forbidden area. Behind Zhao Wu, a girl with short hair, looking equally competent as Zhao Wu, took a photo of Zoroark, added a description, and uploaded it to the law enforcement's beast database. Chi Hong didn't care about this at all. Oh? You surrounded me? Shouldn't I decisively get you to put on handcuffs and have your beasts put away, so you can be imprisoned? Chi Hong raised both hands and stared at Wang Dong, asking. Not just him, Zoroark and Lucario were also staring at Wang Dong. Wang Dong seemed unaware of any abnormalities and pointed at Chi Hong, saying, "Count yourself wise. You better comply quickly, or you'll suffer harm. Come back with us to accept a good investigation." Chi Hong was now leaning against a railing, on his left was a man with stubble, and on his right was Wang Dong. Right in front were Zhao Wu and the girl who had just taken the photo of Zoroark. To avoid me suffering harm? What a pity, Wang Dong, even if you really helped me, I wouldn't have money to give you. How do you collect your payment? It wouldn't be through the assassin's organization's remittance method, would it? Shi Hong's words caused Wang Dong's expression to momentarily turn unnatural. He turned his gaze to Zhao Wu. Good, her expression was still the same as usual. I don't understand what you're saying, you should surrender quickly. Captain, what do you think? Wang Dong looked at Zhao Wu, and Zhao Wu paused for a moment. At the scene, 4 punitive horn lions were staring intensely at Shi Hong, waiting for their beast master to speak. They would immediately attack. Except for Zhao Wu's punitive horn lion being level 70, the rest are all under level 40, and its size is also the largest among them. Everything is under Shi Hong's control. Okay. Shi Hong nodded and said, you can handcuff me, I will never resist. Shi Hong said to Wang Dong. Wang Dong's face lit up with joy as he immediately pointed at Lucario and Zoroark, speaking in a commanding tone. First, recall those 2 Pokémon. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted. Wang Dong froze in place. The Pokémon called Zoroark fiercely clashed with a Judgment Horn Lion. Its claws struck the lion's horn, unleashing a wave of energy. He just tried to kill me? Wang Dong felt his legs tremble. He and his Judgment Horn Lion completely failed to react, even failing to see when Zoroark made its move. That was Chao Wu's Judgment Horn Lion. What are you still doing? Move. Chao Wu's cold voice echoed in Wang Dong's ears, and only then did he realize and quickly ordered his Judgment Horn Lion to join the battle. Lucario, incapacitate the other 3 Judgment Horn Lions. Zoroark, use Dark Explosion. Shi Hong raised his hand, pointing at Chao Wu's Judgment Horn Lion, and gave the command. Zoroark gathered purple-black energy in its claws, then slammed its paws hard into the ground. A violent wave of dark energy surged toward Chao Wu's Judgment Horn Lion. Such rich dark energy. It's 100% dark type. Big Yellow. Use Judgment Light to counter. Chao Wu immediately issued the command, and light erupted from the horn of the Judgment Horn Lion, firing a beam directly at Dark Explosion, causing a massive explosion. A large pit formed in the ground, and the nearby crowd, not far away, became terrified and began to flee. You all be careful. Chao Wu shouted loudly. Lucario, facing 3 opponents, showed no signs of falling behind, even putting immense pressure on the 3 Judgment Horn Lions. Lucario, release your limits. Use Earthquake. Destroy this ground. Then, take him down. Shi Hong pointed at Wang Dong, and that blurry face terrified Wang Dong, who sensed that Shi Hong's unclear face was full of killing intent. But why was it him? Just because he had said a few extra words? Wang Dong not only felt scared but also angry. Wang Dong. The red target is you. Assassins generally do not kill for no reason. Normal assassination acts occur after receiving a task. You made it onto the assassins list. Chao Wu was the first to react, realizing that it wasn't just them blocking the Assassin Red, it was Assassin Red waiting for them. To be precise, it was waiting for Wang Dong. What? I made it onto the Assassins list? Wang Dong felt as if the sky was falling. Was there anything more painful than being on the Assassin Organization's list? Wang Dong was terrified. He suddenly felt a chill behind him, and his heart raced. Ah! At this moment, Lucario raised both hands, it lifted 1 foot and then stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and cracked, and the nearby houses collapsed. Is this really an earthquake? How could there be such a move? Another law enforcer with stubble was shocked. Earthquake, Pokémon move quickly, that's fine, but he is human. An earthquake is extremely terrifying for a person. The scene instantly descended into chaos, and the Judgment Horn Lions retreated to protect their trainers. In the real world, this ability cannot accurately cause damage. Shi Hong jumped to the side, and amidst the chaos, Lucario had already set its sights on Wang Dong. Its fingertips began to gather energy, forming an ominous wave. Flame Warrior. Block that skill. A loud shout rang out as Chao Wu summoned another Pokémon, a humanoid creature with flames on its head and clad in iron armor. Flame Warrior, level 73. Ability, Burn. It's a fire type, speaking of which, the Chao family specializes in fire-type Pokémon. Chao Xiao's Pokémon is also a fire-type Firewolf. Shi Hong was not anxious at all, he still had a Mega Evolution left unused. The Flame Warrior rushed towards Wang Dong with a blast of hot wind, moving extremely fast. Its overall shape was humanoid. However, there was no neck, arms, or thighs to be seen. It looked just like a big round ball clad in armor, with 2 ironclad hands holding a spear and a shield. The evil wave struck the shield, causing an explosion, but it caused no harm to the Flame Warrior. Did it block? Not bad. Boundary released. Zoroark, Mud Bomb. Shi Hong raised his hand, pointing towards the little girl who had taken a photo earlier. Her protector lion was guarding her well. Zoroark raised its hand and shot out a mud bomb. Her protector lion was sent flying and crashed into a pile of ruins. Ah! Are you okay, protector lion? You must not get hurt. The girl's voice trembled, and she sounded like she might cry. Lucario, bullet punch. Don't let anyone disturb us. Chi-Hong pointed at another scruffy young man's protector lion and shouted. Lucario instantly flashed to the scruffy young man's protector lion, its fist bursting with intense energy. With this punch, the protector lion was sent spinning away, crashing against a nearby building and falling unconscious. Before, his pet didn't use any skills and just suppressed all three of our pets? The scruffy young man was filled with astonishment, realizing that this was a chase he could not participate in at his current level. Chapter 24, Your capability really disappoints me. Why are you specially protecting him? The others will die, you know. Chi-Hong stood still. The earthquake caused the ground to collapse, but his spot showed no signs of damage at all. The scruffy young man looked at Lucario in front of him and raised his hand to summon another pet that was not very large. The protector lion was assigned by the enforcement organization, but as a B-level beast tamer, he also had his own pet. But facing this clearly stronger pet before him, could his pet really withstand it? The young man glanced at his own pet, a large frog about 50 centimeters tall, lying on the ground. He swallowed hard. He felt very anxious, but the identity of an enforcer prevented him from fleeing immediately or screaming for mercy. You can try and see if I can save another person from your hands. Asuke's expression was cold, with two pets staring sharply at Chi-Hong. The power difference is too great. 3 or 5 people won't have any advantage and will instead hinder you. Give it a try and save him. Lucario. Chi-Hong softly gave the command, and Lucario stepped forward, harmonizing its thoughts with Chi-Hong's. It now completely sensed no killing intent from him. So, this was not really an order to kill this guy before him, including that large frog. Giant belly frog, block him. The young man's face was tense, and the large frog at his feet opened its mouth and sprayed a huge amount of slime at Lucario. Lucario's eyes lit up. It performed a perfect drift to evade. It saw through. Then, it turned and punched, striking a shield that was very hot. Lucario retracted its fist and retreated back to Chi-Hong's side. Ugh. Lucario looked at its fist, which was slightly smoking. Very fast. What skill is that? Teleport? It's just like a flash. I didn't see the Flame Warrior's action trajectory. Chi-Hong showed a look of interest on his face as he rolled up his sleeves. This action obviously caught Asuke's attention. According to the intelligence, the assassin's crimson pet could evolve during battle. Run. What he said is right. I shouldn't have brought you all here. Now, leave the assassin crimson to me alone. Asuke shouted loudly. She now looked as if she were facing a great enemy. If the information was correct, that pet beast had instantly taken out Kai Baochai's bodyguards. That beast master, at the same level as her, and a level. But Captain, I want to help too. Wang Dong said excitedly, but in his heart, he was already plotting his escape. Hurry up and run, his target seems to be you, Chao Wu said coldly. What are you joking about? Are you still planning to run? If you run, am I coming here for nothing? In that case, Lucario, Mega Evolve. Chi-Hong raised his right hand, and a surge of power exploded from his Mega Bracelet. At this moment, the keystone responded to Chi-Hong's heart. Here it comes. Chao Wu's pupils constricted, her breathing hastened. He was evolving using some kind of item in battle. It was simply unbelievable. How long did it take? Or, can he maintain this state as long as he wants? What is the principle? What is the pathway for power transfer? That bracelet? In an instant, various questions filled Chao Wu's mind. I originally didn't expect you to be so troublesome. I thought with 2 of my beasts, you wouldn't be able to protect that guy. You being so capable really disappoints me. Chi-Hong's words carried a provocative tone, and Chao Wu's gaze turned even colder. Escape to my back, I will block him, Chao Wu said coldly. As the captain, it was her basic duty to protect her subordinates in times of crisis. As for what Chi-Hong said earlier, she had already sensed something was off about Wang Dong, but that was not something she needed to consider at the moment. Investigating him would be a matter for later. Block me? Lucario, intercept the Tyrant Rum and Infernape. Zoroark, chase after him and kill him. Chi-Hong's voice was hoarse as he extended his hand towards Wang Dong's direction and clenched it tightly. Wang Dong felt his heartbeat slow for a moment, and with a pale face, he turned and ran. Hiss. Zoroark jumped into action, sprinting ahead with incredible speed. Tyrant Rum, capture him. Infernape, you go too. Chao Wu said, pulling out a gun from her lower back. If necessary, she would directly attack Chi-Hong himself. An A-level beast master is still a human, and if a human is shot, they will lose their ability to move or even die. Of course, she wouldn't shoot Chi-Hong in the head. After all, if Chi-Hong died, his 2 powerful pets would go berserk, and she already suspected those 2 beasts. They were feral beasts that had come out from a forbidden area. Feral beasts are far more dangerous than regular pets. In fact, her suspicion was almost correct. Lucario was the boss Pokémon. In the revised game and the official game, encountering boss Pokémon can easily lead to death. Lucario, Water Pulse. Chi-Hong certainly wouldn't allow Chao Wu's two beasts to stop Zoroark and immediately gave the order. In fact, each Pokémon can learn many moves, and it is nearly impossible to remember all of them. But once he activated Limit Break, all the learnable moves of the corresponding Pokémon seemed to imprint in his heart, clear as day. For example, getting Lucario to use the move Water Pulse. A ball of green light appeared on Lucario's paws, and this ball began to expand. Quick Attack! Chi-Hong said, and Lucario instantly understood. As the Waveguide warrior, it is extremely easy for him and his trainer to enter a synchronized state, as long as the trainer is good enough to sense Lucario's Waveguide power. But for the enhanced Chi-Hong, it was as simple as eating or drinking. Lucario instantly appeared right in front of Infernape. Chao Wu opened her mouth as if to say something. But she didn't have time. The Flame Warrior instinctively raised its shield in front, and the next moment, the waves of water exploded up close. The water attribute energy burst forth, having an exceptional effect on the fire attribute Flame Warrior. Lucario, don't give him a chance to breathe. Next, use Quick Attack and Bullet Punch for a rapid assault. Let them lose their fighting ability. Chi-Hong raised his hand to give the command, then started running towards the direction where Zoroark was chased. For a moment, Chao Wu didn't know who to watch. Lucario's speed was too fast, and at this moment, it had already punched the Judgment Horn Lion right on the head, clearly stunning the Judgment Horn Lion with this hit. The Flame Warrior struggled to get up. Its condition was very poor. If it wasn't a pet that excelled in defense, it would have been sent back to the pet space after that hit. As the situation grew more urgent, Chao Wu watched the crimson figure surpass her and gritted her teeth. Flame Warrior, hang in there. Restrict that pet with the Judgment Horn Lion. As Chao Wu issued her command, the Flame Warrior smashed its spear against the shield, raising the shield in front and aiming the spear straight ahead, launching a charge. Lucario nimbly dodged and kicked the Flame Warrior in the back. Her two pets were no match for this evolved beast at all. Seeing this, Chao Wu's expression turned cold, and she immediately made a decision. Her right hand held a gun, and with her left hand raised, she aimed directly at Chi-Hong. Chapter 25, The Leader Goes Berserk. While running, Chi-Hong glanced back. With that glance, he immediately felt his hair stand on end, a layer of fine cold sweat breaking out on his back. Hard, dark objects, a gun barrel pointed at him. This bitch is going to shoot me? This was very likely. Chi-Hong seemed to see Chao Wu shouting, "Eat my hit," and then one bullet blew his brains out. Chi-Hong's whole being reached an extremely tense state, and this tension synchronized with Mega Lucario. Lucario, skillfully coping with the enemy, immediately felt an immense sense of crisis. And in an instant, he sensed where this crisis was coming from. It was that human woman. Kawu. Lucario roared to the sky, while behind him, the Judgment Horn Lion bit down on his shoulder, and ahead, the Flame Warrior's spear lunged at him. The leader Lucario showed signs of losing control. His eyes burst with a red glow, just like the first time Chi-Hong saw him in the wild, powerful, furious, and explosively aggressive. A light erupted from his forehead, and suddenly, the Flame Warrior charging towards him was hit hard from above by a massive force. Psychic-type move, Psychic Fist. Bang! Lucario's tail shimmered like metal, then slammed hard into the belly of the Judgment Horn Lion. The Judgment Horn Lion, about to release some skill, had its mouth caught by Lucario, who fiercely pried it open. While prying open the Judgment Horn Lion's mouth, he let out an ear-piercing scream. General-type move, Screech. This could massively reduce the target's defense stats, but in the real world, that scream shocked Chao Wu's ears, and she instinctively raised her hand to cover her ears, dropping the gun from her hand. All this happened within just a few seconds. Lucario opened his mouth, gathering terrifying energy. This energy made the Judgment Horn Lion struggle wildly, sensing an extraordinary aura. This aura is... Chao Wu's eyes widened in shock, a single word leaped to her mind. Dragon. This beast had nothing to do with dragons, so how could a skill emit a dragon's aura? The dragon, a creature standing at the peak of the Beast Master world. Those Beast Masters who possess dragons are all top-tier powerful beings. Dragons are extremely rare, and skills with dragon attributes are naturally the best of the best. Chao Wu's gun has fallen, what an opportunity! Chi-Hong immediately ran towards Chao Wu. He had to kick the deadly standard-issue pistol away. After just a few steps, he immediately felt something was wrong. The rage in his heart did not diminish at all, even surpassing fear. Lucario, out of control? Is that the Dragon Pulse? Or is it using a voice attack? Chi-Hong felt a bit dazed. That Dragon Pulse attack would surely wipe that judgmental lion's face. It could take this big cat's life. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out, and in an instant, Chao Wu picked up the handgun, shooting 3 times at Lucario's arm joints, then took 2 steps forward and shot 3 times at Lucario's mouth. Since the shots were from the side, none hit critical spots. Although they didn't hit vital areas, if these shots could have any effect, they could completely defuse the judgmental lion's current crisis. Lucario tilted his head slightly, then kicked the judgmental lion into the air, and turned to unleash his dragon pulse towards Chao Wu's position. The energy took on a dragon form, roaring as it rushed towards Chao Wu. Chao Wu jumped to the side, the flame soldier struggled to leap up, throwing his shield out. Chao Wu caught the shield mid-air, and it erupted with light, a huge shield appearing in front of him. Boom! A violent explosion occurred when the dragon pulse hit the ground, and amidst this explosion, Chao Wu even heard roaring from the dragon. The shield couldn't withstand for long and shattered immediately. Chao Wu was thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the ruins, her head buzzing, sweat soaking her clothes. Not even close to being a match. This is definitely a berserk Pokémon. A berserk Pokémon has a very high risk of going wild, even for a Pokémon's Beast Master. To calm such a rampage, great effort is needed. I must retreat quickly. There's no way I can hold on until reinforcements arrive. Chao Wu made up her mind. Just as she lifted her head, a pair of crimson eyes stared at her intensely. Lucario glanced at the handgun in Chao Wu's hand. Yes, this was the thing that put his trainer, Chi-Hong, in life or death danger. His claws burst with a metallic shine, and a metal claw struck straight at Chao Wu's head. Lucario! Chi-Hong grabbed Lucario's wrist, and the moment Lucario was touched by Chi-Hong, all his strength instantly dissipated. He would never hurt Chi-Hong. Kawo? Lucario growled with bared teeth. It's okay, I'm fine, I can handle it. Chi-Hong said softly, then lifted his wrist, and Lucario exited Mega Mode. Chi-Hong glanced at his Pokémon panel. Besides Limit Release, there was another new skill. Mind Synchronization. The thoughts of humans and Pokémon achieve complete synchronization. The trainer's thoughts influence the Pokémon, and the Pokémon's thoughts also influence the trainer. So, this is the reason for the Wave Guide, the appearance of a new skill. If this skill is used, if the willpower is slightly unsteady, one will be influenced by the Pokémon's thoughts. Especially, the hidden ferocity lurking in the leader Pokémon's heart has an even greater influence. Chi-Hong swept his eyes around. This place had clearly turned into ruins, and the girl who took photos earlier was holding her judgmental lion's head, tears streaming down her face. The bearded young man stood a distance away, looking at Chao Wu with worry and fear. He seemed to have just run over. As for Chao Wu, her expression was vacant, as if in that brief moment. I have already walked a circle in the gates of hell. Let's go. Chi-Hong pressed down the brim of his hat and walked with Lucario towards the place where Zoroark had left before. Oneness of mind. Chi-Hong activated the skill, targeting Zoroark. In an instant, a sinister and cunning feeling appeared in Chi-Hong's heart. Wait, a Kai-Hong. You can't kill him. Asakura struggled to stand up, gathering courage to shout at Chi-Hong's back. Chi-Hong stopped and slightly turned his head to ask, why can't I kill him? I still need to exchange him for a reward. You are choosing to kill a villain. Although I don't want to admit it, according to the information I have, you are killing a villain. So, Wang Dong is also a villain, right? Asakura continued. I don't have time to listen to your deductions. Think whatever you want, just keep your distance from me in the future, and don't try to capture me again. Chi-Hong said coldly, then continued to walk forward. So you can't kill him. Asakura shouted, if he really has committed a crime, he shouldn't die like this. Killed by the assassin Akai Hong. The record will only state that the law enforcer Wang Dong sacrificed honorably while capturing the assassin Akai Hong. Asakura's heart raced. Now she couldn't be sure if Wang Dong was a villain, but she had already decided to investigate him. However, just as she said, even if Wang Dong was guilty, it should be the law that punishes him. And not like this, clean and clear, being killed by the assassin Akai Hong is a brave law enforcer. If he is guilty, then his family and children should not receive the treatment of a hero's relatives, right? Asakura took a step forward. He now had a dangerous understanding of Akai Hong. He believed the assassin Akai Hong was just an incredibly righteous beast master. Ha ha. Chi-Hong grinned, and his words sent a chill down Asakura's spine. That's not something I need to consider. I don't care at all. But what you said reminds me, it truly disgusts me. Otherwise, after killing him, why not find some time to send his relatives to meet him? At that time, on the surface, it will say that you law enforcers couldn't even protect the family of a hero, right? After all, the privileges enjoyed come from stepping over the corpses of innocent people. Such people are not innocent. You should blame Wang Dong or you, the supervisor who didn't convict him. After speaking, Chi-Hong quickly disappeared from Asakura's sight with Lucario. In fact, this theory seemed completely untenable to Asakura and not worth pondering. It was just extremely radical and extreme rhetoric. Sigh. Asakura sighed, as if she had lost all her strength, and sat down on the ground. This assassin Akai Hong made her feel a kind of alternative evil. Chapter 26, Once it's in my ball, it's my beast. Why should I run? While running wildly, Chi-Hong suddenly froze. A Pokeball appeared in his hand, and after opening it, a small Kadabra floated in midair. Kadabra, a psychic Pokemon, sleeps for 18 hours a day. Although it sleeps, it can sense danger and can use teleport to escape immediately, even while sleeping. The small Kadabra had its eyes closed. Yes, it was indeed sleeping. Kadabra, use teleport to take us to Zoroark. Shi Hong issued the command. Hearing this, Kadabra opened its eyes a tiny slit. Looking at Shi Hong, its small appearance seemed a bit dazed. Ka! Lucario raised a hand and pointed in a direction, then Kadabra activated its psychic power. After teleporting 5 times, Zoroark appeared in Shi Hong's line of sight. A judgment quill lion lay on one side, covered in blood, its body full of claw marks, exuding a wave of dark aura. The level 30 Justice Horned Lion was completely no match for Zoroark, even without Shi Hong around. He. Zoroark covered its mouth with one paw and pointed at Wang Dong with the other paw. At this moment, Wang Dong was already as dead as could be, with a large hole in his chest made by Zoroark, leaving no possibility of survival. Zoroark's claws were still dripping with blood. Shi Hong pinched his eyebrows and took out his phone to take a photo, sending it to Liu Yao. In fact, he really didn't know how the assassin organization judged whether an assassin had completed their task, so he used the simplest and most straightforward method. He took a picture of the target and added his own gesture, a peace sign. Shi Hong increasingly felt how terrifying true Pokémon could be, especially Zoroark, a creature labeled as a trickster Pokémon, had no psychological hesitations about killing a person. Shi Hong looked over, and the Justice Horned Lion was still growling softly. At this point, Shi Hong had released the mental fusion state. He frowned and walked over to the Justice Horned Lion's side. Justice Horned Lion, level 30. Personality, introverted. Type, normal, flying. Ability, Light of Justice, increases the damage of ranged skills. Skills, Horn Attack, Claw Attack, Charge, Pounce. What the heck? How is this even trained? This is ridiculous? Shi Hong checked the base stats and was shocked to find that the total base stats of this creature, called the Justice Horned Lion, was even slightly higher than Zoroark. Reaching an astonishing total of 530, Zoroark only had a total of 510. But Shi Hong clearly remembered that he had looked at the Justice Horned Lion of Chao Wu earlier, whose total base stats were only 460. So according to the actual biological settings, base stats represent things like potential or talent, and even within the same species, each individual's potential can be different. Makes sense. Shi Hong nodded to himself, thinking that it seemed this Wang Dong's Justice Horned Lion, assigned by the Enforcer organization, had better potential than Chao Wu, who was the captain. It was just a pity that Wang Dong wouldn't be able to cultivate this Justice Horned Lion. Too bad my Pokeball hasn't been unlocked. Shi Hong was stunned for a moment. He realized that his Pokeball had suddenly unlocked a category. Healing Ball, 999,999 pieces. Is it unlocking according to my current needs? Doesn't matter, this is mine anyway. Shi Hong took out a healing ball, took a few steps forward, and crouched down in front of the Justice Horned Lion's big head. With blood all over the ground, the Justice Horned Lion's pupils were starting to fade. At this rate, by the time the ambulance arrived, it would probably be long dead. The healing ball captures Pokémon, restoring all HP and removing all abnormal states. Sometimes, this healing ball can count as a Pokémon center, like right now, when the Justice Horned Lion was close to death. Even in a near-death state, it doesn't necessarily mean it will be captured successfully, especially since it has its own trainer's Pokémon. Shi Hong pondered for a moment, then pressed the ball against the Justice Horned Lion's forehead. For a long time, as the last bit of light in the Justice Horned Lion's pupils was about to vanish, Shi Hong spoke softly. You are mine. Shi Hong opened the healing ball, and a red light wrapped around the Justice Horned Lion, then it was captured inside the healing ball. To Shi Hong's surprise, the healing ball only made a symbolic thud sound before immediately falling into silence. Is that done? Shi Hong bent down to pick up the healing ball. He had indeed captured it. Karu. Lucario made a sound and looked in a direction. Shi Hong followed Lucario's gaze. Chao Wu stood there, panting heavily, looking like she had exhausted a lot of energy and was injured. As for where exactly she was hurt, Shi Hong was unsure. After all, it was affected by the dragon's wave. Although her pet took defensive measures, it didn't provide complete protection at all. Looking at Wang Dong lying dead on the ground not far away, Chao Wu glanced at Shi Hong. She saw Shi Hong raise his hand and release Wang Dong's Punisher Horned Lion. This Punisher Horned Lion stood firmly on all fours, more than a meter tall, and looked quite imposing. Clearly, the Punisher Horned Lion had just restored its physical state in an instant and was still a bit dazed. In the next moment, a gentle and perfect thought that did not belong to it merged into its mind. Mind unification. Shi Hong reached out to stroke the Punisher Horned Lion's big head. This scene looked so shocking to Chao Wu not far away that it almost shattered her worldview. What on earth happened? Chao Wu's heart was full of confusion. Then she watched as the assassin Shi Hong used a spherical storage device to recall all 3 pets and released a small yellow pet instead. The little thing's eyes sparkled. Shi Hong's figure instantly disappeared from her sight. He took away the Punisher Horned Lion from the law enforcement organization? And the Punisher Horned Lion looks completely fine, as if it volunteered? Why? Could it be that some of Wang Dong's actions were so unacceptable that even the symbol of justice, the Punisher Horned Lion, couldn't stand it? Xiao Wu felt her head spinning. She couldn't do anything now, her whole body was in pain. Forget it, I'll report to the higher-ups tonight and then go back to rest. Xiao Wu took out her phone and sent a text to Xiaoxia, telling her to drive her own car to the report tomorrow. She still had work to do. When Shi Hong returned to the hotel, he found Miao Miao still fast asleep. Shi Hong chuckled, it seemed Miao Miao's happy life had begun. He stretched his body, glanced at the time, it was 4 a.m. I can still sleep for a while. Shi Hong yawned, released the big wolf dog, and quickly fell asleep with his head resting on the dog's back. Chapter 27, Serpent King, Flame Chicken. Early in the morning, Shi Hong's phone rang constantly. Miao Miao rubbed her eyes and sat up, looking at Shi Hong's phone. Yes, Miao Miao could read. No matter which country's characters it recognized, this Miao Miao could understand Chinese characters now. Xiaoxia, that's that little girl, meow. Little Chi, little Chi. Miao Miao pushed Shi Hong and called out. Ha! Shi Hong suddenly jolted up, and then he sat there like he had lost his soul, staring blankly, completely still. Aren't you awake yet, little Chi? Then let me answer the call, meow. Miao Miao decisively pressed the answer button. Shi Hong, get up. It's time for breakfast. Eek. Xiaoxia's energetic voice came through. She looked like she had rested well, full of energy, and the sound of Xiaoqiu the sea lion could be heard beside her. It's me, little girl. Shi Hong seems to still be in startup mode, meow. You go ahead, I'll push him along, meow. Miao Miao glanced at Shi Hong and spoke into the phone. Ha? Is Miao Miao answering the phone? Xiaoxia seemed surprised. She had never heard of a pet answering a call, but thinking that Miao Miao itself was a talking pet, she quickly felt at ease. In the hotel restaurant, Shi Hong listlessly ate his breakfast. He was really tired. If he had stayed up, he wouldn't be so spiritless at this hour. But once he slept and didn't sleep enough, he would enter a low battery state. What did you do last night? Miao Miao, do you think any revealingly dressed women entered Shi Hong's room? Xiaoxia looked at Shi Hong with suspicion. It was obvious that Shi Hong had hardly slept all night, looking a bit like how she felt after a night of clubbing with classmates. No, meow. But to be fair, when I sleep very soundly. Even if little Chi recalls me into a ball while I'm sleeping. I don't really understand, meow. Miao Miao looked at Shi Hong with a strange gaze. He had always felt that he and Shi Hong were good brothers who had gone through hardships together. After all, the experiences in the game world were truly real in his memory. Miao Miao witnessed Shi Hong's adventure from Kanto all the way to Pallet Town. So, it was completely normal for him to talk to Shi Hong without any reservations, sometimes teasing him or making jokes, as it was only natural. After all, since they could talk, if he couldn't even tease Shi Hong, wouldn't that make talking pointless? However, Shi Hong completely did not hear their conversation. He was thinking about other things. As the assassin read, he had combat power of a level 52 Zoroark, that's right, Zoroark had recently leveled up by 2 levels, a level 65 Lucario, a level 30 Honchkrow, and a level 12 Abra. He was indeed a fully qualified A-level Beast Tamer. But on the surface, Shi Hong's identity as a Beast Tamer only included a Miao Miao that was not good at fighting and a level 36 Big Wolf Dog. On the surface, his combat power could barely be considered a B-level Beast Tamer. I hope I can unlock a stronger Pokémon today. He thought this, and then he heard Xiaoxia's question, is there or isn't there? I don't know, it's unclear, no explanation, Shi Hong replied with righteousness. Ha? Xiaoxia immediately stood up, pointed at Shi Hong with her chopsticks, and said, what do you mean? You want to abandon me, right? I'll cry for you right now. Eek. Xiaoqiu the sea lion also jumped onto the table, glaring fiercely at Shi Hong with a fake fierce expression. Stop it. Shi Hong reached out to gently pat Xiaoqiu's small head and said softly, of course, this was meant for Xiaoxia to hear. Oh. Xiaoxia responded with an oh and sat back down. Ever since she was very small, she had almost never intentionally made Shi Hong angry. My sister has to work today, and you don't have a driver's license yet, right? I'll drive later, Xiaoxia said excitedly, touching her nose. You? Can you do it? Shi Hong expressed his doubts. After a while, a cool red sports car slowly moved down the road at an average speed of about 30 miles per hour. Shi Hong, sitting in the passenger seat, and Miao Miao in the back seat were both quite speechless. This speed was slower than having Lucario carry him on its back. Shi Hong was very sleepy, but he did not dare to sleep, because after all, the one driving was a newly licensed female driver. However, thankfully, Xiaoxia's speed was so slow that it didn't make him very anxious. He didn't know how long they had been driving until Chi Hong's eyelids were about to give up when they finally arrived. Beast Tamer University of Yanjing, recruitment office stationed in Jinling City. At this moment, a long queue had already formed, with many beast tamers who were going to register standing in line with their Pokémon, doing the procedures in an orderly manner. Click. 2 red and white balls appeared in Chi Hong's hands. As soon as the sound came out, he quickly pressed down on the red and white balls with both hands. In front of him, he could see all kinds of Pokémon, but he was not sure which 2 triggered his unlocking conditions. In any case, Chi Hong now had a slight smile on his face. Lord Snake, level 50. Type, Grass. Ability, Contrary. Nature, Timid. Held item, Leftover Food. Moveset, Leaf Storm, Dragon Pulse, Glare, Substitute. It's just a pity that there's no Mega Evolution. Chi Hong sighed inwardly, regretting that his Pokémon interface did not grant him permission to unlock the Mega Stone. But the other one directly pulled Red out of the situation of not having powerful Pokémon on the surface. Blaziken, level 65. Type, Fire, Fighting. Ability, Speed Boost. Nature, Adamant. Held item, Blazikenite. Moveset, Flare Blitz, Close Combat, Sword Stance, Protect. Chi Hong could see at a glance that, in terms of destructive power, with this moveset, Blaziken would actually output higher damage than Lucario. God knows what a Mega Evolution Blaziken would be like in this world. Under the blazing charge of unleashed flames, can the opponent even leave a complete body? Chi Hong, what's wrong? Zhao Xia noticed something unusual about Chi Hong. She saw the red and white ball in Chi Hong's hand, but she didn't ask about the ball. Everyone has their own secrets, and Chi Hong is no exception. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Tell me, if I have A-level power, do I still need to take exams to go to school? Chi Hong asked with a smile, seeming to be far beyond this group of young people. After all, even the captain of the law enforcement team is not his opponent, with a Zoroark in his left hand and a Lucario in his right. He could make Meng Yi, Zhao Wu, and others lose their way. I heard the teachers at school are all A-level beast tamers. Don't worry, I believe in you. One day, you will definitely become an A-level beast tamer. No, you will surpass A-level. Zhao Xia responded with a bright smile, encouraging Chi Hong. Little did she know, Chi Hong was already eager to go to the forbidden area. He wondered what the legendary brutalized beasts would let him unlock in terms of Pokémon. Chapter 28, Remember to Sleep Early. Zhao Xia, I just happened to have a question to ask you. Chi Hong and Zhao Xia were still in line. He glanced at Zhao Xia, who was playing with a sea lion plush, and reached out to pat the sea lion's head while asking. Ask? Hey, go ahead and ask. Zhao Xia puffed her chest, which still had a lot of room for improvement, and flicked her bangs. Chi Hong took out a red and white ball, releasing a large hound. The arrival of the large hound did not attract much attention. After all, everyone present had their pets, a big dog was nothing special, and no one would pay much attention. Pets can only learn 4 skills? Chi Hong asked, puzzled. His Pokémon was a product of the game, following the principle of 4 moves, which was understandable. But what about pets? Why did the jurisdiction Angle Lion only have 4 skills? This is not reasonable at all. According to old trainers, even in anime, Pokémon have been shown with more than 4 skills during a match. Old trainers commonly send a comment that says, not legal. 4? Why do you say that? For example, my Firewolf has 5 skills. Zhao Xia said while patting the Firewolf lying by her side, which looked somewhat listless. Chi Hong took a glance. Indeed, it had only 2 skills. Oh, so it's still quite strong. Chi Hong quietly praised. That's right. Zhao Xia held her head high with pride, then glanced at the large hound and also reached out to pat its head. Chi Hong's large hound was indeed strong. In any case, her Firewolf was definitely no match. Forget it, I won't think about it for now. Maybe it's just a coincidence that the jurisdiction Angle Lion has 4 skills. Chi Hong crossed his arms, chatting with Zhao Xia casually. They stood in line for a full 2 hours, and Chi Hong was so sleepy he could barely keep his eyes open. After all, he was still a mortal human and needed rest to replenish his energy. Chi Hong, I'm going in first. It was Zhao Xia's turn next. The beast tamer walking out of the assessment room looked despondent, clearly having failed the test. Although it's called registration, not just any cat or dog can enter Yanjing Beast Tamer University, assessments are required. That university is like Qingbei in the previous life, just getting in is enough to make one famous back home. One must have their own pet and at least reach sea level to participate in the assessment. Coming without meeting the conditions is simply humiliating. Many beast tamers did not pass the assessment, yet Zhao Xia showed no signs of nervousness. To put it bluntly, with her identity as the daughter of the Chaoyan group, if her family wanted her to enter, it was almost a foregone conclusion. Chi Hong even suspected that Zhao Xia's father had already made arrangements. After all, it's quite normal for a big shot like him to have connections in Yanjing. Sure enough, about 20 minutes later, Xiaoxia walked out with a beaming face, holding an admission notice in her hand. All done simply. Qihong, it's your turn, hurry in. I'll be waiting for you. Xiaoxia walked out with great enthusiasm, grabbing Qihong's hand. From every angle, Qihong could see that Xiaoxia really liked him. Okay. Qihong responded with a smile, nodded, and walked into the assessment room. Upon entering, Qihong realized it was quite large, directly the size of a battle arena. There were 5 people present, and only one had a pet beast in front of him. It was a lizard standing on 2 legs, constantly flicking its tongue, over a meter tall. Qihong. Is that your pet beast? A middle-aged man pointed at Qihong's big wolf dog. Yes. Qihong calmly replied with a single word. I've seen your information. The middle-aged man didn't even look at Qihong, waved his hand, and spoke directly, give me that big wolf dog, and I'll give you the admission notice. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the expressions of the people around him showed some unusual signs. But director. A man around 30 years old started to speak but was coldly interrupted by the middle-aged man. Shut up. If you have an opinion, go apply to have me removed. You want to take my position? The middle-aged man's tone was harsh, with an air of being unquestionable. Qihong raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, did that waste Lin Xia ask you to do this? How much did he give you? Just as Qihong's words fell, a heavy iron door slammed down at the entrance, effectively trapping him inside. Interesting, I thought Yanjing Beastmaster University was a prestigious school. I didn't expect it to have this kind of style. Aren't you afraid of me turning hostile? You should know that the girl just now is my girlfriend. Qihong appeared completely relaxed, but he didn't want to stir up trouble, so he aimed to use the tiger's skin of Chaoyang Group as a shield. It's just a pity that the Qi family has fallen, otherwise, he should be able to embrace Miao Miao and Xiaoxia, living the life of a second-generation rich kid. No need to work part-time as an assassin at midnight to earn money. Director Zhang, the previous girl is the young lady of Chaoyang Group, specifically the daughter of Chaowen, who has allegedly surpassed grade A. He asked Director Su for a favor to take care of us. A long-haired woman next to the middle-aged man whispered in explanation. So what? These lower-class people are merely lucky enough to get a slightly special pet beast. If I give him a lesson, it's actually for his own good. You don't really think someone like Chaowen would let such a commoner become his son-in-law, do you? Director Zhang sneered and continued, besides, President Lin is about to marry Chaowen's eldest daughter, do I need to say more about who his son-in-law is? Hearing this, Qihong raised his eyebrows, it seemed that Chao's marriage partner was Lin Xia. The scummy guy previously pointed a gun at me, Lin Xia is already my mortal enemy, after all, he has sent people to assassinate me. Qihong's expression changed slightly, darkening. Sister Chaowu, if you really marry him, I can only ensure you'll be a widow, it's for your own good. After all, that guy Lin Xia is a complete scoundrel. After Director Zhang finished speaking, the long-haired woman said no more, stepping back, shaking her head at the man who had tried to speak earlier. Their status was low, and they had no way to influence Director Zhang's decision. So, does this mean that if I don't hand over the big wolf dog, I won't be able to leave? Qihong spread his hands and said. Exactly, you better be smart, a person like you has no chance of entering Yanjing Beastmaster University. This is an opportunity for you. Director Zhang had a calm expression on his face. Just a brat, isn't he easy to handle? That door, I can still afford to pay for it. Boundaries lifted. Big wolf dog, waves of evil. Qihong raised his hand and pointed at the iron door, and the big wolf dog opened its mouth to unleash a blast of evil waves. In the shocked eyes of the few people, that iron door was blown apart, startling the people outside. Director Zhang froze, he never expected this kid would dare to blow up the door and leave. Fortunately, there was a corridor between the entrance and the queue, or this sudden explosion would surely cause some casualties. Crack! Qihong snapped a photo of Director Zhang and said with a smile, bye-bye. Remember to go to bed early tonight. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. For some reason, Director Zhang felt a chill. He was at a loss, he couldn't possibly force Qihong to hand over his pet in front of so many people outside. You brat! Find someone responsible for the venue to switch to another assessment room. The assessment continues. Director Zhang's face darkened, he snorted coldly and gave the order. Chapter 29, The Path to Death. Qihong, what happened? Are you hurt? Zhao Xia ran over, worry written all over her face, and started to reach out to feel if Qihong was injured. I'm fine. I'm not going to Yanjing Beastmaster University. Qihong gently pressed Zhao Xia's shoulder and said softly. The imagined questions and doubts did not appear on Zhao Xia's face. She just stared for a few seconds, then held Qihong's hand and nodded, saying, okay. Then I won't go either. We'll study in Jinling, I don't want to be apart from you. Her tone was gentle, but there was a resolute insistence behind it. You're being lovey-dovey, that's not good. Chi Hong laughed and patted her on the head. Laughing to death. Zhao Xia swatted Chi Hong's hand away, as if suddenly recalling something unpleasant. In terms of being lovey-dovey, who can compare to you, young Master Chi? Chi Hong was a bit puzzled, chuckled without a response, and no one came to find him. Even the staff did not come to claim compensation. Chi Hong left this place with Zhao Xia. Besides feeling frustrated, he gained nothing. Click. After parting with Zhao Xia, Chi Hong returned to the hotel he originally stayed at, and the Meowth that had entered the Pokeball during the queue came out again. The girl probably will get scolded at home, meow. Though I don't really understand the education system here, Yanjing Beast Master University should be one of the top schools, meow? Meowth stroked its round chin, analyzing. Right, but it's not just one of the top ones. Chi Hong casually explained, it's among the very best. Little Chi, why do you say that, meow? Meowth looked at Chi Hong. Based on their in-game interactions, Chi Hong should be quite a ruthless character, very petty and mischievous. Today, that Director Zhang was messing with Chi Hong surely wouldn't let him off the hook. For instance, twin kids came to challenge a double battle. The twin girls sent out positive Pikachu and negative Pikachu respectively. And Chi Hong sent out ground Pikachu and ocean Pikachu to battle. Which meant Groudons and Kyogres. At that moment, Meowth saw clearly. The little one turned to its trainer, pointing at itself with its little hand, making a sound. Meowth understood that sound. Translated into human language, it probably meant me? Fight him? Are you sure? It's unnecessary to kill someone over this small matter, but teaching him a lesson is a must. A black baseball cap appeared in Chi Hong's hand, along with his red outfit. It was something Chi Hong had brought into his Pokespace. After all, in the game, there was a change outfit feature in the trainer's menu, like a wardrobe, which Chi Hong had also brought along. That night, Director Zhang returned to his residence, one of the highest-end hotels in Jinling City. It was also a property of the Lin Group, the Xinglan Hotel. This accommodation was actually extravagant. Although he was the director of the Jinling admissions office, he shouldn't be staying in such a luxurious hotel so publicly. After all, aside from all his titles, he was just a teacher. But it didn't matter, he was being entertained by Lin Sha, so it was a small matter for him to check in. No one would meddle, this was all part of the unspoken rules. At Yanjing Beast Masters University, there were many eager to curry favor with him. Upon returning to the hotel, Director Zhang closed the door of his room and pulled out his phone to call Lin Sha. He did not summon his beasts. Not every beast master always had their beasts summoned to follow them. Unbeknownst to him, Chi Hong was leaning by the window, ready to give him a beating. As for whether he could guess it, who cared? Catching a law enforcer needed evidence. But unfortunately, relying on Pokémon for instant teleportation and creating disguises made it extremely difficult to pin down evidence against him. Seeing Director Zhang calling as soon as he entered, Chi Hong was not in a hurry. He wanted to hear what Director Zhang had to say. In fact, Zoroark's illusions were not perfect. Normally, cautious Pokémon trainers wouldn't be trapped by this for long. However, this Director Zhang appeared completely obsessed with his status, with his bloated appearance, and Chi Hong had not noticed any sign of alertness from him, which indicated this guy had probably been out of practice in battling beast masters for a long time. Hello? President Lin, that kid named Chi Hong is completely not in line. I think you shouldn't wait until he goes to Yanjing to deal with him, just find an assassin in Jinling to kill him directly. Director Zhang started with words that made Chi Hong frown, his emotions fluctuating, and Zoroark immediately looked at Chi Hong. Chi Hong didn't care what was being said on the phone, he just muttered, Shadow Claw, kill him. As soon as he spoke, Director Zhang immediately felt something was wrong. Chi Hong simply stopped hiding. Director Zhang almost instinctively summoned his beast, the lizard he had seen during the day. Hunting Lizard, level 58. Is it only level 58? Just as this thought appeared in Chi Hong's mind, the lizard he had just summoned immediately raised its claws to clash with Zoroark. Who? Director Zhang's chubby body appeared surprisingly agile as he decisively ran to the door, yanked it open, and bolted outside. While running, he called the law enforcers to report. Receiving bribes, suppressing students, extorting beast masters, it had happened more than once or twice. The reason he could live safely until now was because he ran fast and reported quickly. And Chi Hong calmly followed him out, sending a photo of Director Zhang to number 73 as he walked. It was a picture he had taken during the day. Number 73 replied quickly, immediately sending Chi Hong a question mark. Give him an assassination task, I'll take it. Just set any reward, after all, I want to kill him. This was actually a common tactic of assassins, they only kill because they are given assassination tasks and wouldn't normally kill without reason. But what if an assassin simply wanted to eliminate someone on their own? To protect their privacy and uphold the external stereotypes about the assassin organization. It resulted in, my intermediary helps to get you linked up, and then I accept immediately, then you're dead. You're on the assassination list now. Reason? Who do you think I am? I am the embodiment of justice, a true law enforcer. So is number 73. How could I assist you in killing someone for no reason? Looking at the message from number 73, Ji-hong was a bit speechless. What kind of so-called righteous good person would join an assassin organization? He violated a good family's pet and tried to enforce cross-species love. Ji-hong calmly typed. It's already done. We are good partners, I certainly believe in you. Ji-hong. After accepting the mission and going through the process, Ji-hong looked up calmly. Zoroark, go destroy the hotel surveillance room, and be quick. Woo. Zoroark made a soft sound and quickly disappeared from Ji-hong's sight. Ji-hong continued to pursue forward, coldly watching Director Zhang enter the elevator as he frantically hit the close door button. Isn't he an A-level? Does he not even have the courage for a frontal battle? Soon, Zoroark communicated a message to Ji-hong through their mental connection. It was a feeling, but from this feeling, Ji-hong could be sure of one thing. Zoroark had handled it. Lucario, Mega Evolve. Quick and decisive. Zoroark, intercept him on the first floor. Lucario, break open the elevator's door and then cut the elevator's cable. Ji-hong released Lucario, his expression cool and ruthless. Chapter 30 Investigation. Lucario extended its claws, and a metallic light burst forth to form sharp claws. Metal claw? I clearly didn't cancel the limits? Could it be, he's adapting? Ji-hong wondered, as Lucario smashed through the elevator door with one claw. The outer door opened, revealing the steel cables in action. Lucario quickly reached out its claws, cutting through the tough steel cable. Then, it struck downwards with both claws, creating a strong shockwave downward. Metal sound. Soon, they heard the sound of the elevator falling quickly. The bottom of the elevator had a buffer device, and the effect in this luxury hotel was exceptional. Wanting to kill that fat man by crashing like this was simply impossible. Ji-hong didn't even look back, decisively jumping down, with Lucario following closely behind, grabbing Ji-hong's collar, nearly choking him. At this moment, it was already midnight. Although there were fewer people, when the elevator malfunctioned, the alarm went off immediately. Soon, more people gathered in the hotel lobby on the first floor. What a hassle. Ji-hong's expression was dark. If he eliminated Director Zhang under everyone's watchful eyes, it could not be considered an assassination. Although Ji-hong didn't care about that much, now that there were many people, and they were in Lin Sha's hotel, things could spark other troubles. Ji-hong prepared to give up. He saw Director Zhang standing at the hotel entrance, his face full of fear. Outside, Zoroark was hiding in the darkness with its head down. Director Zhang no longer intended to run. Under the public gaze, there were also many security personnel from the Lin Group. He had no need to run. If he, the director of the admission office of Yanjing Beastmaster University stationed in Jinling City, was forcefully eliminated under everyone's gaze, then the situation would be serious. He didn't believe that the assassin could really do it. It's safe. That's the person. Quickly, catch him. Director Zhang's gaze tightened as he immediately spotted Ji-hong coming out of the elevator. He pointed at Ji-hong and shouted, and a group of security personnel immediately started approaching Ji-hong. Each of them brought their pets. Level 30, 35, 29. Not one of them is impressive. Ji-hong hesitated slightly, making eye contact with Lucario's cold eyes, then immediately made his decision. Ji-hong activated their mental union. Without him speaking, the thought in his mind was immediately sensed by Lucario. Quick strike. Lucario created an afterimage, instantly appearing beside the hunting lizard, delivering a powerful punch. The hunting lizard raised its arms, crossing them in front of its chest to protect itself, but Mega Lucario's attack power far exceeded it. This punch sent the big lizard flying backwards. Mind Hammer. Lucario's eyes went sharp, and the still airborne hunt lizard suffered a heavy blow, its body crashing hard against the ground, cracking it, leaving the hunt lizard unconscious. Is he really going to act in front of so many people? Director Zhang was stunned. Everything happened too quickly. His pet hardly lasted 3 seconds. Psychic strong thought. Lucario turned back, raising a hand, and several pets that were about to attack Ji-hong, along with their owners, the security guards, all stood frozen in pain. After all, it was the leader's Pokémon. The attacks were quite heavy. Director Zhang was sweating profusely and began summoning his second pet. The speed wasn't very fast, similar to the bodyguard that chased him before, who was taken down, Kaibao Kai. He was even worse than that. Zoroark. Abyssal Stab. When Ji-hong issued this instruction, he had already started to run away. There was no choice. More and more people surrounded him. It wouldn't be long now before the enforcers would show up. It was unwise to cause a conflict with the enforcers in this bustling area. Zoroark burst out from the shadows, claws glinting coldly in the moonlight. There's another one? This was the last thought that rose in Director Zhang's mind. The dark claws tore open his neck, blood surged out. Got it. In less than 10 seconds. Chi-Hong calmly released Kadabra, and in an instant, both he and his Pokémon vanished right before everyone's eyes. At that moment, Lu Yao, looking at the assassination completion notice submitted by Chi-Hong on her phone, spat out the milk she had just sucked through the straw. Put. What a joke. Just 2 minutes? Wait, I need to check who this guy killed by Chi-Hong is. Lu Yao skillfully operated her computer. She was actually a highly skilled hacker. Gathering information from the web was extremely easy for her. So she didn't even need to search through the assassin's intranet, she could do it herself. A person from the Beijing Beastmaster University. Why did Chi-Hong kill this guy? Has he done anything recently? This is a request posted by Chi-Hong himself. Let me check. Lu Yao brought the unfinished milk up to her chin, holding the straw in her mouth, and started typing rapidly on the keyboard. When daybreak arrived, Jinling City erupted. People sent by the Beijing Beastmaster University were straightforwardly killed by an assassin in front of passers-by in Jinling City. This was big news. Early that morning, enforcers found Chi-Hong. It wasn't hard to investigate. The deceased had conflicts with Chi-Hong in the last few hours of his life. Moreover, the investigator was a subordinate of Asa, who decided to investigate personally after learning about it. Tap tap. In the investigation room, Asa continuously tapped the tabletop with a ballpoint pen. In front of her, Chi-Hong sat calmly in the chair, his gaze directed out the window, seemingly lost in thought. Xiaoxia doesn't want to go to Beijing Beastmaster University anymore. What happened when you went to register? Asa tossed the ballpoint pen onto the table, raising a hand to rub her temples. One wave hadn't settled, and another had risen. Asa felt a bit mentally exhausted. Chi-Hong withdrew his gaze from the window, looking directly at Asa as he spoke. Sister Asa, do you know about my issue with Lin Zhou before? I know, Xiaoxia has talked to me about it for a long time. You weren't wrong in that matter. However, the other party was not entirely at fault either. It was just a normal transaction, it's nothing significant. Little Chi, get to the point. What I want to ask is what exactly happened in that room during yesterday's registration. The surveillance can see the process, but we can't hear what you said. Tell me everything in detail. I believe you're not the type to seek revenge through assassins. Zhao Wu looked a bit tired, her eyes lacked any sparkle, but in reality, this entire area was her responsibility. How much time has passed? Her subordinate was killed by the assassin Chi-Hong, who also stole the sanctioning beast. The next night, he wiped out a student from the Beijing Beast Tamer University right in her territory. Her mind is now filled with thoughts of Chi-Hong. What on earth does Chi-Hong want to do? Chapter 31, The Cause in the Jinling Beasts Tamer University. I beat Lin Zhou, and I also embarrassed his big brother Lin Xia. My big wolf dog used a skill called Destructive Light that day. You should be able to verify that. Chi-Hong turned his gaze back to the window, returning to a state of distraction. He didn't worry at all. If they wanted to say he was Chi-Hong, they would first have to take Chi-Hong down. But clearly, taking down Chi-Hong is a tough challenge. In fact, Chi-Hong was also quite worried. In a big city like Jinling, the law enforcement organization must have some top experts. What if he fell into the hands of those experts? Wouldn't that mean certain death? Fortunately, so far, Chi-Hong had not truly encountered a beast tamer beyond A level. The legendary S-level beast tamers? His father and grandfather could be among them, but they were lost in the most dangerous forbidden area in northern Jinling. In everyone's eyes, they had already accepted that the father and son had died in that forbidden area, as it had been too long, 10 years without a word, and of course, there was also Chi-Hong's mother. After all, I'm also a captain of the law enforcement team, so if I'm investigating you, I will surely investigate thoroughly. Zhao Wu said this while turning on the nearby monitor. The monitor displayed the surveillance footage of the big wolf dog using destructive light back then. Very strong, it's no wonder Lin Xia would want it. She said softly, and Chi-Hong noticed that Zhao Wu's face had no expression when Lin Xia was mentioned. It's just a loveless marriage among families. Chi-Hong sighed at this thought. Then he spoke calmly. That night, Lin Xia sent his men to kill me and take my big wolf dog. Because it was stored in the beast storage device, he thought it could be taken like an item. What? Zhao Wu frowned, staring at Chi-Hong and asked, why didn't you report this to the law enforcement organization? Sister Zhao Wu, can you at least let me finish? Alright, go on. As you see, he did not succeed, otherwise, I wouldn't be here being investigated by you. I went to the Ling group to find Lin Xia, he denied it and gave me some money as a hush fee. Chi-Hong continued recounting, but that stupid Lin Zhou, with his reaction, basically acknowledged that it was his brother's doing. After that, the matter settled until yesterday when I went to sign up. That Zhang. I don't even know what his full name was, he was just that guy who had already died. He locked the entrance with a second iron door and forced me to hand over my big wolf dog. Sister Zhao Wu, guess why a guy from Beijing, meeting me for the first time, forced me to hand over my big wolf dog? Zhao Wu fell silent for a moment, then leaned back in her chair and answered, "It's because of Lin Xia. He paid a price to have that Zhang guy help him. It's not hard to guess." "Exactly. So I had my big wolf dog blow up that door and told Qiao Xia I wouldn't go to Beijing. After that, the guy named Zhang ended up dead. Report complete." Shi Hong crossed his arms, leaning back in the chair and calmly gazing at Zhao Wu. "This is too coincidental. If it weren't for Zhao Wu having confirmed that Qi Hong was sleeping in the hotel before Qi Hong's appearance, then this sounds just like Qi Hong gone." As for the subordinate sent by Lin Xia to assassinate Qi Hong, she was prepared to investigate it later. So, even the people from the Beast Masters University in Yanjing are part of Lin Xia's network. You know that seeking the enforcers is useless, right? Have you forgotten that I am the enforcer? I will protect you. Zhao Wu pointed at herself, her tone carrying a hint of blame. Can you protect me for a lifetime? Moreover, that person is called the assassin Qi Hong, right? Sister Zhao Wu, you seem to be struggling with that Qi Hong. As soon as Qi Hong finished speaking, Zhao Wu shot him a fierce glare. That bastard Qi Hong was almost becoming her inner demon. Alright, you can go back now. This is none of your business. Behave yourself. Recently as that assassin Qi Hong is causing quite a stir. As for Lin Xia, I will give you an explanation. Zhao Wu stood up, signaling that Qi Hong could leave. She still chose to trust this brother she had known since he was little. After all, who knows, he might really end up being her brother-in-law. Okay, then, Sister Zhao Wu, I'm going back. Qi Hong stood up and was just about to leave when he heard Zhao Wu calling out to him again. Little Qi, where are you going? Zhao Wu asked. Of course, I'm going to see Qiao Xia. Qi Hong answered without hesitating. Sigh. Zhao Wu shook her head and said, forget it for today. Little Xia and father went to the old house, and they won't be back for a few days. Although I don't want to discourage you, but little Qi, father will not agree to her not going to Yanjing. I know. Qi Hong remained calm, nodded slightly to Zhao Wu, and left. Leaving the enforcer's office, Qi Hong stretched his back. He still had to attend university. He couldn't just rely on Qi Hong's identity and walk the path of an assassin to the end. He wanted all the so-called enhancement fruits, both on the surface and behind the scenes. He needed to enter university to hone his skills as a beast master and then level up. If he remembered correctly, the university took some excellent students every year to practice in low-danger forbidden areas. He, Qi Hong, had to go too. First, go back and take a nap. Walk a dog. Qi Hong threw out a red and white ball, and a large wolf dog appeared, panting and wagging its tail, looking very excited. Go! With a big wave of his hand, the large wolf dog sprinted away, and Qi Hong laughed and chased after it. Not far away, Zhao Wu leaned against the wall smoking, watching Qi Hong's back and letting out a bitter smile. It completely cannot be that arrogant guy Qi Hong. Their names coincidentally make me want to laugh. Zhao Wu shook her head and flicked away the cigarette butt. Hey, little girl, littering cigarette butts incurs a 50 yuan fine. Beside her, an unfriendly-looking ant with arm sleeves glared at Zhao Wu. Damn. Zhao Wu's face darkened, taking a few steps to pick up the discarded cigarette butt again. The next day, Qi Hong arrived alone at the enrollment office of Jinling Beast Masters University, with Meow Meow hugging a large bucket of popcorn, continuously stuffing it into her mouth. After all, it was a local university, and the number of people enrolling was not less than that of Yanjing University, even more. Little Qi, are you going to study at this school, Meow? Jinling Beast Masters University, this name is too ordinary, Meow. Orange Academy and Grape Academy sound better, Meow. Meow Meow expressed her opinion. Naming universities after cities, in her cat's eyes, was not prestigious at all. Qi Hong began the boring cue again. During the wait, he ordered takeout a few times for Meow Meow, and with Meow Meow accompanying Qi Hong, it didn't feel as dull. Next, Qi Hong. Qi Hong, who had almost fallen asleep standing still, opened his eyes as the announcement rang out. Meow Meow, bear with it for a while. Qi Hong took out the red and white ball and collected Meow Meow, who was still drinking milk tea, inside, then strode into the assessment room. Have you opened up the beast space? As soon as he entered the door, a man with a cold expression immediately opened his mouth to ask. Qi Hong was not nervous, responding without any emotional fluctuation. No, I don't know how to open a beast space. Did no one teach you at home? The man's question was very good. It could directly determine whether Qi Hong was an ordinary person or if he came from a family of beast tamers. My family is missing, and they haven't had the chance to teach me. Qi Hong spoke the truth. His identity was not a secret, and it could be easily discovered if one wanted to. Alright, since that's the case, let's start the assessment right away. Our Jinling. Cough cough. The man had only said half of his sentence when a very deliberate cough interrupted. The man immediately stood up, his expression respectful. It was an older gentleman, dressed in a proper suit, even wearing a tie. His head was full of white hair, which seemed to be plentiful, but he had many age spots on his face. Shi Hong just glanced at the old man and then shifted his gaze away. He wanted to end this assessment quickly. This kid, I'll take him for the assessment, you can continue your work. The old man glanced at Shi Hong and then turned to leave. Looking at the old man's back, Shi Hong reflected for a moment, finding he had no impression of him at all. He could confirm that he had never seen this old man before, there was no trace of him in Shi Hong's memory. Follow him, be smart about it. This is our Jinling City's most outstanding professor, Professor Yen. Although the man seemed cold on the surface, Shi Hong could tell he was probably a warm-hearted person. Shi Hong followed the old man and soon entered a private office. No, rather than an office, it was more like a reception room. Though very simple, it was fully equipped with chairs and a tea table, even including an old armchair. Little Chi, your mother was my student, so according to seniority, you should call me Grandpa. The old man sat down and began to brew tea, but his words left Shi Hong stunned. Although he had crossed over, he had inherited everything from Shi Hong and completely replaced this world's Shi Hong. However, those feelings and memories were already deeply embedded in Shi Hong's soul. What's the matter? Surprised? I thought Xiao Yang would have told you, this child, in the end, is still so stubborn, even regarding the matter of entering the forbidden area, he didn't come to consult me before making a decision. Seeing Shi Hong stay silent, Professor Yen shook his head, poured a cup of tea for Shi Hong, and pushed it in front of him. Shi Hong's mother was named Zhang Rui, the old man referred to her as Xiao Yang, and from the way he spoke, Shi Hong could not detect any hint of deceit. My mother did not mention it to me, I was very young when she went missing, and it's possible she did mention it, but I don't remember. After finishing his words, Shi Hong picked up the teacup and took a sip. At first, I didn't believe it was you, but the moment I saw you, I understood. The eyes and brows of this child are just like Xiao Yang's. What about your sister? I always thought you were taken away by your sister. Professor Yen looked at Shi Hong's face, a look of reminiscence appearing on his old face. Sister? Shi Hong's brow furrowed tightly. He had never heard of it. Did he have a sister? He had no impression at all. You didn't know? Professor Yin hesitated for a moment and then abruptly changed the subject. I see that your beast space has not been opened yet, let me help you with that. After all, your mother's beast space was also opened by me back then. Opening it by oneself, the space is quite a bit smaller compared to when higher-level beast tamers help. Although Shi Hong was confused by his sudden change of topic, he didn't ask further and simply shook his head, indicating that as long as he had the method to open it, he could do it himself without needing others' help. Alright, kid, wait for me a moment, I'll get you something. Professor Yen stood up. He walked up to the old armchair, with a very simple cloth bag hanging from its back. He reached into the bag, rummaged around, and took out a notebook. After casually flipping through the notebook, he handed it to Shi Hong. This is... Shi Hong took the notebook and found it was just an ordinary one, looking rather old, with only the word notebook in English on the cover, just like the one he had used in his previous world. This is your mother's notebook. It contains some notes on what she practiced, as well as things like precautions and methods to raise pet beasts. Of course, there is also the method to create a pet beast space. She also had some research on it. Each person's method is different, but they ultimately lead to the same result. I have seen your mother's method, which is quite good. As her son, this notebook is perfectly suited for you. Professor Yen, old and frail, sat back in his chair, his tone gentle, even a bit kind-hearted. Shi Hong flipped through quickly, finding the handwriting to be delicate. The notebook was nearly filled to the brim, and as he flipped to the last page, he immediately noticed something. All the previous content was written with a ballpoint pen, but the last line was written with a fountain pen. I am pregnant. This is good news. The West Wind Howler is very excited. Through its breath, the West Wind Howler senses that it's a boy. I informed my teacher, Mr. Yen, and he is also very happy. He even named my child Shi Hong. I like it very much, it's not too noticeable, nor is it so tacky. Shi Hong, mommy looks forward to the day you are born, and of course, your daddy and West Wind Howler are also looking forward. This seemed like a casual entry, and there were many such spontaneous words in the notebook. A few drops of tears fell on the notebook. Shi Hong was in tears, furrowing his brow, shedding tears of longing. I have made all preparations, I went to that forbidden place. It's a pity, although I really don't want to believe it, but child, your parents may really. I was trapped inside for 5 whole years. My pet beast space was shattered. Just repairing the space took another 3 years. I'm sorry I couldn't come to see you. Grandpa is very sorry. Professor Yan's eyes also glimmered with tears. He had only recently fully recovered, and one could imagine how terrifying that forbidden place was. Closing the notebook, Shi Hong sighed softly and looked at Professor Yen, saying softly, Grandpa Yen, do I still need to take the assessment? Ha ha ha. Of course not. Grandpa will give you a back door. Professor Yen laughed heartily, a lot of the gloom on his face dissipating. Chapter 33, What about the flames? In a week, it will be time to formally register at the university. I don't even know if it will be like an ordinary university, separating the fields. Chi Hong left, and after Professor Yen returned, he would directly add his information to the freshman database. This is what they call taking a shortcut. If I had known I had this connection at Jinling Beast Tamer's University, I shouldn't have even applied in Beijing. I'd better go back and study my mother's notebook. At least I should open up the Beast Tamer space first. I'll just follow my mother's old path, this counts as inheriting her legacy. Chi Hong hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading to the hotel where he was staying. On the way, he called Zhao Xia, but it still showed as turned off. It looked like her father had grounded her. Old Zhao is quite a character. When the Qi family was still strong, we hung out frequently. Once the Qi family fell, he completely disregarded me. But that's also human nature, I guess. After sending a few messages to Zhao Xia, Chi Hong turned off his phone and dozed off. A few days later, in a certain rural area, at the old Zhao family residence. I don't care. No matter what you say, Dad, I will never break up with Chi Hong. You want to control my life, to use me as a pawn to marry off like my sister? Don't even think about it. I'm not as obedient as my sister. Either let me go back to Jinling, or lock me up here for the rest of my life. In the courtyard, Zhao Xia stood with one hand on her hip and the other holding a cup of water, cursing until she got tired, then taking a sip to continue her tirade. Not far from her, a stern-looking middle-aged man sat under a large tree, his face dark as iron. Oh, Mom. Look at this old man. He not only wants to ruin my big sister, now he wants to ruin me too. I feel like living is pointless. If he continues to pressure me, I'll come meet you. Wow. Zhao Xia threw the cup in her hand and sat down on the ground, starting to showcase her fake crying skills. Enough. Chao Wen slapped the armrest of his chair hard, angrily rebuking her. What's enough? I'm telling you, if you treat me this way, when you're old and can't move, I'll push you into the sewer. Zhao Xia continued to counter, showing no sign of respecting her father at all. Damn that boy from the Qi family. Chao Wen gritted his teeth, his eyes looking as if they could consume someone. He looked at his daughter and couldn't help but imagine a scenario. A cocky young man embraced his daughter, arrogantly saying, "Old man, your daughter is already pregnant. If you don't want her to suffer, just give a few million for her." Too bullying. As Chao Wen thought of this, his anger grew. He stood up and kicked the chair into pieces. Seeing her father truly enraged, Zhao Xia immediately stopped her shenanigans, stood up, and walked over. Dad. I really like him. Give him a chance. If he really turns out the same as before, I'll completely distance myself from him. Chao Wen glanced at his shivering little cotton-padded jacket in front of him, wanting to say, "I'm doing this for your good," but he couldn't get the words out. He knew his daughter too well. The older one was very rational and suppressed her emotions, seeming to have no human touch at all. The younger one was equally rational, but while being rational, she was also very emotional. She was a contradiction. Chao Wen sighed and said, "You're too willing to give others chances, you suffer, and no one can share the burden." I'm fine with it. Zhao Xia raised her small face, her eyes filled with determination. Call the Chi boy here, I want to have a private talk with him. Chao Wen sighed, seeming to have a hint of compromise. Okay. I knew Dad loves me the most. And I hope Dad carefully considers my big sister, that person. Zhao Xia pointed to her head, doesn't have a brain. Humph. You should manage your own affairs first. Chao Wen's face darkened, and he directly turned back to his room. At the same time, Chi Hong successfully opened the Beastmaster's pet space according to his mother's notes. But that wasn't the main part. The main thing was that his pet space seemed to have been assimilated by a Pokémon panel. He couldn't enter it himself yet, but he could observe it. It was a forest. The forest wasn't very large, and at the edge of the pet space, there was actually a Pokémon Center. You should know that the Pokémon Center can sell items. However, currently, this Pokémon Center only had the function of restoring Pokémon's vitality, which was quite remarkable. Just think about it, no matter how severe the injury, as long as it was placed in the Pokémon Center, after a few flashes and rhythmic thumping sounds, it would recover. This was simply an unbelievable cheat. Chi Hong was a bit excited and prepared to give it a try, but found that the hint from the Pokémon Center was not yet in use. Damn it! Chi Hong cursed and then discovered that his Pokémon, including that punishing corn lion, were already in this area. It seemed that this place wasn't something he created but more like something he had just discovered. Could it be? Chi Hong pondered, this actually came along with me. That revised Pokémon game? Because there is a sign at the forest entrance that says Route 1. Forget about it for now, the usual routine. Let's check if Chao Xiao's phone is on. If there's still no news today, and if Chao Wu isn't willing to tell me the address of the old home. Chi Hong flipped through the contacts and glanced at the number 73. He was determined to find Chao Xia his way. As soon as he turned on his phone, Xiaoxia's incoming call showed up. Chi Hong, listen to me. Xiaoxia seemed very anxious, her words came out quickly but clearly, and Chi Hong heard everything clearly. In short, after venting a bit, Xiaoxia began to express how much she missed Chi Hong, and then, with a casual "I sent you my location, my dad wants to meet you," she hung up the phone gracefully. Meet me? Hilarious, we haven't even started dating yet. Chi Hong shook his head. Given Xiaoxia's usual kindness to him, her father would want to meet him anyway, but Chi Hong felt no nervousness at all. He got up to wash his face, looked at his messy hair, feeling a bit dejected, and washed his hair again. After drying it, he realized it was quite long since he hadn't had a haircut in a long time. He instinctively pulled out Xiaoxia's hair tie from his jacket. It was a pink hair tie with a cartoon dog charm on it. He casually tied up the hair at the back of his head, then put on a baseball cap, and glanced at Miao Miao, who was intently watching TV. I'm going out for a while, I might not be back tonight, Chi Hong said to Miao Miao. Safe travels, Meow. Don't forget to order my dinner and have it sent over, Meow. Miao Miao waved her paw at Chi Hong without turning her head. As soon as he stepped out of the hotel, he ran into Chao Wu coming toward him. Chao Wu's pupils dilated, and she quickly walked up to Chi Hong and snatched the baseball cap off his head. Chi Hong? Chao Wu felt a bit awkward and put the cap back on Chi Hong's head. Sorry, I've been a bit sensitive about guys of your build wearing baseball caps lately. Oh. Sister Chao Wu isn't here to find me, right? I haven't finished my previous matter? Chi Hong asked curiously. No, I'm taking you back to the old home. Xiaoxia called me, she's worried you might not find it since you haven't been there before, so she asked me to pick you up. Besides, I haven't been back to see it for a long time. I might as well take some time off to rest. Chao Wu said as she pulled out a pack of women's cigarettes, showing that she had quite a smoking habit. As she got closer, a faint sweet smell could be detected from Chao Wu. She smoked strawberry-flavored beads. No wonder you want to take a break, being disturbed by that assassin, Chi Hong. Sister Chao Wu, you seem a bit disoriented. Chi Hong said, a bit embarrassed, not realizing he had such a big psychological impact on Chao Wu. Kids talk too much nonsense. Get in the car. Chao Wu glared at Chi Hong and turned swiftly to stride toward a black SUV. How do you plan to talk to him? As soon as she got in the car, Chao Wu asked. The him she referred to was Cha Owen. There's nothing to talk about, I'm planning to say it right when we meet. Beastmaster Chi Hong, here to challenge. Chi Hong said coolly. What beast? Chao Wu stared coldly at Chi Hong and asked. Chapter 34, Beastmaster Chi Hong, here to challenge. The car drove for a long time, eventually stopping in front of a villa that didn't look very luxurious. It was essentially just a yard with two small buildings. Such courtyards can be seen everywhere in some rural areas. In the yard, there was a tall persimmon tree that looked like it had been there for some years. Xiaoxia stood at the door, waving her hands vigorously. As soon as Chao Wu and Chi Hong got out of the car, she rushed over, linking arms with both of them as they entered the yard. In the yard, Chao Wen was sitting under the persimmon tree. Expressionless, there was a small stove in front of him, and he was brewing tea. Dad. Uncle Zhao. Zhao Wu and Chi Hong both had calm expressions. Rather than being calm, it felt somewhat distant. Only Zhao Xia was there, giggling. If one didn't know better, they would think Zhao Wu and Chi Hong were siblings. Zhao Wen lightly hummed in response, and then a silence fell, an awkward atmosphere began to form. Are you an idiot? Did you come to see my dad empty-handed? Zhao Xia leaned against Chi Hong and whispered, scolding him. Eek. Xiao the sea lion jumped onto Zhao Xia's shoulder from somewhere, looking at Chi Hong along with her, as if scolding him too. Alright, Xiao Xia, go bring 2 stools. Let this guest sit down. Zhao Wen looked at Chi Hong, deliberately stressing the word guest. Soon, Zhao Xia walked over with 2 small stools and gestured for Chi Hong to sit down. Well, you can't blame me. You know, Zhao Wu drove, she wouldn't think of these social niceties. Chi Hong leaned close to Zhao Xia's ear, whispering lightly. You're right. Zhao Xia glanced at Zhao Wu and nodded in agreement. Don't you know to speak up yourself? Zhao Wu felt like she had a fire inside her but didn't know how to express it. She heard everything. I just say it straight, beating around the bush is not my style. As soon as Chi Hong sat down, Zhao Wen spoke up. It's about to happen. Zhao Wu squinted her eyes slightly. She didn't know what she was thinking. She was very excited. Hurry. Challenge him. Send out that powerful partner, the fire chicken. Of course, you will be beaten up. Honestly, I'd love to watch whoever gets beaten. Zhao Wu became somewhat excited. In fact, she had never seen anyone dare to provoke her father. Now, a guy who wanted to take away his little daughter was here, wanting to challenge him. This kid isn't just all talk, is he? The eager heart was a bit heated. Zhao Wu felt anxious inside, starting to worry that Qi Hong wouldn't follow through with his words. Then let me also speak plainly, Uncle Zhao, why do you look down on the Qi family? Zhao Wen spoke slowly, but Qi Hong didn't wait for him, immediately expressing himself with a strong tone. Good job. Zhao Wu secretly gave Qi Hong a thumbs up in her heart. But Zhao Xia's face darkened, she immediately lowered her head, not daring to look at her father. Even darker than Zhao Xia's face was Zhao Wen's large face. He asked coldly, I only look down on you, when did I ever look down on the Qi family in its prime? Oh. So you finally said it? Zhao Xia, look, your old man looks down on me. Qi Hong seemed to have found an opportunity and directly stood up, stepping back several paces. Here it comes. It's coming. Zhao Wu appeared calm on the surface, but internally she was extremely excited. So what do you want to do? What do you want to do? Zhao Wen and Zhao Xia spoke together, but one was angry, and the other was helpless. Qi Hong had long wanted to battle a legitimate A-class Beast Tamer. Zhao Wu wouldn't do, she was completely not his match. There were also differences among A-classes, and those with large gaps were as difficult to cross as a chasm. Then this Zhao Wen, who seemed to be on the verge of surpassing A-class, would be the best target for him to challenge. In fact, this grading was not very clear, and the differences between A-class and A-class could also be quite large. Qi Hong, like a naive youth, waved his hand, and a large wolf dog emerged from the ground amid a wave of dark light. With the beast space, he could summon Pokémon directly like a normal Beast Tamer. No longer limited to Pokeballs, but the role of Pokeballs was still enormous. He. Zhao Wen was directly angered to laughter. How was this Qi Hong completely different from when he was a child, utterly a fool? Did he even know what level of Beast Tamer Zhao Wen was? He surpassed an ordinary A-class and was about to become that top-tier S-class. He was just waiting for his fire mane monkey to complete its evolution and enter the ranks of Super A-class beasts. Qi Hong, are you crazy? Who challenges the girl's parents directly on the first meeting? And you, big sister, why are you laughing? Zhao Xia looked at Zhao Wu and questioned her. Despite Zhao Wu's expressionless look and her cold demeanor, Zhao Xia could still feel that Zhao Wu was laughing, and it was a hearty laugh. You little girl, we are not twins, so there shouldn't be any so-called twin-sister telepathy or anything, right? How do you know I am laughing? Zhao Wu asked coldly, almost confirming that she was indeed laughing inside. Qi Hong waved his hand, looking even more foolish. He said sternly, I am the Qi family, and the Qi family is me. If you look down on me, I will challenge you. You wouldn't dare, would you? As soon as Qi Hong finished speaking, Zhao Wen twitched the corner of her mouth. How many years had it been since anyone dared to speak to her like that? Still looking like this foolish young man. It seems there is no other way. Qi Hong, did you take the wrong medicine today? Forget it, do your best. Remember to surrender when the situation calls for it. Zhao Xia walked to her sister's side, holding her forehead with her hand, looking completely pained. In fact, Zhao Wen was quite good to Zhao Xia. Aside from being a bit assertive, she could see from Zhao Wu that she wasn't the type to say no, she was submissive. You, challenge me? Zhao Wen pointed to her own face, feeling like she was about to lose her temper. Yes. Qi Hong nodded while the large wolf dog beside him barked at Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen couldn't tell if it was her illusion, but she felt the big dog had a mocking expression on its dog face. I must teach you this ignorant brat a good lesson today. Still want to flirt with my daughter? Today I will beat you into an idiot, so you know the gap between you and Zhao Xia. Looking at the big wolf dog's mocking face, Zhao Wen could no longer hold back and stood up, summoning her pet beast. A firewolf, twice the size of Zhao Xia. Level 70? Qi Hong raised an eyebrow. A level 70 pet beast? His big wolf dog was definitely no match. But the next moment, a red and white ball appeared in his hand. Unlocking was activated again. Fire Lion, level 35. Qi Hong took a look, it was a female and had a low level. Using her against the enemy was almost no different from using the big wolf dog. Why does this old thing have such a high level? There are no lower level ones? Or does he really want to beat me into an idiot? Qi Hong touched his wrist, who gets beaten into an idiot wasn't certain yet. Chapter 35, Take My Fire Chicken Strike. No matter the values or levels, the big wolf dog can't possibly be a match for this guy. But Qi Hong glanced at the big wolf dog, which looked eager to fight. Okay. For fairness, please Zhao Wu to be the judge of this duel. Qi Hong unzipped his jacket and took it off, tossing it casually on the ground. What a show-off this guy. Zhao Xia felt a bit embarrassed, her little boyfriend seemed to be overly dramatic today. She ran over to pick up Qi Hong's jacket, hugged it in her arms, and walked away a bit. Alright, then it's one. Zhao Wu began to speak, but Qi Hong interrupted her. No. Qi Hong held up 3 fingers and said, I want to fight three pet beasts in a 1-to-1 format. Whichever side has all three lose their fighting ability or surrenders will be deemed the loser. Zhao Wu was stunned for a moment. Could this kid really have three? But thinking it over, her sister's sea lion ball that she hugged like a good luck charm every day wasn't also gifted by Qi Hong? Alright, please prepare, combatants Qi Hong and Zhao. Zhao Wu still wore her poker face as she straightforwardly announced her father's full name. Zhaowen's face was long. Her eldest daughter's personality had always been a bit slow-witted since she was young. Although he was very unhappy, he had actually become a bit used to it. Now, he was ready to unleash all of this anger on that ignorant little brat, Qi Hong. It can begin now. Zhao Wen shook his collar. Let's start. Qi Hong pressed down his hat brim. This action of pressing down his hat brim made Zhao Wu take another look, but there was nothing unusual. Zhao Wu had become somewhat desensitized, which was a good thing. Then, let the pet battle begin, now. Zhao Wu raised his hand and forcefully swung it down, then pulled Zhao Xia back a bit further. Eek! The ball sea lion in Zhao Xia's arms looked very excited, waving its tiny front limbs. Limit released, thoughts united. Qi Hong immediately activated his skill. In an instant, the man and dog connected in mind, their synchronization so high that it was hard for ordinary people to reach. Are you really choosing not to adopt a first strike strategy against a beast master like me, but rather to change tactics? No, this smelly kid is simply too slow to react. His synchronization is far too low. Fire! Zhao Wen shouted while standing still. The fire wolf opened its mouth and let out a roaring flame, instantly raising the temperature around them. It's just like shooting flames. Dodge! Qi Hong calmly spoke. The giant dog twisted its body, the roaring flames hitting the ground, charring it black. Zhao Wen frowned. Zhao Wu was also surprised. Was the synchronization rate with the pet just now a coincidence? Zhao Wu glanced at her sister. From Zhao Xiao's face, she did not see any signs of surprise. I remember the Zhao family is skilled in fire attribute pets. They have a wealth of experience in nurturing and training fire attribute pets. Qi Hong spoke. He didn't seem anxious to attack, and Zhao Wen completely looked down on him. Seeing him talk, he did not let the fire wolf continue attacking. That's indeed the case. The pet you gave Zhao Xia is water attribute, right? Its potential is very poor. It can only be a small pet. Apart from making Zhao Xia happy, it can contribute nothing to Zhao Xia's path as a beast master. Zhao Wen spoke, showing no mercy to Qi Hong. After this sentence, the ball sea lion in Zhao Xia's arms raised a front limb in anger, continuously calling out to Zhao Wen. If Miao Miao were here, she would translate this for Qi Hong. In short, it would say, the ball sea lion is cursing very rudely. That kid's potential is not just this, you will see her shine. Zhao Xia, Zhao Wu sis, please move back and stand under the eaves. Qi Hong could tell that Zhao Wen had no intention of taking the duel seriously. This kind of battle he did not like, so he planned to give him a shock. Oh. Zhao Xia nodded and held Zhao Wu's hand, retreating to stand under the eaves. Their old house's courtyard was very large, completely able to serve as a pet battle arena, and since this was a world of beast masters, almost every family that built a courtyard would aim to make it a bit larger, in case someone in the family became a beast master? No one could say for sure. Kid, if you directly concede defeat now and end this farce, I can accept it. After all, losing to me is not shameful. But you have to sincerely apologize to me, then keep your distance from Zhao Xia. Although saying this sounds quite harsh, after the decline of the Qi family, you and Zhao Xia are fundamentally from two different worlds. If you truly care for Zhao Xia, you should stay far away from her and not hinder her bright future. Zhao Wen warned Qi Hong earnestly, and Qi Hong was not angry at all. From a father's perspective, what he did could not be said to be wrong. Giant dog, use rain summoning. Qi Hong gave the command, and the giant dog immediately howled to the sky. Soon the sky above them became overcast. No way, could it be? Zhao Wu's eyes widened as she stretched out her hand towards the sky. Soon, the clear sensation of raindrops falling on his hands appeared. That pet beast changed the weather? What did it do? What is the principle? I didn't feel any form of energy manifestation. The thought just emerged in Zhao Wu's mind. Splash! It started to rain from the sky. So, Qi Hong made us stand under the eaves. Zhao Xia realized and said excitedly, the big wolf dog is indeed powerful. It actually did something we couldn't do effortlessly. On rainy days, the power of flames will be greatly weakened. Did he actually use the weather to form suppression? This guy, Qi Hong. Zhao Wu felt deeply emotional, even suddenly giving birth to the thought of comparing Qi Hong with Qi Hong. Impossible, that pet beast of Qi Hong. Ferocious and brutal, still in human form, suspected to be a brutalized pet beast from the Forbidden Land. Besides dogs, Qi Hong only has cats. How could he possibly be a match for Qi Hong? However, this sensitivity to tactics might allow him to join the law enforcement organization. In my team, he could provide me with great assistance. Zhao Wu had already begun to consider recruiting Qi Hong into the law enforcement organization. Now I understand why that Lin family kid cares so much about your pet beast. It is indeed very special, but just weakening the power of flames still cannot win against me. Fire Wolf, end this farce. In the heavy rain, Jiawen waved his hand, and the Fire Wolf roared and charged towards the big wolf dog. Thunder Fong. The big wolf dog unleashed Thunder Fong, and electrical energy started to gather. Thunder Fong struck fiercely on the Fire Wolf's head, causing the Fire Wolf's whole body to tremble. The attack did not weaken at all, and its claws glowed red, leaving several wounds on the big wolf dog's body. The big wolf dog flew backward and, just after landing, the Fire Wolf opened its mouth wide and bit towards the big wolf dog's neck. Fire Wolf. That's enough. Jiawen shouted urgently. He only wanted to teach Qihong a lesson, never intending to kill his pet beast. The attribute difference is still too great. Qihong raised his hand and returned the big wolf dog to the pet space. Although the Fire Wolf had already reined in its strength after hearing the command, it still bit down hard on the ground. It raised its head and let out a low growl at Qihong. The opponent is likely 3 fire types, and the rain won't last long. I can't rule out the monarch snake for the time being, so... Qihong habitually took out a pokeball and then threw it out. With a click, a tall figure appeared alongside a burst of blue light. This. Zhao Wu took several steps forward. The tall figure before him overlapped with the pet beast called Lucario in her vision. Hey, Sha! The figure of Blaziken appeared before everyone, standing nearly 2 meters tall. It crossed its arms and looked contemptuously at the Fire Wolf in front of it. This is... Blaziken? Are you telling me this is a chicken? Zhao Wu felt she was about to lose her composure. Roar! The Fire Wolf let out a fierce roar, flames bursting from its mouth. It felt that this guy, standing like a human, was also a fire type. So scary. Blaziken stomped its foot, and flames erupted all around it. Even the rainwater around it and the puddles on the ground were instantly evaporated. So, Uncle Jiawen, are you seriously considering this? My Blaziken's strength cannot be underestimated. Qihong had a calm expression, showing no negative emotions despite already sending out one of his pet beasts. Still hard to say. Fire Wolf, Dark Impact. Jiawen frowned and issued a command. The Fire Wolf immediately howled and charged straight at Blaziken wrapped in dark energy. Dark attribute skills, this is also something an A-level beast master can achieve, letting a pet beast learn skills of multiple attributes. Zhao Wu spoke, adding some knowledge for her younger sister. Thunder Punch, hit it head-on. Qihong calmly said. The boundary was lifted, still ongoing. Cha! Blaziken slightly bent its legs and waited for the Fire Wolf to get close enough to its punching range. Boom! Intense thunder erupted, and the Fire Wolf was struck back by this thunderous punch, spinning as it crashed through the main door and fell inside the house. The fiery chicken knocked down the Fire Wolf in one hit. Chapter 36, Breath Enhancement. I underestimated you. Jiawen stretched out his hand, recalling the already fainted Fire Wolf into the beast space. What you just took out is a pet beast collection device. So what? It's not so much a so what, but when a pet beast returns to the beast space, the beast master can stimulate their own breath to help the pet beast recover from injuries. Although the effect is not as good as direct treatment, it does help prevent the pet's condition from worsening. Jiawen explained in detail, which immediately reminded Qihong that perhaps his mother's notes had mentioned this. But he knew very well that excess leads to chaos, so he had only focused on the content of opening the beast space before. Are you going to teach me, Zhao old man? Qihong spoke disrespectfully again, hopping around in Zhao Wen's danger zone. Humph. Zhao Wen's face darkened as another pet beast began to materialize on the ground in front of him. A level? Zhao Xia, do you know the strength of your little boyfriend? He can take down my father's Fire Wolf. One hit down, that already shows A-level combat power. Zhao Wu was shocked, the ability to knock down an A-level pet beast, she had only seen recently with the Crimson one. Should I know? Zhao Xia was also stunned, rubbing the head of the round sea lion, unsure of how to respond. Eek. Eek eek. The round sea lion wiggled its body wildly, waving its 2 little front limbs, looking eager to try. Don't be silly, you're so small, you still want to fight that fiery chicken? Zhao Xia hugged the round sea lion tightly, continuously patting its little head. Kijik, level 80. Traits, fire, fighting. Held item, fiery gloves. Fiery gloves? Qihong glanced at the fiery chicken, which was holding a fiery chicken super evolution stone. Moreover, the other beast, bent over and humanoid, was of the same attribute as the fiery chicken. Although this Kijik's total base value was somewhat lower than that of the fiery chicken. The total base value of Kijik was only 490 points, which is not bad. After all, the actual combat level of a pet beast is closely tied to the beastmaster's ability. For example, now Chi-Hong was eager to try and take on the 80-level beast with his 65-level one. Dad, is serious now, Zhao Xia quietly said, then loudly shouted to Chi-Hong, Chi-Hong, go for it. Fire chicken, don't lose. Of course. The fiery chicken turned back and gave Zhao Xia a thumbs up with its claw. Zhao Wu was once again shocked. This fiery chicken can understand what others are saying. It's clearly the first time they've met. No, after all, it's my sister's boyfriend, they might meet often, and why didn't Chi-Hong bring that cute talking cat? Meanwhile, the Meow was lying on the hotel bed, snuggling snacks, watching Animal World with great focus. The voice from the TV echoed, spring has arrived, and it's the mating season. The duel continued. Zhao Wen was now fully focused. If he lost to this brat in front of his two daughters, he would have no credibility left. Let's do it. Zhao Wen loosened his collar. Although it was still raining, he felt a bit hot now, but Kijik charged straight at the fiery chicken. Double kick. The fiery chicken jumped up in place, launching a kick at Kijik. Kijik raised its fists, stably blocking the kick, then with a surge of energy in its legs, it punched towards the fiery chicken's abdomen. Use Thunder Punch to attack, then jump back using this force, seizing the moment to use Air Slash. Chi-Hong's spirit became highly focused. Finally, he had an opponent that allowed him to show off his Pokemon trainer strength. Oh, scared. The flames of the fire chicken erupted with electricity, colliding fiercely with the Kijik, the enormous sound stimulating Zhao Wen's eardrums. Is my father's pet beast stronger? Zhao Xiao's face was full of tension. After a skill duel, the fire chicken was knocked flying into the air. No way. Zhao Wu was closely watching the fire chicken, whose chicken face was calm, completely unlike someone who had just been knocked away. The fire chicken's body twisted in midair, then opened its arms, delivering a solid elbow strike to Kijik with its move, Banquet Return. Although Kijik had crossed its arms to block, the flying type's restraining effect against the fighting type was still outstanding. Ah! Kijik screamed in pain, sliding several meters on the ground from the fire chicken's elbow strike. The synchronization rate is almost the same as mine? Could this kid have been an A-level all along? Who was he putting on a show for before? Old Chi. Does he have enemies outside? In an instant, Zhao Wen thought of a lot, then suddenly raised his voice and shouted at Kijik, Breath Enhancement. Breath Enhancement? What's that? Chi-Hong had never heard of this before, and immediately fixed his gaze on Kijik. Wah! Kijik roared at the fire chicken, its aura started to explode forth, and Chi-Hong noticed the changes in its attributes. All values began to rise. It's just like a mega evolution, but unfortunately, it's clear that the boost from it isn't greater. And, the fire chicken's ability, acceleration, has already made the fire chicken faster and faster. Chi-Hong's fighting spirit boiled, and the fire chicken's eyes seemed to be burning with flames. At that moment, the rain stopped. Oh no, if that's the case, Chi-Hong is going to lose. Dad's Kijik has already reached a certain level of intensity. Even if I push my pet beast to this point, it would consume a lot of stamina and couldn't continue to fight. Zhao Wu's words made Zhao Wen's face darken. What does oh no mean? What does Chi-Hong is going to lose mean? Have you ever thought that she and her sister are the real family? Is my daughter really raised by someone else? Old Zhao's heart felt a bit blocked. Kid, let's see how long you can hold on. Kijik. Engage in close combat. Use fighting techniques to take down that chicken. Zhao Wen waved his hand, and Kijik dashed out at lightning speed, then something jaw-dropping happened. The fire chicken was faster than Kijik after the breath enhancement. Moreover, as the battle heated up, the fire chicken was getting even faster. Kijik could no longer even touch the fire chicken, which used to be able to trade blows. Explosive flame. Zhao Wen yelled, the rain had stopped, and fire-type skills would not be weakened. Big word explosive flame. Chi-Hong lowered his hat brim and ordered the fire chicken through mental unity. The surging flames collided, raising the temperature in the yard to an unbearable level for humans. Zhao Wu released a pet beast, which used some skill to block the heat wave. Chapter 37, The Keystone Replies to My Heart. The fire chicken was getting more and more into the zone, moving so fast it was hard to see with the naked eye. Zhao Wu and Zhao Xia both had to use their Beastmaster abilities to watch the battle. This aura. It's like two masses of flames. Zhao Wu couldn't help but marvel. She even felt that she might not be a match for Chi-Hong. Am I actually not even better than my little brother-in-law? Zhao Wu was stunned, realizing she had completely accepted Chi-Hong as her brother-in-law. After all, in the world of Beastmasters, they are the pillar, and the stronger the Beastmaster, the higher their status. Strength comes first. The flame chicken opened the distance, opening its mouth to release a jet of fire, and Kijik raised his hand to create a barrier of flames to block it. Behind. Chaos warned loudly, and Kijik immediately turned around, only to face another return strike. No way, I can't keep up with the speed, I have to switch my pet. If this drags on, Kijik will definitely lose. This kid has such a powerful pet hidden away. At his age, that's really incredible. Chaos withdrew Kitchik, who had been elbowed away by the return strike, back into the pet space, and the flame chicken lost its target, landing in front of Pool Hong. Cha. The flame chicken nodded at Pool Hong, meaning our side doesn't need to switch. My flame chicken is currently in great form. Pool Hong could feel the intense fighting spirit of the flame chicken through their bond. Indeed, the flame chicken itself is a fierce fire Pokemon, and its body is proof of its fiery fighting spirit. What should we do now? The situation has completely exceeded my expectations. It's a pity that such strength hasn't gone to the Yanjing Beast Master University. Chao Xia looked at Pool Hong with eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars. She was fully aware of the events that unfolded and grew more resentful of Lin Sha and the Lin family. Indeed, I underestimated you. Just by fighting with me until now, you have already demonstrated the strength of an A-class Beast Master. As for your matter with Chao Xia, I will no longer inquire, but there is one condition: Chao Xia must go to university in Yanjing. Chao Wen seemed unwilling to continue the battle any longer and directly stated his condition. Why? You can't control me. If I say I'm not going, then I'm not going. Chao Xia yelled loudly at Chao Wen. Because your mother is a professor at the Yanjing Beast Master University. Chao Wen's words left even Pool Hong at a loss for a rebuttal. What he said made too much sense. Pool Hong was completely speechless. Her own mother is a professor at a top university. That must be the best place for Chao Xia to go. Even though he could protect Chao Xia and even enhance her new Pokemon strength, what about the strength of the Beast Master himself? It's important to know that Pool Hong has no research on this aspect. Everything he knows is about Pokemon, and he is still a beginner when it comes to Beast Masters. Little Pool, what do you think? Chao Wen sighed and looked at Pool Hong. His question made Chao Xia stop shouting immediately. He even changed how he addressed him to Little Pool, no longer calling him that stupid kid repetitively. The change in attitude was so smooth. An 18-year-old A-class Beast Master. Given time, Pool Hong is very likely to rise up the Pool family again in Jinling all by himself. I respect Chao Xia's choices. Whatever she wants to do, I fully support her. Whether it's going to Yanjing or staying in Jinling, I will unreservedly support any choice she makes. It's like this now, and it will not change in the future. That is my attitude. Pool Hong's voice was firm, and Chao Wen was taken aback, realizing he hadn't done what Pool Hong just mentioned. Then you little brat, earlier. Dad. Chao Xia interrupted Chao Wen, tears sparkling in her eyes. Scary. The flame chicken suddenly let out a sharp and clear call. Uncle Chao, we haven't finished yet. My flame chicken is still full of fighting spirit. Let's continue. Show me your pet. Pool Hong immediately sensed the flame chicken's emotions. It was just a chicken, and it didn't care about human feelings and emotions at all. It only knew that the match wasn't over, the match should continue. Interesting, your pet is just as clueless about the heavens and earth as you are. Chao Wen's tone became hard again. He actually didn't want to fight anymore, and suddenly pausing wasn't to save face. Moreover, Pool Hong had completely proven himself. He didn't really need to teach Chi Hong a lesson. But looking at Chi Hong's expression, he seemed genuinely eager. Zhao Wen squinted his eyes and said slowly, well, I really can't spoil little Chi's enthusiasm. Chi Hong, there's no need to continue fighting. Right now, Dad is using his weaker pets, you can't win. Zhao Wu tried to persuade Chi Hong, fearing that if his dad brought out a stronger pet, Chi Hong's fire chicken might get hurt, seriously hurt. Please teach me. Chi Hong looked very stubborn, his fire chicken crossing its arms, eyes sharp. All right. It's not good for a young man to always be so stubborn. I'll give you a lesson today. Zhao Wu, protect your sister. It seems the old house might need renovation. As Zhao Wen finished speaking, he raised his hands, and the sky instantly grew dark, a massive pet appearing as if tearing through space. Of course, it wasn't actually tearing space, but a manifestation of the pet's spatial release. This pet was about 3 meters tall, very giant. It had a robust body, looking like a horse standing on its hind legs. Ruthless Transformation, Fierce Horse, level 97. Ability, Ruthless Transformation. In a duel, it can activate Ruthless Transformation to gain a huge boost in attributes for a short time, but it will consume both the pet's and the trainer's energy simultaneously. Click. A crisp sound appeared as Chi Hong suddenly pressed down on the Pokeball that had appeared. He glanced at it. This ball was the ultimate ball. That is, an exotic beast ball. Muscle Mosquito, level 75. Ability, Exotic Beast Enhancement. Carried item, Bumpy Helmet. Moves, Bodybuilding, Ice Punch, Drain Punch, Feather Nest. Exotic Beast. And it's level 75, the highest level Pokemon I have unlocked so far. The setting of the Muscle Mosquito is that in this world, it is an anomaly and very dangerous, but in the world where it originally resides, it seems to be just an ordinary creature. It's stable, but... Chi Hong and the Fire Chicken exchanged glances, their fighting spirit still high. Let's go. The meaning of the fire chicken was already very clear. Little Chi, this is a ruthless transformation pet, one I captured years ago from a forbidden place. It's not my trump card, but among my pets, it is a top-tier powerhouse. Feeling this kind of pressure, do you still choose to continue fighting? Jiawen seemed to finally regain his confidence as an elder, jokingly thinking, could his little daughter's boyfriend really overpower him? That must be impossible. Huff. Qihong took a deep breath and then raised his right hand under Jiao Wu's wide-eyed gaze. On his wrist, he wore a bracelet that looked familiar. Jiao Wu opened her sleeve, revealing she had a similar one. That's right, this bracelet was made by Zhao Xia. It seemed she had not only given one to her but also one to Qihong. What shocked her was not just the bracelet but a very conspicuous stone on it, with a pattern that looked like a leaf, but also somewhat resembled a DNA chain. This thing looked too familiar. The assassin's red had one too. But the assassin's red had a device that resembled a bracelet. Isn't that the bracelet I gave? Why is it glowing? Zhao Xia asked, pointing. Zhao Xia's entire body tensed, her pupils trembled, and she began to mumble. What she said was exactly what Qihong had said. Keystone. Keystone. Respond to my heart. Respond to my heart. Fire Chicken, evolve beyond. Mega Evolution. Chapter 38, Attack Without Defense, Brave Bird's Fierce Assault. The light emitted from the keystone connected with the glow appearing on Fire Chicken. Encased in substantial energy, Fire Chicken completed its mega evolution. Its body displayed black patterns, and flames appeared at its wrists, the flames dancing like 4 floating ribbons. Mega evolution? Sister, do you know? Zhao Xia's heart was racing. Qihong had surprised her too many times recently. I know, after this, I want to talk with Qihong properly. Zhao Wu clenched her fists. As an enforcer, she must figure out some things. The fiery chicken swung its arm, and a flame was flung out, then it slightly moved its body, positioning its hands into a starting pose, raising its right leg high, looking like it was about to kickbox. Jiawen said nothing, he just focused his spirit, changing his view on Qihong once again. The super fiery chicken gave him an overwhelmingly strong impression. Yes, it was that kind of feeling one gets when facing a strong enemy. It is normal for beast tamers to have their own unique strengthening methods. This is a true A-level beast tamer in the real sense. I just wonder if the change in the fiery chicken's form has also made its strength stronger. At this moment, Jiawen was completely in the zone. After all, a savage beast had already been released. Since Qihong was willing to continue the duel and showed this so-called mega evolution, he had to go all out. As long as a bond of trust is formed between the person and the beast, and the super evolution stone and mega bracelet are used to trigger it. The bond between the beast tamer and the beast will be presented in the form of mega evolution, representing the trust and fighting spirit between me and the fiery chicken. Although very few people know this discovery right now, it is enough to prove that anyone can achieve it. The threshold is not so high that ordinary people cannot reach it. As long as the thoughts of the person and the beast are in sync and mutually recognized, Qihong said here, glancing at Zhao Wu, and continued amid Zhao Wu's excited gaze, anyone can do it. Of course, digging into the potential of the beast is also essential. If the beast and tamer are not strong enough, merely being in sync will not unleash that power. Duel. Continue. Zhao Wu's eyes shone with excitement as she raised her hand and shouted loudly. This energy was just like that of Qihong and the assassin. Was the super evolution beyond evolution? Could she also do it? Zhao Wu glanced at the Fire Knight by her side. The Fire Knight nodded vigorously at her. Shattered Earth Iron Hoof. Jiawen waved his hand, continuing the unfinished duel. Fiery Chicken, jump up. Use sword dance while you're at it. Don't let him touch you. Qihong also issued orders, and the fiery chicken jumped high in place. Its jumping power was incredibly impressive. Looking at it, it seemed as if it had taken off from the ground. The mighty horse's giant hoof lost its target, stomping down hard on the ground, instantly causing the ground to shake. While Qihong and Jiawen stood still, the ground had already cracked. It was just like a small earthquake. Judgment Horn Lion. Zhao Wu raised her hand to summon the Judgment Horn Lion, pulling Zhao Xia onto it. The Fire Knight raised its shield to block the debris flying over. The two sisters needed to keep their distance. Fortunately, there weren't many people around, just their Zhao family's old house as the only one nearby. Otherwise, this would definitely affect the neighbors. As a series of metallic clashes sounded out, several long swords began to rotate around the fiery chicken jumping in midair. This is a metal-type skill? The mighty horse is too large to dodge. But the number of swords is too few and their size too small to deal much damage to my mighty horse. Mighty horse, keep an eye on the timing of the sword attacks and harden to block. Jiawen was indeed an old-school Super A-level beast tamer and instantly had a countermeasure. Although Shaoqi's fiery chicken is fast, its attack power is likely not capable of causing much damage compared to the mighty horse. But if the fiery chicken is hit even once, it's likely that the victor will be determined. Zhao Wu rode the Judgment Horn Lion with Zhao Xia, moving while watching the duel. Brave Bird Assault. Qi Hong raised his hand and clenched his fist. This mighty horse had ground attributes. According to Pokémon settings, flying types were immune to ground types. Following basic logic, as long as it jumped high enough. The Brave Bird's fierce attack is absolutely explosive in the flying type. Due to its overwhelming power, the Pokémon using this move will also take significant damage. Isn't that the sword attack? Is it just a bluff, or does it have some other function? Never mind. Use the fearsome punch and make him lie down. Zhao Wen felt his long dormant passion boil again. It had been a long time since he had such a thrilling battle at his level. The brave horse raised its huge fist, a powerful aura gathered on it. Clearly, if this punch hit directly, the fire chicken would definitely not be able to rise again. But attacks with little effect, even if used frequently by the fire chicken, are not very useful besides consuming its stamina. So Qi Hong had to decide the outcome with one strike. Fire chicken. Dodge. No wait. We can do it. With a united mind, Qi Hong could feel the immense pressure facing the fire chicken. In the real world, once the brave bird's fierce attack is unleashed, it is extremely difficult to change the initial attack path. The attacker will unleash a powerful blow along the established trajectory, forsaking all defense. Even if the attack route is forcibly changed midway, the power of the brave bird's fierce attack will be greatly reduced, because it will lose momentum. Turn sideways. Qi Hong shouted loudly, his mind highly concentrated. In an instant, he saw the perspective of the fire chicken. Who? The fire chicken let out a warlike cry, then just as it was about to collide with the nearly same-sized fist of the brave horse, it turned its body sideways. It brushed past the fist and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Caw! Energy wrapped around the fire chicken, forming a huge bird, which instantly spread its wings blocking out the sun, then crashed hard into brave horse's chest. Boom! The massive brave horse was actually knocked off the ground by this blow. Judgment Horn Lion. Get further away. Zhao Wu patted the head of the Judgment Horn Lion, and it ran away. Boom! The ground trembled, and the brave horse fell heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The fire chicken also landed on the ground, hugging its arms, kneeling on one knee, greatly exhausted and heavily impacted. It took quite a bit of damage too. With a flash of light, the fire chicken exited its mega evolution state. That was incredible. Zhao Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He actually defeated his own destructive Pokémon, the brave horse? No one can take this son-in-law away. Zhao Wen had decided. Fire chicken, can you still hold on? Qi Hong asked. Ha! In response, the fire chicken let out a loud cry, then stood up again, but it was clear that it was already struggling. There's no need to push yourself, I have one more, no need to force it, fire chicken. Qi Hong said with a smile, then recalled the fire chicken back into the Pokémon space. Uncle Zhao, you and I, we have one more. It's decided, you will be it. Ruler Serpent. Qi Hong raised his hand and stretched forward. A green snake over 3 meters long appeared, her head held high, her neck had a collar-like body structure fanned out behind. The ruler serpent circled around Qi Hong, then looked at Zhao Wen, her gaze filled with pride. Chapter 39, Change. The dark clouds have completely disappeared. Zhao Wen raised his hand to shield his eyes, then recalled the massive brave horse back into the Pokémon space. That's right, Dad has another Kitschik. And that beautiful snake is also Qi Hong's third one. The outcome has not yet been decided. Zhao Xia shouted. Indeed, she and the ball-shaped sea lion in her arms were mesmerized. She had only seen such intense battles on live streams or videos before. In reality, Qi Hong's fire chicken had not yet fallen, but everyone could see that the fire chicken's stamina had nearly run out. Just now, that victory. It was a narrow victory, with a great cost. Zhao Wen glanced at the aura. Indeed, the pet beast called the Lord Snake did not have the intense aura of the fiery chicken. His Kitschik had not consumed much energy, nor was it badly injured, and it was still recovering in the beast space. Still, it could fight. The level difference is quite large, but the most important thing is that Zhao Wen is an expert, and his attributes don't have an advantage. I can only take a risky approach. Qi Hong had already come up with a rough strategy. Ha 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 ha. Good boy. Uncle will play with you until you're satisfied. Zhao Wen laughed heartily, already referring to himself as uncle. Qi Hong also put away his provocative expression. He could tell that although Zhao Wen was serious about the duel, he was still holding back. For example, the fierce horse, he clearly saw that the trait was ruthlessness, but Zhao Wen didn't activate it until the horse was knocked down. Clearly, activating that trait would cause great destruction, and Zhao Wen probably thought it would hurt himself. Although you showed me no mercy before, after seeing my strength, you immediately changed your attitude? That's human nature. Qi Hong thought this was normal. In fact, when he decided to fight, he had already prepared to lose. This old Zhao was an S-rank beast master, there was no way he only had this much strength. Kick. The rain has stopped, the damage from fire-type skills will no longer be weakened, you can now use your strength. Zhao Wen summoned Kick. This basic knowledge was not only clear to Qi Hong. Beast masters were essentially the same profession as Pokémon trainers. Let's see. Qi Hong extended his hand forward, and the Lord Snake, which had surrounded him, proudly raised its head and twisted its body to move forward. Hiss. The Lord Snake flicked its tongue. It looks like it's wood-type, use long-range fire. Zhao Wen instantly recognized the Lord Snake's attribute, and Kick raised its hand to launch a fireball. Boundary release. Reflective wall. Light wall. The moment the commands appeared, the Lord Snake immediately cast Reflective Wall and Light Wall, blocking the fireball with two overlapping barriers. The explosion's force still made the Lord Snake lean back slightly. A defensive-type pet? Then let's fight up close. Use the Flame Punch for continuous attacks. Hearing Zhao Wen's command, Qi Hong raised an eyebrow. Flame Punch? Sure enough, they had similar skills. Kick's hands were engulfed in flames, and after letting out a strange cry, it charged at the Lord Snake. Kick was carrying the item Blazing Gloves, and since the weather was no longer rainy, the power was evidently increased. Bang! Kick's punch hit the light wall and reflective wall, then it took a deep breath and began a series of relentless strikes. It won't hold up for long, prepare to use substitute. Qi Hong didn't seem to be in a hurry. He sent the command mentally. Crash! The sound of the walls cracking came, and a glint flashed in Kick's eyes as it threw a fiery punch at the Lord Snake's head. A cloud of smoke exploded, and both Zhao Wen and Kick were stunned. In front of them was only a strange green, white-bellied doll. Hiss! The Lord Snake, from somewhere, had tightly wrapped its tail around Kick and used the Great Snake Stare on it. This move could paralyze the opponent. Why? Maybe because it scared them. Breath Enhancement, Flame Burst. Zhao Wen calmly gave the order. Breath Enhancement was cast again, and Kick's expression showed some struggle. It was clearly affected by the Great Snake Stare, but Zhao Wen's training was quite strong, and Kick eventually used Flame Burst. Let go, use Awakening Power. In the moment when the flame erupted completely, the Lord Snake released its tail and then used Awakening Power. Boom! Two flames collided, creating a fierce blaze at the scene. Hiss! The monarch snake moved back a short distance, clearly uncomfortable with the flames. It turns out to be fire attribute Awakened Power. What a pity it's not water, Qi Hong said regretfully. How can a wood attribute beast use fire attribute moves? Could it be Qi Hong is the legendary reverse attribute beast master? Zhao Wen looked puzzled. It's becoming a drawn-out battle. Zhao Wu frowned, seeing that the scene looked like it would develop into a protracted contest. Zhao Wen rubbed his neck, noticing the situation as well, then his eyes sharpened as he shouted, one move to decide the outcome. If your beast can withstand it, then I lose. Kick. Strong Flame Blast. As Zhao Wen gave the command, Kick leaped into the air angrily, unleashing a ball of red and purple flames from its hands. The speed was astonishing. Qi Hong had no doubt this strike could bring down the monarch snake. Mirror Reflection. The monarch snake used mirror reflection, but the strong flame blast still hit her. The monarch snake's body was covered in black smoke, yet she endured and did not fall. The monarch snake held on because she was afraid you would worry. Qi Hong naturally remembered this phrase in his heart. I won, Zhao Wen breathed a sigh of relief, almost losing face. As soon as he finished speaking, the monarch snake erupted in light, roaring at Kick, and then. In the stunned gazes of Zhao Wen and the Zhao sisters, that strong flame blast was fired back by the monarch snake, hitting Kick fiercely as if it were returned. The rain had ended, with Blazing Gloves, fire attribute, double return. It was clear that even though Kick was a fire attribute beast, it was now scorched. It fell to the ground with a thud, unable to rise again. Hiss! The monarch snake flicked her tongue, her proud head drooping weakly. Qi Hong immediately stepped forward to embrace her large snake head, gently stroking it before recalling her into the beast space. Zhao Wu momentarily didn't know how to speak, seemingly forgetting her temporary referee role. I lost. Zhao Wen smiled as he recalled Kick. It counts as a draw. Qi Hong pressed down his hat brim, his tone heavy. He realized more clearly that, unlike in the game, in reality, seeing the monarch snake suffer such heavy damage, he felt no joy in defeating his opponent. You've worked hard. Zhao Xia rushed over and leaped into Qi Hong's arms. Feeling the overflowing vitality of her body, Qi Hong gently in response. How is it? Is he a rare genius? Zhao Wu walked to Zhao Wen's side and asked. Zhao Wen nodded, turned to leave, and after taking a few steps, he looked back at Zhao Wu and hesitated, saying, about your marriage, if you have your own ideas, then let's discuss it again. Okay. Zhao Wu said nothing more, just nodded. Chapter 40, Stones and Healing Ointment. Shi Hong sat in a cafe, staring wide-eyed at Zhao Wu. Zhao Xiao went back to Jiling with her dad, but Zhao Wu insisted that she had something to discuss with him. They had been sitting for over 20 minutes, Zhao Wu not speaking, only staring at Shi Hong with a strange look, making him feel a bit uneasy. You? Zhao Wu finally spoke, frowning as if trying to organize her words. What's wrong with me? Shi Hong asked, curious, though he had some guesses himself. City Guardian, Enforcement Captain Miss Zhao Wu, probably starting to suspect him again because of the Assassin's Red event. I'll send you a photo, take a look. Zhao Wu pulled out her phone, found a message to Shi Hong, and sent him a picture. Shi Hong opened it and thought to himself, as expected. The photo looked dark overall and showed a man wearing a baseball cap. The photo was taken from the side, with one hand of this person tucked into the coat pocket and the other hand pressing down on the brim of the hat. However, the side profile captured in the photo appeared blurry, as if shrouded in mist. Who is this? He's somewhat handsome, this photo, it can't be taken by you, right, Sister Zhao Wu? Shi Hong pretended to be clueless and then quickly set this photo as his screensaver. What could he do? Men are like this, often capturing stunning photos by accident. He himself thought this photo looked truly handsome. Assassin Crimson, although not very famous in the assassin organization and seemingly a newcomer, here with me. This guy is quite notorious. Zhao Wu said angrily, slamming her hand on the table, her gaze turned fierce as she stared at Shi Hong. Shi Hong was startled by her and quickly put on his cap again, turning his head to say, alright, I admit, I am indeed Assassin Crimson. Oh? A steady voice came from behind, as Meng Yi pushed open the cafe door and strode over. So this is your brother? Meng Yi sat down next to Zhao Wu and took a small sip of coffee in front of him. Shi Hong now understood why the two had ordered 3 cups of coffee, turns out there was a law enforcement team leader here. Should be considered that way. Based on the current trend, he should always call me sister from now on. Zhao Wu said in a flat tone, pointing at Meng Yi, he's still my colleague, although we are both team leaders, he belongs to a captain and is considered my superior. Hello, Meng Yi. Meng Yi extended his hand toward Shi Hong. Oh, hello, brother Meng. My name is Shi Hong. Shi Hong shook his hand lightly, secretly thinking to himself, all familiar faces. I heard you have a tool that allows pets to evolve in battle, could you let me see it? Meng Yi got straight to the point and expressed what he wanted to do. We must speed up the progress. The pressure from Yanjing is really too great. Out of anger, he even thought of no longer enrolling students in Jiling. Crimson indeed put him under a lot of stress. Oh. Shi Hong quickly rolled up his sleeves and took the bracelet that Zhao Wu had given him and placed it on the table. If you don't mind, I'd like to take it back to study. After all, if any discovery is made about this type of thing, it would be good for many beast tamers. After Meng Yi finished speaking, he raised his hand to take it. Zhao Wu forcefully swatted his hand away with a bang. What does the business of many beast tamers have to do with my brother? Don't you think it's too reckless to act this way on our first meeting, Captain Meng? Zhao Wu's face was cold, and her tone left no room for doubt. If Meng Yi dared to take it by force, she would dare to turn against him. What do you mean, just? Then I can also secretly teach Shi Hong the beast cultivation methods of the law enforcement team, right? Zhao Wu completely cut off Meng Yi's chance to argue, forcefully interrupting him. Ha ha. Zhao Wu, you're too sensitive. You know the saying, a common man is innocent, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. I'm doing this for your brother. Little Chi, let's go. I'm sorry, I was wrong today. I shouldn't have brought such a self-righteous guy to meet you. Zhao Wu still didn't let Meng Yi finish his words and directly picked up her bag and stood up. Oh. Shi Hong picked up the bracelet and put it back on his wrist, following behind Zhao Wu as they exited the cafe. After the two left, Meng Yi smiled bitterly and took out a small notebook from his pocket, pulling out a pen secured to it to start writing. Emotions are too stable, seems willing to listen to Zhao Wu. Shi Hong, Crimson, there's a phonetic similarity in the two names, it's currently judged to be a coincidence. After writing these 2 paragraphs, Meng Yi recalled Shi Hong's appearance in his mind and wrote, he doesn't seem to consider the enhancement tool as very important and is willing to show it to someone he just met. It might be due to the morning fog. At first contact, I judged the probability of Shi Hong being Crimson Red to be very low, but I maintained a state of suspicion until I saw a third person initiate Mega Evolution, or possess that stone. Then let's leave it at that. Meng Yi picked up the coffee in front of him, took another sip, stood up, and prepared to leave. Excuse me, sir, but you haven't settled the bill yet. You ordered 3 cups of coffee, totaling 250 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or via scan? The coffee shop server quickly approached him with a receipt in hand as he tried to leave. Meng Yi's face darkened as he took the receipt and said, can it be 249? 250 sounds too unpleasant. Then it can be 251, the server said with a smile. Meng Yi helplessly took out his phone to make the payment. On the way, Zhao Wu had a grim look on his face and said nothing until they reached the parking lot. After opening the car door, he finally spoke, "Don't casually show that thing to others, you might attract ill-intentioned people." "Are you talking about this stone?" Chi Hong raised his hand to show the special stone on his bracelet, shining brightly in the sunlight. He had just discovered that part of his Pokémon backpack had been unlocked, revealing the stone and healing items. Still the same as before, Chi Hong didn't understand the specific conditions for unlocking. It might be similar to the game, unlocking bit by bit based on the game progress. After battling with Zhao Wen, his fire chicken had also reached level 66. The Great Hound was the first to fall in battle, but unlike the game, fallen Pokémon didn't gain experience. The Great Hound had also leveled up to 38. "You're asking a question you already know the answer to." Zhao Wu's expression was already cold as she got into the car. Chi Hong smiled and walked around to the front of the car, getting in the passenger seat. After buckling up, he said with a mysterious smile, "Sister Zhao Wu, why not find a random club and let me see all your beasts?" "What do you mean?" Zhao Wu glanced at the rearview mirror and pressed on the gas, speeding away. "This stone isn't a rare thing, its type and purpose might even vary. I have a few more. Maybe one of them could be useful for your beasts." Virun Zhao Wu slammed on the brakes, stopping the car abruptly, turning her face to glare at Chi Hong without speaking. If you don't need it, that's fine." Chi Hong said awkwardly. "I do need it." "How could you not need it?" "Just to be safe, let's go to my house's Chaoyang Club." Zhao Wu pressed the accelerator again, the steering wheel turned sharply, and the car rushed off in another direction. Chapter 41, The Bonds of Connection. Chaoyang Club, there are many in Jinling City, almost as numerous as the cinemas in Chi Hong's original world. After all, not everyone can become a Beastmaster, and many who own beasts that haven't even reached sea level need places for their beasts to be nurtured, healed, or even just to play. "Hello, Director Zhao." "Director Zhao." Clearly, the staff at this club all recognized Zhao Wu, greeting her along the way. Zhao Wu merely nodded coldly in response. This is her personality, she seems cool and distant to everyone. My Judgment Hornlion can also Mega Evolve, right? After all, it's my strongest beast and also the most convenient. Zhao Wu seemed a bit anxious, walking at a brisk pace. Though saying this might disappoint you, wanting to use the Mega Bracelet to trigger the Mega Evolution of the Judgment Hornlion. It probably won't work. What Chi Hong said felt like cold water poured over Zhao Wu. After all, Mega Evolution is exclusive to Pokémon. Beasts and Pokémon, fundamentally, are not species from the same ecological environment. In short, according to the rules, a Caterpie could Mega Evolve while a Judgment Hornlion could not. There might be other similar situations to Mega Evolution since Mega Evolution is Super Evolution. It's not impossible for a beast to evolve again during battle. So what did you mean by what you said before? Is the stone not referring to this kind of stone? Zhao Wu grabbed Chi Hong's wrist and pointed at the bracelet on his wrist, asking. Sister Zhao Wu, let me take a look first. Although I've studied for a long time, not every pet beast is suitable. Chi Hong said helplessly, as he watched Zhao Wu becoming impatient. In fact, he wanted to see if he could use it. It wasn't a Mega Evolution Stone at all, but an ordinary Evolution Stone. For example, the Fire Stone, Water Stone, Leaf Stone, and so on. These could trigger the evolution of Pokémon that could adapt to and correspond with the respective attributes. Unlike the Mega Evolution Stone, Chi Hong understood these stones merely as a way to activate attribute energy. Alright, let's go to the battle room. Zhao Wu released Chi Hong's wrist and said to the staff nearby, open the largest battle room. Then, turn off the surveillance in the battle room. Okay, Director Zhao. The staff slightly bowed to Zhao Wu, then took out a walkie-talkie to start making arrangements. Soon, Chi Hong entered a very spacious battle room, right next to which was a pet healing station, making it very well equipped. Little Chi, in fact, cultivating pet beasts as a beast master consumes a lot of energy. For someone like me, who has a proper job, there's no time to cultivate pet beasts. So, I can say that I have only 4 pet beasts that count as my fighting power, including the Judgment Hornlion. Zhao Wu slightly looked up at Chi Hong's face and said. Isn't the Judgment Hornlion cultivated by you? I heard that the Judgment Hornlion is a symbol of law enforcers. Every Judgment Hornlion can reach a level strength as long as it grows normally. If you didn't personally cultivate it, that wouldn't be right, would it? Chi Hong asked in confusion, believing that the Judgment Hornlion was equivalent to the fast dog in the Pokémon world. Both are companions of law enforcement personnel, and the fast dog is definitely a partner nurtured by Miss Junsha all along. No, the Judgment Hornlion is uniformly cultivated and trained by the law enforcement headquarters, and then handed over to the law enforcers. The Judgment Hornlion is different from other pet beasts. If its beast master unfortunately sacrifices, this Judgment Hornlion will be handed over to the next qualified law enforcer for continued work. Of course, if the beast master's skills increase too quickly, they can also apply to exchange for a better qualified Judgment Hornlion. And vice versa. Zhao Wu spoke in a plain tone. These things weren't secrets and had nothing that couldn't be said. This is also one of the rules to better complete the law enforcer's work. Oh, I see. Qi Hong nodded, then smiled and said, so I can be 100% sure that the Judgment Horn Lion in the hands of law enforcers cannot undergo enhancements like Mega Evolution. As far as I know, any method for the Beast Master and Pet Beast to grow stronger together does not apply. Why do you say that? Zhao Wu frowned and asked, as she felt increasingly that Qi Hong was different from the impression she had of him. But thinking about it, it had been a long, long time since she had last seen him. Because a Judgment Horn Lion growing up in this environment shouldn't, Qi Hong said, pointing at Zhao Wu's chest, respond to your heart, right? As soon as the words fell, Zhao Wu froze for a moment. But whether it was the assassin Scarlet or Qi Hong, they were all talking about the keystone, right? Wait, how can a stone respond to the heart? So, that means. Zhao Wu felt that her long-standing nurturing philosophy was wrong. Exactly. Qi Hong raised his hand and summoned Blaziken, which seemed to be recovering well. Cha are you? The moment it appeared, it glanced at Qi Hong and nodded slightly as a signal. The keystone is just a tool that connects me and Blaziken. What truly responds to my heart is Blaziken itself. Qi Hong said emphatically, joking, that the nurturing philosophy of beast masters in this world has problems. Gotcha. The flame chicken closed its eyes at the right moment, crossed its arms, and nodded, then extended its claws toward Zhao Wu. On its wrist, there was also a strap, from which hung a Mega Evolution stone. Does the pet also need it? So this stone only plays a role of connection. The most important thing is still between the Beast Master and the pet. Zhao Wu suddenly understood, recalling what Qi Hong had previously said to Cao Xia. Respect the pet, build a bond, give each other courage and will, only then can both sides become stronger. Yes, bond. Zhao Wu's eyes sparkled, although he initially thought it was childish. Now upon reflection, Qi Hong was right. Between himself and the Judgment Horn Lion, at most, they were just colleagues. He had never truly nurtured the Judgment Horn Lion. So, Wang Dong's Judgment Horn Lion getting stronger in the hands of the Assassin Red is expected? After all, although the Assassin Red is an assassin, one can assume they also embody the one who upholds bonds. Zhao Wu felt a mix of emotions. After the conversation, she dismissed the thought of Mega Evolution. Since that's the case, then let me take you back. Zhao Wu's tone became plain again. Her emotional fluctuations were initially small and calmed down very quickly. Don't. You promised to show me the pet. I have other stones, maybe they could be useful. Qi Hong leaned against the flame chicken, smiling as he spoke. Gotcha. The flame chicken nodded, still maintaining its cool demeanor. Chapter 42, Little Fire Tiger, Fiery Tiger. Let's skip the Judgment Horn Lion, there's no need to look at that, and the Fire Warrior too, no need to check. These two he had already seen, there was nothing to say about them. But these two are my strongest. Zhao Wu frowned. In fact, her face was very pure, but she always wore a cold expression, the stark contrast making her more attractive to the opposite sex. If it weren't for becoming an enforcer, the rich young men chasing her could line up to France. Strongest? Shall we have a match? Qi Hong pretended to be cool, extending his hand to pat the flame chicken's shoulder. Gotcha. The flame chicken still maintained its expert demeanor, only letting out a call to indicate it could handle it. Zhao Wu glanced at the flame chicken's tall body, and she had no doubt that this flame chicken could arm wrestle with Red's Lucario. Well, forget it, in a normal competition, I wouldn't fight without a chance of winning, and practicing normally is a waste of time. Zhao Wu shook her head, directly refusing. I'm about to start school, time is running out. If I can, then great, if I can't, there's nothing I can do. After this, I also want to rest well, and so does the flame chicken. Since Zhao Wu didn't plan to spar with him, he didn't mind. A Pokemon like Flame Chicken had to battle with an A-grade Beast Master to have any hope of leveling up. Okay. Zhao Wu raised her hand, ready to summon her pet, when Qi Hong suddenly seemed to think of something and interrupted. Wait, Sister Zhao Wu. That Fire Wolf of Cao Xia was given by Uncle Zhao, right? It has probably accompanied her for a long time. Don't you have a similar one, a pet you got when you were very young? Qi Hong believed that just like Pokemon, the longer the companionship, the higher the synchronization rate with the Beast Master. As a Pokemon trainer, he had his own insights. I do have one, but that can only be considered a childhood companion, different from Cao Xia's Firewolf. Because I was very close to that pet when I was young, it was so cute, so I chose it. Now thinking about it, I probably should have chosen the Firewolf instead. Zhao Wu's tone remained cold, like an emotionless tool. Zhao Wu didn't know when she became this way, but it seemed that when she was little, she was like any ordinary girl, liking cute things. I cannot agree. First impressions are important, smart people should trust their instincts, and the foolish are a different story. People will always be slapped in the face by their future selves, just as they will look down on their past selves. Let me see it. At this moment, Qi Hong looked just like a teacher. Every time he spoke, Fire Chicken responded in perfect harmony. Zhao Wu said nothing, but raised her hand to start summoning, almost instantly. A small, round, red-furred tiger appeared in Chi-Hong's sight. This small tiger had a round head and was smaller than a full-grown dog. Young Fire Tiger, level 21. Attributes, Fire, King. Personality, Timid. Special trait, Tiger Majesty. If it enters the battle quickly suppressing the opponent, it will unleash the might of the King of Beasts, significantly boosting its attack power. Skills, Tiger Roar, Pounce, Fire Breath. Evolution method, obtain extremely powerful fire energy. It matches. What a damn coincidence. And what is this king attribute? Chi-Hong clapped his hands and directly squatted down to pet the little tiger's round head. Ah! The young fire tiger immediately hid behind Zhao Wu, scratching her leg with its paws, its face full of fear. Zhao Wu expressionlessly reached out and grabbed the young fire tiger by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. As you can see, in terms of both size and personality, it can only be kept as a pet. It is of no help to my identity as a beast tamer. Zhao Wu held the young fire tiger in her arms, calmly scratching its chin. The young fire tiger immediately raised its head in contentment, starting to make kitten-like purring sounds. Being timid might make it a bit faster than other pets. That should be right. Chi-Hong looked at the little tiger. It was quite good, and Chi-Hong felt it had the potential to be one of the 3 main pets, or at least a cardy dog. The wind speed dog, its power should not be underestimated, with a total value of 555. That's 45 points higher than Zoroark. Speed? Is it faster because it's timid? Zhao Wu looked at Chi-Hong, still playing with the young fire tiger, treating it as a pet. Pretty much, but I'm talking about attack speed. Alright, Zhao Wu, I can see this young fire tiger really likes you. Can we establish a bond of trust? I want to confirm once more. Zhao Wu smiled and, under the puzzled gaze of Zhao Wu, turned and walked back. In the moment she passed by Fire Chicken, their eyes met, and Fire Chicken subtly nodded. What do you mean by that? Little Fire has no combat ability at all. Boom! A strong wind rushed past Zhao Wu's ear. The punch was so quick that she, as a human, couldn't react at all. Roar! It was still the roar of the young fire tiger that snapped the stunned Zhao Wu back to reality. She awkwardly turned her head to see Fire Chicken's paw narrowly miss her head, while the young fire tiger fiercely hugged Fire Chicken's arm and bit down. Fire Chicken felt nothing at all. It pulled its arm back, calmly observing the enraged young fire tiger wildly flailing its small paws. That kid is protecting you, so you should trust it. If, as a beast tamer, you treat it as a harmless pet, a tiger with king written on its head would surely feel very sad. Chi-Hong took out a firestone and casually tossed it to Zhao Wu, who instinctively caught it, but as soon as she held it, she immediately let it go. It was hot, way too hot. It felt like holding a burning iron. You could see that Zhao Wu's palm had red burns. Ha! Chi-Hong was stunned for a moment. This thing felt perfectly normal in his hands. Just like an ordinary stone. The flame chicken let go, and the young fire tiger immediately ran to Zhao Wu's side, its big eyes filled with worry. It was very anxious now. As for that piece of firestone, the young fire tiger completely ignored it. Sister Zhao Wu, let the young fire tiger touch that stone. Chi-Hong said, standing not far away, reminding her. Little fire, go. Zhao Wu pointed to the firestone, signaling the young fire tiger to go, but the young fire tiger just circled around her, looking very anxious. You should go. Just as Zhao Wu was about to urge it, she froze for a moment, realizing that this little creature was actually worried about her. So, Zhao Wu walked over, enduring the pain of her palm being burned by the firestone, and picked it up again. She held the firestone up to the young fire tiger, and a smile finally appeared on her cold face. Little fire, this is for you. The young fire tiger no longer hesitated and bit down on the stone. In an instant, the firestone exploded with intense light. A wave surged out, pushing Zhao Wu backward. Chi-Hong was caught off guard and got knocked to the ground by Zhao Wu's body, acting as a human cushion. In the prime of youth, Chi-Hong couldn't handle such contact. To prevent embarrassment, he immediately pushed Zhao Wu away, got up, and pretended to be calm. Gotcha? Gotcha. The flame chicken stood aside, not even trying to help him up, but laughed right where it was. What the heck? How could it make such a big noise? This seemingly ordinary thing is actually a high-end item in the Beast Master world? Chi-Hong's face darkened. He was feeling dizzy after falling like that. In the flames, a figure was expanding, and low growls echoed from the fire. The floor turned charred black, and the temperature of the entire battle room noticeably increased. Roar! A soul-shaking roar echoed. The flames exploded and dissipated into the air. The young fire tiger had evolved. Its current size was even a bit larger than Zhao Wu's firewolf. Blazing Fire Tiger, level 38. Attributes, Fire, King. Nature, Timid. Trait, Tiger Might. If it appears, it can quickly suppress the opponent, thus unleashing the majesty of the Beast King, greatly increasing attack power. Skills, Blazing Roar, Pounce, Fire Breath, Flame Tail Strike. Evolution method, level up to 70. It can still evolve? Reality is different from games, just evolving actually raised its level to 38, so. The Firestone provided an immense amount of attribute energy, so much that the young fire tiger's strength underwent a qualitative change. Chi-Hong pondered, he was still researching the compatibility of items from the Pokémon world and the Beast Master world. For now, he can only confirm that it definitely wouldn't be exactly the same as in the Pokémon world. Chapter 43 Don't babble to me. Helping others is truly my style. Back at the hotel, Chi-Hong glanced at Meow Meow, who was sleeping like a pig, and directly woke it up. Meow, what the heck? Meow ha ha ha. Meow Meow rolled around on the bed because Chi-Hong was scratching it. Alright, let's go out to eat, we have school tomorrow. Do you want to go with me? Chi-Hong released Meow Meow and asked. He had checked, it was normal for several students in the university to have talking pets. What if someone sees it as a bad thing? They couldn't let Meow Meow keep quiet just because of that, could they? Of course, I want to go, Meow. We are partners, without me, little Chi would feel very lonely, right, Meow? Meow Meow touched its nose, emphasizing its importance to Chi-Hong. Ha ha ha. Let's eat, after eating, let's watch a movie, Meow Meow. You don't have to pretend not to talk anymore. What Sister Chow Wu said has its reasons, but it's unreasonable for a cat to never talk. Anyway, people will find out sooner or later. Chi-Hong picked up a duckbill cap next to him and put it on his head, tying his hair into a small round ball at the back. Wearing a pink headband. Meow? Meow Meow scratched his head and asked curiously, is it just us two? Aren't we looking for the little girl? Chi-Hong changed into a different jacket and smiled as he said, Jiaxia should have her own things to consider, let's not waste her precious thinking time. Got it, Meow. Meow Meow nodded, then put on a coat and a hat. A dressed-up Meow Meow appeared, looking very cool, and so the person and the cat walked out of the hotel, heading towards the cinema. Once inside the cinema, a dressed-up cat-like pet did not attract much attention. However, some little girls came over to take pictures of Meow Meow, even wanting to touch him. After all, he was a cat, but Meow Meow coolly refused them all. Could it be, Meow Meow's love brain has really healed? This couldn't help but spark Chi-Hong's curiosity. The movie was about to start, and with his mask and 3D glasses on, Chi-Hong found his seat along with Meow Meow, quietly waiting for the film to begin. Meow Meow also wore a pair of 3D glasses, holding a big bucket of popcorn in his arms, shaking his little cat paws on the chair. He looked very happy, and Chi-Hong wondered if this Meow Meow had any memories about Musashi and Kojiro. Hello, sorry to trouble you, could you please move a bit? A sweet and pleasant voice rang out. Chi-Hong looked up slightly to see a pretty girl, not very old, she seemed to be about his age. Chi-Hong didn't say anything and slightly moved his legs inward. Thank you. The girl said thank you, looking very polite. Chi-Hong nodded faintly, still silent. Normally, he was quite indifferent towards strangers. The girl was followed by a man who looked a bit older than her. He figured they were a couple. Chi-Hong immediately thought that if he came with Jiaxia, she would definitely be whispering in his ear, since Jiaxia was usually more lively, totally different from her sister. The girl sat down next to Meow Meow, looking at him with curious eyes. The movie started, and Meow Meow was completely focused, while Chi-Hong was also very serious. In some ways, he and Meow Meow had the same interests. Their taste was quite high-end. Little Chi, I think the male lead's acting is a bit crude. Meow Meow said as he leaned the bucket of popcorn over. I also think it's a bit lacking. Chi-Hong's gaze was still on the movie as he took some popcorn and stuffed it into his mouth, pressing it against his mask. Chi-Hong took off his mask, and the girl next to him, upon hearing Meow Meow speak, turned her face in surprise, just in time to see Chi-Hong removing his mask. Her expression began to change, and she quickly turned her face away, her cheeks starting to blush, seemingly very embarrassed. Lian Zhu, what's wrong? The man beside her noticed her unusual reaction, concern all over his face. It's nothing. I don't want to watch anymore, let's go out. Lian Zhu lowered her voice, immediately standing up to leave. Go this way. She pointed to the left. But it's obviously shorter to go right? The man looked to the right in confusion, and his face suddenly turned ugly. It's you, Chi-Hong? Don't you have any shame? The man pointed at Chi-Hong and scolded. It was very sudden, so sudden that it left Chi-Hong stunned for about 3 seconds, then his face darkened as he glanced at the man's face. It was true, it looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember at all. Others in the cinema noticed the disturbance, and many began to look over. Damn, even with glasses you can recognize me? Am I this handsome? Chi-Hong sarcastically thought to himself, then took off his glasses, looked at Meow Meow, and said, Meow Meow, let's go, it seems we've encountered a weirdo. Okay, Meow. Meow Meow had no objections, jumping off his chair to follow behind Chi-Hong. Just as he walked out of the screening room, the man's voice rang out again, Chi-Hong, stop. You must be clear. What are you chasing me down for? Lianzhu has already broken up with you, she is now my girlfriend. Lianzhu followed behind, her face full of embarrassment, immediately speaking up, I'm not. Don't say that outside. First of all, I don't remember who you are, so it doesn't matter to me. Secondly, don't keep following me and chattering, my temper isn't that good. Qi Hong turned his face, his expression dark and his tone unfriendly. At this moment, within Qi Hong's pet space, it seemed that his abnormal emotions were sensed. The Lucario, who was sparring with the Blaziken, suddenly showed a fierce expression. He was about to rush out and take down the guy who made Qi Hong's mood dark. The Blaziken raised a hand and pressed it on Lucario's shoulder, shaking his head at him. Kaku. Chakro. The two Pokémon seemed to be having a conversation. Ah, bush. Not far away, a tall red muscular mosquito let out a low growl and flexed its muscles at Lucario and Blaziken. Lucario immediately looked dumbfounded, appearing quite speechless. Blaziken also covered its face with a hand, looking helpless. If Meow Meow were here, he could translate their dialogue. In the cinema lobby. So what can you do? Do you really think you are still? Hey! Before the man could finish his sentence, Qi Hong had already tipped his hat down, hands in his pockets, and walked away. He had no intention of paying him any attention. Lianzhu, look at this guy, he must still have feelings for you. I've told you I'm not in a relationship with you. Can you stop saying such things outside? I never want to see you again. Lianzhu said angrily, stomping her foot before leaving furiously. The man's face twisted in anger, clenching his fists and quietly muttering two words, Qi Hong. Chapter 44, Scumbag. Headquarters of the Enforcer Organization in Jinling City. The pressure from above is still immense, the assassin Crimson has recently gone silent. It seems we will have a hard time explaining to the higher-ups. In another week, if we cannot get this sorted out, people from Yanjing will come directly to investigate. Meng Yi, whose beard was scruffy, sat at the head of the table, tapping a ballpoint pen on the surface as the meeting began. Then let them send people over, but Assassin Crimson is very difficult to deal with, suspected to be at least superclass. Even as squad leaders, it would be hard for us to capture him. A man said indifferently, one of the squad leaders who first met Crimson. Cha Wu pondered for a moment and also shared his suggestion, when people from Yanjing arrive, we will look foolish. Either we let the Assassin Crimson show up in Yanjing, or request the captain to take action. About the captain. Meng Yi thought for a moment and reluctantly said, if by the 5th day, no, by the 6th day, there's still no clue, let the captain personally visit the assassin organization. No one disagreed, and the meeting quickly came to an end. At this moment, Qi Hong had no idea how the Enforcer organization was busy trying to catch him. Ever since the Assassin Crimson eliminated a member of the Enforcer organization last time, he had not shown his face again. Meng Yi thought about starting with that female intermediary, but it seemed she had some secrets too. There was nothing to find out about her surveillance or whereabouts at all. In other words, the city's surveillance system and bank transaction tracing were completely ineffective against her. Meng Yi even suspected this intermediary was hiding more deeply than the Assassin Crimson. I should have prioritized capturing that intermediary from the start. Meng Yi often felt frustrated. When did such a combination appear in Jinling City? In truth, the assassin organization had always been operating at a small scale in Jinling City. For a big city, occasionally losing one or two people hardly impacts the situation at all. But this Crimson one, he doesn't play by the rules, crazily slapping the enforcers, and now it's become a mess that's hard to handle. Jinling City Beast Master University. So many people. Qi Hong, carrying a backpack, looked at the various people and their pet beasts at the university entrance inside. At the same time, his Poke Ball unlocked 3 times, revealing a Kingler, a Whimsicott, and a Rosalia. Their levels were all very low, Qi Hong didn't pay them much attention and put them all into the pet space. Let's go report first, Meow. Meow Meow, dressed in a coat, matched with Qi Hong's style, which he had specially made for Meow Meow. It could be understood as a best friend outfit. Who do I report to? Professor Yen only said to come to school, and didn't mention anything else. Qi Hong scratched his head and decided to call Professor Yen. But the call was immediately hung up, and he received a quick reply saying in a meeting. Then there's nothing we can do, let's just wander around for now. After all, we have to stay here for several years, and of course, I won't stay in the dorms, my brother has money. Qi Hong smiled at Meow Meow. Does that mean you should buy a house nearby, Meow? That would be more convenient, Meow. Meow Meow expressed his opinion, knowing Qi Hong earned a lot in the assassin organization, buying a house was no problem. You make a good point, then we can hire a housekeeper, and I won't have to do laundry or cook anymore? Shi Hong nodded, deciding to go find a place to look at soon. Of course, he wanted a finished house, already decorated, otherwise buying a bare one would mean having to renovate it, and he didn't want to deal with formaldehyde. Jilin City Beastmaster University, while not as renowned as Yanjing, was still quite large and was the top university in Jilin City. While wandering the campus with Meow Meow, a familiar face soon noticed them. Shi Hong? Shi Hong, stop. A crisp voice came, and Shi Hong turned back, confused, realizing it was the girl from the cinema yesterday. Both his and Meow Meow's eyes suddenly sharpened. He stood still, noticing students around started having battles with their pet beasts. All right. According to the cliché rule, that infatuated guy may appear within 3 minutes, Meow Meow, let's beat him up. Shi Hong said seriously to Meow Meow. Okay, if his pet beast isn't very strong, this cat will rely on my aunt, Meow. Meow Meow extended a paw, equally serious. This duo sometimes was purely silly. Shi Hong. Li Lianzhu jogged to Shi Hong, and upon seeing his cold expression, felt a strange stiffness in her heart. I'm here, may I ask who you are? Shi Hong nodded, still expressionless, leaving behind that peculiar feeling. Somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall. Unlike the first encounter with Zhao Xia, which had stirred something within him, this time, Shi Hong even felt a hint of guilt. What do you mean by that? Li Lianzhu frowned, her face full of disbelief. She could interpret Shi Hong's reaction yesterday as anger, but what about today? Still not calmed down? She never felt his temper was that big before. Beautiful lady, I remember I mentioned yesterday that I don't remember who you are. You can interpret it as me having amnesia. Shi Hong lowered his cap, trying to look cool. However, with his personality, this manner of speaking only indicated some past link with the girl before him. He didn't care at all, and even the phrase beautiful lady was just a line mimicked from some childhood idol pig. Xiao Qi, your senses have dulled, meow. Meow Meow's voice suddenly chimed in. What do you mean? Shi Hong asked, puzzled, then looked in the direction Meow Meow was watching. It's over. That was the 2 words that popped into his mind upon seeing the person in sight. It was Zhao Xia. At that moment, she wore a sports outfit and a cap identical to Shi Hong's, arms crossed, right foot tapping continuously on the ground. He looked at him with an unkind expression. Sorry, my adoptive father is here. If I don't go, I'm afraid I'll get beaten, so I'll take my leave first. Shi Hong's face was awkward as he rubbed the back of his head, mumbling something like being handsome is not my fault, life is really lonely like snow. He walked towards Zhao Xia. Shi Hong, you bastard. I was wondering why you came to this school. Turns out you want to rekindle old flames, right? Scumbag. Zhao Xia directly erupted. I am not. Shi Hong declared righteously. Really? Zhao Xia looked at him with a face full of suspicion. Of course. Shi Hong stated again with seriousness. All right then. Zhao Xia immediately became playful, linking her arm with Shi Hong's, pulling him in another direction. She looked completely unangry, just symbolically asserting her possession. At that moment, in the meeting room of Jinling Beastmaster University, Professor Yen had finished the meeting, waving to a junior student. The student immediately walked over. There's a guy named Shi Hong who came in because of my connections. You should test his real level. Professor Yen said while organizing the documents in his hands. What if his level is completely inadequate? The male student asked curiously. His teacher was known for being strict at the school. How could he give someone a backdoor entry? He is your senior sister's son. Professor Yen glanced at him and revealed Shi Hong's identity. Then getting in through the back door is natural. I think he must be exceptionally talented. But even if his level isn't good, I will still do my best to support him in school. After all, he is my senior sister's son. I absolutely cannot allow him to be bullied on our turf. The male student smiled, but his tone was serious. Even if he is a useless fool? Professor Yen also laughed, playfully asking. Of course. If that's the case, it's our failure. If he becomes useless, it just shows that you and I have a big problem. The student's attitude remained resolute, but he exuded an air of stubbornness. Chapter 45. Do you want to kill him? After spending the day with Zhao Xia, the two casually grabbed a little lunch. Shi Hong had already sensed that Zhao Xia came to Jinling Beastmaster University, not to enroll. She was probably here to say goodbye. Shi Hong didn't ask her the reason, and Zhao Xia didn't mention her move to Yanjing. Everything was unspoken. Will you hurt me again? I, Miss Xiao, will never give someone a third chance. Zhao Xia raised her hand and pointed at Shi Hong's face, asking very seriously. Shi Hong smiled and raised 2 fingers to correct her. It should be Miss Xiao Er. She still had to go to Yanjing. Zhao Xia was even more confused about Shi Hong now. She was frozen when she saw her sister's blaze tiger. She had to become stronger. It was only a few years apart. After all, her biological mother was in Yanjing, and she could also access the best resources. To avoid dragging her family down in the future, she had to become an A-ranked Beastmaster during her college years. Of course, in this family, Chi Hong was also counted. In the end, Zhao Xiao was a daughter of the Zhao family and would never willingly be just a pretty miss. To this, Chi Hong expressed his support. After they parted, Chi Hong received a call from Professor Yen, telling him to go directly to the professor's office at Jinling Beastmaster University to find him. He would arrange everything for Chi Hong. Is this what it feels like to have connections? Not bad. But speaking of which, if I really am a rookie, this would be unfair to the other Beastmasters. Chi Hong, with his cat, began to return to Jinling Beastmaster University. He needed to find Professor Yen, otherwise, it would be awkward to delay him from getting off work. Your melodramatic plot deduction has failed, meow. Because of the little girl's reason, no one is looking for you for a duel, meow. Meow Meow licked his claws, his invincible claws, and heroic posture, unable to show off now, meow. As for Meow Meow calling Xiaoxia little girl, Chi Hong had no objections. After all, even the mighty Meow King didn't call him little brat. It doesn't matter. Now that I think about it, being challenged directly by that insane, obsessive dog in front of so many freshmen, I feel quite embarrassed. Chi Hong shook his head. That scene was enough to imagine. It would definitely become the talk of the freshmen during their meals. Who would have thought, just as Chi Hong's words landed, a loud shout erupted in front of him. Chi Hong! If you're a man, fight me. Whoever loses, never come near Lian Zhu again. Zhang Tian felt incredibly handsome, just thinking about beating Chi Hong in front of so many freshmen excited him beyond measure. Damn it, I've had enough. What the hell is this? Chi Hong's face darkened instantly. He really wanted to transform into the assassin Chi Hong and let Lucario punch this obsessive dog's head. What should we do, meow? Just fight, meow. Kill him quickly and then humiliate him, meow ha ha ha. Meow Meow placed both hands on his hips, starting to laugh like a villain. After all, he was the most charming villain character. Good. No sneaky development. Chi Hong, don't take the coward's path. I will become the person of prominence in this school, or rather, in the entire Jinling city. Chi Hong took off his cap and put it on Meow Meow's head. In Meow Meow's dazed gaze, Chi Hong raised a finger and said, "Go." Meow Meow. Meow? Meow Meow pointed at himself with a claw, thinking Chi Hong would directly send out a fiery chicken. After all, that guy was strong enough. Ha 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 ha. You're sending a pet cat to fight? I'm really dying of laughter, Chi Hong. Look, your kitten is completely stunned. Zhang Tian laughed heartily, completely disregarding the Meow King. Come on, it's just a little cat. Can it beat his muddy crocodile? This is no joke. Meow. I'm at least a Pokémon. I'll go. Meow Meow jumped forward, flinging off his coat. The coat flew into the wind, perfectly landing on Chi Hong's face, turning his vision black again, while laughter erupted around him again. Chi Hong? What nonsense! Is that guy really coming to Jinling University of Beastmasters to kill people in broad daylight? In the crowd, Lu Yao squeezed in madly. Her makeup was completely different from when she was working part-time. Some girls can change their looks just by switching their makeup. She was feeling a little nervous. Chi Hong had already caused quite a stir, and if he came in broad daylight to take someone out, it might be because of him that she would attract special attention from the enforcers. I need some medicine. Lu Yao yelled inside. Clearly, she was already a junior, but she didn't want to be taken care of by the enforcers at such a critical moment. Otherwise, her extra income and unbelievable wealth would all be gone. Not Chi Hong? Squeezing to the front, Lu Yao realized that other students were saying Chi Hong. Though the pronunciation was quite similar, the tone of the first character was different. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Lu Yao took an apple from her bag, thinking since she managed to squeeze in, she might as well enjoy the excitement. Some other freshmen were also sparring, and the school tolerated this behavior. However, the other freshmen were either too weak or not handsome enough. She, Lu Yao, as a junior sister, had to guide the handsome younger brothers. Oh. This kid is a bit handsome. As soon as she saw Chi Hong's face, her lips curled into a smile immediately. Today I'll let you see the gap between people. Zhang Tian said confidently, stretching out his hands. After about 10 seconds of summoning, a crocodile, covered in mud, emerged from the ground. TSK. Level 20, sending out Meow Meow feels like overkill. You know Meow Meow's level is twice that. The base stats are also just roadside trash, individual, good grief, there's nothing there? Luckily, I don't have a cater pie, or else I'd make you see what it means to spit silken slam. Chi Hong glanced at the Pokemon called Mud Crocodile and immediately felt disappointed. A Pokemon of this level couldn't stir his excitement at all. It seems like other freshmen's Pokemon are around this level too. Does that mean? Have I already left them too far behind? Chi-Hong fell into deep thought. After all, before he started school, in real Pokémon duels, his opponents were all Class A trainers, and he had even fought against super class trainers. Chi-Hong, I see you. Zheng Tian was still being arrogant, but Chi-Hong had already raised his wrist. On his wrist, a crystal sparkled brightly. It was Z-Pure Crystal. Z-Pure Crystal was unlocked along with various stones. This was something Chi-Hong had just discovered that morning. Meow meow. Use Z-move to take him down. Chi-Hong grinned. Meow? Are you going to kill him, Meow? Meow Meow's eyes widened. It was clear that with the Z-move, it could smash that mud crocodile and its trainer together. Chapter 46, My priority is number 1. What's he doing? This guy absolutely can't be Chi-Hong. The style is too different. Lu Yao felt a headache coming on, and the other freshmen were in a similar state. After all, if the person involved didn't feel awkward, it was others who felt awkward. There stood the freshman named Chi-Hong, declaring we don't need to go all out, a little effort is enough, and then he struck a rather cringy pose. Then, he started to dance awkwardly. That's right, in broad daylight, under the clear sky. With so many people watching, he just started dancing awkwardly. And Lu Yao couldn't bear to look as that cat-like Pokemon also danced awkwardly along with him. One had to admit, they had great chemistry. If it came to awkward dancing, this trainer and his Pokemon seemed to synchronize well. After a brief display of awkward dancing, Chi-Hong raised his left hand and shouted, Meow Meow. Ultimate Invincible Charge. As a wave of energy flowed into Meow Meow, its eyes immediately lit up. It felt a surge of mysterious confidence. A bold thought grew in its mind. With this Meow's power, even Groudon isn't beyond measure, Meow. Though Meow Meow now felt completely fierce, it still remembered Chi-Hong's words, just a little effort is enough. Thus, the mud crocodile didn't even get the chance to unleash skills and was directly slammed into the sky by Meow Meow. Onlookers could even see the poor little crocodile flying while frothing at the mouth. Instantly defeated. Poof. It seems the victory and defeat are decided, then according to the bet, please never show up in front of me again. If I find out you're also a freshman here, I will definitely avoid you. What a joke, Chi-Hong didn't care at all, he just hoped such foolish challengers wouldn't waste his time in the future. There was no mention of rewards, and the experience points were pitiful. Meow Meow didn't seem to gain any experience at all. Let's go, Meow. Chi-Hong planned to retrieve Meow Meow's cap but found that it had been flung off somewhere due to the Z-move. Not enough excitement, Meow. Can we switch to a different attribute Z-move next time, Meow? The ultimate Volt Storm Flash wouldn't be bad either, Meow. Oh, you make a good point. Chi-Hong and Meow Meow chatted as they left. Meanwhile, Zheng Tian, with no tears left to cry, went to find the mud crocodile. After the duel, the crowd began to disperse. After all, this kind of thing was quite common in the campus. Of course, breaking public property would require compensation and scolding. So everyone would look for open spaces to spar. In the crowd, a man adjusted his glasses. A look of great interest appeared on his face. He took out his phone and started a message. Teacher, Chi-Hong is very interesting, he has his own uniqueness, I want to borrow the school's rooftop battleground. I'll wait for him on the rooftop. Then he put away his phone and walked towards the battle room. In Professor Yan's office, Professor Yan looked at the message and laughed while scolding, You little brat, I asked you to find him, and now you turn the tables and make me arrange it? Shaking his head helplessly, Professor Yan looked through the window and saw Chi-Hong had arrived, looking around to confirm his room number. Chi-Hong. Professor Yan walked to the bed and waved to Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong immediately spotted Professor Yan and quickly walked into his office. How's it going? Are you adapting? Professor Yan asked, patting Chi-Hong on the shoulder. It's okay. Chi-Hong looked around the office, which was very simple. Although it was an independent office, the only decent furniture was a small couch. It was the cheapest kind of small couch. I was originally thinking of handling your enrollment things myself. But now, I've changed my mind. Professor Yan signaled Chi-Hong to sit on the small couch beside him. Chi-Hong sat down, and Meow Meow also sat down. Then there was silence. One person and one cat just stared at the old man. Cough cough. Professor Yan felt a bit awkward. Logically, Chi-Hong should have asked questions like, why? What have you changed your mind about? But Chi-Hong said nothing. He could only continue talking to himself. At the Beast's Master University of Jinling City, students are also divided into 3 levels. We distinguish by Beast Master level, very simple and straightforward. A, B, C 3 levels. In the A-level classroom, of course, all are A-level students, and some courses can only be studied by A-level students. Currently, our university has 16 A-level students. After announcing the number of 16, Professor Yan looked at Chi-Hong. Only 16, Meow. There are only 16? Chi-Hong and Meow Meow spoke in unison. As a senior professor at the Beastmaster University, Professor Yen was no stranger to talking pets. But he really wanted to correct them. What do you mean only in just 16? Shouldn't it be as many as 16? You have to know that college students are mostly Beastmasters who have not been harshly tested by society. To become a B-level Beastmaster at the age of 18 or 19 is already considered excellent. Although it can't compare to Yanjing, it is still ranked among the best in the industry. Regarding your level, I want to make you a B-level, although the learning pressure is very high, as long as you are willing to work hard, plus I will teach you. You should have no problem keeping up with B-level classes. Professor Yen stroked his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. But inevitably, some people will gossip, so I plan to have you compete with one of my students. Don't worry, he will take it easy. After all, he is one of the 16 A-level students. In a 3-on-3 match with him, he will intentionally lose one of his beasts when your last beast comes out. This way, if you take down one A-level beast with yours, no one will say anything. Professor Yen was very considerate. If you think about it seriously, this could be seen as using power for personal gain, giving a familiar person a shortcut. Shi Hong just smiled. He found this old man quite interesting. Because his mother was a student of Professor Yen, he was very kind to him. Alright, Professor Yen, then may I ask, where are we battling? Is it now? Shi Hong remained calm and asked. The rooftop of that building across the street. Your senior is waiting for you up there. The research office pointed to a building outside the window. Meow Meow immediately jumped off the couch, raising its little paw and said, then, without further ado, little Chi, let's set off now. Let's go. Professor Yen, I'll head over first. Then, under Professor Yan's gaze, Shi Hong went towards the building across the street. Upon reaching the rooftop, Shi Hong found that it was an open arena for duels. In front of him stood a thin man wearing glasses, smiling at him. Shi Hong, welcome to the University of Beast Tamers in Jinling City. Next, I will be your opponent and assess your strength, reporting it to the school. The glasses-wearing man spoke gently, looking like a cultured type. Our school's strongest A-class, can it defeat 3 of your pets? Shi Hong asked, surprising the man in glasses. He shook his head and said, of course not. Good. Shi Hong nodded, slightly shaking his wrist as he spoke. I am eager to obtain some rare items for my scholarship. So after this battle, among the 17 A-class students of the University of Beast Tamers in Jinling City, I will be ranked number 1. Chapter 47, Beast Upgrade. So confident? Let me state in advance that most of my pets are aerial type, and the capture rate for aerial Beast Tamers is lower than others. Moreover, raising them is quite troublesome. Pets that cannot fly will only serve as targets for me. The glasses man pushed up his glasses. As an A-class aerial Beast Tamer, he had absolute confidence. The rules are 3v3, and you cannot change pets midway. Is that alright? Shi Hong calmly responded, completely ignoring the aerial type issue. Besides, the warning of the Blade of the Chasm was coming. Of course, oh, sorry, first let me introduce myself. I am Li Zong, nice to meet you. Li Zong? So young to be a boss? Shi Hong raised an eyebrow. Someone at this age being a boss really had some skills. No, that's not it. My surname is Li, and I'm called Zong. Li Zong felt a bit awkward but was somewhat used to it. He didn't know how his parents came up with the name Li Zong. Please note, the duel has begun. Li Zong shifted the topic, raising his hand toward the sky, and a large bird-type pet appeared. Clawhawk, level 50. Only level 50? Well, students are still students, but it doesn't rule out that he has other higher levels. After all, the man in glasses needs to cut me some slack. Shi Hong's expression was a bit unnatural. A level 50 bird could easily be taken down by any strong pet. Talking too much is useless. Let the glasses man see, then he will take it seriously. Shi Hong also raised his hand, and Li Zong's gaze instantly sharpened, pointing his hand toward the sky. It should be understood that the explosive muscle mosquito is a mosquito. With wings, it can fly. Ah, no what? A big red muscular mosquito flapped its wings, appearing in Li Zong's sight. It had 4 legs, 2 arms, and a long, sharp mosquito mouth glimmering coldly in the sunlight. It floated in the air, its body slightly rising and falling with the flapping of its wings. While making strange calls, it posed various bodybuilding poses, the explosive muscles nearly blinding Li Zong's eyes. What is this aura? Li Zong used the basic skill of a beast tamer to observe. But this big mosquito's aura was different from ordinary pets. The normal pet aura should be in waveforms, pulsating outward. The stronger the pet, the faster the pulsating frequency. But this pet's aura was spiky, like the puffs of an angry cat, forming sharp spikes that jumped upward. Bigger than mine. And it looks sturdier than my pet. In just a moment, Li Zong abandoned the idea of letting Shi Hong win. After all, this big mosquito's aura looked much denser than his clawhawk. You better be talking about pets. Shi Hong habitually raised his hand to push down his hat's brim, only to remember that the hat was already lost. Of course, what else would you think? Please note, the duel has begun. Li Zong waved his hand, and the clawhawk in the sky let out a sharp sound. The booming sound made Chi Hong uncomfortable, and the exploding muscle mosquito closest to it directly covered its head with its hands, then turned to look down at Chi Hong. Is that big mosquito's ear in that position too? It's so noisy, use round singing. Chi Hong directly activated the boundary release, also issuing the command to use sonic-type moves. "Ah no," said the exploding muscle mosquito, flexing its biceps and then letting out a deep tone, the sound waves almost taking on a physical form. It was obvious that the call of the clawed hawk was a skill, and he was not sure if the clawed hawk's status had improved, but the exploding muscle mosquito's status remained in an explosive state just like its muscles. The thick sound waves dissipated the clawed hawk's call and even made its body sway a bit. Use wind blade. The big mosquito using sonic-type skills did not surprise Li Zong. After all, mosquitoes are inherently annoying with their buzzing. Several wind blades shot straight towards the exploding muscle mosquito, and through the unified intent, Chi Hong sensed the contempt from the exploding muscle mosquito. This skill probably couldn't even break the defense of the exploding muscle mosquito's body. Charge straight in and knock it down. Thunder punch. Chi Hong issued the command, and the wings of the exploding muscle mosquito began to flap more rapidly, brutally charging through the wind blades without any defense. The right hand of the exploding muscle mosquito erupted with lightning. Although its body was massive, its flying speed was actually mediocre, but the clawed hawk seemed unaware of this and continued releasing wind blades. Fly a little higher. Li Zong's face was shocked. He didn't expect that his pet skill couldn't even break the defense. Boom! Just as the clawed hawk flapped its wings and was about to rise, it was punched on the head by the already approaching exploding muscle mosquito. This punch was powerful, and Chi Hong felt a thud in his heart. Don't kill it. Chi Hong was truly worried that the exploding muscle mosquito would hit too hard and kill a classmate's pet. It seems the teacher's understanding of you is quite one-sided. Next, I'm going to get serious. Li Zong recalled his pet in midair, looking as if it hadn't died, otherwise, that would be too fragile. A single thunder punch could kill? Then this duel is not worth it. Ah no. The exploding muscle mosquito continued to show off its muscles in the air. Due to the special ability Beast upgrade, when it used an attack move to defeat a Pokémon, it would boost its highest normal ability value except for HP. So the exploding muscle mosquito's attack increased. It became stronger. No wonder you are the son of my legendary senior sister. Help me win against that mosquito. Thunder Rapid Battle Chicken. With Li Zong's shout, Chi Hong's brain jolted. A chicken, with its head held high and neck stretched out, appeared in the air. This chicken had large wings and could already fly like a bird. But that head still made it obvious, this is a chicken head. Thunder Rapid Battle Chicken, use Thunder Strike. Li Zong commanded, and the battle chicken let out a cry, shooting towards the exploding muscle mosquito with a flash of lightning. Through unified intent, Chi Hong sensed the perspective of the exploding muscle mosquito. It spread its arms and took the hit. A burst of electric light exploded on the chest of the exploding muscle mosquito. The exploding muscle mosquito went in for a loving hug. A muscular man hugging a small student like a bear. Escaping was simply impossible. Just to the point. Chi Hong squinted and spoke. Ah no. The exploding muscle mosquito grabbed the Thunder Rapid Battle Chicken's neck with one hand and slammed it hard against the roof. Is this how to the point is released? Chi Hong felt helpless as the Thunder Rapid Battle Chicken crashed heavily onto the roof, unable to rise again. Another one-hit kill. And the exploding muscle mosquito's attack rose again, it was starting to snowball. What on earth is this? A brutalized pet? Li Zong took off his glasses, clearly having lost his cool. No, it's not brutalized, it's fitness trainerized. Chi Hong corrected him. Looking at the giant red mosquito floating in midair, over 2 meters tall with bulging muscles. Li Zong gritted his teeth and fished out a white sphere from his pocket. Pokemon ball? Chi Hong's pupil shrank, then he rejected the answer, it only looked like one, not actually a Pokemon ball. Giant power monster, I beg you, please lend me a helping hand. Li Zong whispered to the pet storage device, then threw the ball. The ball spiraled open from the top, and a humanoid pet appeared in Chi Hong's sight. With jet black fur, a strong upper body, and a lower body that seemed small in comparison. It looked just like a giant gorilla. Giant power monster, level 75. Ability, Giant Power, boosts strength attributes. Level 75? This isn't his pet. Chi Hong instantly perked up, and the bulging mosquito also brightened at the sight, landing on the ground like a cannonball. Boom! The floor cracked. Ah, no way. The bulging mosquito flexed its chest muscles, then both its attack and defense rose. Without Chi Hong's command, it used the move bodybuilding. Giant power monster, please help me battle. I beg you. Li Zong's attitude was very humble, making Chi-Hong even more certain it wasn't his pet. Chapter 48, I win. Using someone else's pet might not be good, right? If it goes out of control later, I can't guarantee the safety of this place. There should be people below, right? Chi-Hong wasn't worried that the giant power monster would hurt him. They were both level 75, and with his bulging mosquito's attack power increased by 2 stages, there was no way he could lose. The bulging mosquito had already secured victory against 3 opponents. It was as good as done. But if it really went out of control, he feared for the students below. Then you don't have to worry. The giant power monster is the teacher's pet, specially lent to me for training my pet. In other words, it has a foundation of trust with me, and it definitely won't go out of control. Li Zong put his glasses back on. No matter if the giant power monster won or lost in the end, the moment he took out Professor Yan's pet, he was already a loser. Li Zong knew this well, yet, as a young man who had entered the A rank at such a young age, he was somewhat proud, considering himself a genius. But he was not willing to accept it. He had already thought of wanting to see just where Chi-Hong's limits lay. If he could even defeat Professor Yan's pet, he would truly be invincible among the new students. What do you mean by that? Li Zong frowned, realizing Chi-Hong had raised a finger. After all, we are on the rooftop. I'm worried about accidents, so I'll try to end the battle in one hit. Chi-Hong raised his index finger, and his face showed no signs of joking. Then let's give it a shot. Giant power monster. Please, use absolute impact. Li Zong shouted loudly. The giant power monster looked back at him quietly and then nodded lightly. Sure enough, because he was Professor Yan's student, the giant power monster was willing to help him. Absolute impact? Chi-Hong could already feel the giant power monster's momentum rising. Roar! The giant power monster let out a wild roar, shaking the entire campus. Ah, no way? The bulging mosquito voiced its confusion, then bent its 4 legs, taking a stance. A piercing and sharp sound, with a momentum not any lesser than the giant power monster's, erupted from it as it howled to the sky. Damn! Chi-Hong quickly summoned his sovereign snake, wrapping around him to shield him. Bang! The upper glass of the building where the two were battling shattered instantly, and many stunned students rushed outside, all gathering under the building. Exotic beasts can't compare to Lucario and Blaziken, they are much more considerate. If Lucario was here, he would probably rush up and close the giant power monster's big mouth. Chi-Hong sighed, as the sovereign snake lowered its head and licked Chi-Hong's face with its tongue twice. Is that the Maitayana? What is Shaoli doing? Why is he using my pet for a battle? Could it be that Chi-Hong? Professor Yen also noticed something unusual and immediately took out his phone to make a call. Send me the most recent information on new student Chi-Hong, and it needs to be detailed. Professor Yen hadn't had the time to focus on Chi-Hong before, but now he wondered, could Chi-Hong actually have some skill? But even so, he shouldn't use his Maitayana to fight against Chi-Hong. After all, the Maitayana is a pet with an overall strength of a rank. This is outrageous. Professor Yen summoned a huge spider. Despite his age, he was still agile, quickly jumping onto the spider's back. The giant spider made hissing sounds, moving its long legs as it swiftly headed to the rooftop where Chi-Hong was battling. At that moment, the Maitayana had already launched its move called Absolute Impact, which Chi-Hong had predicted. This was a skill that charged in a straight line with great speed and power. It looked almost indistinguishable from a reckless charge. Jumping Mosquito, use jump to soar high. The synchronization rate between Chi-Hong and his Pokémon could only be described in 3 words, 0 delay. The jumping mosquito leaped from its spot, its wings flaring out. It was impossible to tell if it was jumping or flying. According to the game rules, the first round would charge up high, and the second round would attack. But in the real world, there's no waiting for a first or second round to charge up. Wah! The Maitayana realized it had lost its target and seemed to charge even harder. It actually jumped while running, shooting straight towards the airborne jumping mosquito. Goodness! They're coming head-on? Jumping mosquito. Use ultimate impact. It's time to show off those muscles. Chi-Hong raised his hand and reached out for the Maitayana in midair. He was certain he would win. Boucher! The jumping mosquito yelled, head down, fists extended forward, its wings fully spread, the body beginning to curl. Then, boom! It was no longer a mosquito, it was like an artillery shell. The two powerful bodies collided fiercely, creating a wave of air that rippled outward. Chi-Hong was unharmed under the protection of his monarch snake. Meanwhile, Mr. Li was already on the ground, hands gripping a railing. He felt utterly miserable, first jolted by the cries of the two Pokémon, then nearly swept away by the shockwave. At the same time, a huge spider was quickly crawling up the wall. The intense noise made him feel uneasy. As if sensing its owner's emotions, the giant spider's speed increased again. When the giant spider reached the rooftop, it saw the Maitayana falling from the sky. Professor Yan's face turned ashen as he recalled the Mytiana into his pet space. Then he looked at the red jumping mosquito. Huff, huff, huff. It looked like a mosquito, but Professor Yen could tell this big mosquito was gasping heavily. The jumping mosquito landed heavily on the ground, its 4 legs crushing 4 floor tiles, even though it had held back its strength. I won. Chi Hong crossed his arms, the monarch snake coiling around him, lifting its head proudly as it looked at Mr. Li. Ah, boucher. In the middle of Chi Hong and Mr. Li, the jumping mosquito pointed its hands to the sky, its muscles shining in the sunlight. A gust of wind blew through, scattering Chi Hong's already loosely tied hair. He reached out and caught the pink dog headband that had flown away, tucking it into his jacket pocket. Patting his chest, Chi Hong glanced at the jumping mosquito, which was already at level 76. His strength had increased. In the pet space, Lucario tightly clenched his fists, his eyes glowing red, still able to sense Chi Hong's emotional changes. Chi Hong had won. And that guy, the muscle mosquito, should win quite impressively. Ko-woo. Lucario turned to look at Blaziken. In this place, among the companions already present, apart from the muscle mosquito, only Blaziken could spar with him a bit. Zoroa squatted on the side watching. This guy is sly and doesn't like to engage in direct sparring. Chalo. Blaziken shook his head, then directly lay down under a nearby tree, seeming to temporarily have no intention of training with him. Lucario had no intention of forcing the issue and looked at the other Pokémon. Kingler squatted on the head of the struggle Leo, drooling. Jumpluff and Rosalia were sunbathing, seemingly engaged in some kind of photosynthesis. Anyway, there was sunshine in the Pokémon space. Inferno Lion pressed Kadabra to the ground, continuously licking Kadabra, seeming to think this little thing is getting tastier the more he licks. Kageo. Lucario gently shook his head, lying down in place to soak up the sun. In an instant, he realized that getting stronger couldn't be rushed. What a loud noise, meow. That old man must have gone over too, meow? In a dim room, Meowth skillfully operated a computer, copying certain data to his storage device. For Meowth, who held multiple roles with a mix of skills, using human tools was just a piece of cake. Chapter 49, Classmate. I want to learn dance moves. This is too ridiculous. I thought you would be more composed than before. Professor Yen jumped off the giant spider and looked at Li Zong with a reprimanding gaze. Teacher, it's my fault. Li Zong lowered his head, directly admitting his mistake. In the outdoor battles he excelled at, he was knocked down by Chi Hong. It was okay, but the main point was that this kid used his own Pokémon for the final battle. That was a pure A-level Pokémon, without a hint of weakness. It was even considered strong among A-level Pokémon. Ah, no way. Suddenly, the muscle mosquito screeched and directly started showing off its muscles. Chi Hong understood that this big mosquito wanted to keep fighting. Just fight that big spider. You fought hard, you've earned your rest, go back and relax. Chi Hong raised his hand to return the muscle mosquito to the Pokémon space, letting it go show off with its pals. Maybe one day when it unlocked bear clothing, the two of them could have some passionate battles. Tomorrow school officially starts. Shout Chi, since you have this strength, you don't need me to do anything for you. I've already prepared all the academy information. Shout Chi, you need to prove yourself. Professor Yen looked at Chi Hong with a face full of satisfaction, not hiding his serious appreciation. What B-level, his strength was practically ready for graduation. Outstanding. Simply more outstanding than his mother. A student like this, doesn't Beijing Beast Tamer University want it? If the person responsible for admissions at Beijing Beast Tamer University wasn't dead, they would probably be severely punished and likely kicked out. Wait for the prestigious school competition in half a year. I want Chi Hong to participate and show the group of guys what he's made of. Considering this, Professor Yen couldn't help but smile. As for where Chi Hong's Pokémon came from, Professor Yen didn't care. Everyone has their secrets. Moreover, with so many Pokémon in this world, can you catch them all? Professor Yen, I have to say in advance, this battle was not my intention. I'll cover all the damages of public facilities. I, Chi Hong, will not be accountable for anything. Chi Hong spoke seriously, as if this matter seemed very important to him. Junior, I can cover that. Today was indeed an eye-opener for me. Li Zong walked over. He seemed to adjust his mindset quickly and said with a smile, looks like what you said is coming true, top of the order. But many other A-level students have quite poor personalities. After all, they are all young A-levels. It doesn't matter. Chi Hong turned his back and calmly said, I will let them know that even among the A-levels, there is a difference. I, the Chicken Emperor, with the Mosquito King by my side, how can we not win? Hearing this, Professor Yen and Mr. Li simultaneously twitched their lips. Such a sudden and cringeworthy statement took them completely by surprise. Well, that's good. Anyway, if there are any problems later, feel free to come to me. Let's leave it at that. Since it caused such a big commotion, I still need to explain it to the school. Professor Yen looked towards the corridor on the rooftop, where school staff were already coming. Then I'll leave it to you. Chi Hong finished speaking and directly jumped off the rooftop. This act did not cause panic among others, as an A-level beast master, jumping off a building was nothing, just letting a pet out would suffice. Sure enough, they soon saw that big red mosquito again, carrying Chi Hong and flying off into the distance. Since Chi Hong did not stay in the dorm, he completely skipped the steps of finding a dorm and a bed, and getting to know his roommates. At some place in the school, he met Meow Meow, and together they left Jinling Beast Master University. Classmate. As soon as he stepped out the school gate, Chi Hong heard a call. This voice. Chi Hong felt very familiar. He and Meow Meow turned around to see a fair-skinned, beautiful senior with long legs. At this moment, her cheeks were slightly red, her head lowered, both hands clutching the hem of her clothes, clearly summoning all her courage to stop Chi Hong. Little Chi, you're really quite the heartthrob. Are you a natural romantic? Meow Meow covered her mouth with one paw, grinning mischievously. You still have the nerve to say that? Have you forgotten how you learned to walk and talk? Chi Hong's face darkened, and he directly launched a critical counterattack at Meow Meow. You rascal, little Chi. That's not my dark history. It's my journey here. Meow Meow jumped in anger, lightly kicking Chi Hong's calf. The senior shyly walked up to Chi Hong, nervously glancing around as if checking for thieves. Then, she placed her hand over her chest, as if determined to make a particular decision. Classmate. Please teach me how to dance awkwardly. I want to learn that awkward dance that makes pets unleash powerful skills. Please, I'm begging you. Lu Yao clasped her hands under her chin, putting on a pleased facade while actually wishing she could dig a hole and hide. It was incredibly embarrassing. Chi Hong was stunned, not because of the senior's request, nor because of her pure face and super long legs. It was the voice. It was just too damn familiar. He stared at Lu Yao's face, saying nothing. Oh no. Lu Yao felt a jolt in her heart. She thought it must be her nerves causing her to blurt out the words awkward dance. He must be angry, right? Definitely angry, right? If I leave now, it shouldn't be too embarrassing, right? Lu Yao thought this, but under Chi Hong's intense gaze, she felt awkward all over but couldn't move her legs. Stupid legs. Move already. I'm going to be awkwardly rooted to this spot. Lu Yao screamed in her heart. You. Chi Hong extended his hand, using 2 fingers to measure the length of Lu Yao's face and the distance between her eyes. Definitely, although her makeup was different, if he pictured her with red hair and that domineering makeup. Of course, she had to wear fishnet stockings and long boots. Chi Hong was almost certain this was the intermediary he encountered in the assassin organization. Sister number 73. Lu Yao instinctively leaned her head back. Although I feel somewhat certain, I can't guarantee. Ahem. Chi Hong cleared his throat, using the voice he used while working part-time with his red name to say, what I want to take down is the president of the Lin Group. Lin Xia. Lu Yao was directly stunned. She now felt that the level of her social death was no less than finding out her online love interest was actually her own brother. You. Ha. Destroy it. In an instant, Lu Yao let go, giving a soft sigh. This was something Scarlet had said the first time they met, known only to Scarlet herself, and her in Hanwu. No one else would know. Scarlet. Lu Yao crossed her arms, her posture slumping. Her eyes seemed to have lost their light. I'm here. Chi Hong nodded. Who would have thought? The assassin Scarlet, secretly a college freshman? Who would believe that if we told them? No, it can't be said secretly, it's in plain sight. Lu Yao mocked inwardly, then turned around and waved to Chi Hong, saying, let's go, sister treats you to dinner. Are you still learning the cringy dance? Why do you care? Learning. Chapter 50, Assassination Target, Chi Hong. Chirp chirp meow. Meow Meow skillfully held chopsticks, devouring the food like crazy. Lu Yao looked at this pet beast that ate like a person and took out a cigarette to light it. Ha! So our assassin, Lady Scarlet, is so bold to reveal her identity. Aren't you afraid I have bad intentions? This was a private room, after all, their conversation should be kept a bit secret. Aren't you the same? I just had to think a little and I recognized you. Besides, what's there to worry about? A big sister like you who even wants to learn cringy dance, how could you report your part-time worker? Wait. Chi Hong suddenly realized something and stared at Lu Yao, asking, my current bounty, it's quite high, right? You even know about the bounty? Indeed, your bounty has reached 30 million. If you can't be caught soon, it might need to be raised. Lu Yao took another puff of her cigarette, the faint smell of tobacco lingering in the private room. Chi Hong nodded at her words, saying nothing more. This was the second woman Chi Hong knew who smoked, the first being Sister Zhao Wu. So, are you still doing part-time jobs? Looking at you, it seems like you want to study hard. You don't seem to lack money recently. Lu Yao flicked the ash from her cigarette. She actually cared about this matter. If the assassin Scarlet really quit, she would lose a big money-making tool. The key was that this person seemed very normal, not as dark as other assassins, and even looked somewhat handsome, truly a rare good partner. I haven't considered this matter for now, but by the way, you don't have many tasks. And they are all tasks of punishing evil and promoting good. No wonder that guy Han Wu follows you, he must be very poor. Shi Hong took a sip of his drink, reached out to stroke Meow Meow's head and laughed. TCH. Don't think I can't see it. You, Scarlet, are not the kind of person who would kill innocents indiscriminately. I can see the backstory. You took your first task, but you chose for a long time, looking at all kinds of information and data carefully, and in the end, picked the most wicked person. Then Lu Yao squinted at Shi Hong and smiled lightly. Scarlet, you can only work with me because you are a good person. What a joke, meow. We meows are cute and charming villains, meow. Meow Meow jumped onto the table with chopsticks, seeming very dissatisfied with saying that Shi Hong was a good person. Just because it looked pretty, that's great? Daring to give Shi Hong a good person card? Okay, villains, you are the villains. Where did this talking cat come from? This little thing is quite interesting. Lu Yao was amused by Meow Meow's serious look. She picked up her chopsticks and picked a piece of food for Meow Meow. In this world, there are ordinary animals, and the way to distinguish ordinary animals from pet beasts is to observe whether they have a presence. So far, there has never been a case of an ordinary being becoming a pet beast. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know where it is. Why are you also a student at this university? Looking at your image, your eyes sparkle with pure stupidity. You are completely unaware of the challenges of society. Shi Hong casually took a few bites of the dish. It seemed he had little appetite, while Meow Meow had already jumped onto the table showing off. That's called disguise, understand? Lu Yao tapped on the table and then summoned a small pet beast. It was a ball entirely made of a cluster of white light, but one could see facial features on this sphere. However, the two eyes looked like tiny beads, and the mouth was just a line. In short, it looked a bit like a shapeshifting creature turned into. Light Sphere, level 39. Attribute, Light. Ability, Elusive Light, which can make a specified target fade out of others' sight. Oh. So it's this little guy. If you hadn't taken the initiative to find me, I really wouldn't have known you were also at Jinling Beast Tamer University. Shi Hong reached out to touch the light sphere, but unfortunately, he couldn't touch it at all. It seemed like the light sphere was truly just light. Yo! Shi Hong even knows light sphere? This little guy is quite rare. Lu Yao waved her hand again, and the light sphere was recalled into her pet space. So, with my superb makeup skills, combined with light sphere, my secret-keeping work must be top-notch. Lu Yao gave a thumbs up. She had been doing this part-time job and had never been suspected. She was simply amazing. So may I ask, where can one buy or capture such a convenient pet? Shi Hong asked. To be honest, this ability was indeed somewhat useful. Are you going to the forbidden area or not? Lu Yao replied unhappily. Of course. To be honest, if the forbidden areas weren't strictly monitored by the relevant departments, I would have gone long ago. Shi Hong was speaking the truth. He really intended to go to the forbidden area. TCH. Lu Yao clicked her tongue and then leaned back in her chair, starting to scroll on her phone. In fact, Lu Yao and Shi Hong were not very familiar, they were just partners. However, Lu Yao was very clear about the importance of getting along with Shi Hong. Fortunately, Shi Hong himself was not very hard to get along with. Shi Hong also didn't seem interested in continuing the conversation and started eating slowly. Until Meow Meow rubbed its round belly with a satisfied look, Lu Yao suddenly exclaimed what the hell, and stood up. Ha! Shi Hong calmly looked at her, scratching Meow Meow's head with one hand. Look, you look quickly. Did you offend someone? Lu Yao pushed her phone across the table to Shi Hong. Shi Hong picked it up and looked. Good heavens. Assassination mission. Assassination target, Shi Hong. It even included his photo, detailed information, and whoever accepted could use the assassin organization's intel network to track his current location. By the way, hurry up and accept it on my phone first, then transfer it to yourself and hang it on your assassin's task, just drag it along. Is this a joke? It immediately goes to A rank, and the reward is so high. Lu Yao frowned, feeling very uneasy. Shi Hong needs to be taken out. Shi Hong's pet beast doesn't matter, dead or alive, the pet must be brought back to the employer, even if it's just a corpse. And the reward is 200 million? Shi Hong's eyes widened, and he immediately looked up to ask, what level of assassin would take this task for 200 million? A rank. And it's the kind of strong A rank. Almost on the verge of surpassing A rank beast tamers. A truly super A rank assassin wouldn't see this sum as anything of importance. Lu Yao shared what she knew, using the word should because she wasn't sure if there were super A-rank assassins looking to make a little money. Shi Hong thought for a moment and slowly said, "Then I'll just wait for him to come to kill me. You can send out my location." "Are you crazy? Don't joke around. Didn't you accept this mission with my phone?" Lu Yao tapped her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "Oh. No, and this mission has already been accepted." Shi Hong pushed the phone back to Lu Yao. The gaze started to sharpen. "There's no need to think twice, the employer is Lin Xia." Chapter 51 Life and Death Moment, Waveguide Power. "I really admire you. But you dare to kill even the enforcers?" "To be honest, things got quite chaotic at school today." "You're not one of those beast masters who are about to surpass Class A, are you?" This speculation is based on something, not just Lu Yao's wild guess. Genius does exist, and an 18-year-old approaching Class S is possible. Let's set this aside for now. By a coincidence, I will appear tonight at the artificial lake in the northern part of Jinling Beast Master University. I need to do something shameful in that less crowded place. Provide my information to the assassin organization, and by the way, help me find out who the employer is. Shi Hong stood up, his tone had begun to grow cold. Lu Yao felt a crimson sense of foreboding beginning to surface. After all, Shi Hong might not kill, but crimson. From the photos of those who were taken out, crimson strikes were quite ruthless. What if I can't find out? What do you plan to do then? Lu Yao scratched his head and asked. Actually, I'm clear in my heart about who can assassinate me in Jinling. I just want to confirm it. If I can't find out, it's fine. Anyway, I will blame any assassination attempt on President Lin. After Shi Hong finished speaking, he didn't stay any longer and called out, "Meow meow, let's go buy a hat." "Okay, meow." Meow meow jumped down from the chair, wiped his mouth, and looked at Lu Yao. "Thank you, big girl, I am so full from this meal." You're welcome." Being praised by a cat made Lu Yao feel a bit strange. It's time to take action again. By the way, what exactly is he going to do that's so shameful? Lu Yao began to fall into deep thought. Shi Hong bought a baseball cap and straightened his hair. It must be said, entering a strange barber shop each time is a gamble. His mood was worse now. In fact, he could go find Lin Xia directly in the middle of the night, but his intuition told him that a big young master like Lin Xia should be pretty hard to kill. So, who took the assassination task against him? Since it was accepted, that meant it was a deadly enemy. Meow meow, to prevent any incidents, I'll have to trouble you to stay in the Beast Master space for now. After all, the battles of Beast Masters are quite dangerous. Shi Hong glanced at Meow Meow, who had been following him. Meow Meow could handle normal battles, but Shi Hong was worried he might get hurt dealing with assassins. We cats are one in spirit. Meow Meow nodded, stressed their strong friendship with Shi Hong, and then was sent into the Beast Master space by Shi Hong. At this moment, in the Beast Master space. Ka Wu? Am I the one making the move here? Luca Ryu looked at Meow Meow. Meow Meow could understand him. Cha me. It should be me, Flame Chicken looked at Luca Ryu. He didn't believe that Shi Hong would act under the assassin identity of Crimson. Doing so would clearly reveal his assassin identity. Ah Bush. Ah Bush ah. The muscle monster dashed in front of Meow Meow, crazily flaunting its explosive muscles. He. On the side, Zoroark crouched there, covering its mouth with its claws and giggling, sounding very sinister. Let's just wait here with peace of mind, meow. Everyone is eager to try, meow. But who will make the move? Little Chi didn't say, meow. Meow Meow spread his arms, with a helpless expression on his cat face. They just unlocked these guys, and they started arguing about who would battle. If Charizard and the others came back, who knows how noisy it would get. From time to time, some passers-by would stroll by. Shi Hong took out his phone and ordered takeout. After a while, a few cans of beer were delivered. Shi Hong pulled the tab and calmly enjoyed the night view. Time was slowly passing. At a place extremely far from the artificial lake. A man dressed in black lay on the rooftop. Still not gone yet. He hasn't moved an inch. Is the Beast Master really that confident? He seems completely ready for the assassin to come. It's just a pity, this world is not only for Beast Masters to be assassins. The man lay at the building's edge, with a huge sniper rifle propped up in front of him. The black barrel reflected the cold light under the moon. He was just an ordinary person, but so what about being ordinary? If he couldn't open a beast space, and didn't have the qualifications to become a Beast Master, what did it matter? Under his sniper rifle, countless Beast Masters had already died. So far away, he could take you down directly. Your pet wouldn't even know who moved. He waited patiently for a while longer, until the clock struck 2 a.m., and besides Shi Hong, no one was left around the artificial lake. Chi Hong was almost losing his patience. He turned around and looked around casually. There was nothing unusual. One with my will. Lucario, please help me activate the aura, I'm still not very familiar. Chi Hong slightly closed his eyes, his voice echoed in Lucario's heart. Ka! The Lucario in the beast space nodded upon hearing this, then sat cross-legged, closed its eyes, and in an instant, the aura began to manifest around Lucario's body. At the same time, Chi Hong also entered a focused state. The three great powers of legend in the Pokémon world could even be used by humans. They are the aura power, the ethereal power, and the everlasting power. Among them, aura power is known as mental energy, described as the embodiment of every living being's spiritual strength, capable of sensing things around them across obstacles, and even allowing humans to create barriers or attacks using aura power. The most famous is the aura sphere. The aura is with me. Chi Hong whispered, gradually entering the focused state. He started to sense his surroundings. As his spirit deepened, the range of his perception began to expand. The gently rippling lake, the bugs in the grass, the bats flying across the night sky. Everything seemed to be right in front of him, but at the same time, due to his lack of familiarity, Chi Hong's forehead began to sweat coldly. What is he doing? When dealing with beast masters, there aren't many chances to strike. Often it has to be one shot to result. If one shot fails, clearly there won't be a second chance. The man held his breath. With his experience, even though Chi Hong looked unguarded, he felt that he might miss the shot, even until now. Are his eyes closed? Too late, feeling sleepy? Then. Die. The man decisively pulled the trigger. Although a silencer was attached, the gun still let out a muffled sound. A large caliber bullet whizzed away, heading straight for Chi Hong's forehead. In an instant, Chi Hong's spirit shook violently. His heart seemed to stop for a moment. This feeling had only happened once when he was threatened with a gun by Morning Mist. It's a gunshot. I was careless, I didn't even think it wouldn't be a beast attack. I must block it, there's no time to dodge, it's a bullet. The speed of the bullet's launch was too fast. These thoughts flashed in Chi Hong's mind for less than a second. Buzz. A blue barrier appeared in front of Chi Hong. The bullet instantly struck the barrier, and it began to crack upon impact. The first subconscious use of the aura barrier was not strong. Ka! Lucario jumped out of the beast master space and punched the bullet away. A dark cloud loomed over Chi Hong's face as he fixed his gaze on one spot. Zoroark, Blaziken, Superior, explode. Chi Hong raised his hand and summoned all his stronger Pokémon. Boundary release, including my own. Break through the limits of Mega Evolution. Blaziken, Lucario, Mega Evolution. Chi Hong gritted his teeth as he activated the Mega Evolution of two Pokémon. Then Casey was summoned to sit on Mega Lucario's shoulder. Find him, kill him, tear him apart. Chi Hong's face was dark, determined to kill this guy who targeted him. Chapter 52, Positioning. Chi Hong was completely furious. The appearance of Lucario and Blaziken together proved one thing. Those who had seen these Pokémon would instantly realize that Chi Hong was Crimson. Boujik Fly, let's fly up there. Chi Hong directly lay on Boujik Fly's back, and Boujik Fly flapped its wings and soared into the sky. Car. Lucario's eyes glowed red, its body slightly crouched, then it jumped out ferociously. Ha! Little Casey held onto Lucario's neck, her eyes flashing with light, and Lucario's body vanished in an instant, then reappeared in another spot. Casey had teleported a great distance with Lucario. This Casey had a low level, only level 12, so it was obviously impossible to move everyone to their destination all at once. So Chi Hong handed Casey over to Lucario, who was the fiercest in battle and would go all out. Not dead? It's still coming towards my position? But letting your Pokémon take you to the sky was your mistake. The man did not show a flustered expression, but instead decisively aimed at Chi Hong again. Through the scope, he could see Chi Hong's head poking out from the left shoulder of that Pokémon. Die! Bang! The muffled gunshot rang out again, and a bullet instantly reached Boujik Fly's front. Ah no? Boujik Fly swatted the bullet with a casual slap, sending it flying. Your mother is an A-level Pokémon trainer? The man was stunned. He had killed large Pokémon trainers before, and no matter how they struggled, they still died under his sniper rifle, right? A C-level Pokémon hit by a shot was almost certainly dead, and even a B-level Pokémon would be severely crippled by a single shot. Only A-levels could treat a sniper as nothing. The information was wrong, retreat immediately. The employer betrayed me. The man was greatly shocked. Abandoning the sniper rifle, he stood up and was about to run. He had just turned his face when a shadow appeared in front of him. Lucario, with Casey, had reached the rooftop. Kaku. The man's scalp went numb. He saw killing intent clearly on a Pokémon's face. Swish. Lucario appeared in front of him in an instant, throwing a punch at his head. The man had no doubt that if this punch landed, his head would no longer be a head, it would become a smashed watermelon, right? Clang. A sound of metal clashing erupted, and the barrier formed by the man's aura shattered. He was knocked backward by this punch, his body shooting off into the distance, and then flames burst from the backpack behind him. It was a portable booster. Ha ha ha. Fortunately, I spent a fortune to buy that Pokémon trainer's shield skill. It lasts for 3 days per use, costing 50 million. It really is expensive, but I'm glad I was cautious. Surviving the disaster, the man's face was full of excitement. However, the flames from the backpack were a bit hot on his backside. Just as he was about to find a spot to land, a fiery red figure appeared in front of him. What the hell? This height must be 50 or 60 meters, right? But in an instant, he felt himself being grabbed, followed by a dizzying spin, and then he slammed hard into the ground, feeling as if all his bones were shattered. Blaziken threw him back in front of Lucario, then charged forward and landed on the rooftop railing. Cough cough. He spat out a large mouthful of blood, struggling to lift his head to look. It was that Pokémon with glowing red eyes. Pata, a black fox, landed nearby with a sinister expression. Yes, he saw malice again on that big fox's face. A giant snake over 3 meters long slithered up from below. The proud snake's face was also cold as ice. Ah no. The muscular mosquito took Chi Hong down to the ground with him. He squatted beside the man and said softly, "Ordinary people's bodies are very fragile, they can't even withstand a casual hit from a pet beast, right? Big sniper brother? I'm also furious, why would I need so many partners to deal with you? Clearly just an ordinary person, not even a beast master." Chi Hong raised his hand to retrieve Zoroark, Lucario, and Kadabra into the pet space. Since this place was chosen for the sniper to attack him, it meant there were no cameras, but maintaining a cautious attitude was essential to avoid unnecessary trouble. Contact your middleman and say the mission is complete. You must deliver the pet beast personally to your employer. Chi Hong didn't give this big sniper brother a chance to speak, directly stating his demands. Damn it, tonight I'll take care of that idiot Lin Xia. Chi Hong thought fiercely. If I do as you say, you will let me go, right? The big sniper brother was full of fear. If there was a regret pill in the world, he would be willing to eat it for every meal. Of course, you're not the employer, you're just someone doing a job for money. Chi Hong's brows furrowed, and a strange smile appeared on his face. It was as if the words "I'm tricking you, you idiot," were written on his face. But the severely injured man wouldn't notice this. He was already panicking, and as long as there was a glimmer of hope to survive, he would cling tightly to it. The man struggled to take out his phone. It was cracked but still functional. He trembled as he dialed a number, and a gloomy voice answered on the other end. Hello? The sniper steadied his breath and spoke into the phone. The target is eliminated, and the pet beast is also eliminated. The sniper glanced at the pet beast standing behind him, feeling it was absurd to say these words. The sniper rifle was useless against that big red mosquito monster, and that was well known. Would it be effective against that large snake? After all, that snake was massive. And it would be even more absurd to mention that fiery chicken, he almost fell into the mud with one hit. I understand. I'll give you the location, go and hand it over, I won't show my face. The voice on the other end remained gloomy before hanging up. Soon, a location appeared on the man's phone. Very well, share this location with me. Chi Hong nodded with a smile. That might not be possible, this is software exclusively for assassins, there's no way. Stop talking nonsense. Chi Hong snatched his phone, sharing the location with his own account. Assassin intelligence systems are confidential, no information can be stolen from any phone within a 5-meter range. The backend can't do anything, this is a one-way transmission, and it only stays on the phone, which means to get intelligence from this phone, one must be within that 5-meter range. Of course, excluding voluntary sending. Chi Hong dropped his phone and walked away. The big sniper brother let out a sigh of relief. He immediately grabbed his phone, took one look, and his pupils constricted at once as he saw his location was shared with Assassin Scarlet. He was still in shock when a fireball collided with him from a distance. He didn't even have time to scream before being engulfed in flames. Chapter 53, I won't let him go. Chi Hong wore a baseball cap, with Zoroark following behind him. Transform me into that sniper who shot me. This place isn't the Lin group, I need to act accordingly. Wait for the right opportunity to take down Lin Xia. Chi Hong's expression was dark. What kind of pet beast duel was that? He had been shot down by someone with a sniper, so naturally, he targeted Lin Xia directly. There was no doubt in Chi Hong's mind that the one who wanted him dead was Lin Xia. In Zoroark's eyes, a ghostly light flickered, and Chi Hong's body started to change. In the eyes of others, he looked exactly like the sniper. With the help of Zoroark, Chi Hong transformed into the appearance of Sniper Brother. Hiss ah! Zoroark nodded at Chi Hong, then disappeared into the darkness. Before Chi Hong stood a factory, with a conspicuous sign at the entrance reading Lin's Engineering. Chi Hong scratched his head, feeling that something was off. How could this Lin's factory be so flaunting? Was the assassination arrangement made at his own factory? This wouldn't stand up to any investigation, a casual inquiry would blow everything up. But he didn't care, even if there was a level 100 beast on the other side, with his Pokémon in hand, he could easily escape if not retaliate. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Since Chi-Hong was here, it meant he came with the intent to take Lin's life. The factory was large, and Chi-Hong didn't enter through the main door. There were cameras everywhere. It was obvious that he had been caught on surveillance just by getting close to this factory, but it didn't matter. The energy of Phantom Ruler had already transformed Chi-Hong's appearance to fully resemble Sniper Brother, making it impossible to detect any problems on the camera. Following his coordinates, Chi-Hong found a workshop, brightly lit, showing no signs of darkness. In the workshop, a masked man sat on a piece of equipment. Due to being wrapped up tightly, his age was indiscernible. "You're quick to arrive, it's done, right? Chi-Hong is definitely dead, right?" As soon as the man spoke, Chi-Hong's expression turned strange. This was actually Lin Zhou's voice. Lin Sha had sent his own brother to handle the arrangement? Wasn't he afraid of something going wrong? Cut the nonsense, just give me the final payment. We assassins never lie about our reports. Chi-Hong walked under the device, looking up at Lin Zhou with a stiff tone. All right. Lin Zhou climbed up and stood on the equipment, instinctively touching the place on his lower back. This was Lin Zhou's first close encounter with an assassin, so he was quite nervous. In front of ordinary people, his identity as a second-generation heir was useful, but in front of this ruthless assassin, Lin Zhou felt a bit guilty. He had been overly protected by Lin Sha, never experiencing any hardship, even causing harm outside or getting an innocent girl pregnant was no issue, because his brother was Lin Sha. Wait. Lin Zhou suddenly seemed to remember something, asking, what about Chi-Hong's beast? The big wolf dog. Give me the corpse of that big wolf dog. I will personally handle the transfer with your brother Lin Sha. You just need to give me the final payment, and that's it. Chi-Hong's voice remained stiff. He certainly couldn't produce the corpse of any big wolf dog, and saying that made him very unhappy. How do you know? Do you assassins even investigate the employers? How do you know about this? My brother doesn't know anything about this. Once he returns from Yanjing, he'll know I'm not useless. Lin Zhou yanked off his mask. Since the other side knew, he saw no reason to keep it on, feeling uncomfortable like a bullfighter. Wow. Clap, clap, clap. Chi-Hong clapped directly. So that's how it is. I honestly didn't see that coming. You really are quite dumb. Where did you get the 200 million? Embezzling funds? Chi-Hong asked, his tone shifting as he slowly stared at Lin Zhou and said, you better confess honestly, otherwise, I might have to investigate you thoroughly. Lin Zhou sensed something was wrong. By now, even if he was still foolish, he understood that this assassin was not here to handle matters after all. Come in. Lin Zhou took out a walkie-talkie from his lower back. Instantly, a group of people surged into the workshop, and their presence couldn't escape Chi-Hong's notice. But Chi-Hong didn't care. Although all were beast masters, none had beasts over level 40. In other words, they were all small fry. It seems you don't want to pay, huh? Aren't you afraid that after I run out, I'll report you to the enforcers for hiring someone to kill? You know this factory is filled with cameras. Even if you delete the footage, the enforcers can recover it from the back end. This is all evidence. You can't withstand an investigation. Chi-Hong feigned surprise, looking around in apparent panic. Ha ha ha. I'm worried that you assassins won't keep your word, so I arranged for someone to be here to prevent any mishaps, plus, monitoring? The cameras around here have long been turned off by me. Lin Zhou looked quite pleased, laughing heartily. Oh. So that's the case, I have nothing to worry about. Actually, even if the cameras were on, you would be doomed, but this way is a bit more comfortable. Zoroa! Chi-Hong called out, and then his figure began to flicker, returning to his original appearance. Chi-Hong? Lin Zhou froze for a moment, but only for a moment, then he raised his arm and shouted, take him out. Lucario, eliminate them. Chi-Hong raised his hand, and Lucario, with eyes glowing red, appeared. Against these small fries, it could be said that being able to escape would be impressive. Screams erupted, some reacted quickly, abandoning their beasts and turning to flee. Just as they took a step out of the factory door, they had their heads blown apart by a wave of evil energy. Lin Zhou was stunned. He did not expect Chi-Hong's strength to be so terrifying. He pulled out the gun he tucked at his waist, but Chi-Hong didn't even glance at him as he turned his face away. Die! Lin Zhou's face was full of hysteria as he raised his hand to shoot, but Lucario reached out a hand toward him, and Lin Zhou found that he lost control of his own hand. He found himself aiming the gun at his own head. You must be kidding? Chi-Hong. There's no need to go this far, right? My brother will not let you go. Lin Zhou's tone began to tremble. No, it's I who won't let him go. Die, trash. Chi-Hong didn't even turn his head, raising his hand to summon Kecleon. Bang. With the sound of a gunshot, Lin Zhou committed suicide, shooting through his own head. Keklian used teleport, and Qi Hong disappeared from the factory, as if he had never been there. As long as Lin Xia is not dead, I fear I can't find peace. Isn't Xiaoxia going to report to Yanjing in these 2 days, otherwise? In a dark alley near the factory, Qi Hong leaned against the wall, deep in thought. Across from him, Lucario also leaned against the wall, still stained with patches of blood. Chapter 54, So what? Go to Yanjing. But Qi Hong did not go, Qi Hong went. Qi Hong made up his mind, turning to leave, and Lucario's fluctuations eliminated the bloodstains on him. He returned to the hotel where he was staying. The next day, Qi Hong still carried on with his normal university routine, but it seemed he was quite cold. People who occasionally spoke to him had their conversations answered by the cat-like pet he carried. Moreover, Professor Yen approved an independent training room for him. Most of the time, freshman Qi Hong stayed inside. Some speculated that freshman Qi Hong might have connections with Professor Yen, and this speculation was soon confirmed. You really are something. You use a pet to impersonate you, having it clock in for you for your early 8 a.m. classes, right? No, wait, it seems you didn't even attend the early 8 a.m. classes. Just be honest, why didn't you bring me along for this? On the phone's display, Lu Yao was angrily scolding Qi Hong while Qi Hong, wearing headphones, occasionally responded absently. Anyway, be careful, I've taken over an assassination task related to Lin Xia. The employer seems to also be a big shot in Jinling. Of course, Lin Xia has also tied this big shot to him. In the video, Lu Yao said this while applying makeup. Since Qi Hong was wearing headphones, he didn't mind whether anyone would hear, and besides him in the car, there was no one else. There is only one driver. He is currently wearing a mask and a cap, hailing a taxi to go directly to Yanjing. And also, this Lin Xia definitely has something going on. He has been assigned many assassination tasks for several years, yet he hasn't been taken down yet. This is enough to explain. This is enough to explain that the conditions offered are not enough to sway stronger masters. Qi Hong interjected. What I mean is he might be very strong. Lu Yao frowned, looking helpless. This is unrelated, it is simply that the benefits are not enough. Coincidentally, if he dies, it would be the biggest benefit for me. This assassination organization gets paid to do the job. Many innocent people die at the hands of assassins. Have you considered dismantling it? These words were somewhat sensitive information, so Qi Hong typed and sent them instead of speaking. Naive. If it could be dismantled, would I need to be here? The enforcers have already taken it down. That dark force, even though I still rely on it for money, let's not mention that for now. The enforcers are bigger than him. They should have taken him down long ago, but haven't you noticed? Cases involving assassins are very hard to investigate, and many end up unresolved. As long as it is not at the scene of the assassination, capturing them directly on the spot is difficult afterward. Lu Yao poked her chin with a finger, frowning. Sometimes she had strange guesses, that is. The enforcers and the assassins might have some interests entangled. She even speculated that the bosses of these opposing organizations could be the same person. I see. Alright, I'm hanging up now. I need to rest for a while. Help me pick a house near the university once I've made some money. Qi Hong quietly spoke, and the driver simply listened. It didn't matter. Okay, be careful, big tycoon, bye. Lu Yao ended the video call, finished her makeup, stood up, and glanced at the time. Damn it. Woke up at 7, full makeup by 8. I am also talented. Why does this awful life have to torment me, a blossoming young girl? Lu Yao sighed and then left her rental room. She, Lu Yao, did not stay in the dormitory. I'll catch up on sleep at noon. Today, I'll check on the information about President Lin. This Birdman seems to be perfectly flawless on the surface, just an ordinary billionaire. Lu Yao slung her backpack on her back, fiddling as she walked toward the school. That night, in Yanjing, at a high-end hotel. Zhao Wu sat coldly at the dining table, where candles were clearly placed, indicating it was a candlelit dinner. There's really no need to eat, Mr. Lin should prioritize his work. Zhao Wu glanced at the goblet in front of her, filled with the red wine Lin Xia poured for her. Why didn't I see Zhao Xia? You brought her to report, and you wouldn't just drop her off at the entrance of the Yanjing Beast Tamer University, would you? Lin Xia joked playfully. If it weren't for you looking for me, don't you think I would be dining with my mother and sister now because of our family ties? Zhao Wu's tone was not friendly, even somewhat dismissive. But Lin Xia seemed completely unconcerned, perhaps already used to it. I've heard that your mother is also in Yanjing. How about this, I host tomorrow, and we all gather. After all, we are sooner or later a family. Lin Xia politely inquired about Zhao Wu's opinion. He seemed quite a gentleman. Zhao Wu's cold gaze looked at Lin Xia, and after a few seconds of silence, she said, I have no interest in the Zhao family's fortune, I have my own things I want to do. The only heir of Zhao Yang Group is Zhao Xia. Zhao Wu's words were very clear, trying to marry her to gain the Zhao family's wealth was impossible. Of course, she had always thought so. Lin Xia smiled slightly, preparing to begin his strategy, gradually dispelling Zhao Wu's wariness toward him. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his phone rang. This phone was his personal phone, unless there was something serious, normally no one would call him on this number. Especially since the caller was his secretary. He was here to discuss business and hadn't brought a secretary, only a driver, which is also why people commented that Lin Xia was low-key and composed. Sorry. I need to step away for a moment. Lin Xia apologized to Zhao Wu, then stood up and walked aside. About 5 minutes later, Lin Xia returned to his seat with a dark expression on his face. Do you know about the assassin Qi Hong? Lin Xia asked in a low voice. What's going on with you? Zhao Wu countered without answering, you took a call and your eyes are bloodshot. Something happened to your brother? Zhao Wu's tone remained cold. He's dead. Lin Xia's voice was still low, but the veins on his forehead indicated his emotions were very bad. Dead? Zhao Wu frowned, caught between questioning Qi Hong and Lin Zhou's death. Qi Hong killed Lin Zhou? Late last night, he died in the Lin family factory. It was disguised as a suicide. I have information, though it's messy, I'm sure. Lin Xia gritted his teeth and spat out, Qi Hong killed my brother Lin Zhou. And Qi Hong is Qi Hong. Such a simple deduction, such an obvious answer, I don't believe you couldn't see it. Lin Xia leaned on the table, his eyes red as he stared at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu expressionlessly lifted her wineglass and took a sip of red wine, still remaining indifferent. I can see it. So what if you see it? An assassin, unless caught in the act or with conclusive evidence. Law enforcement can't do anything, any action would just alert the snake, as it happens. I have absolutely no evidence to prove Qi Hong is Qi Hong. Zhao Wu placed her wineglass back on the table, her tone calm, as if it wasn't her brother who had died. How can you say that? It's my brother who died. So what? Zhao Wu coldly interrupted, when you sent someone to assassinate Qi Hong, I didn't come to you saying, Qi Hong is my brother. Lin Xia's eyes were bloodshot, like a beast ready to devour. Zhao Wu's eyes were calm, like an eternal frozen iceberg. Come on, brothers, give me a good review, moi. Chapter 55, How Could I Lose? Did Qi Hong tell you? It seems you've already had suspicions. That kid is definitely not an ordinary beast tamer. Zhao Wu, you're law enforcement, how can you let an assassin stay close to Chaoxia? Lin Xia suppressed his grief and sat down again. Stop using the responsibilities of law enforcement to pressure me, if law enforcement could truly maintain justice without worry. You would have been locked up long ago. Zhao Wu's eyes gleamed with cold light, already considering severing ties between the Zhao and Lin families. I'm tired, I'm leaving. Zhao Wu stood up and looked down at Lin Xia, if you're so afraid of Qi Hong, why not bring a few more bodyguards? What if he comes to find you tonight? I'll make sure he doesn't come back. Lin Xia's eyes glowed fiercely as he raised his glass and downed it in one go, his hands trembled from anger and sorrow. Zhao Wu left the hotel and walked to her car, dialing Chaoxia's phone. Hello, sis, what's up? Still eating well? Chaoxia's deliberately playful tone came through the receiver. Call Xiaoqi, never mind, video call him and see where he is, what he's doing. If everything is normal, you don't need to call me back. Zhao Wu finished speaking and hung up the phone, driving back to Jinling overnight. She had initially come to send her sister off, as for her cold mother, she had no desire to rekindle any mother-daughter relationship. Only her naturally optimistic and sunny sister could get along well with someone like her. Damn it! Zhao Wu angrily slammed her palm on the steering wheel because she thought of how she was influenced by her mother since childhood. Her personality became almost the same as hers. But she actually hated such people. I feel like the meows won't last long, meow. Hiss howl. More and more people are sneaking around wanting to learn the awkward dance from us, meow. Hee hee. Oh no. Zoroark. There's a call, meow. Professor Yen specifically assigned the nursery room to Qi Hong, and Meow Meow pointed to the phone on the table with a worried expression. Because it was a video call from Zhao Xia. Woo. Zoroark, transformed into Qi Hong, picked up the phone and looked at Meow Meow with a questioning gaze. I have to say, Zoroark thought Meow Meow was quite clever. Meow Meow was a wealthy cat, after all. Pick it up, meow. If you don't answer, it won't be right with the little girl, meow. Meow Meow quickly made a decision, and Zoroark immediately pressed the answer key. Soon, a tuft of hair appeared on the phone showing Zhao Xia's head. Where are you? What are you doing? Do you miss me? Right off the bat, there were 3 questions, and the face of Qi Hong, transformed by Zoroark, instantly turned red. Isn't it inappropriate to pretend to be my big brother chatting with my sister-in-law? Zoroark felt a bit anxious inside. Could he say this as a black fox? Qi Hong? Qi Hong. Seeing that Qi Hong hadn't spoken, Zhao Xiao's face appeared on the phone screen, staring with big eyes at Qi Hong. In a critical moment, as Meow Meow was about to speak, Zoroark suddenly had a brilliant idea. Zoroark opened his mouth, and several blisters appeared on his tongue. Then he pointed to his throat and made a hoarse "ma" sound. Little Qi has a heat rash, meow. Recently, he has been neglecting sleep and food while researching some breathing and strengthening methods, meow. Now it hurts to talk, meow. We're also struggling, meow. Meow Meow squeezed in front of the screen and spoke for Qi Hong. Oh, I see, don't strain yourself too much. I'll send you some honeysuckle for you to brew. I'll prepare it right away. Zhao Xiao looked heartbroken and immediately hung up the video call. Huff. Zoroark and Meow Meow felt as if they had lost all their strength, slumping together as if exhausted. Good idea, meow, you're amazing, Zoroark. Meow Meow gave Zoroark a thumbs up, showing how clever he was. Awesome. Oh whoa. Zoroark returned to his original appearance and then opened his mouth to Meow Meow. Meow Meow saw that he indeed was suffering from heat rash. You really have it hard, meow. After all, we have to keep up a busy setting, so we can only order takeout, meow. Meow Meow patted Zoroark's shoulder, shaking his round head helplessly. At this time in Yanjing, the night was deep, and Qi Hong had arrived. The taxi driver had been driving all day. But he didn't really step out of the service area, no other reason, just to make money. Handsome guy, feel free to contact me again. The driver threw Qi Hong a flirty look. He had been driving all night and looked quite energetic. After finishing this ride, he would take his wife and kids to the amusement park. A real man should be as brave as him. Okay. Qi Hong awkwardly nodded, leaving behind the driver's phone number as he left. In the city center of Yanjing at night, the flow of people was still significant, with a population much larger than that of Jinling. There was even traffic on the road. Just off work, office workers, students finishing evening classes, and citizens out for fun. Some drove cars, while others simply rode their pets. The night was still lively. No one can stop me, not even the enforcers. I will kill him. This has become a situation of no return. Qi Hong slapped his face, lifted his spirits, then opened his phone. Sure enough, where Lin Xia appeared, what he came for, and which hotel he was staying at had all been dug up by Lu Yao. They were just a step away from revealing the color of his underwear. This lady's intelligence-gathering ability is terrifying. Qi Hong truly admired that Lu Yao even found a place for him to rest, in this place where everything required real name registration. She can actually find a resting place for Qi Hong in Yanjing from as far away as Jinling. And it's secret, because Lu Yao said, there's no need to worry about safety, his only concern is whether Crimson will run into trouble in Yanjing. After all, this is Yanjing, the prosperity and safety here are much higher than in Jinling. Sister Chao Wu sent Xiao Xia over. Maybe she hasn't left yet, let's stay here and rest for a bit. Qi Hong made up his mind, washed his hands, stuffed them in his pockets, and lowered his head as he walked towards a hotel. Lu Yao arranged for him to stay in the city center. In Lu Yao's words, this is called the darkness under the lamp. And just arrived, having done nothing, why should he be targeted? Boom! A dragon flew through the sky, causing pedestrians below to scream in surprise. A dragon-type pet. I don't know which young master it is, if only I could meet him. Wow, a flying dragon. That's so damn cool. Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Dragon types are extremely rare, even in Yanjing. Click. A pokeball appeared in Qi Hong's hand, and he pressed it tightly. A trace of a fierce look appeared on his face, and his confidence grew stronger. The reason lies in this unlocked Pokémon. Although strictly speaking, this Pokémon is not considered dragon type. Leader, Charizard, level 90. Ability, Blaze. Carried item, Charizard Evolution Stone X. You're finished. Qi Hong grinned, not even knowing how he should lose. As for the moves, he didn't look at them at all. Under the boundary release, his Pokémon would be illegal in the game. Chapter 56, Infiltration. A simple disguise, a flat-brimmed cap and a mask. The indifferent eyes beneath the brim symbolize that the assassin Crimson is online. In a certain building, Lin Xiao's expression was dark, and even a few strands of hair had turned slightly white. He did not rush back immediately. According to his life principles, if someone is dead, they are dead, and going back won't help. Even if it was his most beloved younger brother who died, in the end, rushing back wouldn't bring him back to life. He needed to maintain this painful mood and ensure the big business of Lin's group went well. You fool! If you had not contacted Qi Hong back then, you wouldn't have died. Why were you in such a hurry to prove yourself? Lin Xia stretched out his hands to cover his face. He needed to calm his emotions. At this moment, his phone rang. Lin Xia glanced at the incoming number, stood up and looked around. There were indeed cameras. After all, they were in someone else's company. It's normal for the reception room to have surveillance. In his own building, it was all monitored as well. As long as he spoke softly, no one could catch his voice, even an eavesdropping device wouldn't pick it up unless it was right next to his mouth. Speak. Lin Xia said softly. Someone has taken on your assassination mission. A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Which one released it? Who took it? Is it Crimson? I can't disclose anymore. If I did, I wouldn't need to stay in the assassin organization. This is all I can say, take care. All right. Lin Xia hung up the phone, gripping it tightly. Shi Hong. I really underestimated you, you actually dare to come looking for me. Since you dare to come, I suppose you are prepared to die here. Lin Xia sat back on the sofa, his face dark as he dialed a number. It was his driver's number, and this driver was new since the old one was killed by Chi Hong. Report to the enforcers, just say someone wants to assassinate me. Simple and concise. After the driver replied okay, Lin Xia hung up the phone, stood up as he heard footsteps. President Lin. Sorry to keep you waiting. I was delayed by something just now. A man with a big belly came over with 4 or 5 subordinates. Lin Xiao's expression immediately changed as he stepped forward and extended his hand, saying, No, it was my disturbance. At this moment, Shi Hong was already not far from the building. It's a bustling area with many people, it's inconvenient to act. Should we still wait until night? Shi Hong stood on the roof of another building, holding a telescope in his hand. He didn't see Lin Xiao's figure, but according to the information Lu Yao gave him, Lin Xiao was right here. Shi Hong was not a professional assassin. After waiting on the roof for a while, he left directly. He didn't have the patience to keep waiting like this. Smart, brave, and strong. Shi Hong's phone rang. After he answered. Shi Hong. Leave Beijing immediately. Lu Yao's anxious voice came through the phone. What's happening? Shi Hong furrowed his brows, sensing something was off. Like you and me, I don't know if Lin Xia is an assassin, but he definitely has connections in the assassin organization. He must know you're here to kill him. So what if he knows? From what I understand about him, he's not going to report me to the enforcers, right? Shi Hong said while moving to a less populated area. Lin Xia should actually want to kill him. Yes, that's right. He reported you. Shi Hong was stunned for a moment and awkwardly said, Actually, I don't know anything about him. But if the enforcers catch you, you haven't done anything yet. The evidence chain is insufficient, there's no reason to report unless he doesn't want you dead, but that doesn't make sense. Damn it, I understand now. Shi Hong, he definitely has someone in the enforcers. Killing you would still earn him credit. This is not a report, this is him finding help to make you die in Beijing. Lu Yao slapped her forehead and anxiously voiced her guess. She guessed it right, Lin Xia was doing exactly that. With the enforcers in him, as long as Chi Hong showed even a little sign, they would directly kill him. At that time, whether he was Chi Hong or not, who would still care? This way he could escape, unless Chi Hong could fly, and he needed to fly very high, the kind of flying where there's no shadow. Impossible. A beast that can fly and carry a person for long distances, according to the intelligence, neither Chi Hong nor Shi Hong could do that. Lin Xiao was quite confident in his information, after all, he was a boss who could manage both the black and white markets. This bit of information was still credible. I got it. Since that's the case, I will take action tonight. Chi Hong's gaze was dark, his tone equally grim, and he had no intention of leaving. What do you mean? Did you say it wrong? Lu Yao's pitch rose slightly, it should be to run immediately. Great wealthy master, I beg you, hurry and run. That's Beijing. Do you think it's some second or third tier small city? Don't worry, the assassin Shi Hong has never failed. Shi Hong hung up the phone and took out his phone to check for the nearest enforcer bureau. He found that it was not far from here. He activated his half-baked wave guiding power, walking while sensing his surroundings. Soon, he discovered something was wrong. That one, and that one, they are all enforcers. They have indeed already been mobilized. His influence in Beijing cannot be great enough to seal off the whole area, which means at most 1 or 2 teams. Shi Hong took out a pair of oversized frog glasses from his backpack and put them on after taking off his mask. He walked straight towards a man who looked like an enforcer. Why? Because he had a judgment horned lion. Sometimes, the judgment horned lion could represent a person's identity, like representing the enforcers. Anyway, he had never seen a beastmaster other than an enforcer bringing a judgment horned lion. What he could do with a Pokemon ball combined with his mind was something other beastmasters could hardly achieve. He summoned the judgment horned lion, and the passers-by immediately looked at him, which already indicated that he was an enforcer. What the hell? What are you doing? Before Chi Hong could speak, the man who looked like an enforcer immediately ran over. What's wrong? Chi Hong pretended to be puzzled. Bro, our Team 7 is on a mission. Don't let the Judgment Horned Lion out right now. The man lowered his voice. This will affect my mission. Just as Chi Hong guessed. This enforcer had no doubt about his own identity at all. Even if he didn't recognize Chi Hong, the punishing horned lion made everything clear. Oh. I'm sorry. Chi Hong immediately recalled the punishing horned lion, his eyes shining with excitement behind his sunglasses. Soon, he would be able to sneak into the team of enforcers chasing the assassin Crimson. Chapter 57. Hello. What mission are you executing? Why so tense? It can't be the same mission as mine, right? Chi Hong similarly lowered his voice, leaning closer to the guy and asking. I heard the assassin Crimson, who killed someone from the Imperial Beast Masters University in Jinan, has appeared in this area. You shouldn't be on the same mission as me, right? How can you release the punishing horned lion in the street while tracking an assassin? Isn't that directly revealing your identity? The man spoke with a hint of blame, looking as if Chi Hong not releasing the punishing horned lion would immediately let him catch Crimson. Dude, I'm on this mission too. Chi Hong waved his hand at him, saying, I've been waiting here for a long time, Crimson can't possibly be here. Why do you say that? The man asked, not caring whether he had caught Crimson or not. Being the first to spot Crimson would count as a small success, right? In any case, I have exclusive intel. Whatever, I'm leaving now, don't follow me, I'm telling you. After saying this, Chi Hong quickly summoned the punishing horned lion and placed a baseball cap in front of it. The punishing horned lion stared at him with wide eyes, not immediately understanding what he meant. After all, it had initially been Wang Dong's pet. Though it had been living comfortably in Chi Hong's pet space lately, it was the first time it felt it wasn't just a tool beast, that it didn't have to go to work, nor endure that pointless special training every now and then. It had completely forgotten about that untrustworthy colleague, Wang Dong. But, in the end, it hadn't undergone any tacit training with this new master, it hadn't even fought yet. In short, there was simply no understanding. Chi Hong's expression stiffened, secretly cursing. This punishing horned lion couldn't grasp his intention at all. Mind and body unite. Chi Hong secretly activated his ability, and the punishing horned lion's big face immediately showed an expression of "Oh, and so that's how it is." It sniffed the baseball cap. Although it was indeed its new master's scent and the new master was right beside it, it still awoke and dashed off in a direction. It could completely understand what its new master meant now. This feeling was only experienced once when it was tamed, but now it was experiencing it again, savoring the moment. The feeling of man and lion uniting was even a bit addictive. No one could be so stupid as to let something like this happen right in front of them without reacting. The male enforcer was filled with excitement as he followed closely. Find a place without people, make some noise, and then, just wait. Chi Hong followed the punishing horned lion as it dashed forward. In reality, there wasn't any exact destination, the punishing horned lion was just running towards a less crowded area. It also occasionally stopped to sniff around, making it seem like it was doing a great job on the surface. I need to contact the captain first, he must have already reached out to his team. I need the captain to arrive first. This credit will be ours from Team 7. The man immediately took out his phone and sent a message in his enforcer team group. There's news about the assassin Crimson. Follow my position. This message caused a stir. At that moment in the enforcement bureau, a burly man with a full beard squinted as he looked at the message on his phone. There was even a photo showing Chi Hong's back and his judgment horned lion. The big man with a thick beard had no doubt at all, for the judgment horned lion meant they were on the same side. According to the training methods of the law enforcement organization, enforcers themselves might have problems with their thoughts and betray. But the judgment horned lion would never do that, it was a symbol of the law enforcement organization. Everyone else, retreat. I'll go myself. The bearded man stood up, released this news among the small group, then put on his enforcer coat and left. At the same time, Lin Xia received a call from his contacts in the enforcers. Chi Hong was suspected to be targeted, they were currently on the way to capture him, with the captain of the 7th squad of the Yanjing enforcers personally leading the pursuit. So fast? Lin Xia frowned, this speed was too quick. Could it be that Chi Hong was targeted as soon as he landed in Yanjing? It makes sense, after all, this is Yanjing. The overall power of the enforcers here is higher than that of Jinling, you can't mix up the two enforcer systems. Lin Xia rubbed his chin, his business was already settled, and he wasn't in the mood to think about whether the other party would sign the contract. He wanted to eliminate this damn Chi Hong. Fewer people, if possible. Your share won't be less, but too many witnesses would complicate things, right? Sometimes, in a confrontation between beast tamers, ordinary enforcers don't play a big role at the scene, instead, they make things excessively chaotic. Lin Xia said into the phone, his original plan was to block Chi Hong with 2 or 3 people, preferably finishing him off himself to ease his resentment. Currently, there are 2 known enforcers, plus the captain of the 7th squad, Xiong Lian. There are only 3 people. You'd better give Xiong Lian his share directly after it's done, don't delay. Also, clean up the call records. The person on the other end hung up right after, and Lin Xia received a location on his phone. The location was constantly moving, and the sender was anonymous, making it impossible to trace. Even Captain Lian is out, no doubt about it, the opportunity can't be missed. Lin Xia took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, then took the elevator to the rooftop. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, expressionless, and jumped down. In midair, Lin Xia closed his eyes, feeling the strong wind. Then, a loud call resounded, and a huge white bird-like beast caught him, taking Lin Xia soaring into the sky, heading straight for the location. Buddy, this is not. Isn't this damned Shi Hong running too fast? Huff, huff, huff. The enforcer who had been following Chi Hong was exhausted, leaning against a tree and gasping for air. The two had completely left the urban area of Yanjing, entering a vast forest. Everywhere they looked, there were only trees, and they couldn't see a single shadow of a person. Chi Hong stopped. Through the wave guiding power, he had sensed an extremely intense aura rapidly approaching. Probably in about 2 minutes, it should arrive? Movement isn't slow, timing is just right. Chi Hong stood still, raised his hand to retract the Judgment Horn Lion, and his words left the enforcer confused. Who? By the way, brother, which team are you from? Your team captain is too slow, isn't he? Or did you not notify him at all? Chi Hong is in this bird place? I'm wondering if you could let my Judgment Horn Lion catch a whiff of that Chi Hong too? Wouldn't we find him quicker together? The male enforcer approached Chi Hong. He was really a bit tired, and since Chi Hong had already retrieved the Judgment Horn Lion, he didn't suspect anything at all. Oh, you have a point. Chi Hong nodded and pulled out the duckbill cap from his pocket. Very good. The male enforcer smiled and immediately summoned his own Judgment Horned Lion. Chi Hong took a glance. His level was quite good, a full 42. The punishing horned lion sniffed and looked at his partner, revealing a puzzled expression. How is it? Where is the strongest aura of this hat located? Can it still be tracked? This is an assassin, we must quickly locate him, the male enforcer asked immediately. Hearing this, the punishing horned lion took a few steps forward, then showed his fangs at Chi Hong with a low growl. Hello. Chi Hong grinned, and before the enforcer could react, a shadow appeared behind him, swiftly grabbing his neck. The punishing horned lion opened its mouth wide and bit at the shadow, but the shadow kicked hard on the lion's chin, causing its gaping mouth to snap shut instantly. Crack! Lucario growled, lifting a hand and throwing the enforcer far away. Then, with a sudden turn, its iron tail smashed directly onto the punishing horned lion's head, making the lion roll its eyes back and lose consciousness in an instant. Bang! Once again, with a kick, the punishing horned lion was sent flying. Puff! A heavy panting sound suddenly emerged. Chi Hong turned around, and in front of him stood a tall horse, with a sharp horn on its head and 2 rows of glistening teeth in its mouth. On the horse's back sat a strong man who gently patted the horse's neck, looking at Chi Hong without saying a word. In the air, Chi Hong vaguely heard the sound of a bird's call. Hello! Chi Hong bent down to pick up his duckbill cap and put it on his head. Chapter 58 Instant Suppression. Attacking the enforcer, an even greater crime. Xiong Lian witnessed the whole process. He seemed capable of stopping Chi Hong, but he did not do so, instead taking out a mobile phone. As soon as Xiong Lian took out the phone, an unknown force twisted it into a twisty shape in his hand, completely ruining it. In the next second, a great force acted on his neck. The unicorn under Xiong Lian neighed, and this force was dispersed. Creak! Lucario stretched out its arm, a wild grin appearing on the face of the large dog. It approached, ready to kill this horseback rider, perfectly fitting the Pokémon leader's fiercely aggressive character. Interesting, causing trouble in Yanjing? Living enough? Xiong Lian looked down at Chi Hong from his high position on the horse. Afraid? Why not take action? Waiting for backup? Chi Hong spoke flatly, wearing a duckbill cap and large-framed sunglasses, making it impossible to see his face at all. Click! A crisp sound emerged, accompanied by a blue light, revealing a horse engulfed in flames. Xiong Lian's gaze focused. This horse also had a sharp horn on its forehead, with flames burning fiercely on its back, head, and tail. Unlocking the fire horse? Chi Hong's mouth curled up. With this, everyone was on horseback. It looked fairer. Fire horse, level 50. Attribute, fire. Trait, escape. Escape. Very fitting. Chi Hong mounted the horse, and the burning mane caused him no harm at all. However, the surrounding temperature clearly rose. This was indeed real fire. Then I'll be leaving now? Not sure how fast your horse is, but mine can reach 240 kilometers per hour. Seeing that this strong man had no intention of taking action, Chi Hong patted the fire horse's neck, and the fire horse immediately snorted loudly. You are really lucky. If I unlocked the Fairy Crown King, I would blow up your enforcer division. Chi Hong secretly complained, making it clear he was genuinely ready to escape. Chi Hong! A hysterical roar echoed in the air, and a pure white light ball shot straight toward Chi Hong. Creak! Lucario jumped up, extending a hand to directly split the light ball in half in the middle, causing it to explode as it fell to the sides. Lin Xia had arrived. He stood on the giant white bird, his face extremely grim, with bloodshot eyes reflecting the raging fury within. You look very angry? I feel unfair again, I should be the one who was angry. Chi Hong looked up at him, the basic information of that big bird detected by him. Pure white wind bird, level 70. Trait, tailwind, can fly faster with the wind. Attribute, flying, wind. Wind? Discovered a new attribute, but it doesn't matter, Lin Xia has some strength, this bird should only be a means of transport, yet it has been cultivated to level 70. Chi Hong had previously found attributes like warrior and king that he had never seen. This time he found another attribute, wind. It looks like I still need to learn, I find that I do not understand the basic information of the pet world very well. Chi Hong felt some pressure, the levels on the opposite side seemed very high. He took a glance, even the strong man riding a horse was level 76. Team Bear, let's work together to kill him. We must not let him run away. This is also a credit for you, and regarding the reward on my side, I will give you an extra 30%. Needing a foe makes them extremely eager. The reward that was already settled, Lin Xia suddenly offered him a price increase, Bear's eyes brightened. This world still follows the basic material needs and trade principles. The temptation of money is immense, with enough money, one could even buy fruits. Good. Since Mr. Lin said so, taking money to solve problems for others, let's move. Bear shouted loudly, summoning a pet that was pitch black and nearly 2 meters tall. This pet had no hair, its body shining with a metallic-like luster. Black Iron Lu, level 90. Attribute, warrior, metal. Trait, metal skin, greatly reduces damage from slicing-type skills against metal skin. Chi Hong, you're finished. Lin Xia gritted his teeth, lifted his hand, and grabbed the air. A pet resembling a raptor, crackling with electricity, roared down from the sky. Thunder Beast, level 88. Attribute, Pseudo-Dragon, lightning. Trait, Dragon Roar, emits a thunderous roar, very loud, but has no other use. What a piece of junk. Isn't it just a glutton? No wonder it is a pseudo-dragon. Chi Hong lowered the brim of his hat and stepped back a few paces with the flame horse. Don't let him run. Lin Xia's pupils constricted, seeing Chi Hong retreat on his horse, he immediately yelled like a startled kitten. Black Iron Lu and Thunder Beast immediately launched an attack. Thunder Beast was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it pounced in front of Chi Hong. Chi Hong calmly stared at the large, electrically flickering mouth, showing an indifferent expression. Lucario stood with arms crossed beside the flame horse, seemingly also having no intention to strike. Kick! Fire Chicken charged out from the pet space, burning with flames, and delivered a powerful kick to Thunder Beast's large mouth. Mega Evolution. Sitting on the flame horse, Chi Hong's wrist burst with strong light. The Fire Chicken completed its Mega Evolution in an instant, and before the light of Mega Evolution faded, a surge of flame shot out from it, forcing Thunder Beast back and crashing through several large trees. Flames began to rise around, they were in the woods, and it would soon start a fire. Ah no! The explosive muscle mosquito was a step slower than Fire Chicken, and upon emerging, its strong body collided heavily with Black Iron Lu. Boom! The sound of a violent physical collision rang out. Steel charge! Bear's eyes flashed fiercely, and he shouted loudly. Black Iron Lu was about to retreat, but the explosive muscle mosquito grabbed it around the waist as it jumped up. Then it stood firm on its 4 legs, exerting force at the waist, performing a perfectly standard German suplex. The ground trembled. Scare chop! Fire Chicken charged in an instant, delivering a fiery kick right on Black Iron Lu's head, sending its heavy body soaring into the air. Ah no! The explosive muscle mosquito quickly got back up, its right arm muscles bulging. Million-ton heavy punch. Chi Hong's eyes turned fierce, and he whispered. Boom! This punch had tremendous power. The black iron steel hurled backwards, heavily landing on the ground, unable to get up for a moment. Ah no, ah no! The explosive muscle mosquito displayed bodybuilding moves on the spot, and carelessly turned into bodybuilding again. Oh no! Xiong Lian's face changed instantly, this was not what they agreed upon. As soon as they clashed, he and Lin Xia immediately fell into a disadvantage. Releasing 4 beast pets at once, 2 fighting simultaneously, and this red one hardly issued a few commands, the standing chicken and the 4-legged giant mosquito displayed a tacit understanding that made his heart race. Kao Wu. Lucario clenched his fists tightly, he did not participate in the battle but stood next to Chi Hong to protect his safety, which was more important. Come on. Let's see if you can force me to that extent. Shi Hong's eyes were sharp. In the pet beast space, the fire-breathing dragon lay on the ground, using one claw to support its head, and was dozing off. Chapter 59, Absolute Synchronization Rate, Powerful Group Battle Ability. Whether it's racial value or individual value. Besides being a little higher in level, there's not a decent one, let alone synchronization rate. If this is all you have, you too might just get beaten to death by me. As soon as Shi Hong finished speaking, the flaming horse neighed and raised its upper body, kicking its front legs as if to show off. Then its front hooves fell, and a ring of flames burst forth from its feet, creating quite a momentum. Ka-woo? Lucario jumped slightly. Shallow? The fire chicken stood still. Ah no? The explosive muscle mosquito kicked its four legs in a frenzy. Calm down, almost singed Lucario's leg hair. Shi Hong immediately gently stroked the flaming horse's neck, whispering soothingly. This flaming horse looked very excited. 10 minutes, if we can't take out the red one in 10 minutes, I will leave. If successful, the reward must be increased by 30%. Xiong Lian had already developed retreat intentions. As soon as he engaged, his beast pets were suppressed, and this red one was not just a simple 1 against 2. He controlled 2 beast pets against 2 Beast Tamer's 2 pets, yet exhibited such a high synchronization rate. Xiong Lian didn't have to think. The assassin, Red, was probably stronger than him. If it weren't for Lin Xia, this top-tier A-level Beast Tamer still being present, he would never fight a life-and-death battle with this assassin, Red. Got it. Now, let's strike with all our might. Lin Xia's face was dark. The pure white tailwind bird let out a screech and directly flapped its wings at Shi Hong, sending numerous wind blades rushing forward. No need for Shi Hong to give orders. Lucario slammed its 2 claws together, creating a metallic sound, and the sound waves cancelled out the wind blades. Ka-woo. Lucario looked at Shi Hong, who slightly nodded. Lin Xia had already begun attacking him directly, and he needed to stay sharp. Lucario, Mega Evolve. Shi Hong raised his right hand. 4 beams of light emerged from the keystone, and Lucario immediately entered Mega Evolution state. Lightning Strike. Lin Xia commanded as he rode the big bird swirling in the air. A command was issued, and the ground-shaking Blitzel erupted in electric sparks, darting toward Shi Hong at incredible speed. This was to directly bypass the pet duel and take down Shi Hong. Interesting, I'm quite cautious now, so whether you have any trump cards left or not, I have to start moving. Shi Hong squinted his eyes, showing no concern for the Blitzel charging at him, merely lifting his head to watch Lin Xia, as he had the Flame Chicken to block the attack. In terms of speed, the Flame Chicken could only become faster. The Black Iron Steel also struggled to get up, once again roaring and charging towards the explosive muscle mosquito. Bang! The loud noise and shockwave came. Shi Hong calmly turned back. Xiong Lian was already very close, and their pet unicorn's horn crashed together with the flaming horse's horn. They were engaged in a fierce struggle. Kill him! Shi Hong's gaze sharpened. Just as he opened his mouth, Lucario's fist was already near Xiong Lian's head. With that punch, a normal human would not survive. A blue claw grabbed Lucario's wrist, and behind Xiong Lian, a blue beast with a leopard's head and a human body appeared. It crouched on the unicorn's back, tightly holding onto Lucario's wrist. Roar! With a wild roar, Lucario's eyes glowed red, defiantly roaring back. Shi Hong guessed that Lucario's roar translated into human language should be grass mudhorse. In the air, Lin Xia's pure white agile bird shot an arrow towards Shi Hong. Shi Hong remained calm, and the ruler snake instantly appeared from the beast space to defend both the blazing horse and Shi Hong. Boom! Dust rose as the blazing horse and unicorn separated, and Lucario was also pulled to the other side by the blue leopard-headed beast. Ah no what? The muscular mosquito was struggling with the Black Iron Lu, glanced at Shi Hong, then kicked at Black Iron Lu's lower body with a lower body kick. Black Iron Lu was knocked over, but the muscular mosquito didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, it bent its 4 legs and charged forward. Ultimate Impact. The muscular mosquito now resembled a speeding truck. In Xiong Lian's panicked eyes, it collided harshly with the unicorn. The unicorn let out a mournful cry. Its tall body was propelled into the air by the muscular mosquito, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and the spot it was hit collapsed greatly. Xiong Lian immediately jumped off the horse's back, rolling away in a mess. Bang! The unicorn fell to the ground, its hooves twitched slightly before it went still. What the hell is this monster? A person controlling 4, no, 5. He simultaneously summoned 5 beasts to deal with the situation just now? Xiong Lian was greatly alarmed. At this moment, Shi Hong's mind was starting to spin. With so many Pokémon unleashed, the mental pressure on him was enormous. Ah no what? The muscular mosquito gasped for breath. The side effect of Ultimate Impact had come. His body needed to ease the shock from just now. Even though he had taken down an opponent's beast, the muscular mosquito felt it was not enough. He gritted his teeth against the tearing pain in his muscles, raised both hands, and pointed to the sky. Get rid of him! There's no turning back now. In the sky, Lin Xia's face twisted. He had to drag Xiong Lian down into the water. Now Shi Hong's performance had completely exceeded his expectations. Super class. These three words flashed like a nightmare in Lin Xiao's mind. Seeing Xiong Lian's hesitation, indeed, Xiong Lian was already thinking of fleeing. One of his beasts had been taken out, and if he ran now, perhaps the unicorn might still be saved. Don't be naive, today, you are here to ambush him. Do you expect him to let you go later? He is the assassin Crimson. Lin Xiao's roar echoed from the sky, and Xiong Lian hesitated no longer. Gritting his teeth, he raised both hands. He still had beasts. That's enough, you've done very well, come back. Qi Hong raised his hand to return the muscular mosquito to the beast space. On the other side, the fiery chicken unleashed three powerful flame strikes, leaving the thunder beast confused. Lin Xia had clearly noticed the anomaly. If he continued, his thunder beast would probably end up just like Xiong Lian's unicorn. With a gloomy expression, Lin Xia recalled the thunder beast, urging the pure white agile bird to rise higher into the sky. Lucario and the blue leopard-headed beast were fighting fiercely. Qi Hong did not interfere with Xiong Lian summoning his beasts but simply sat calmly on the blazing horse, watching him. This summoning took nearly 10 seconds, which should be a very good beast. The ruler snake's body surrounded Qi Hong in the middle. Cautiously, Lin Xia looked at the sky above. Lucario, Blaziken, come back. Qi Hong called out, and Lucario showed no intention of fighting back. It decisively stopped and swiftly moved to Qi Hong's side. Blaziken, having lost sight of its target, quickly joined Qi Hong as well. He stopped? What does that mean? Lin Xiao's head buzzed, and for a moment, he couldn't grasp what Qi Hong was planning to do. He was also starting to summon his beasts. 1, 2, 5. Qi Hong counted, his expression still calm. Black Iron Lu, pure white windbird, blue leopard head. And Steel Rock Monster, level 93. Attribute, Metal, Rock. Ability, Steel Rock. Its body is very hard and can withstand a great deal of physical damage. One-Eyed Griffin, level 96. Attribute, Pseudo-Dragon, Wind. Ability, Dragon Might, Pseudo. The pressure of a dragon causes the target to lose its fighting spirit. It seems these two are the final trump cards. After all, letting the beasts that come out first expend some energy makes me feel more at ease. Qi Hong's tone was low as he extended his right arm, and Blaziken and Lucario exited Megaform. Next, wholeheartedly, let you see my true power. Qi Hong's eyes sparkled as he raised his hand and suddenly grabbed forward. Space twisted, and then Charizard lay on the ground, one claw propping its head while the other scratched its belly, its tail swaying slightly, a content look on its dragon face. The old Charizard appeared thus, in front of everyone. Chapter 60, caught by Lin Xia, a serious bind. Dragon. Dragon? Xiong Lian stumbled back a few steps, his fighting spirit crashing to the ground. Lin Xia. You idiot, you've doomed me. The assassin, Crimson, is a dragon master. You didn't know this? Xiong Lian shouted at Lin Xia, his emotions beginning to unravel. Charizard seemed to sense something was off, propping itself up with its two claws and sitting up in place. Don't panic, it only has the appearance of a dragon but lacks the dragon's aura. Pseudo-dragon. It might not even be a pseudo-dragon. Lin Xia was startled as well, but luckily, when he observed its aura, he didn't feel any dragon energy from this beast. Clearly looking like a standard flying dragon, yet it's not a dragon? Xiong Lian also sensed the aura, and indeed, there was no dragon energy. To put it plainly, this beast, which looked like a standard dragon, did not possess the dragon attribute. Even the Beast Master can see it, Charizard does not have the dragon attribute. Qi Hong felt somewhat speechless, he couldn't understand what the original designer was thinking. Charizard is not a dragon. That scared me. Putting on airs. Black Iron Lu. Take him down. Xiong Lian, feeling anger swell in him, had almost been scared to tears. After all that, it turned out not to be a dragon. He commanded Black Iron Lu to go test the waters first, as Qi Hong still had beasts by his side. Those beasts wouldn't be easy to deal with. Although he didn't know what the assassin, Crimson, was planning by retreating his beasts, Xiong Lian no longer had his previous confidence. He decided to test this beast with wings that looked very much like a dragon. What's going on? It looks completely sleepy, not at all like the aggressive Lucario. In unison, the intense drowsiness and unwillingness to get up from Charizard influenced Qi Hong as well. Ha! Qi Hong couldn't help but yawn. Grr! As Black Iron Lu rushed toward Charizard, Lucario became anxious. It had a bad temper and was filled with hostility toward other humans. Let alone local beasts, if not for his brother's orders, he would have wanted to charge in and fight. Lin Xia narrowed his eyes, watching the scene before him. He didn't rush to make a move, even though there was no dragon aura, the appearance was still too intimidating. Xiong Lian was willing to make such a seemingly reckless probe, which he was happy to see. Black Iron Lu was quite straightforward, if its master said to fight, then it would fight. He completely didn't care whether the opponent was a dragon or not. Bang! Under the gaze of everyone and their pets, the Black Iron Lu charged straight into the fire dragon's head. Chi Hong was so affected by the drowsiness of the fire dragon that he didn't even react. The fire dragon bared its teeth from the impact, covering its head with its claws, flapping its wings and flying into the air. After flying up, just 1 second passed. The fire dragon roared to the sky while in midair, its powerful presence swept forth, surging flames erupting from its mouth, shooting straight into the sky. Lin Xia was sweating coldly, the sudden roar of flames almost hit him while riding his bird. This aura is rising quickly. Attack! Xionglian shouted loudly, he wasn't stupid. Although the fire dragon's aura had risen, it wasn't enough to take on all their pets. What is this feeling? I give up, waking up in a bad mood. Affected by the fire dragon's emotions, Chi Hong suddenly felt a bit irritated. The 5 pets on the opponent all launched their attacks, wind blades, rocks, flames, and various skills all aimed at the fire dragon in midair. Let you experience this with your lives. Fire Dragon, Mega Evolve. Chi Hong raised his right hand, concentrating his mind, he connected with the fire dragon, unleashing an explosive energy. The energy of super evolution enveloped the fire dragon, various skills following one after another, exploding, light piercing so brightly that no one could open their eyes. Just like the last 2 pets. Its form has changed. Lin Xia's eyes turned red, he already felt something was wrong, but the vendetta of having killed his brother could not go unpunished. Roar! The roaring sound filled the forest. All of Xionglian's pets took a few steps back, the pure white windbird and the one-eyed dragon griffin even faltering in their flight. Black and sky blue in color, its mouth seemed to bite blue flames, flames extending from the corners of its mouth. Dragon, the aura of a dragon? This is, damn it, a dragon. Unlike your fake dragon, the assassin Chi Hong, it's a dragon master. Xionglian pointed at the fire dragon, he had nothing left to say now. With grandeur, he had come to kill a dragon master, and now he had nowhere to retreat, he must fight to the end. He didn't believe that if he pleaded for mercy, this assassin Chi Hong would let him go. How could a beastmaster capable of such a thing possibly become an assassin? They should be in the hospital as nurses, after all, such kind-hearted people. Without needing precise orders, the fire dragon could act in the general direction of Chi Hong's heart due to their united mind. For example, right now. Mega Fire Dragon X opened its mouth to unleash a dragon pulse. A strong dragon attribute aura gushed forth, instantly smashing black iron Lu into the ground, bursting out colorful fireworks. Xionglian stared blankly at this scene, as a grade A beastmaster, he had not reacted at all. What are you still dawdling for? Use all your strength to take him down. Although it's a dragon, its aura isn't strong enough to resist. Lin Xia bellowed, and the 2 pets flying in the air launched their attacks simultaneously. This is what you're most fond of, Lin Xia. Destruction Death Ray. Chi Hong pointed towards Lin Xia, and the fire dragon turned its head, opening its mouth to unleash a Destruction Death Ray. The base stats of Super Fire Dragon X had attack and special attack both reaching 130, so it was essentially dual nurtured in physical and special attacks. In the game, being limited to only 4 moves, combined with the super evolution that shifted its ability to sharp claws, made this special attack stat appear somewhat lacking during battles. But in the real world, it simply didn't matter. Isn't it supposed to be Destruction Beam? When did it change to Destruction Death Ray? Lin Xia lay flat on the pure white windbird's back, frantically urging the big bird to flap its wings faster. The pure white windbird was already under pressure from the dragon attribute, extremely tense, and was even brushed by the Destruction Death Ray on its wing. As it finally steadied its form, Lin Xia looked up and felt a chill inside. The fire-breathing dragon, carrying an incredibly fierce dragon aura, even created a shadow of a giant dragon. It crashed hard into the one-eyed griffin. The one-eyed griffin let out a mournful cry, struck directly by the dragon's dive. In an instant, the one-eyed griffin fell silent, its body arcing as it tumbled away. Run! Lin Xia immediately changed his mind, his fighting spirit vanishing. Revenge for his brother meant nothing if he wasn't alive himself. Die, Assassin Red! Xionglian seized the opportunity, his 2 pets roaring as they charged toward Chi Hong himself. That dragon, in the air, could never protect him. He had to fight with everything he had, risking it all to take down Red before facing the 4 pets defending him. As for the pets going berserk, that was another story. Chi Hong, surrounded by 4 pets, showed no signs of panic at all. Lucario, Sovereign Snake, Dragon Pulse. Flareon, Blaziken, Flamethrower. In an instant, Chi Hong issued his commands, leaving Xionglian feeling paralyzed. That dragon was clearly in the air, but the other 2 pets of Assassin Red also unleashed powerful dragon-like skills. This time, I'm really doomed because of Lin Xia. Xionglian gritted his teeth, his face twisted with fury. Chapter 61, The Dragon Tamer. The forest ignited in flames as Chi Hong rode on the back of Flareon amidst the fire. This kind of person is actually a rookie assassin? A dragon tamer is considered a guest of honor not just in Yinjing but worldwide. If Chi Hong were to reveal himself as a dragon tamer now, every power would immediately start to recruit him, even from abroad. Xiong Lian glanced at his remaining pet. After the earlier clash, he now only had a steel rock monster left, which could still hold on, but winning was a complete fantasy. He looked up to the sky, where a large cloud of mist appeared, instantly darkening Xiong Lian's face. Lin Xia was about to run. Sovereign Snake. Lucario, Blaziken. Chi Hong certainly wouldn't let him escape. New grudges and old feuds aside, if Lin Xia truly fled to the Enforcer's headquarters claiming to be an assassin and brazenly took them down, he would be left with no choice but to tread a dark path as an assassin permanently. He couldn't withstand an investigation. He didn't want to be investigated, it was too troublesome. Go! Ka! Lucario and Blaziken grasped Chi Hong from both sides and then jumped onto the tail of the Sovereign Snake. The long body of the Sovereign Snake curled up like a spring, then spun around sharply, flinging Lucario and Blaziken into the air. Now's the time. Throw me! Chi Hong decisively shouted at the perfect moment. Lucario and Blaziken both exerted their strength, propelling Chi Hong once again toward the fire-breathing dragon in midair. Chi Hong had no doubt that if the fire-breathing dragon didn't catch him, he would crash painfully. The wind pressure was intense, knocking Chi Hong's sunglasses off. He could barely open his eyes, but he was confident that nothing would go wrong. Sure enough, the fire-breathing dragon caught Chi Hong, lifting him onto its back. As a leader Pokémon, its size was much larger than a regular fire-breathing dragon. In reality, it felt even bigger standing there. The oppressive aura emanating from it didn't need roaring or fire-breathing, just its form alone could intimidate some beast tamers. After all, Chi Hong had heard a new term. Tamer of dragon-type Pokémon was called a dragon tamer. In this world, the dragon attributes seemed to be even more powerful. Catch up to him. Eliminate him. Riding on the dragon's back, Chi Hong pointed toward the large cloud of mist, which was clearly some skill from that pure white tailwind bird. The fire-breathing dragon arched its body and flapped its wings fiercely. He directly used the move Storm. Storm is considered a powerful technique among flying moves. The strong wind pressure instantly blew away the thick fog, and Chi Hong looked at the trees bending below, not doubting for a moment that this attack could uproot the trees in the forest if aimed at the ground. In his sight, a large bird was rapidly fleeing. How can it fly so fast even after being hit in the wings? Let's chase after the fire dragon. Chi Hong crouched down, and a sudden sensation of weightlessness hit him. The fire dragon flapped its wings forcefully and shot out like a cannonball. In fact, if it had been the storm dragon or the fast dragon that was unlocked, Chi Hong could have let Lin Xia run for 30 seconds, no, even a whole minute before chasing. However, the flying speed of the old fire dragon was also very strong, and it was quickly closing in on Lin Xia. Lin Xia turned back for a glance and saw the dragon's figure growing larger in his sight. This meant it was getting closer. Chi Hong is still chasing me. Damn it! Lin Xia forced himself to calm down, now regretting it. If he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have teamed up secretly to take down Chi Hong. He could have just reported to the authorities and let them send out a large force to protect him. At worst, he could have just invested more in the enforcement department. Now, here he was, facing a so-called A-level mystical beast master, captain of the 7th enforcement team, Chi Hong, who didn't even take him seriously. Since he said he would do it, he just did it. On the ground, Xiong Lian knew he couldn't escape and instinctively reached for his phone to call for help. As soon as his hand went into his pocket, he remembered that his phone had already been destroyed by that big dog using some sort of telekinetic force. Could Lucario let him go? Clearly not, its eyes glowing red as it stalked forward, showing its sharp teeth, looking fierce and threatening. Damn it! You dead bird heading to heaven! I'll fight you to the end. Steel rock monster. Let's fight to the death. Xiong Lian clenched his fists, adrenaline skyrocketing as anger replaced his fear in desperation. Unfortunately, the steel rock monster didn't seem to have any intention of dying alongside him. The steel rock monster was Xiong Lian's trump card, but it was also his least synchronized pet. Often when he sent out the steel rock monster, it was not about skill, but about the monster's stats. This meant that the steel rock monster had a very low bond with him, and in times of crisis, it would abandon him. Crack crack. The steel rock monster turned around, curled its body into a ball, and rolled away instantly. It escaped. In the extreme crisis and the fear from earlier, the steel rock monster chose to abandon its beast master and ran away. What the hell? The Torchic tilted its head, expressing confusion. Damn it! Xiong Lian's face turned dark instantly, the determination to fight to the death collapsing immediately with the steel rock monster's sudden abandonment. He too ran away, summoning the Judgment Angle Lion as he fled. Quick! Return to the Enforcement Bureau, request help. Assassin Red, it's called, Xiong Lian didn't finish his sentence as a choking sensation suddenly struck his throat. He clearly wasn't being choked but felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his neck. Not far away, Lucario extended its paw toward Xiong mimicking a throat lock. It was just a superpower, something Lucario specialized in, and taking down a human was just an easy task for it. As a professional law enforcement lion, the Judgment Angle Lion immediately assessed the current situation. Its Beastmaster colleague Xiong was probably about to perish. Without a second thought, the Judgment Angle Lion turned and ran. It had to rush back to the Enforcement Bureau immediately to convey this information. It was a pity it should have directly stated Assassin Red is so and so. In a moment of crisis, the prior request for help felt a bit excessive. The Judgment Angle Lion could understand the situation. After all, he was an old enforcement lion who had followed several law enforcers. The Punishing Horned Lion thought this to himself, and once again quickened his running speed, but why does it feel so hot around me? It's as if there's a fire burning. He turned his head. Chow! The fire chicken greeted the Punishing Horned Lion, and then, engulfed in flames, shoved its shoulder against the Punishing Horned Lion's body. In the air, even with its wings injured, the pure white flying bird flew incredibly fast. Lin Xia quickly flew out of the forest, and in front of him was a road, with some houses not far away. Don't run, Lin Xia. Surrender and seek leniency. Qi Hong shouted at Lin Xia while patting the fire dragon's neck. The fire dragon's claws glowed, and with a mighty flap of its wings, it instantly flew parallel to the pure white flying bird. Chapter 62, The Ultimate Giant Dragon Shakes the Earth. Qi Hong, do you think the enforcers in Yanjing wouldn't notice you? Villages have already appeared here, there will definitely be witnesses to see you. Lin Xia looked at Qi Hong, that detestable face clearly appeared before him. So hateful. He should have taken matters into his own hands and killed these guys back then. But then he thought, perhaps Qi Hong had his dragon from the very first meeting. After all, their synchronization rate appeared to be very high. This definitely wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. Take care of yourself first. Even if you escape to the door of the Enforcement Bureau today, I will surely kill you. Qi Hong grinned, and the fire dragon extended its claws, striking the pure white flying bird with a force that shocked Lin Xia. 3 bloody wounds appeared, and the pure white flying bird let out a sorrowful cry, losing control of its flight, crashing to the ground like a falling fighter jet. Oh no! Hold on. Hold on for me. If I fall like this, I will definitely die. Lin Xia's eyes widened in fear, tightly clutching the pure white flying bird's neck. The pure white flying bird struggled and tossed its body, laboriously lifting its wings, ultimately crashing into a lake with Lin Xia's head. The fire dragon hovered above the lake's surface, its sharp eyes staring at the water. According to physics, from this height, even if you fall into the water, the impact will instantly tear your body apart. From such a high altitude, without any cushion, hitting the water would be almost the same as hitting concrete. Qi Hong also watched the surface of the water. He guessed Lin Xia's pet must have protected him in the moment of crisis, but the lake was only so big if Lin Xia doesn't come up, he'll suffocate in there. Who? The fire dragon snorted 2 jets of flames, glancing at Qi Hong. It didn't care, it could rush into the water and unleash a storm of attacks. But the fire dragon was concerned about Qi Hong's ability to handle it. Qi Hong narrowed his eyes. He was indeed a novice swimmer, facing a dying A-level Beastmaster. He didn't mind the desperate counterattack, but underwater, in an environment he wasn't used to, it indeed posed some danger. Damn it, you think such petty tricks can stop me? I don't even need to go down. Fire dragon, boil this lake. Use all your strength to create a flame whirlpool. Stir the water with fire. Qi Hong pointed at the lake's surface, his eyes radiating murderous intent. Today, he absolutely cannot let Lin Xia escape. The fire dragon immediately flapped its wings, with surging flames gathering, forming a tornado-like shape, wildly stirring the lake. More. Give him 10 or 8. Raise the temperature drastically. Qi Hong became ruthless as the fire dragon flapped its wings, simultaneously spewing forth roaring flames toward the lake's surface. The lake water rapidly evaporated, rising in a large cloud of smoke. Digging underground? Qi Hong immediately thought of a bad possibility. That Lin Xia might even have a digging beast, who knows? Soon, the pure white windbird's body floated to the surface, looking like it was still alive, helplessly flapping on the water. Damn it, this is bad. Qi Hong's face darkened as he rode his fire dragon away from the lake's surface, fully focused as he entered the state of wave guidance, sensing the ground nearby. At the same time, the ongoing battle had left him mentally exhausted, and the continuous boundary removal along with the large-scale use of wave guidance caused blood to flow from his nostrils. However, this price was barely significant compared to taking down Lin Xia. Where? Qi Hong rode on the fire dragon, flying quickly close to the ground. Minutes later. Found it. You're dead for sure. Fire dragon. Use Z-move, absolutely don't let him have a second chance to escape. Qi Hong gritted his teeth, extending his left hand as the Z-ring on his wrist burst into light. He abandoned the usual moves and directly switched to the powerful Z move. The Mega Evolution Z move once again heightened his mental pressure. After a dramatically over-the-top action, a strong energy surged into the Fire Dragon's body. The Fire Dragon roared skyward, a powerful energy gathering in its body. It was almost uncontainable. Ultimate Dragon Quake! Chi Hong shouted. Roar! The Fire Dragon concentrated the Z energy, shooting out a bright purple energy sphere, which instantly exploded into the shape of a gigantic dragon. This giant dragon, formed purely from energy, plunged its head into the earth. The light exploded, the ground was upheaved, the range of destruction was astonishing. Even Chi Hong himself was stunned. What was the difference between this move and a missile strike? Why? Chi Hong. Despite the enormous explosion noise, Chi Hong, who was continually using wave guidance to check Lin Xia's movements, still heard that mournful roar. Without any surprise, under this devastating blow, Lin Xia had no chance of survival. Chi Hong finally felt at ease, his whole body relaxing as a wave of dizziness hit him. He directly lay on the broad back of the Fire Dragon. The Fire Dragon also instantly exited its Mega Evolution state, casting a glance at Chi Hong before turning its head to look into the distance. In the distance, a flying object entered the Fire Dragon's sight. The Fire Dragon recognized what it was, a human-made object called a helicopter. Go back, don't stop. Fire Dragon, I'm counting on you to take me directly back to Jinling City. Chi Hong felt very tired as the Fire Dragon let out a low growl, changing direction, first returning to the previously chaotic forest where he recalled all his beasts. Of course, he also saw the corpse of that Xiong Lian. The Fire Dragon carried Chi Hong, its wings flapped powerfully, quickly flying above the clouds. It's a dragon. Captain, should we continue the pursuit? In the helicopter, the pilot stared at the distant Fire Dragon and asked. Seated behind the pilot was a long-haired woman. Her figure could only be described as explosive, with two plump legs crossed over each other. Sigh. The woman let out a slight sigh, her red lips parting slightly. It has nothing to do with our first team. We should avoid provoking dragon trainers. Also, I predict that Xiong Lian is already dead. Let's keep this matter in this area quiet, don't report it. With Xiong Lian dead, his territory will surely have turmoil. This place is within our jurisdiction. It's better not to let the higher-ups know there's been an incident. Report good news and not bad news. You know how to write the report, right? I understand. The pilot nodded and fell silent. After a long pause, the woman spoke again. Search the area for Xiong Lian's body. Once found, throw it into the territory of the third team. Forget it, just to be safe. I'll handle this personally. Notify me once you find it. I'm going to take a nap for a while. The woman finished speaking, put on an eye mask, and soon fell asleep. Chapter 63, Morning Mist, thank you. Morning Mist was feeling very anxious. Various guesses in her conversation with Lin Xia seemed to have been confirmed. Being hesitant was not her personality, so she went straight to the Beastmaster University in Jinling City. She did not contact Chi Hong, and her sister also gave her the reply that Chi Hong is doing well at the university, but he is a bit fiery. What fiery? They had only been apart for a few days, and he was already fiery? And severely? She bought some fruit to visit Chi Hong. After all, as the older sister, checking on her fiery younger brother was natural. The road was smooth, and in her daily chats with Morning Glow, Morning Mist had already learned the location of Chi Hong. However, some university students looked at her with puzzled expressions. Even a few male university students approached her for contact information. Of course, the icy Morning Mist completely ignored them, although she was not quite clear about the current preferences of some younger boys. For example, a woman like her, with red-bottomed black high heels, long legs, a fitted little suit, and a cold expression, might very well be called mom by certain boys. Damn, if only they would stare at me with disdain. A boy who failed to get her contact information looked regretful. I've arrived, it's in this building, 5th floor, room 502. Chi Hong, you should be here, right? Morning Mist's eyes changed slightly as she lifted her foot towards the stairwell. The building only had 5 floors, and it was quite old, so there was no elevator. In the breeding room, Meow Meow and Zoroark were watching videos on Chi Hong's phone. It was an anime where the main character was a pig. Although the plot was a bit childish, Meow Meow and Zoroark were still watching it with great interest. This was practically the only thing they could do in the breeding room. Clack clack. The crisp sound of high heels echoed in the quiet stairwell. As Morning Mist got closer to room 502, Meow Meow's ears twitched. Something's not right, Meow. Meow Meow rubbed its chin, cleverly noticing the sound of high heels getting clearer, indicating that the person walking was getting closer to where he was. Pause the video, Meow. I need to see who's walking outside, Meow. Meow Meow jumped off the chair, and Zoroark nodded and used its paw to pause the anime that was playing. On the phone screen, a pig wearing a red cloak was carrying a sword, walking through the snow. Zoroark rubbed its paws. The more it looked at the pig, the more anxious it became, hoping no one would come to look for Chi Hong today. They couldn't delay the black fox and little cat from watching the pig anime. In the house, one window had blinds, and since Meow Meow had pasted a convex mirror on the wall of the corridor, he could peek through a gap in the blinds to see who was moving to the left and right. Just a convex mirror, no one from the school or other students would care. Meow Meow was simply cunningly clever. Soon, a figure appeared in the convex mirror. Although the image was somewhat distorted due to the mirror, it did not prevent Meow Meow from recognizing her at first sight. Meow Meow. It's the big girl, Meow. Zoroark. Quickly turn into Little Chi, Meow. The big girl is walking quite. Oh my cat. Meow Meow immediately released its paws from prying the blinds, because Morning Mist's eyes suddenly appeared outside, coldly peering in, unexpectedly locking eyes with Meow Meow, which gave it a huge scare. Open the door. Morning Mist's voice came inside, and Meow Meow instantly felt a jolt, an instinct of a feline almost making it enter a battle state. Little Cat's spiky dragon mode. Meow Meow calls Dawn a little girl, so Mist is naturally the big girl. The big girl is an enforcer, very hard to fool, and she is extremely worried that Zoroark will expose any flaws. It's big girl, Meow. Okay, Meow. Meow Meow turned around, her gaze serious as she nodded at Zoroark, then pretended to be normal and reached to grab the door handle. Gurgle. Zoroark, who was not very nervous at first, saw Meow Meow's serious eyes and realized that this was a tough battle. The time to test his acting skills had come. After all, according to the Beastmaster's rules, he and Chi-Hong had beaten up Mist. He transformed into Chi-Hong's appearance, his little head bounced, and he directly dove into the bathroom, turning on the shower head. I'm taking a shower, you can't just open the door and come in, right? Smart as I am. Zoroark silently gave himself a thumbs up. The door was opened by Meow Meow, and Mist did not lower her head, but looked down, glancing around, then strode inside, placing the fruit she bought on the table. Where is Chi-Hong? As Mist asked, she quickly observed the surroundings. This behavior was actually a habit of Mist, the captain of the enforcer team. She always got into the habit of observing her surroundings in any unfamiliar place. Little Chi. Meow Meow turned around, her eyes brightened. Did he actually rush into the bathroom to take a shower? Zoroark, you guy, really smart. As you can see, Meow, Little Chi is taking a shower, Meow. Meow Meow pointed toward the bathroom, her tense emotions easing greatly. Oh. Then I'll leave first. I heard he has heat, remind him to eat more fruit later to cool down. Mist withdrew her gaze from scanning the room, crouched down, patted Meow Meow's head, then stood up and walked toward the door. Big girl is leaving, crisis averted, Meow. When will this guy, Little Chi, come back, Meow? We cats work hard every day, Meow. Just as Meow Meow sighed in relief inside, Mist suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at Meow Meow, her tone still cold. What is Chi-Hong researching here? I haven't seen anything about raising beasts, not even a trace. He can't be researching you these days, right? This isn't unreasonable, is it, Meow? Meow Meow's nerves tensed again, feigning calm as she retorted. Mist nodded, pulled open the door and said, reasonable. Phew. Seeing that Mist had already opened the door, Meow Meow let out a sigh of relief. Click clack click clack. But the next second, the sound of hurried high heels hitting the floor echoed as Mist walked quickly past Meow Meow, her speed so fast that in the blink of an eye she reached the bathroom door and grabbed the handle. Meow Meow was taken aback. She had no doubt that as soon as Mist talked to Zoroark, who had transformed into Chi-Hong, Zoroark would immediately reveal himself. After all, Chi-Hong was having heat, he wasn't mute. Ah. It's an orange. How come I remember that eating oranges makes you more overheated? Chi-Hong's voice came from the door. He leaned against the doorframe, wearing a cap, with a bracelet that Dawn gave him on his wrist. Ah. It's Little Chi, Meow. You really startled me. Meow Meow instantly felt saved. Chi-Hong? Dawn frowned. Chi-Hong looked like he just came back from outside. So, who was in the bathroom? She yanked open the bathroom door. Inside the bathroom, a large wolf dog sat dazedly under the shower, hot water pouring down on it. Woof! The large wolf dog glanced at Mist, its dog face drooping as it greeted her with a bark. Snap! Mist slammed the door shut, her face cold as she said, eating oranges themselves aren't heated, but eating too much can give you the illusion of being overheated. After all, the symptoms are similar. Where did you just go? Why did Meow Meow cover for you? Jiao Wu crossed her arms, lifting her great evil, and stepped closer to Chi-Hong. Chi-Hong grinned and replied instantly, I rushed to Yanjing early this morning and took out your fiancé. Then I hurried back without stopping. After all, he was the one who tried to have me assassinated first. A little revenge is not too much, right? Congratulations, Sister Jiao Wu. If you insist on marrying him, you might directly inherit Lin Xiao's fortune. Jiao Wu. Thank you. Zhao Wu's gaze instantly became a bit dazed. She felt that Chi Hong saw her as that big fool. Chapter 64, Riding a sports car to school is just awesome. In the restaurant, Chi Hong devoured his meal, while Meow Meow also ate with a fierce expression. And that big wolf dog, for some reason, Zhao Wu always felt a bit depressed about it. There was no way around it. In fact, this was not a big wolf dog at all, but a Zoroark. To avoid revealing himself, Zoroark had to awkwardly eat like a big wolf dog, even though he clearly had hands. Little Chi. Why do your cats and dogs look like they haven't eaten in days? Zhao Wu held a thin cigarette in her hand. Yes, it was still in the private room. Zhao Wu was very wealthy. She was completely like a rich lady. Although she didn't have high demands for clothing and cosmetics, she did have requirements for meals and travel. These were just trivial matters compared to Zhao Wu's wealth. Oh, recently we've only been eating takeout. The kid has ruined their cravings. By the way, I remember Sister Zhao Wu, you seem to have 3 cars, right? Chi Hong stopped his whirlwind chopstick work and looked at Zhao Wu, asking. Isn't it inconvenient to travel? Zhao Wu glanced at him, reached into her bag, and said, then this car, I'll let you drive. She pulled out a car key from her bag and tossed it directly in front of Chi Hong. That's too embarrassing, meow. Meow Meow grabbed the car key and stuffed it into the pocket of her coat. Yes, our Meow Meow no longer liked to go out naked. Poof. Zhao Wu rarely chuckled lightly, then left with a, I'll take a taxi back, you can use my car later. As for Chi Hong running to Yanjing to take out Lin Xia and then coming back to Jiling in such a short time, Zhao Wu could hardly believe it, unless he had a flying dragon. But could that really be possible? Walking on the road, Zhao Wu paused for a moment as she thought of this. Could it really be possible? Forget it, let's not think about it for now. The matter with Wang Dong isn't over. If I don't deal with him soon, he might really become a heroic martyr. Zhao Wu's expression turned cold. She hadn't been idle recently, while Chi Hong had no clues. Wang Dong's matters were easy to trace. Turns out he was no good person. Following the clues of Wang Dong, she had dragged out a long list of wealthy lawbreakers. Little Chi, I remember you don't have a driver's license, right, meow? Weren't you riding a bicycle or Pokémon before, meow? Meow Meow, Chi Hong, and the big wolf dog turned Zoroark stood on the roadside, looking blankly at the cool black sports car. Chi Hong had forgotten. And it seemed Zhao Wu hadn't thought of this matter either. I can drive but no license. I'm a good citizen who follows the law. I can't drive this car. Chi Hong said firmly, then took out his phone to start looking for the nearest driving test location. At this moment, the Lin group had begun to fall into chaos. Lin Zhou was dead, and his older brother, the current president, was also missing. Unable to contact him by phone, but the driver had returned. On the top floor of the Lin group, in what was originally Lin Xiao's office. The driver, Xiao Zhang, sat nervously on the sofa, sitting up straight, with his hands on his legs, even though there was no one else in the room. But he still couldn't breathe out of nervousness. Click, click. The sound of leather shoes echoed, a pot-bellied man. A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked into the office. This was Lin Xiao's second uncle, and he was accompanied by a boy of about 18 or 19, who was his son, Lin Xiao's cousin. What happened to Lin Xia? The middle-aged man sat on the sofa, his gaze very serious. That day I went with General Lin to. Get to the point, the middle-aged man interrupted with a frown. Xiao Zhang immediately felt more nervous and, after a moment of thought, blurted out, General Lin was targeted by assassins, he chose to take the initiative, and then. As far as I know, he was accompanied by a law enforcement captain, and after they went together, there was no news. The phone's location also disappeared, the last place it vanished from, I went to check. The middle-aged man leaned forward, asking anxiously, and then? Did the scene leave any clues? The scene. It was as if a war had occurred. The woods were burnt down, the lake was dried up, the ground was torn apart. I even saw several dead beasts. After that, law enforcement arrived, and I ran among those beast corpses. There was also General Lin's beast. After Xiao Zhang finished speaking, the middle-aged man fell silent. He took out a cigar, slowly lit it with a lighter until it caught fire. Huff. The middle-aged man exhaled a large puff of smoke and waved his hand at Xiao Zhang, signaling him to leave. Xiao Zhang immediately felt as if he had been granted amnesty, stood up, bowed, and quickly left. Ha 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 ha. Not long after Xiao Zhang left, the middle-aged man burst into excited laughter. It's all ours now. Finally dead, you little brat. Now the Lin group will belong to me, Lin Daqiao. Ha 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 ha. Lin Daqiao laughed, as if a cloud of depression had vanished completely. Son, find someone and take care of that Xiao Zhang. Remember, it must be clean, if it's not clean, it's okay, Dad can clean up afterward. Lin Daqiao smiled as he patted his big son's head, then walked over to Lin Xiao's office chair and sat down heavily, resting his legs on the desk, his face full of satisfaction. Okay, Dad. The boy nodded, his eyes flashing with a certain cruel light. Meanwhile, Chi-Hong, after spending some money and showcasing his skilled driving techniques to related personnel, obtained a driver's license in just half a day. In the sports car, Chi-Hong, wearing sunglasses, controlled the steering wheel with one hand, while Meow Meow sat in the passenger seat, speeding quickly on the overpass. Chi-Hong was driving back to school, deliberately choosing the longest route. Little Chi, riding in a sports car to school is just awesome, meow. Meow Meow said cheerfully, looking ahead. Humph. Humph. Of course. I never ride those slow buses. Tonight, I will take you to. Chi-Hong and Meow Meow chatted back and forth until they soon arrived at Jinling Beastmaster University. In fact, Chi-Hong had never truly been to school. He planned to attend classes in the next few days to learn more about the Beastmaster world. Wait a minute. Little Chi, you still have over 100 million in rewards that you haven't received, meow? You need to go find that little girl, meow. Meow Meow suddenly remembered this and immediately reminded Chi-Hong. You're right, as soon as I get to school, I'll go find sister number 73. Chi-Hong nodded and sped up again. Chapter 65, Memory. Wow. Where did you get this sports car, you brat? By the way, from that deal you did, I also got a good cut. I've decided. As soon as the money arrives, I'm going to buy a car. It has to be bright red, so I can show off my queen-like aura. Lu Yao's eyes shone as he looked at Chi-Hong's sports car, thinking it belonged to him. In fact, it was borrowed from a wealthy young lady. Now, us meows are worth billions. It feels like there's nothing left to pursue in life, meow. Meow Meow hugged her two paws behind her big head. A face full of joy. Meow Meow is actually easy to satisfy. It doesn't really matter to him whether Chi-Hong is a rich person or not. After all, he is a meow who values loyalty and feelings. But then again, Lu Yao suddenly changed her expression, becoming a bit hesitant. Chi-Hong keenly noticed something was off with her and asked, "What's wrong?" "Wait. You can't be unable to receive the reward, right? After all, I heard that Han Wu said the reward for killing Lin Xiai is as high as 10 billion. Chi-Hong looked at Lu Yao. 10 billion is an astronomical number for ordinary people. Not just for ordinary people, even for a publicly listed company, asking them to take out 10 billion in cash is not something many companies can do directly. There's a bit of a problem. I was just about to talk to you about this. I'm not the only one who took that task, there are others. And you, it seems you haven't provided the scene photos. Lu Yao habitually slapped her forehead, angrily saying, "My big wealthy master, Chi-Hong. Where's that iconic peace sign photo of you and the victim? That move is very powerful, there should be nothing left." Chi-Hong explained while leaning against the sports car. Now 3 intermediaries all claim it was their doing, and their positions in the assassin organization are higher than mine. I don't even have the qualification to argue in the organization. Lu Yao spread her hands, her face full of frustration. Oh? This is interesting, isn't it quite taboo in the assassin organization to embezzle? Chi-Hong asked with a smile. Brother, that's a full 2 billion. 2 billion. Taking it all out would be enough to crush me. Lu Yao's anger grew as she kicked a stone away with all her strength. A long white scratch appeared on her tall boots from the small stone. She squatted down to wipe it, but found it couldn't be wiped away. Ah! Lu Yao immediately let out a scream like a groundhog by the roadside. What should we do? Chi-Hong also stopped laughing. The amount of money was too much, and someone was trying to steal his hard work. 2 billion, meow. Even if I unleash my treasure-gathering skill, I couldn't conjure up 2 billion. Little Chi, we must get back the money that belongs to us, meow. Meow Meow clenched his cat claws into little fists, his face full of anger. Maybe, you are strong? Lu Yao squatted on the ground, looking up at Chi-Hong. Yes, although she already understood Chi-Hong's strength, she still wanted to confirm it again in front of the assassin Red. Isn't that stating the obvious? An A-grade Beastmaster is simply not my opponent. After all, with the name of a fighter, I shouldn't perform poorly. Lu Yao definitely didn't understand his last sentence. What did it mean to use the name of a fighter? She completely didn't get it. Then good. Normally, I wouldn't be able to attend internal meetings of the assassin organization. As far as I know, this matter has reached a stage where face-to-face communication is necessary, meaning a group of undercover assassins will meet with their intermediaries in a certain place. We should go. Lu Yao seemed to have made up her mind. Although it was dangerous, the strength of the assassin Red still gave her considerable confidence. Being mere position 73, can you find out where the meeting is? Chi-Hong didn't care. If they couldn't reach an agreement, let the fire-breathing dragon blow up the meeting place. Who do you look down on, you bastard? Lu Yao seemed to be poked in a sore spot and jumped up, confidently flipping her hair as she said, "As long as I, Lu Yao, want to investigate, breaking into the assassin organization's intelligence network is no big deal." All right. I'll go with you on this trip. When the time is set, tell me, I'll drive you. Shi Hong nodded, taking Meow Meow to the university, where he was going to the library to find some information, deepening his understanding of this Beastmaster world. The library has a book category index, and Shi Hong quickly found the information he needed. Basic attributes are more than those in the Pokémon world. Wind, light, psychic power, warrior, these are basic attributes. Shi Hong didn't look closely, after all, he could find corresponding attributes or moves in Pokémon. Rare attributes: sanction, protection, sky, earth, and king. So many? Space, time, soul. Special attributes often represent a species category. This species has diverse abilities. This attribute is proof of top-tier life forms. Dragon. Besides dragons, there are also divine birds and holy beast attributes. Shi Hong took a look and roughly understood these attributes. In short, the attributes of the Pokémon world are more general, more comprehensive, and can be said to be more simplified. For example, flying is similar to sky and wind. Even some contact-type flying moves can be classified as other attributes here. As for attribute advantages, this book wrote it very simply: water beats fire, fire beats wood, that sort of thing. Moreover, it straightforwardly states that the dragon attribute has not yet discovered its corresponding restraint. It can only rely on strength to counter it. Cannot be restrained? I wonder if the muscular Maril with the strong man's characteristic can measure the dragon attribute of this world with an icy punch. After all, it may look round and plump, but it's a Pokémon known as a dragon-slaying warrior. And there's the dragon-slaying bay. Shi Hong rubbed his chin. He still wasn't clear if the dragon attribute in this world is restrained by ice and fairy types. I might have a chance to try. Shi Hong closed the book and put it in his pocket as he left the library. Just as he stepped outside, he ran into someone who looked like his ex-girlfriend, Li Lianju. Seeing Li Lianju hesitating to speak, Shi Hong left with a blank expression. Rubbing the bracelet on his wrist and the pink hair tie, Shi Hong felt thankful for having such a good childhood friend. Not to mention not bringing up the past, the key is he couldn't even remember Li Lianju. Recently, he had recalled many things, like when he looked in the mirror and saw Shi Hong looking just like he did at this age in his original world. Besides, he didn't have a second name. Before and after the crossover, he was still called Shi Hong, truly without a second name. He could even vividly remember his parents' and grandfather's appearances. Even the uncle's face was clear in his mind, as if he had seen him long ago. Chapter 66, The Assassin's Meeting. Shi Hong. As Shi Hong walked away, Li Lianju could no longer hold back and called out his name. Shi Hong stopped, slightly turned, and looked at her face filled with grievance, frowning. This expression didn't seem to be feigned. Could it be? Abandoning him after use, no money after playing, words like playboy instantly surfaced. Could it be? Wasn't he a simp before? A scumbag? Following basic logic to clarify, Shi Hong turned back, walked to Li Lianju, and looked at her calmly, waiting for her to continue. As if having made a decision, Li Lianju gritted her teeth, raised her head, and looked straight into Shi Hong's eyes. Shi Hong, I know it's my fault. The pet beast cub your grandfather left you might break through to S rank when it grows up. I found out who my mom sold it to. I'll definitely help you get it back. I will give you an explanation. After Li Lianju finished speaking, all her momentum deflated, and she no longer dared to look at Shi Hong's face. She ran away like the wind. Shi Hong stood still for a few seconds, a dark smile appearing on his calm face. Although it's just a few sentences, I roughly understand now. I said that although I start as a second-generation rich kid, even if my family collapses, I don't need to rely on morning glow to live. Turns out that not only did my uncle sell my family's assets, but my ex-girlfriend's mom also sold my pet beast. Shi Hong's expression grew darker. If he weren't holding a Pokémon. That's how it ended up being played to death. The pet beast left by my grandfather, I will definitely take it back. Relying on Li Lianju is useless. If her mom dares to sell it, she won't get it back. When the time comes, whether you recognize me or not, I will assume you were kidnapped when you were little. Once I throw a Pokeball, you must be my good friend. Love comes after marriage. The level of Pokémon trainers is still rising. Shi Hong watched the back of Li Lianju. He didn't need her to do anything, he would investigate on his own. If that's the case, that aggrieved expression shouldn't be shown in front of me, it should be me who puts on that expression. Indeed, there's no comparison with Cha Xiang. As for the so-called S-level, so far he only knew of his grandfather. That forbidden place that made grandfather go and never return. Shi Hong squinted, his heart began to race, but the location of that forbidden place could not be determined for the time being. Chaoan didn't even know, so Shi Hong couldn't find anyone to ask. Shi Hong attended 2 classes on Pokémon nurturing theories as a regular university student. He felt not bad since he had the cheat-like ability, and these things were indeed what ordinary Beastmasters should learn. He paid special attention to places where Lu Yao often appeared. Lu Yao hadn't been around all day, probably off completing an intelligence-gathering mission. He just didn't know how she solved her truancy problem. As for him, it didn't matter. After all, he had someone above him. With Professor Yin backing him, even if he skipped classes wildly, it didn't matter because, in name, Chi Hong was already listed under Professor Yan's students. After some time in school, the commotion caused on the registration day was no longer being discussed, but almost everyone had heard the news that the new student Chi Hong defeated the A-class student Li Zhong. No one said that Li Zhong was weak. In the world of Beastmasters, strength is respected. If you say he's weak, he would challenge you right back. So, a college Beastmaster, go try to duel an A-class Beastmaster. One day in broad daylight, Chi Hong found himself at Li Lianzhu's doorstep. He used his aura ability to sense inside. There were two people who looked like servants and Li Lianzhu herself. Li Lianzhu was a local, living not far from Jinling Beastmaster University, so she lived at home. It's the weekend, but neither of my parents are home. Forget it, I'll ask Lu Yao to investigate. There might be other things Li Lianzhu doesn't know. Thinking of Lu Yao, Chi Hong was about to pull out his phone to call her when he saw a text from Lu Yao. It was from her account as the intermediary number 73. The time is set, and I've also figured out the location, and that idiot client seems to have already sent the money to some intermediary. The meeting time is today at 11 a.m. Chi Hong raised an eyebrow upon seeing this message. An assassin meeting at 11 a.m. in broad daylight? He thought they would gather late at night instead. Since the client was in Jinling City, those trying to get their payout were all Beastmasters active in Jinling City. Soon, a location was sent to his phone. Chi Hong glanced at it and immediately drove over. Jinling City actually has routes specifically for Pokémon travel, but Chi Hong didn't use Charizard or Rapidash to get there. If someone saw him, it would be bad when he was trying to do something under the red identity and couldn't summon these two Pokémon again. The location was on the border between Jinling City and another city, quite remote. At this moment, Lu Yao had already arrived. This was a small town, and the place where the assassins were meeting turned out to be a small building next to the law enforcement agency in this town. As for whether the enforcers in this town knew about this matter, it's hard to say. One by one, ordinary-looking people entered the small building, and each of them cast a glance at Lu Yao, some with curiosity, some with doubt, and others. What was evident in their eyes was pure, unmasked malice. Some of these people wore masks, some wore big sunglasses, or used scarves to cover their faces. It was clear that these were members of an assassination organization. With so many people, it could go badly. Thinking about it now, those who dare to claim such a large bounty must be quite powerful. Most of these people are at least grade A. Lu Yao felt a bit nervous and decided to move away from the area. Just a few steps later, a voice calling her name echoed from an alley, and her tension vanished without a trace. Her strength had arrived. It's really too far, so I used my beast's ability to teleport just a bit. Chi Hong walked out from the alley, wearing a black baseball cap and a simple black mask covering his face. His disguise was very basic, yet effective. Had it not been for someone particularly sensitive to looks, if they met Chi Hong again without this outfit, they would hardly recognize him. After all, if he tilted his head slightly down, the brim of the cap would hide even his eyes. You came, that's enough. If it weren't for the need for a middleman, I really wouldn't dare to come. Lu Yao shook her head, leading Chi Hong toward the building. Just as they entered the second floor, they were immediately blocked by two people. Lu Yao quickly pulled out her phone to show her account. She was middleman number 73. Number 73? I really can't stop laughing. Do you know what kind of people are here today? Where did a number 73 get news from? One man, wearing a motorcycle helmet, mocked, then told Chi Hong and Lu Yao to hurry and scram. Hey, big brother, Lu Yao wanted to make an excuse, but Chi Hong had already marched forward, seemingly ignoring the two guards at the staircase. You motherf. Bang! The helmeted man had just begun to speak when a claw shot out, crushing his motorcycle helmet, then slammed his head against the wall, blood spraying out and splattering onto the face of the other person, startling him greatly. Karu! Lucario appeared in an instant, grabbing the man's head and casually tossing him down the stairs, then looking down at the other person with a disdainful gaze. The other person swallowed hard, stepping aside, not daring to say a word. Why didn't I think of using a motorcycle helmet as a disguise? Oh. I don't have a motorcycle. Chi Hong seemed to be speaking to himself, his voice deliberately taking on a different tone, slightly hoarse. Lu Yao bit her lip, cautiously following Chi Hong. I want to see which guy is so bold that he dares to take my crimson money. Chi Hong's tone was deep. Logically, when such a big sum of money was stolen by someone else, anyone would be furious. Chapter 67, I'll carve you up first. Once inside, Chi Hong and Lu Yao only heard commotion in a meeting room. You talk to them first, if you can't reach an agreement. Chi Hong's meaning was very clear. Then we'll just carve them all up. Lu Yao made a slicing motion across her throat, her tone carrying a hint of excitement. Internal strife among assassins is normal. As long as it doesn't violate the basic rules of assassins, no one would care about their direct mutual killings. So it happens that you complete a task, and then I take you out. Isn't the reward for that task now mine? Similar situations arise often. And it seemed that the assassination organization tacitly acknowledged this practice, leading to very few trustworthy partners among assassins. Because if you're an assassin, there's a 99% chance you are not a good person. Like her and Chi Hong's combination. In the assassin organization, they can be considered a rare species. Lucario returned once again to the pet space. Normally, in such a vicious organization as assassins, meetings do not allow for pets to be released during the conference, although it only takes a second to do so. This rule does not affect their eventual clashes if agreements cannot be reached. Is it like a negotiation among criminal forces, where the guns are left outside? It seems that doesn't apply. Chi Hong and Lu Yao entered. The large conference room was surrounded by many people, each with their own thoughts. Chi Hong was not worried because someone who would offend others for 20 billion would, in fact, possess strength that could surpass A level. Firstly, one thing was certain, and that was Lin Xiao's task, which few people would take on. Those who could eliminate him wouldn't care about 20 billion, while those who couldn't eliminate him naturally couldn't complete the task. So if one couldn't take down Lin Xiao, how could they take out Chi Hong? A fool's dream. Moreover, Chi Hong could clearly feel one thing now: A-level pet owners were not very rare. So far, the only living human being seen surpassing A-level was Zhaowen. Is there such a seemingly insurmountable gap between A-level and super A-level? If that's the case, reaching A-level is essentially stepping into the threshold of being a pet owner. After all, he has already taken down several A-levels himself. The weak ones, like Kai Baochai's bodyguard, were clearly not on the same level as him. Why are so many irrelevant people here as well? What? Do you want to get a share too? A frail man spoke up. Once he did, everyone turned to look at him. Chi Hong and Lu Yao had no seats and stood near the entrance. Of course, no one noticed the two of them. It seemed very disorganized and undisciplined here, with only 2 small karami posted at the door. Everyone here shares a stake. Lin Xia is difficult to deal with. The person who could take him down must be an extremely strong assassin. Another woman wearing a large sun hat spoke softly, a burly man with a dangerous aura standing behind her. It was clear that this woman was the intermediary, and the man behind her was the assassin listed under her name. Even if we all share, with so many people here, does everyone get a little? Because my people have already been on site, and from what I saw, that was a fierce battle. The assassin who succeeded didn't collect his reward right away, so he must have paid a hefty price. He might even be dead. Another assassin spoke up, and a few people nodded slightly. This inference had a high probability of being true. Let's split it among the 3 parties, the burly man grumbled. I suggest that everyone here, apart from our 3 parties, should get a few million. 5 million is fine, everyone gets a share. If that assassin isn't dead, we can all take him down together. The frail man, who spoke first, declared firmly. Those in their line of work must be cautious. The money, you must have already taken it, right? The woman with the sun hat looked at the frail man. Though she asked, her tone conveyed certainty. Poof. The frail man crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, not denying it. He's quite polite. Chi Hong leaned closer to Lu Yao's ear and whispered, he's even willing to give me 5 million. Lu Yao rolled her eyes. That money was originally theirs from the Hong Yao combination. Using my money to pay me off? The more Lu Yao thought, the angrier she became. If she were not a non-combat type of pet owner, she would have already taken action. Internally, it's a secret who accepted the mission among the assassins. However, I've noticed an intermediary. Number 73 recently rose to number 36. The speed of this ranking upgrade is quite terrifying. You must have completed an A-level mission. If this continues, officially joining the Assassins organization and receiving their protection won't be impossible. A bespectacled intermediary adjusted his glasses and mentioned what he had noticed. In reality, it's hard to confirm whether number 36 was replaced or not based solely on numbers. But coincidentally, he was the one who was replaced, number 36. He could see who took his place. Oh. Number 73 has moved up very far. Such a big jump should be the work of an assassin under number 73, taking down Lin Xia. The woman in the sun hat immediately spoke up. Interesting. Chi Hong coldly observed these people. With several assassins together in sharing intel, they could quickly lock onto Lu Yao. If that's the case, then that successful assassin is nothing to fear, he's on the same level as us. The burly assassin waved his hand, his tone filled with ease. At this moment, Lu Yao turned to Chi Hong. Chi Hong's eyes remained calm. Since she met him, she hadn't seen any significant emotional fluctuations from him. If the assassin Chi Hong is so calm, then I can relax completely. Lu Yao felt a sense of security settle in her heart again. So? Shut your filthy mouth. Much stronger than you. Just a lousy sneak thief. You want to take my money? Screw you. Lu Yao unleashed her evil traits, cursing like crazy. Silence. Everyone turned to the doorway, where a masked girl stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes filled with anger. Behind her stood a man in a baseball cap, hands in his pockets, his gaze calm. Who is this filthy girl? Looking for death, aren't you? The thin man slammed the table, standing up abruptly. He held the money, so he had to be a little tougher to ensure he got the big share. Looking for death? Dare to take my Chi Hong's money? I'll kill you first, then we'll talk. Chi Hong raised his hand, and Lucario appeared, jumping onto the wide conference table. He pointed at the thin man, and the thin man instantly felt his neck being tightly choked. Telekinesis? It's begun. Certainly, when assassins gather, nothing good happens. The surrounding crowd murmured, some leaving decisively, while a few retreated to the side, wanting to see what would happen next. Chapter 68 Little Girl. You think you can just come up and kill me? Dream on. The thin man's voice was even raspier than Chi Hong's deliberately hoarse tone. Lucario's side space lightly trembled, a sharp claw extending straight for Lucario's neck. His pet had launched an attack even before fully emerging from its space. Lucario's eyes blazed red. He was somewhat surprised. Given the normal force on a human neck, the telekinesis should have killed the thin man instantly. But in fact, the thin man not only didn't die but also immediately summoned his pet to fight back against Lucario. Frantic Claw Beast, level 71. Attribute, Dark. Characteristic, Healing Weakness, healing of inflicted wounds slows down. Boxer Shorts. Boxer Shorts. Too weak, toothless. Everyone heard this assassin who called himself Chi Hong, saying strange words while waving his hand. Crack. Lucario waved at the thin man's hand, not only freeing himself from the frantic claw beast's grip but also using telekinesis to throw the thin man out, smashing him against the wall, making him see stars. Close combat, finish it quickly. Chi Hong whispered. The frantic claw beast, seeing its master attacked, was very angry and prepared to fight back. But Lucario instantly rushed into its embrace. So quick that this pet, which relied on agility as its main strength, couldn't react in time. Deliver a devastating blow to the target. This is close combat. Chi Hong decided to eliminate this guy in an instant, increasing his intimidation toward the remaining assassins to a certain extent. Bang bang bang. The sound of 3 punches smashing into flesh echoed, and the mouth of the startled claw beast was already oozing blood. Its first reaction was that it was no match. According to what Chi Hong knew, Dark was against evil, and fighting moves restrained evil attributes. Even if the level was a few higher, normally, after one close combat, it would be doomed. Moreover, this startled claw beast had a species value over 100 points lower than Lucario. In this situation, being approached by Lucario, it had no way out. Ka-A. After Lucario delivered 3 quick punches, he grabbed the head of the claw beast and pressed down hard. His knee, filled with powerful energy, crashed down on the claw beast's head. The claw beast let out a wail, and then was thrown out by Lucario, breaking through the window and landing on the street outside. The street, which already had few people, was startled as the remaining pedestrians were scared away by the suddenly falling, blood-soaked creature. Oh. It's fighting. At the entrance of the law enforcement bureau nearby, 2 enforcers holding a cup of coffee were curiously watching the still claw beast on the road. Chi Hong showed no sign of mercy, and Lucario's strikes were as ruthless as ever. Unlike the usual Pokémon world, if one wasn't stronger than them, any previous life and death battle would have their opponent's Pokémon devour them alive. This is not an ordinary Pokémon battle, but a brutal Beastmaster fight, a fight for life and death. Losing almost means death. Instantly, took it down? The woman in the sun hat was completely shocked. At the same time, everyone understood one thing in their hearts. The main character must be here. In one glance, a level A creature was taken down. Were they still thinking about dealing with this assassin named Chi Hong together? Friend, there may be some misunderstanding here. With no time to mourn for his strongest Pokémon, the skinny man immediately tried to save himself with words. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucario immediately jumped in front of him, and looking at this tall creature with fierce light in its eyes, the skinny man lost all courage to call out his other Pokémon. The skinny man wanted to say something more, but Chi Hong's indifferent voice interrupted him. Eliminate him. Those 3 words pushed the skinny man's despair to its peak. Lucario raised a finger, and in an instant, a wave of evil energy pierced through the man's head, creating a big hole in the wall behind him. Chi Hong turned his face and fixed his gaze on a small figure with a nervous expression, wearing a cartoon plastic mask. He slowly walked over and then raised his hand to summon Kadabra. Kadabra reached out a small hand, instantly moving the skinny man's corpse to another location. Within a minute after a Beastmaster died, his Pokémon space would collapse, leaving the Pokémon within in a state of being ownerless, and losing their Beastmaster would send the more loyal Pokémon into a state of rage. Due to the mental shock from the collapse of the Pokémon space, even Pokémon with low loyalty would enter a rampage state for a period after leaving the space. At this moment, in the law enforcement bureau not far from the small building, the skinny man's corpse appeared very abruptly, leaving the staff conducting their daily work stunned for a few seconds. Then, with a scream, the hall immediately erupted into chaos. The two enforcers drinking coffee at the entrance also noticed something unusual, and when they furrowed their brows and entered the hall, the skinny man's Pokémon space had already collapsed. 4 pets in a state of madness are wildly destroying everything they see. Let's act now, we cannot let these 4 pets go out and scare the passersby. If there's an impact, this month's bonus is lost, and we might get reported. One enforcer, with a face full of helplessness, summoned his pet. Although it's a small town, it's still the law enforcement bureau, part of the town's violent enforcement agency, and many beast tamers could fight. Dealing with 4 rampaging pets is just a matter of time, it's not a problem. At this moment, in the small building, everyone fell silent, no one daring to speak, and some began to leave. People like them, working part-time, are just in it for the money. There's money to be made without risk, but risking life and death isn't normal for part-time killers. Now that the main person is here, with such strong power, if they don't leave, it's anyone's guess what might happen. Are you the middleman for that dead ghost? Shi Hong asked, squatting in front of the person wearing a cartoon mask. The reason for squatting was that this seemed to be a child. She didn't know when she had stood to the side, watching her. Even though she wore a mask, Shi Hong could be sure that the little face under the mask was staring at her. Why yes. The moment the voice sounded, Shi Hong frowned. It was indeed a little girl. Shi Hong. Let's just leave the child alone. This little girl probably got tricked too. Lu Yao immediately came over and grabbed Shi Hong's arm. Shi Hong remained unmoved and coldly said, "You don't even believe what you're saying. Is there an ordinary person who can be a middleman for an assassin organization?" Lu Yao was immediately speechless. Shi Hong made sense. "I've transferred all the money to you. The account is with me, and I'm not a beast tamer. Moreover, if you kill him, you can't kill me, okay?" The little girl's tone was very light, her body slightly trembling as if she were about to cry. Suddenly, a strong wind swept in, the little girl turned her face slightly, and immediately got so scared she sat down on the ground. Just now, one of Lucario's claws was only a hair's breadth away from her temple. And yet, Shi Hong didn't feel any presence of pets at all. "Now, transfer the money." Shi Hong looked at the little girl sitting on the ground, stunned with fear, and said softly. The little girl immediately took out her phone, and after a series of operations, the money was transferred. "Let's go." After Shi Hong received the money, Casey took him and Lu Yao and they instantly disappeared from the spot. Seeing the assassin Shi Hong leave, the remaining few let out a long sigh of relief. This disaster has finally left. If he stayed any longer, I wouldn't be able to resist running away. Thank goodness, we managed to keep appearances. That burly assailant patted his chest, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Just when they were about to leave, the door slammed shut with a bang. The little girl stood up, dusted off her little dress, and raised her hand to take off her cartoon mask. It was a small face painted with bold gothic makeup, and everyone looked at her with uncertainty. Behind her, a pet with a green face and sharp teeth, looking like a demon, gradually took shape. This demon-like pet had always been there. But no one had noticed, the levels were just too different. Chapter 69, I really miss everyone. Meow. Meow Meow scratched its chin with 2 claws, looking very scrutinizing. He was now standing at the door of a villa, with Shi Hong beside him playing on her phone, chatting with Xiao Xia. That's right, Shi Hong brought Meow Meow to buy a house. Due to immense wealth, the person and the cat abandoned the plan of buying a regular apartment and instead decided to buy a villa. Why wait until the new year to spend money when you have it now? The salespeople beside them were also excited, just because they arrived early today and were the first ones in the company. It turns out I encountered such a big rich man right after opening the door. You must know that this villa, even in Jingling, is very expensive. This is a veritable, absolutely rich people's area. Zhao Xia sent a voice message, and Shi Hong opened it to listen. The old Zhao family is really getting more and more excessive. In the past, at least they would give me 2,000 yuan a month in Jingling, but now with my biological mother, I really laugh to death, not even a dime a month. Am I not the daughter of a rich family? Why do I have to work part-time to save money? I'm tired, let the world be destroyed. The old generation's thoughts should not try to imprison the soul of a new era girl. With a string of complaints, Shi Hong saw that, wow, it was a full 60 seconds. Clearly, 60 seconds was just the limit of the chat software, not the limit of Miss Zhao's chatter. The voice messages kept popping up, and Shi Hong smiled, very casually opening the transfer interface and sending a transfer of 2,000 yuan. It's not that he couldn't part with the money, but it was not easy to earn. If Zhao Xia asked, it would become a troublesome matter. He hadn't thought about how to explain to Zhao Xia about becoming a wealthy man. Of course, Shi Hong believed that buying such a good house would definitely catch Xiao Wu's attention. At that time, I'll just say it was the reward I got for taking down Lin Xia. After all, she can't believe it anyway. Shi Hong thought this way, and then glanced at Meow Meow, only to see that Meow Meow had already been led by that salesperson into the villa's interior. Wow, I'm really the boss. I came here in a supercar. Shi Hong put away his phone and followed in. After a flurry of explanation from the salesperson, in the salesperson's eager gaze, Shi Hong bought the villa outright. Damn it. Those damn rich people really make me envious. Lin Xia doesn't even know how many of these villas there are. Shi Hong raised his fist, secretly despising Lin Xia, this kind of nouveau riche. To the two esteemed owners. Do you need me to introduce our company's latest housekeeping services? The salesperson bowed at a 90-degree angle. Now Shi Hong and Meow Meow's combination in the salesperson's eyes was no different from being with their own mother. Oh? Tell me, Meow. Meow Meow looked at the salesperson. After all, such a large place really needed a caretaker or something. Then please bear with me and follow me. Let's move to that place. The salesperson pointed to a location where a circular building could be seen. In fact, they had mentioned earlier that this place is the comprehensive service center of this villa area. In simpler terms, it is the property management department of the high-end villa area. After arriving at the service center, Shi Hong finally understood what the salesperson meant by new housekeeping services, pet-like housekeepers. Full of energy, they had no other thoughts except working, loyal and reliable, hardworking and selfless. Except for not looking very good, they were simply perfect. The salesperson started introducing frantically. If this business was successful, wouldn't he earn 2 profits in an instant? A few professional pet-like housekeepers stood in a row, waiting for Shi Hong to choose. At that time, even the small beauty from the property management department would admire him. Then he could. He. The little salesperson couldn't help but let out a pig-like laugh. Ha! The salesperson was stunned for a moment as the young handsome guy wearing a duckbill hat suddenly produced 4 spherical devices in his hand. Those are pet storage devices? Sure enough, it's a rich person. These things are all 4 at once. The little salesperson secretly admired. These are unnecessary. The house is already equipped with everything needed for daily living, right? Shi Hong put those 4 balls into his pocket and asked. Yes, you can move in directly with your bags. The little salesperson replied respectfully. Okay, Meow Meow, let's go back. Let's sleep well today. We have to go to school tomorrow. Shi Hong stood up. As they walked out, the sales guy wanted to recommend more services, but Shi Hong and Meow Meow were walking too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the person and the cat had opened the door and gone outside. Who was that this time, Meow? Meow Meow understood what was happening and started asking on the way. You'll know when we get back to that villa. No, it's after we get home. Shi Hong patted Meow Meow's round head and headed back to the villa with her. In the yard, Shi Hong tossed out 3 Pokémon balls. Walled Doll, level 39. Female Love Disc, level 32. Nanny Bug, level 41. Then we don't need any housekeeping Pokémon at all. We cats are already good at housekeeping, meow. Meow Meow felt surprised, and the 3 Pokémon began to curiously look around. Did Xiaoqi buy a house? This question appeared in the minds of the 3 Pokémon at the same time. But it didn't matter. Compared to battles, they really preferred this fulfilling ordinary life. So the last one is the heavyweight. Shi Hong weighed the last Pokémon ball in his hand, with an excited expression. Meow Meow and the newly released friends stared at the Pokémon ball with curious faces. Shi Hong raised his hand and threw it. A blue light burst out. A tall and gorgeous figure revealed itself in the light. It's Shinado, meow. Meow Meow crossed her arms. Shinado was an old friend, frequently swapped into Xiaoqi's regular battle team. As for why Meow Meow recognized her, it was because she was Shi Hong's only shiny Shinado. That is, the shiny form of Shinado. Ordinary Shinado has green hair and arms, while this one is light blue. Shiny Shinado, level 80. Ability, Copy. Held item, Shinado Mega Evolution Stone. Shinado. As soon as Shinado appeared, she hugged Meow Meow's head next to her, rubbing her face a few times before leaping straight into Shi Hong's arms. This feeling is longing. We clearly are meeting for the first time in the true sense. Shi Hong began to feel something unusual inside. Shinado was also a psychic-type Pokémon, and her emotional changes were very pronounced and sensitive among Pokémon. In other words, Shinado's emotional fluctuations were very obvious and quite sensitive. To protect her trainer, she could release strong psychic energy, even creating small black holes? Perhaps. The Pokémon that accompanied me in the game is not just a simple bunch of data. When I stop playing that game, do the Pokémon miss me in another world? For me, it's just opening and closing a game. For Shinado. Hong entered a state of mental unity, and in an instant, a tear slid from the corner of his eye. Shinato's thoughts were filled with one sentence. I miss everyone so much.